You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Yo, what's up, fools? Today is 2/15/2025. It is 11:39 p.m. Eastern Time. Have I been saying 2025 this whole time? It felt weird. It felt weird saying it just now. Do I say 2025 ever? Have I been saying 2024 at the beginning of every stream? I feel like I have. I feel like every stream I've said 2024. Okay. Yesterday, if you missed the stream, we did 21 hours. 21 hour stream yesterday. It was very long stream. And now I'm in recovery mode today from all the big ideas My kidneys are the ones that hurt the most from all that Red Bull. Lack of water, way too much Red Bull. So we had a lot. And it kind of sucked because we had a good conversation yesterday towards the end of stream. Again, if you weren't here, we were having like a Israel-Palestine debate towards the end. That was interesting. A lot of fun. So much fun. I haven't even finished listening to yesterday's stream. I was in the last segment and you started to drift while driving. I was not drifting while driving. That's not the last stream. There's a whole other stream after that for like another 7 hours. I was not drifting. I was not even close to drifting. Not even close. I like this logo with this shirt and this background and everything. Looks good. Just keep that logo on screen for the rest of the day. I'll just sit here. Just looking amazing. I hate this logo? Really? You don't like that one? There are some of them that I hate. There's some that I really don't like, but I keep them there. Just cause, yeah, just to have more variety. I don't know if there's any mods here. There were, I got a couple messages about the fact that there was a bunch of slurs being used in Discord last night that might have been taking it a little too far. So, I don't know if anybody saw those or knows where they are, but is that your leg? Yes, this is my leg. Good old trusty leg. Sitting right here with me. I forgot you had those. Well, that's what you get. Haha, I caught that the audio wasn't working myself. Suck it.
For the past about 6 months or so, I have had to endure a relentless amount of personal attacks, lies, and misrepresentations that are intentional.
This is from Asmongold. It's titled, I Can't Do This Anymore. So, apparently we're dealing with a clickbaiter. We're getting baited by the click.
Intentionally disingenuous in order to align me with beliefs that I've actively spoken out against. This is another instance of people trying to paint me as a Nazi. Now, this is a very, in my opinion, an extreme.
Did you see the video he was looking at right there? Did you see the video he's watching? We watched this yesterday. Asmongold is a Nazi? Shut the fuck up.
Paint me as a Nazi. Now, this is a very, in my opinion, an extreme accusation to make. This is a crazy accusation to make. So anyway, I'll read the first post here, and this is Asmon asserts that Nazis burned down the Magnus Hirschfeld Institute of Sexology in 1933, not because it was a safe space for queer people, but because it was written in Jewish, not German. That's actually not what I was talking about. This person's just actually completely wrong. I was talking about the book burnings. So this is what I said in the clip.
Let us remember that the Nazis burned the books that the Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. Which is me misspeaking. I meant Hebrew. It was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of the Nazis. Right. A retaking of Germany for Germans. They also burned porn. Yeah, they burned a lot of stuff. And I wish people like this. It's disappointing that you can't have genuine conversations because people try to just like kind of, you know, handpick facts and like not talk about things in an honest way. This is the kind of stuff that people try to take out of context where like...
Yeah, even because it is pretty obvious he's talking about book burning. So even this, they did just take this out of context while he's talking about people taking shit out of context. They go and take that clip out of context. Well done.
They're saying, oh, Asmon thinks that it wasn't. It's actually because I'm trying to discuss the actual real extent of it. And the true extent of it is much worse than what's being communicated.
Also for context, and this is going to be extremely important for the rest of the video. People are mainly trying to get Asmon banned because of chat's reaction following this clip. We meticulously went back to check, and every single one of these chatters were banned, and they were banned days before this tweet was even made.
These bad actors were banned days before any of this drama happened. Now, this is a person, I actually didn't know who this was. So this is the same person who's trying to get me in trouble on Twitch. Let's listen to what they had to say about everybody's favorite commentator, Destiny.
Hey, the guy who said it was on site at TwitchCon if he saw Destiny.
What if I want the satisfaction?
I mean, listen.
Yes.
All I'm saying is on site, you know.
So we have on screen two radical political activists.
Bro. What is happening to this guy, bro? What is happening to him? Mike from PA is just... What is happening to him? He looks like a homeless person. Asmon and Hasan have gone back and forth recently. They both too pussy to actually debate. Well, I like pussy. So fucking based. Hasan and Asmongold.
Which is probably the most kind way that I can categorize these two individuals that are arguing between which of them is going to be able to beat up Destiny when they're at TwitchCon. And they're openly doing this on Twitch. The point that I'm making is that these are people who are advocating for violence on a regular basis, and this is something that happened, again, this was earlier this month. This is the same person who, as a response to a video about a CEO, posted a picture right here of the gun that was used to kill.
This is an old meme, dude. This is already, Hasan's already done this one. It's not even bad. It's just pathetic now. Like nobody even cares. This is just gay.
Shinzo Abe. So this is a person that not only is advocating for violence against other streamers, but they're advocating for violence against other people in general. This should not be tolerated in any capacity. If you are advocating for or promoting the use of violence against people in a non-self-defensive way, I think you should get banned. These are the people who are trying, and by the way, I wasn't even talking about burning down the Institute, I was talking about the book burning, so you didn't even listen to the clip.
By the way.
You're talking about something totally different. And so these are people who have been on a concerted effort to misrepresent me on a regular basis, while at the same time allowing and facilitating and promoting political violence. This is something that is guaranteed 100% against the terms of service. We'll go over, of course, obviously, Hasan also had to chirp about this as well. He was not happy about it.
So when he said these bad actors have been banned, was he saying that they were banned from Twitch or that they were banned from his chat?
Bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. He's not happy. He's not happy.
I actually don't know if that's true. I've never heard that before. I thought that they were getting rid of like trans stuff. I've never heard that they got rid of stuff because it was written in Jewish and not German. Let's see. Beginning on May 10, 1933, Nazi-dominated student groups carried out public burnings of books they claimed were un-German. The book burnings took place in 34 university towns and cities. Works of prominent Jewish liberals and leftist writers ended up in the bonfires. The book burnings stood as a powerful symbol of Nazi intolerance and censorship. The Nazi University Student Association created blacklists of works by literary and political figures such as Bertolt Brecht, Erich Maria Remarque, and Ernest Hemingway that were to be thrown in the flames. In the aftermath of the book burnings, the Nazi regime raided the bookstores, libraries, and publisher warehouses to confiscate materials it deemed dangerous or un-German. The Nazi book burnings provoked international criticism from intellectuals and the press. They saw it as a barbaric act that was out of keeping with a modern civilized society.
Book burning. Beginning on May 10, 1933, Nazi-dominated student groups carried out public burnings of books they claimed were un-German. The book burnings took place in 34 university towns and cities. Works of prominent Jewish, liberal, and leftist writers ended up in the bonfires. The book burnings stood as a powerful symbol of Nazi intolerance and censorship. 3 key facts. 1. The Nazi University Student Association created blacklists of works by literary and political figures such as Bertolt Brecht, Erich Maria Remarque, and Ernest Hemingway that were to be thrown into the flames. 2. In the aftermath of the book burnings, the Nazi regime raided bookstores, libraries, and publishers' warehouses to confiscate materials it deemed dangerous or un-German. 3. The Nazi book burnings provoked international criticism from intellectuals and the press. They saw it as a barbaric act that was out of keeping with a modern, civilized society. Introduction. Book burning has a long and dark history. Book burning refers to the ritual destruction by fire of books or other written materials. Usually carried out in a public context, the burning of books represents an element of censorship and usually proceeds from a cultural, religious, or political opposition to the materials in question. The burning of books under the Nazi regime on May 10, 1933, is perhaps the most famous book burning in history. A 19th century precedent. The May 1933 book burning in Nazi Germany had a precedent in 19th century Germany. In 1817, German student associations, Burschenschaften, chose the 300th anniversary of Luther's 95 Theses to hold a festival at the Wartburg, a castle in Thuringia, where Luther had sought sanctuary after his excommunication. The students, demonstrating for a unified country, Germany was then a patchwork of states, burned anti-national and reactionary texts and literature, which the students viewed as un-German.
The Y chromosome.
Synchronizing culture with Nazi ideology. In 1933, Nazi German authorities aimed to synchronize professional and cultural organizations with Nazi ideology and policy. Gleichschaltung. Joseph Goebbels, Nazi Minister for Popular Enlightenment and Propaganda, began an effort to bring German arts and culture in line with Nazi goals. The government purged cultural organizations of Jewish and other officials alleged to be politically suspect, or who performed or created artworks which Nazi ideologues labeled degenerate. In an effort to synchronize the literary community, Goebbels had a strong ally in the National Socialist German Students Association, Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Studentenbund, or NSDStB, German university students were among the vanguard of the early Nazi movement, and in the late 1920s, many filled the ranks of various Nazi formations. The ultra-nationalism and anti-Semitism of middle-class secular student organizations had been intense and vocal for decades. After World War I, many students opposed the Weimar Republic, 1919 to 1933, and found in National Socialism a suitable vehicle for their political discontent and hostility. On April 6, 1933, the Nazi German Student Association's main office for press and propaganda proclaimed a nationwide action against the un-German spirit, to climax in a literary purge or cleansing, Säuberung, by fire. Local chapters were to supply the press with releases and commissioned articles, offer blacklists of un-German authors, sponsor well-known Nazi figures to speak at public gatherings, and negotiate for radio broadcast time. On April 8th, the Students' Association also drafted its 12 Theses, a deliberate evocation of Martin Luther's 95 Theses, declarations which describe the fundamentals of a pure national language and culture. Placards publicized the theses, which attacked Jewish intellectualism, asserted the need to purify the German language and literature, and demanded that universities be centers of German nationalism. The students described the action as a response to a worldwide Jewish smear campaign against Germany and an affirmation of traditional German values. In a symbolic act of ominous significance, on May 10, 1933, university students burned upwards of 25,000 volumes of un-German books, presaging an era of state censorship and control of culture. On the evening of May 10th, in most university towns, right-wing students marched in torchlight.
In Berlin, wie in anderen Universitätsstädten Deutschlands, wurden undeutsche und unsittliche Bücher von den Studenten eingesammelt und öffentlich verbrannt. Der Scheiterhaufen auf dem Opernplatz in Berlin.
Onda.
Reichsminister Dr. Goebbels spricht zur Jugend.
Meine Kommilitonen, deutsche Männer und Frauen, das Zeitalter eines überspitzten jüdischen Intellektualismus ist nun zu Ende. Und der Durchbruch der deutschen Revolution hat auf dem deutschen Weg wieder die Gasse freigemacht. Und der kommende deutsche Mensch wird nicht nur ein Mensch des Buches, sondern auch ein Mensch des Charakters sein. Und dazu wollen wir euch erziehen.
So true, King.
Un-German spirit. The scripted rituals called for high Nazi officials, professors, university rectors, and university student leaders to address the participants and spectators. At the meeting places, students threw the pillaged and unwanted books onto bonfires with great ceremony, band playing, and so-called fire oaths. In Berlin, some 40,000 persons gathered in the Opernplatz to hear Joseph Goebbels deliver a fiery address. No to decadence and moral corruption, Goebbels enjoined the crowd. Yes to decency and morality in family and state. I consign to the flames the writings of Heinrich Mann, Ernst Glaser, Erich Kästner. Which authors and works were targeted? Among the authors whose books student leaders burned that night were well-known socialists such as Bertolt Brecht and August Bebel, the founder of the concept of communism, Karl Marx, critical bourgeois writers like the Austrian playwright Arthur Schnitzler, and corrupting foreign influences, among them.
Well, they're not so bad, guys. They burnt Karl Marx, so I don't know. They can't be that bad, right?
American author Ernest Hemingway. The fires also consumed several writings of the 1929 Nobel Prize-winning German author Thomas Mann, who supported the Weimar Republic and critique of fascism raised Nazi ire. Also burned were works of international best-selling author Erich Maria Remarque. Nazi ideologues vilified Remarque's unflinching description of war, all quiet on the Western Front, as a literary betrayal of the soldiers of the World War. Works by early German literary critics of the Nazi regime were also burned, such as those of Erich Kästner, Heinrich Mann, and Ernst Glaser. Other writers included on the blacklist were American authors Jack London, Theodore Dreiser, and Helen Keller, whose belief in social justice encouraged her to champion the disabled, pacifism, improved condition for industrial workers, and women's voting rights. Jewish authors numbered among the writers whose works were burned. Among them, some of the most famous contemporary writers of the day, such as Franz Werfel, Max Brod, and Stefan Zweig. Also among those works burned were the writings of beloved 19th century German Jewish poet Heinrich Heine, who wrote in his 1820-1821 play, Al-Mansur, the famous admonition, Dort, wo man Bücher verbrennt man am Ende auch Menschen. Where they burn books, they will also ultimately burn people. Not all book burnings took place on May 10th, as the German Student Association
Seems
planned.
a little
Some were
extreme,
postponed a few
bro.
days
Come
because of
on.
rain. Others, based on local...
They're gonna burn people just because they're burning books? Fucking chill, dude. A little alarmist over here. What the fuck, bro? My goodness. That is That is way over the top. One is a book, one is a human, dude. They never even did that. They put them in fucking gas chambers, but they didn't light the gas on fire. Fucking shit, dude. Over the top.
Took place on June 21st, the summer solstice, a traditional date for bonfire celebrations in Germany. Nonetheless, in 34 university towns across Germany, the May 10th Action Against the Un-German Spirit was a success, receiving widespread newspaper coverage. In some cities, notably Berlin, radio broadcasts brought the speeches, songs, and ceremonial chants live to countless German listeners. The promotion of Aryan culture and the suppression of other forms of artistic production was yet another Nazi effort to purify Germany. Why do totalitarian regimes often target culture? In this short film, a Holocaust survivor, an Iranian author, an American literary critic, and 2 museum historians discuss the Nazi book burnings and why totalitarian regimes often target culture, particularly literature. You have been listening to a version of the article, Book Burning, from the Holocaust Encyclopedia of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum.
Yeah, I mean, everything that we're listening to does seem to say that all of this stuff was done because it related to Jews, but I didn't really hear them talk about, like, getting rid of degeneracy or anything like that, which I believe that was part of it, but that I'm not sure. I can't think of a time that I've ever, like, seen real, or I've heard any, like, historians say this. I'm not sure. Does anybody know? Like, it's mostly about anti-Semitism, conspiracy stuff. Yeah, but it just seems like I don't know. It just seems like it's not, I don't know, I'm not sure. What was the question? If they were ever actually burning books and stuff like that because of, like, degeneracy, or if it was really always just because of Judaism. Because that's kind of that's pretty much what Asmongold is saying. He's like, yeah, they weren't, like, burning books because they hated the LGBTQ or anything like that. They weren't burning, like, queer and lesbian books because they were queer and lesbian. He was burning them because they were Jewish. Did you hear about what happened? Yep. I did. Isn't it crazy? What on earth are we listening to the same stream? Wait, what do you mean? It just said it was because it was considered un-German. Yeah. Yeah, well, they did say un-German, but yeah. True. But I'm just saying, nobody said because it was, like, degenerate or anything, which is my understanding of, like, you know, the thought process behind burning LGBTQ books and shit, so. Being gay was illegal? Was it? I'm lost about the point of this. So, apparently people are, like, hating on Asmongold because he was saying that they didn't burn the books because they were gay books. They weren't burning books because they were LGBTQ books. They were burning the books because they were Jewish books. And that them being Jewish books made it to where they had to get rid of them. And so when we say these are un-German, we're not sure if un-German means Jewish or if un-German means, like, non-degenerate or what. Like, we didn't really get any clarification here. They burned Helen Keller books because she sympathized with disabled, etc. Yes. They used the exact word degenerates. Okay. Okay. You win.
There is literally no reason to fucking go to school.
German. He was not happy about it. It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. He's not happy. He's not happy.
There is literally no reason to fucking go to school, study political science, spend years and years of trying to understand how politics works, the importance of learning history. I'm not an elitist by any means. I think anybody can do this. This is a fucking silly ass job.
This is I don't know, this is a bit annoying, because, like, it's not like Asmongold said, like, these people don't know what they're talking about, they're all wrong, like, they're idiots. Like, he's not, like, really, like, challenging anybody. He literally said, he's like, my understanding. So, like, it's not, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, Hasan's kind of overreacting here. It is a retarded take, though. I guess. I mean, I like I said, I don't know the answer. Like, I've never heard what he said before, so it's the first time I've ever heard it. But there obviously we do see, like, a lot of people trying to whitewash the Nazis these days. Like, we had a bunch of clips from Lauren Chen a while ago doing the same thing, where she's like, "You guys, you know, they didn't just burn like books that were like Jewish and stuff, but some of the books I heard, like some of the first books they burned were like LGBTQ books and like gender ideology stuff." So, like, I'm not saying like book burnings are good, but, like, you know, it's just interesting when you think about it. Like, what the fuck? But I think, like, Lauren Chen is, like, I don't know, I think Asmongold's being, like, genuine when he says this stuff. I think when he says something like this, like, he is being genuine, whereas Lauren Chen's just, just a fucking Nazi.
But it is just crazy that, like, what is declared good enough in terms of political commentary on the right-wing side of things as crazy. #1 political commentator on the platform, still.
Hasan is really getting upset about this #1 political commentator on the platform. Hasan is the #1 political commentator on the platform. I cover some political issues. Hasan only covers political issues. I've never said that. I've never insinuated that. Now, if he's mad that the videos that I do get more views or something...
Yeah, that is what he's mad about. He's mad that they get more views, and that, like... And as he said, like, the standards for right-wing political commentary, they are just very low. Like, they are super low. When you're talking about, like, leftist commentary or right-wing commentary, the standards are just so fucking low, dude. To where anybody can just pop off just by saying the right stuff.
That's fine. That's okay.
It is pretty crazy that Asmongold watched that fucking Ethan Klein video, and then
he's unhappy that I watched the content nuke video. Now, I understand why he's unhappy. I think that if I was him, I would also be unhappy.
His chat kept coming in here to be like, "You're an anti-Semitic terrorism lover. You should be banned. Why aren't you banned yet?" Meanwhile,
I mean, to be fair, Hasan, you have been very positive towards people who are on the national terror list. I mean, you have been. Like, this is a fact. Like, this isn't a debatable reality. You interviewed a terrorist, and I defended you interviewing the terrorist. I even defended you with that. I said it's okay because I want people to be able to talk to people. But I didn't see the whole thing, and I didn't realize you glazed him that hard. You didn't have to do that.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. I'm a journalist. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
The music, bro.
We love you too, man.
I love you. I love you so much.
It's crazy.
This fucking chat's going based Nazis. But hey, no, wait. That's what a lot of my naysayers wanted, though. They wanted someone.
Now, I'm not going to bring up the point when Ethan was getting attacked in Hasan's chat, and then Hasan said he couldn't control everybody saying things in his chat. And now he's mad at me for not having every single person that's banned in my chat. I just find this to be ironic. I find it to be very ironic.
Well, thank God I'm here then. First point, every singular chatter that was spamming was banned days before the tweet was made. But of course Hasan didn't go back to check and just run with the story. Second point, Hasan had this to say after Ethan begged him to moderate his chat.
Can you, do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you have
I just opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
There's 32,000 people in here right now. I can't stop people from viewing you a certain way.
One can only assume what chat might have been spamming when Twitch literally had to change the rules around the use of the word Zionist after it was paired with every derogatory term imaginable. This time he had most of the chat covered by Ethan's cam.
Yeah, I didn't realize this, that Twitch did actually change their rules on the use of the word Zionist because of how they use it over there. It's so fucking wild, bro. They all use, they're all still coping about this, but when you look at the evidence, the way that these people use the word fucking Zionist is insane, bro. Zionist pig, Zionist fucking this, Zionist that, and it's always when they're talking about Jewish people. Every fucking time it's a Jewish person. There's no shot. The people who are supposed to, the ones who see dog whistles in their fucking balls are somehow not able to understand that they're all using fucking dog whistles the way that they do this shit. It's insane, dude.
Let's check other times. This is a letter from a Columbia Jewish student denouncing harassment by other campus students and receiving no support.
I wonder why we recoil when people scream resist by any means, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture. We shudder when
This is literally chat's immediate reaction after he said the Jewish students...
Yes, that's another one. They said inbred Zionists over and over. Fucking shit.
Dude. Being called inbreds.
On the way out, a pro-Hamas mob started chasing us, calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs.
Now you're probably thinking, but editor, surely Hasan banned all of these chatters, who coincidentally are all subs as well. Well, let's check, shall we? All right, first sub on top, Jedhug. Uh-oh. They were never banned, and he's still chatting to this day. Let's do another one, the Red Star, big sub gifter as well. Nope. Never banned for that either. What about Jordan? 3 years sub and still going strong. What about Lund? Literally chatting while I'm making this video. Okay, I think I made my point clear. Back to you, Baldy.
And see, this is the difference between a lot of the other extremism on Twitch and the extremism that's on my platform. The difference between extremism in my chat and extremism in other people's chat is that in my chat, people actually do get banned for it. Me saying that these books were burned not because they were about gender specifically, but just because they were non-German. Why don't we look it up and why don't we find out for ourselves? How about we watch the video from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum? Do we think this is maybe a good, is this maybe a good source?
In 1933, in April, Nazi German students decided to organize a nationwide book burning program to eliminate foreign influence, to purify German culture as they saw it.
That's right.
So you have committees of students.
So this is exactly what I said.
Meeting with professors together, deciding what categories of books in these university libraries.
Let's get to the categories.
Would count as un-German. They didn't see themselves as suppressing.
Un-German. Let's go back and watch the original clip. And it was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was This is, again, my source for this is the...
I do like David Attenborough's voice, yeah. It's good. And I like the editor and the way he does stuff, but damn, he's also fucking retarded. Like, I can't get over the video he made a while ago where they were, like, trying to, like, point out these hypocrisies from, I think it was Kamala Harris and like, they were, like, glazing Elon, and it just... From what I think that's what it was. It's literally, it made no sense. The whole video made absolutely no sense. And I remember there was like 2 points where I stopped and played it like 5 times, trying to understand what the hell they could possibly be saying. I played it over and over and over and over and over. And then later, after I ended stream, we raided into Irrelevant, and he was like, yo, you know, what did you guys cover? Do you have anything, like, interesting? And I was like, did you watch the Asmongold stuff? And he's like, nah. So I sent him the Asmongold thing. Same thing. He got to that part and played it like 10 times and was like, what? What is this? What the fuck? What does this even mean? And then I think the next day, or maybe it was the same day, I can't remember, but I guess sent a clip from Destiny where he got to the same part and played it like 10 times. Like, what the fuck? What does this even mean? It's just that the whole video was just so retarded. It did not make sense. But they were like so confident in the video. They thought they got some owns. Yo, let's go, boy. $1 from Clay Ben. Appreciate it, homie. Partiate it. W. Clay. But yeah, I don't know. They just say some fucking retarded shit sometimes. His editor adds so much like retardation when they're talking about politics. It is obnoxious.
Holocaust Museum of the United States.
In each German university city, 34 of them in all, thousands of people gathered together at a public place in which books that had been confiscated either by the students themselves, often with the help of police, were brought and dumped in a pile. Student leaders exhorted their followers and the listening crowds to swear an oath by the fire to destroy and combat subversive and un-German literature.
It's like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of the Nazis.
Sure. For the national treason against our soldiers in World War I, we're burning Hemingway's books.
Joseph
Hemingway? Wow. That doesn't seem like it's about gender at all.
It is amazing to me, the variety of books that was
very big variety, see?
On that night and thereafter.
Among the authors whose books were burned were Ernest Hemingway, both Mann brothers, Thomas and Heinrich.
There's the German writer, Erich Maria Remarque, who wrote the famous book All Quiet on the Western Front.
Another gender ideology book. And then also, Hasan would probably, I don't know if Hasan knows this or not, Hasan would be very upset to hear this. They also burned some of, Karl Marx. They burned
He would be upset
Lenin.
to hear
They
this.
burned Trotsky. They burned a lot of communist books as well. Yeah, not Marx. Yeah, they did. They got rid of them.
That they were all considered dangerous by the Nazis.
Marx.
Reading about Anne Frank, they discover that they are that little girl, and that what happened to that little girl was a supreme act of injustice.
This is, I mean, like, I guess maybe we won't make the Houthi joke, but like, man, it's really hard not to, isn't it? It's.
Wait, did they say they burned Anne Frank? Wait. Did I mishear that? Did they just say that they burned Anne Frank? What the fuck? What? Wait, what? They didn't say that, right? See, I told you you were fucking attracted to me. I knew it. I've been telling you this whole time. Finally, you admit it. Z-King lying this whole time. I am paying attention. That's why I'm asking.
It's really hard not to.
It's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank.
So they connect to her in a way that no political sermon or propaganda could effect. And
When Hasan said it's like talking to Anne Frank, he was talking about the Houthi. He said that talking to the Houthi is literally the same as talking to Anne Frank. That's what he said. That's what he said, yep.
And for tyrants, control is the main thing. They don't like this unpredictability.
I think I heard them say they burned Anne Frank. Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's what I thought they said too. Like, wait. No fucking shot. They did not just say that.
Not sure if you're aware, but Tom, you're bald.
Nope. I have a hat on. Incorrect. Yeah, just the reason that like the Anne Frank thing would be insane is because Anne Frank was a Jew who was chased down by the Nazis. And so if the Nazis hadn't even done this shit yet, and the book burnings were before World War II, then Anne Frank didn't exist. The fucking Anne Frank book didn't exist. The Diaries of Anne Frank was not a thing yet. So they come after her later, after the book burnings. There's no fucking way they could have burned Anne Frank.
They don't want the citizens to connect to the unknown parts of themselves, of their past, and to connect to the world.
So for a totality...
That's again why people want to get me banned too. It's because I talk about things in ways that people don't approve of, and so they want to destroy my platform and get me in trouble because they...
Yeah, so Hasan is literally like a Nazi doing book burnings by trying to get you in trouble. Exactly. Exactly. That makes so much sense. He's literally Anne Frank.
They don't want me to be able to have a voice. That's the reason.
The only thing that they cannot put in jail or prevent from physically leaving is your mind. Is your imagination. That cannot be captured.
Which is why freedom of speech is so important. And it's why I'm such a big advocate for it. Is because I know that the people who try to limit freedom of speech and they try to, put limits on it and stop people from saying certain things, when you live with your mind in a cage, that's only the beginning.
The thing is like... freedom of speech is this like liberal tenet, right? It is this it is like one of the most important aspects of living in a liberal society. But the idea that like we have to be tolerant of intolerance is not part of living in a liberal society. It's the paradox of intolerance is a very real thing where we cannot have like a tolerant society if we are tolerant of intolerance. And so there's no way that we can actually have like a liberal society if we allow intolerance to continue to spread, which is why, yes, we do ban certain types of things. We do call out people if they're acting like Nazis or if they sound like Nazis or shit like that. Like, we do ban these things because, okay, intolerance, sure. But yeah, like, it is a paradox to where, yes, if you think that you should be tolerant of everything and everyone, well, you can't have a society like that if you allow intolerant ideologies to spread. That society will never exist if you continue to allow intolerance to spread. So you do have to be intolerant of intolerance in order to have the most amount of tolerance possible, right? If you allow a bunch of like neo-Nazis to spread their propaganda and become popular and, you know, gain a following on Twitch or Twitter or wherever, and they start to become more and more popular and now are able to vote in people like, I don't know, convicted felons and people who are gonna do Nazi salutes on stage and shit like that, like, then yeah, you're going to start to have your liberal society break down over time.
It's never where it stops.
But the idea
Kevin,
of freedom
Devin.
should be kept alive, even if it's between 2 people or 3 people. Talk about it.
Fucking based. Absolutely fucking based.
Think about it, live about it, and hope about it.
And so anyway, so basically a clip of me discussing the fact that the Nazi book burnings were not exclusive to LGBT, but they were in fact for a lot of things that were anti-German.
Wait, no, that's not what you said. Shut the fuck up. That's not what you said. No, that's not what you said. No, you did not say that they weren't just for LGBT. No, that is not what you said, bro. Bro. He didn't say that. He did not say that. That is not what he said. Hold on. That is some historical revisionism right there. Wait a second. I was there with him for a bit. I was with him for a bit. Hold on. That is not what happened. He did not say they weren't just for that. He was saying, no, they weren't doing that. That's not what they were doing. They were not burning things because they were LGBTQ books. They were burning them because they were Jewish. He said, this is my understanding. Like, okay, fair enough. Like, yeah, like I don't expect Asmongold to be some knower of history, but that is not what he said.
You banned yet. Meanwhile,
I mean, to be fair, Hasan, you have been very positive towards people who are on the national terror list. I mean, you guaranteed one. Hasan also had to chirp about this as well. He was not happy about it. It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German.
So he started off to say it's a bit of a miss. So he was starting to say it's a bit of a misnomer that they burned it because it was LGBTQ stuff or because it was gender ideology or something like that. He was saying this is a bit of a misnomer, meaning this is untrue. This is not true. That's not what actually happened. This is incorrect. Now he's like, well, it wasn't, I was just saying it wasn't just that. It was these other things too. That's all I was saying. And now they're mad at me. And then they indicted me.
There's nothing that, like, I can do to bring them back from the psychosis that they've brought them to German culture and things that were involved with people being Jewish, communism, etc. That the Nazi book burnings were not exclusive to clip of me discussing the fact that the Nazi book burnings were not exclusive to LGBT, but they were in fact for a lot of things that were anti-German culture.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. That's not what you said.
Culture and things that were involved with people's being Jewish, communism, etc. This is true, and my source for this.
Did he say being a Jewish?
Things that were anti-German culture and things that were involved with people's being Jewish, communism, etc.
He said being a Jewish, right? Am I crazy?
This is true, and my source for this is the Holocaust Museum. It's very sad, but one thing that I learned, that I keep learning over and over, is that when people can't win in the free marketplace of ideas, they have to resort to lies. The sad thing is none of them will acknowledge this and keep calling you a Nazi. Well, the thing is that all of the people that have done that, they've already completely gone hollow. There's nothing that, like, I can do to bring them back from the psychosis that they've brought themselves into. But the best that I can do is to offer a measured and, to the best of my ability, educated perspective on why these things happen. What's being discussed here is how these topics and how these patterns are re-emerging in today's society. And I think that it's a very important component to this, that this was done by primarily young people. Because it's really, in a lot of cases, the contemporary wisdom nowadays is that older people are more conservative and younger people are more liberal. But I think in cases of economic depression or national depression, sometimes the opposite can become true. And
this actually is not true. Younger people are becoming less liberal. Younger people are becoming less liberal, and they're either more I guess like conservative, like new conservatism, like MAGA, or they're more like socialist and communist. But yeah, younger people are less and less liberal.
This is an example of it. And this is what this is what I've been talking about. This is what I was saying before about how, like, Hitler was getting popular.
But like people like them, that when they say liberal, they just mean like left.
Or on TikTok, etc. So, like, you guys see how all this is fitting together? How all this is coming together? Well, this is why it's important to talk about this history, is because in a lot of cases, I don't think history repeats itself, but it rhymes. And so when I see certain things happening nowadays, when I talk about the resurgence of these things happening, the reason why I talk about the resurgence of these things like this happening is because I see the precursors of it, because of the precursors of it last time that it happened. That's the reality. And so when I'm discussing a topic like what was being discussed in here, trying to broaden the perspective of it, I was actually saying that this isn't good, even if you don't like any trans stuff at all. In a lot of cases, oppressive regimes will take a couple of things that are agreeable and then package them into tyranny and then hopefully sell that to the masses.
Yeah, I don't think that he was whitewashing it. I don't think that he's like actually like doing the thing. I don't think that he's whitewashing it, because he would turn around and say like, yeah, this isn't good. Like he's not like doing like transphobic shit, or fighting against the gender ideology or any of that shit. So yeah, I don't think that this is like a huge deal. I don't think it's that bad.
And the masses buy it because of those couple of bad things. I think that maybe even off stream, Hasan should actually spend some time. It's only 4 hours. And if you look at a lot of the comments here, Asmon is lenient on Hasan. There are a lot of people who are criticizing me because I didn't go hard enough on Hasan, and I actually tried to give him the benefit of the doubt the entire time. Because I try to maintain consistency, I try to maintain a lack of bias, and I try to maintain a degree of decorum to make sure that when I'm talking about something, that I do so in the most authentic and accurate way. Now, do mistakes happen? And yes, I did misspeak with saying it was in Jewish. That's very fair. But I think that that's not really the focus of what the conversation was about, and only the most dishonest person would focus on that instead of what the actual context was and the actual meaning behind it. With a lot of these people, if they're worried that they're unhappy that, my content is doing well, etc., maybe they should think about why that is. And I think that one of the big reasons why that happens is because it's honest. And more important than it being honest is that it attempts to be honest. Mistakes are made, mistakes will be made, and mistakes will continue to be made. I will win. In the future, I will say somebody is speaking in Chinese when I actually mean Mandarin. I will.
I agree with him. I think that he is. Like, I think he's trying to be honest. I think that he's like, actually trying to like get things right, and is I don't think that he's doing the thing that all the dumb leftists are gonna accuse him of. Tom, would you agree that Asmon does white nationalist apologia accidentally? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't really watch much of him, so I'm not sure.
But the essence behind what I'm saying, I will endeavor to do my best that it is in fact true. I'm not trying to spread propaganda. I'm not trying to spread lies. I'm trying to be fair, accurate, authentic, and reasonable. And I think that's what a huge contingency of people are looking for in a sea of lies. Are you Team Ethan or Team Hasan? I think that I'm not Team Terrorist. Yeah, I'm not Team Terrorism. And that's where I'm at. I think that's what's fair. And so, yeah.
In the end, that's all that matters. As long as you're against Hasan, I'm with you, bro. Whatever.
That's simple.
Yeah, there's like because when we look at like yeah, that's right. It was the Lauren Chen clip where she's over here like, guys, it wasn't that bad. It was just book burnings.
He also accused Candace Owens of some pretty terrible things. Dog whistling that Hitler was okay, just because she did a segment about Nazi book burnings, and a lot of people don't know that actually the Nazis were burning like LGBT and socialist books, which I'm not for book burning, but it's kind of interesting there that...
Oh, she does this all the time. I mean, I'm not like, not saying Nazis are good or anything. I'm not saying they're great people. But Hitler did pet his dog and say, "Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Yes, you're a good girl, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're daddy's little good girl, aren't you?" He did that. So I just think that's interesting. The history books don't tell you about that Hitler did that.
He also accused...
Fucking President Sunday, dude. This guy just cannot stop himself. WillyMac's video literally had no effect. Not even Destiny lost subs. It was so completely pointless. He spent the whole night making himself look like an insecure moron for nothing. I made a bit of money, though, so okay. What the fuck? What the fuck?
It is pretty crazy that Asmongold watched that fucking Ethan Klein video, and then his chat kept coming in here to be like, "You're anti-Semitic terrorism lover. You should be banned. Why aren't you banned yet?" Meanwhile, his fucking chat's going based Nazis. But hey, no, wait. That's what a lot of my naysayers wanted, though. They wanted someone with a diversity of opinion on the platform. Asmon asserts that Nazis burned down Magnus Hirschfeld Institute of Sexology in 1933, not because it was a safe space for queer people, but because it was written in Jewish, not German. Wait, what?
The Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
First. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans...
It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender...
They did say base to the book burnings. Yes, but the editor that... like, when we just went over Asmongold's video, the editor literally showed that all of those people were banned before Hasan ever made this video. Like, 2 days before Hasan made this video, they had already banned all of those people. But then they go back and show all the people who are like saying like anti-Semitic stuff in his chat and saying, you know, base stuff about like the guy being a terrorist, and that all of those people are still there. Most of them are members, VIP members, like you know, top donators, and none of them have been banned. All of the people that were saying anti-Semitic stuff to Ethan Klein, all of them still there, all of them top members. Like, so yeah, they went over this and showed that, like, yes, everybody saying based and shit like that, they all got banned. And then, but then Hasan, making a big deal about this, has not banned any of the people saying fucking racist shit in his chat. So
stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German.
There is literally no reason to fucking go to school, study political science, spend years and years of trying to understand how politics works, the importance of learning history. This is not, I'm not an elitist by any means. I think anybody can do this. This is a fucking silly ass joke. It is just crazy that like what is declared good enough in terms of political commentary on the right-wing side of things. That's crazy. Hey, congratulations to the DigiGears, okay? DigiGears, you did it. #1 political commentator on the platform. Still going, by the way.
He's blaming DGG for this? What the fuck? He's blaming DGG? Yeah. Hey, how about I don't know what they call it, Hasanabi heads? Like, you guys for getting Destiny banned to where he's now the #1 political commentator on the platform. How about, yeah, this is I don't know how the fuck this becomes DGG's fault. This is, if anybody, it's y'all's fault. If anybody, it's you guys.
All the DigiGears.
Like, you guys don't ever call out Asmongold. Asmongold never really calls you out. We've had like 3 back and forths between the 2 top commentators in the last year. We've had like 3. That's it. We had one about the protests at the colleges. We had one about Asmongold saying that the Palestinians were a lesser culture, and now this. So we've had 3 over the last year between the 2 guys who talk about politics at a high level on Twitch. This is on you. This is on you, Lil Brody.
You did it. You did it. You wanted someone to have a different perspective reflected on the platform for diversity of opinion. I hope you're happy with that. Written in Jewish. What does that even mean?
And it was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of...
No, it was because they were fucking anti-trans. What kind of conversation is this? No, the Nazis also happen to be anti-trans. Okay? Which is not surprising, considering how many people in this chat are going, based. Damn, Nazis, based. Nazi W. Got to give them that, bro.
The Nazis. So it was like, yeah, they were...
No, the books were written in German. Okay? I don't think they were written in Jewish, which I don't know what he means by that. Does he mean like Hebrew or Yiddish? Because it definitely wasn't Hebrew. I don't know how you would write in. I don't know what purpose it would serve to write trans medical studies in.
Almost all of the like gender ideology books were written by Jewish people, so this isn't incorrect. That yeah, like almost all of them were written by Jewish people.
Yiddish, but it definitely wasn't in Hebrew. Anyway, regardless, yeah, all the guys, they went after them because they were just anti-trans. They thought that homosexuality and any kind of expression of being queer was morally degenerate, much like many right-wingers think to this day, as a matter of fact. Much to think about. Much to think about there. I wonder why modern right-wingers agree.
I think it probably might be both in some circumstances, but like it was categorical for it not being written in German. They also burned porn. Yeah, they burned a lot of stuff. It was both, yeah. And no, a lot, and I wish people like this.
All right. We're an hour into stream. We got $3 so far. We got to get up to 25 in order to make it past the first 3 hours. I don't think I'm going to do 21 hours today, guys, but we will go over the 3-hour mark. I will do that. You're welcome. Destiny is still better than everyone else. I'll fucking say it. Yeah, it's the fucking degenerate porn sharing gnome is still better than all of these fucks. So yeah, take what you can get.
It's disappointing that you can't have genuine conversations because people try to just like kind of, like.
Here's the page directly talking about the first book burnings. Yeah. Magnus Hirschfield's Institute for Sexualwissenschaft, Institute of Sex Research. The library included many thousands of volumes on sexuality and other matters relating to his work. The Institute also had a substantial collection of objects, photographs, documents, research, biographies, and patient records. Estimates of total sizes vary. It was, I think, at the time, one of the largest collection of like research, medical research for queer people, trans people in general, gay people. The looted materials was witnessed by the international press being loaded onto a truck, and on the 10th of May was taken to the Bebelplatz Square at the State Opera and burned them along with volumes from elsewhere. A total of over 25,000 volumes of un-German books were burned, thereby ushering an era of uncompromising state censorship. In many university towns, national students marched.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like what Germany was doing big things with science back then, which is why they were able to do so much with like making bombs and, you know, gas chambers and all sorts of really cool stuff like that. But anytime you're making big advances in science, you know, and doing lots of studies and understanding things better, you are people who are actually curious. You're people who actually want to learn. You actually want to understand something. You actually want to get like knowledge. You'll always have conservatives come and start pushing back because they are not interested. They are not curious people. They do not want knowledge. They don't care to understand things. And so, yeah, anytime that you are at the forefront of really pushing things forward to really get more information like the Germans were, like the United States is now, you will have a big pushback from a bunch of people who are afraid of information, afraid of science, afraid of history, afraid of all of these things because they just want things that make them feel good. They just want shit that's gonna make them feel better about the world. They don't want anything that's new because new things are scary. Things that are different are scary to them.
In torches lit parades against the un-German spirit, the scripted rituals of this night were called for high Nazi officials, professors, rectors, and student leaders to address the participants and spectators. At the meeting places, students threw the pillaged banned books into the bonfires in a great joyous ceremony. Joseph Goebbels said, "The era of extreme Jewish intellectualism is now at an end. The breakthrough of the German Revolution has again cleared the way on the German path. The future German man will not just be a man of books, but a man of character. It is to this end that we want to educate you as a young person to already have the courage to face the pitiless glare, to overcome the fear of death, and to regain respect for death. This is the task of this young generation." Is blah, 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 blah. Moral degeneracy is bad. Anyone that is anyone that's queer in any way, shape, or form, any sort of queer expression is un-German and also morally degenerate. Also, Nazis took all the patient medical records.
It's not just non-German, but it is un-German. You have to become German and then de-German the German to make them un-Germaned. It's you have to use sanitizer to get rid of all the germs.
I don't think Steve would deny it either, but it's not good the way that he was. Like
I want to preface this video by stating that I was the only one that reached out to everyone involved in this story, and that the victims weren't just used by Destiny, but by YouTubers trying.
I reached out to everybody in this story. So that is factually incorrect, WillyMac. I reached out to all of them to see if they wanted to hang out. They didn't. They said no.
Trying to frame themselves as heroes. One of them is still lying about what he did. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I personally care about the victims either. I don't know them. However, I do have the basic human decency to not try and sabotage them. I pride myself on doing a good job, and this video is finally up to those standards. So enjoy! Destiny is a political streamer that has framed himself as a moral authority. I've gone on his shows, cited his appearances often when covering the Red Pill. He's framed himself as someone who's fighting for respecting women.
I think there's an intention with...
He's framed himself as a moral authority. this is kind of obnoxious. This is people doing this is fucking retarded. Okay, Willie, this is retarded. Destiny has like 1,000,000 times over said that he is not a moral authority, that he is very toxic, that he is very abusive, that he is not a role model, that he doesn't think people should live their lives the way that he does, that he doesn't think that it's good for people, that like he thinks that the way that he interacts is not like conducive for friendships and shit like that, that he's not able to keep friendships, he's not able to keep relationships. This is a dumb thing that people keep doing.
Within DDG, from what I can tell, from what you say and what people say, to make women feel comfortable in this space. Is that correct?
There's an intention from me. There's probably an intention from part of my community.
He thinks teenagers should get dating advice from him rather than their own stupid parents.
Person comes up to you and starts saying some weird stuff. You just sit there with this 13-year-old and then you start having conversations extended about them about dating.
Yeah, I have before. What do you mean? No, would I tell if a young person came up to me and they were asking me questions about some like boy problems or something? Yeah, I'd probably say, yeah, of course. What do you mean, I'm a 35-year-old man? Of course I'm gonna have better advice for them than some random high school person. Yeah, of course. If a 15-year-old girl came up to me,
yeah, see, this is like, I said at the time, this isn't like an insane thing to say, but I think that our culture has become like so anti, like, they're just so afraid of pedophilia that like everything has become pedophilia, everything has become horrible, everything has become wild. We just went over clips the other day of like grown women kissing young boys, and like the fact that like when I was younger, like yes, grown women would come kiss me or touch me and shit like that, and that this was a thing that was fairly normal. And that like culture has drastically changed over the last couple of years, and I would say for the better for the most part, for sure. But I think that at lots of times people go way overboard, where they're looking at a guy who's a 21-year-old dating a 17-year-old, calling the guy a fucking pedophile and shit. It is overboard. We have gone too far in the other direction for this shit.
he's like, there's some weird shit going on with a boy in my high school. I say, oh, no, don't talk to me, honey. Go ask another 15-year-old boy, or ask your retarded fucking mom and dad who are going to tell you to never talk to any boys ever. No, what the why would I not talk to you in person? Wait, what?
Yet Destiny has a longer list of women he's had sexual interactions with that now hate him than any of these guys. Almost all of which have been labeled as crazy, unhinged psychos, liars.
Yeah, like, I can be a pretty cool motherfucker. And yeah, you know, me and Melina have problems, but I don't think I f***ed at all in this. I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes, calling people ugly behind their backs while telling them I want to f*** them because they're like trying to go up on shows that I'm like a producer of.
But recent leaks showed Destiny sharing sex tapes of his past partners without their consent to a 19-year-old named Rose in an attempt to get laid. I can't help but wonder, was there any truth behind their stories?
Things that's been done to me without consent or anything. That has been my past 5 years.
Then there's the aspect of how these stories broke, coming from two YouTubers, President Sunday and Beckett, who never reached out to the victim, were never given permission to share any of this. Yet they did it anyway, confirming it's her in the leaks to the general public, framing her as a suicide baiter for saying she'd kill herself if her parents found out.
Pixie did the worst thing that someone in her position could do. Rather than seek legal recourse or make a public statement denouncing the violation of her consent and dignity that these leaks represented,
she was literally doing both of those things.
She seems to have ultimately chosen to try and profit from the situation by extorting Destiny.
This guy didn't even try to understand the full story before making a video victim shaming her while preparing.
To be clear, again, Willie, he did understand the full story. And if you watch the video from his editor that came out with, that he did get the full story. He just chose to tell a different one.
Certainly know now thanks to Sunday's journalism. If she dies, she dies. A risk he's totally willing to take on behalf of making his YouTube video. After Pixie was forced to go public, she would have other women reach out, saying they also had their nudes shared without their consent. One girl even claimed she filed a police report on Destiny for secretly recording them having sex, which if true is such a violation of another person's privacy. I genuinely hope he faces criminal consequences for it. This is not the first time this accusation has come up.
The way that Lauren keeps saying this is that is implying that I'm like recording me people or recording me like sexual stuff or something like that. That's how she like implies it. When Lauren says it over and over again, that's what she's referring.
That is the way that she implied it, but there was no okay. I don't think that's the way. I don't think that's what she implied. I think that's what everybody will infer from the way that she said it. I don't think that she did it on purpose. I don't think she was purposefully implying that. But that is what everybody was inferring. Because she said, this is so disgusting to record people in your bedroom without their knowledge. And that's what she kept saying. But then it turned out that, yeah, it was just a group of people being recorded, like sitting and talking. So
the response he gave on Reddit as well as in his stream come off as absurd, like he's the victim.
A lot of vulture culture streams tonight. A lot of clout-hungry people that wanted to spend 12 hours reacting to this are going to be very disappointed, and I'm sure they'll have their own conspiratorial reasons for why I'm saying what I am saying.
His friends have all disavowed him. His podcast host says he told his wife to leave him.
I'll say this also. I think Steven was a f***ing really shitty husband to Melina, okay? I'm coming out here saying it right now. I don't think Steve would deny it either, but it's not good the way that he was. Like, I talked with Melina a lot of times, and she was crying and miserable and everything else. And Steve would say, what do you want me to say? I'm a selfish motherfucker. That's why I'm in the relationship that I'm in. He was like, you know, what should I do? Should I leave? And I'll tell you this, I never was like, I was never like, no, you should stay and make things out. I told her multiple times, like, listen, if you feel like this is an abusive relationship, get the f out of there immediately.
Acting like he's betrayed because nobody reached out to him.
I want to write up a list of all the people, actually, hold on. Because there were some people that messaged me to like, figure out like what was actually going on before they kind of decided to do all this like crazy public stuff about it. I just want to read off a list of those people. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, and that's all of them. That was a little bit shocking as well, but okay.
So I reached out confronting him, asking him pointed questions, and his answers were disappointing. So much so it made me wonder why he would want anyone to reach out at all. His enemies would use all of this to take victory laps on Destiny.
First of all, okay, I would say that I'm pretty confident that everyone who was featured in these videos also sent videos of them and other people as well. But nobody talks about that.
Okay. Classic, I just made up a no you defense, but that's cool.
Hasan is getting a W over the guy who was trying to get him banned for the...
Okay, so it's not really just a no you defense. It's, if I know that these people are sending around, you know, videos of me, then I'm sure they're fine with me sending around videos of them. Like, it is a pretty safe assumption that I think most people would make, and that if that is true, that there's no reason that you wouldn't make that assumption. And while he said that he's like getting really disappointing DMs back from Destiny, I know people who are DMing him who are getting very non-disappointing messages back from him, but they're not gonna like leak them or anything. But it's like, it's funny because yes, he is talking a little bit too openly with some people that I would recommend him not doing that. But it's interesting that WillyMac is saying that he like didn't get good answers here.
Relationship, like crazy public stuff about it. Yeah, and that's all of them. That was
And his answers
shocking as well, but okay.
So I reached out confronting him, asking him pointed...
Okay, WillyMac, okay, so I've looked into the drama surrounding you as of late. Ow. I'm late because I was covering Tyler Oliveira in depth, and it took a lot of time. I feel educated enough now to ask you some questions. The answers will be shown publicly. If you want me to redact any details or names you give me, please make that clear. I understand that people have threatened to sue you. Have you been served papers yet? Do you know if it is going to be civil or criminal court? 2, did you secretly record Cherry and share it with people? Have you ever secretly recorded somebody while having intercourse? 3, is there truth to you sharing images and video Melina of Melina without consent? I did not take her accusation seriously at the time, but now if I feel it's relevant. 4, Pixie is claiming that she's received countless messages from girls saying that she sent them porn that did not have the consent of the people in it. Is there truth to this? How many other people? And then 5, you said if I need to go on the sex offenders list that I'm taking 20 other streamers with me. Am I one of those streamers? Are you going to tell people what I did? Please don't tell people what I did, Steven. I told you that in confidence. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm just kidding. That's not what it... You said if you go on the sex offenders list, you're going to take 20 other streamers with you. Is there other streamers who are sharing each other's nudes without consent that you are aware of? Is it worse than that? That is all for now. Please be as honest as you can. Okay.
Questions, and his answers were disappointing, so much so it made me wonder why he would want anyone to reach out at all. His enemies would use all of this to take victory laps on Destiny.
First of all, okay, I would say that I'm pretty confident that everyone who was featured in these videos also sent videos of them and other people as well. But nobody talks about that.
Okay. Classic, I just made up a no you defense, but that's cool.
Hasan is getting a W over the guy who was trying to get him banned for the past 3 months. Painful. Destiny would throw away all of his credibility because he wanted to goon. This is the sort of video I finish and I just want to shake my head in disappointment. I need Z-Biotic pre-alcohol to get through this. Fruity. We all have busy lives and we can't waste a day stuck inside sitting on the couch because we had a couple drinks the night before. Pre-alcohol is the first genetically engineered probiotic. It was designed by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. When you drink alcohol, it gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for this my hand. But hey, so if you want to stay in the satisfied for any reason information, all these leaks are coming from in their product. Thank you Z-Biotics for sponsoring this video. For background information, all these leaks are coming from a 19-year-old girl named Rose is Coming.
That kind of shit is literally f***ing disgusting. That he would try to trap a little girl and I don't want to be presumptuous. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if this upsets you because you're 19, or I'm sorry if this upsets you because you're 22 or something, right? Or if you're some legal guy or whatever, you know? When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay? Now, if you're 22, a 19-year-old's not a kid to you, okay? I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the fucking same, dude.
Well, now he's 36 and still talking to 19-year-olds. This Rose person would either get hacked or leak the videos herself. We still don't know for sure. And all of these people's most embarrassing moments are now cemented online. Now, it's worth noting that Destiny didn't share these images because he wanted to embarrass anyone. He was trying to goon with Rose.
Just because of some legal age of consent, whatever bullshit, I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old freshman in school as I would a fucking sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards any of those people is really fucking weird.
I'm listening to clips of Destiny from last year defending himself from women saying that he's secretly recording them.
Lauren keeps like typing messages that make it sound like I'm secretly recording people having sex. That's what it sounds like.
And then, oh look, what am I seeing on Twitter? This girl named Sherry saying Destiny secretly recorded her and shared it with people. One of the leaked DMs is Destiny showing audio of a dude he hooked up with, saying this just ended with him finishing. Again, audio's scuffed because my phone was in my pocket. It was in your pocket? Was it there because he didn't know you were recording? This guy did an entire arc arguing with red pillars on boundaries with his wife and how you should treat women. These videos were not shared with consent. One of the victims was Pixie, who heavily trusted Destiny. She described herself as extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered. I had multiple long conversations regarding consent and boundaries with Destiny. Has all of these conversations about consent and boundaries and then does this without consent. Amazing. The fact that Destiny didn't maliciously share these videos might matter legally. That will have to be determined, but it doesn't really matter for the victims, now does it? Their nudes are out there for their parents, employers, and friends to see. The leaks happened in November. By the end of December, Kiwi Farms as well as many other creators knew who the participants were. There were group chats talking about it. The most prominent victim in this story, Pixie, confronted Destiny about sharing her nudes without consent. I'm super sorry, there's literally zero excuses. In DMs, Aaron wrote to Destiny, you didn't leak it maliciously, you distributed it non-consensually. Yeah, I know, I have severely damaged her. Confirming yes, he did do this, making him come off like a
that is, again, that is not confirming that he did this. That it, like, I don't think like the like that is likely or that's possible is all that ridiculous. That's a fair assumption, but it's not like necessarily true because it is totally true that even if he didn't, leak it without consent. Just the fact that somebody got a whole, like, let's say he has consent, he shares it to other people, and then it still gets hacked and posted all over the place. He would still probably feel responsible and still probably feel like he wants to, like, help her, especially when she's like feeling suicidal and like going through a lot and not dealing with it very well. That yeah, he would probably want to do everything that he can to try to like help her in that situation. That doesn't mean that he like necessarily did this without consent. Tom, explain how it doesn't for the losers in the back who, unlike me, just don't get it. Yeah, I don't understand how people keep coming to this conclusion.
Complete fraud. He has hours of content telling people how to live their lives, that they have no moral standards. Meanwhile, he's going on trips to Israel with his friend Lonerbox, while pocketing nudes of a girl he was having a thing with. There's a video of Pixie's dad thanking Destiny for being a good friend.
First of all, many thanks for being a friend to my daughter.
Yeah, no problem.
She doesn't have any friends.
That's not true. You're
No,
so
she has a
mean.
shit ton of friends.
Okay.
But she appreciates your friendship.
Cool.
And I appreciate that that you are friends.
Thanks. Well, I try my best. I'm a friendly person, you know.
Bruh, this is painful to watch. Pixie is talking to Kyla here. They're friends, but Kyla has a conflict of interest. Her and her husband moved from Canada to work with Destiny. They uprooted their whole lives for this. Pixie emphasizes Steven has to face the consequences proportional to his actions. I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life. I'm essentially asking him to punish himself in a way I don't think he will or agree with without the law getting involved. I don't have a dollar amount from the top of my head. It just has to be enough for the rest of his life. If he thinks of the word nude, he associates it with the amount of money he lost. $1 million is a price that gets thrown around in later DMs, and upon reading that, me and a lot of other people initially laughed, but then I thought about it. If somebody leaked my nudes, I would want their head. I can't have that, so $1 million from a millionaire sounds fair enough. Kyla then starts to look like she's protecting Destiny in these messages. It wasn't clear to me before that this is what you wanted specifically. My understanding is it was more of a sense of rehabilitation. Now, this was only one leak. You know how many times he's probably shared these nudes and not gotten caught? But Kyla's like, Pixie, you don't understand. He's super sorry. In an interview Kyla gave Tom, it comes off as her looking out for Destiny.
Just to me, like, recording somebody and then without their knowledge and leaking it is like a full-on, like it's a pretty like sexually invasive crime. Leaking somebody's nudes, I think, is also really bad. To be clear, I think it is really bad. But the issue is that I think it's fundamentally just a more common issue that people do. It's definitely, in my experience, not the first time that somebody has like leaked nudes. I think it's not okay. Like when you hear about like guys like showing other guys like tits that some girls shunt her, like I think it's gross, and there's a reason I don't look at.
I mean that's that's I agree it's less severe, but
So
this isn't
this
isn't a bunch of high schoolers, right? This is a 35-year-old guy who's doing this.
Sure, but the law and morals are different, right?
Boys will be boys is a crazy statement coming from—
That is not what she said. This is bad faith, dude. These people are so fucking retarded. They actually are. They are so fucking retarded. There is a massive difference between sending something to somebody in private where you assume it's going to stay private versus leaking it out to the whole fucking world. These are totally different things. Putting something out in the public for, posting it on Twitter, posting it on Kiwi Farms, posting it out for literally everybody to see, so that that their porn is out there for everyone. That is one thing, versus sending it to one person in private where you assume just that one person is going to see it and there's no reason to believe that it would get out. Now, there's another level of analysis there that says, okay, well, so you send it to somebody and you assume it's going to stay private. And you're making this analysis of, well, this person is trustworthy. I think that they would never leak this. They would never post this online, or they would never go and share it with other people. And so I'm making this analysis that I'm going to share this with somebody that I think is trustworthy. But then once you think they're trustworthy, if that person ends up leaking it, well, now we're going to look at that and be like, bro, you were so irresponsible with the way that you were sharing this. You shared it with somebody who was not responsible. So of course, yes, we're going to kind of hold you accountable for being so irresponsible with the way that you shared it. But in this case, the person that he shared it with didn't leak it. They got hacked and that person leaked it. And so now you can't have this analysis of oh, you were irresponsible for sending it to somebody who you thought was going to keep it private when they didn't keep it private. It's instead, oh, you shared it with somebody who did keep it private. You trusted somebody who was trustworthy. And now that you've trusted this person, now they just happen to get hacked. Well, what are the chances that Destiny is just as likely to get hacked and also go and post it? What are the chances that Destiny gets hacked or Pixie gets hacked or any of these people get hacked and then they go and post it on the internet as well? Like, it's still bad. Yes, it's still bad. That's not the same thing, though. That's the point that she's making, is that they're not the same fucking thing. And to just do the whole, like, yes, but it's still bad. Like, it's so obnoxious. And this is what people do, is where they're like, oh, you flicked somebody on the shoulder versus you shot them in the head. They're both bad. It's both, like, you know, things that can hurt them and maybe even like unconsensual, you know, so those are both bad things. You can't separate one from the other because they're both bad. Like, that's all she's doing, is she's just separating one from the other. When people are accusing Destiny of revenge porn, which is like up here, and then what he did, which is like here, this is like, these are very, very different circumstances. And so her point is a fine point. Like, what she said there is perfectly fine.
From someone whose last video is about feminism. She's like, only if Destiny does the worst thing possible will it matter to me.
The way I'm getting painted here is like really, really far from the truth, and I don't really know why.
You look like Ghislaine Maxwell.
I know.
Brutal. She says that Steven showed accountability and a step-by-step plan on how he was going to correct all of this.
Basically, the moment that I saw like remorsefulness, accountability, and like a step-by-step plan of like how he was going to correct the issue, that's when I was like, okay, I can still work with this person, because it's like the try and the accountability that matters to me.
What was his plan? Because all I saw was Destiny blaming his actions on being off of Vyvanse. Apparently, if he's off of his meds, he doesn't have to respect people's privacy. Interesting symptoms. I want to point out that Pixie stands by that Kyla was being a good friend despite how she comes off. It's worth acknowledging that. When this story hit the wider public, Destiny gave a statement on Reddit. He titled it "Legal Arc Beginning in Mysterious Ways." Such wow. Which shows how unserious he is about this whole thing. Like, what if he gets criminally convicted? Will he label that his prison arc? He says he had no intention of these images or videos leaking, and that he hasn't spoken up for the following reasons. He was going to pursue litigation, most likely against the hacker and sites hosting the leaks, and that he didn't want to bring publicity to the material. 3. I've been trying to move on from covering drama content, as it has had an increasingly negative impact on those in my life. You want to move on? Now that the drama's about you, it's not fun anymore? People always act like they're above covering drama when they become the subject matter. 4. One person involved has expressed suicidal thoughts in relation to the matter, and I did not want to exacerbate the situation by talking about it publicly. Now that's a nice sentiment, but it's already all out there. The real reason he's quiet is because it's going through litigation. I can't help but roll my eyes when I read parts of this. I increasingly felt uncomfortable by the language being used regarding to financial punishment and wanting to teach me a lesson, along with constant references to the precariousness of someone's.
Yeah, this was dumb of Destiny. This whole fucking thing was stupid. Negligence is negligence. They say this is your pin. Don't trust anyone with it. Yeah, but that is also, like, again, that is different. Like that is what we would call it. Is, yeah, we would call it negligence, and that is like what Kyla is describing there. Is that this is just a very different thing. It's a very, very different thing when you're negligent in this case. The erudite shit, to me, is a line of demarcation. If you have an issue with the erudite, with erudite here, and have the info, then you have a lot of issues internally. If you don't, then you're probably mentally fair. Yeah, this is, it is people. I feel like it's mostly just people who just really don't like Kyla already, or really don't like Destiny already. But that wasn't the case with Tom, and that's not the case with WillyMac. So I don't get why they are acting that way. I don't get why they would make these points. I don't get why they would push these narratives, because that's just kind of stupid. If Destiny was smaller creator, I'd lend more credence, but with the size plus expertise and experience, there's zero excuse or rationale that would diminish the significance of impact of his choices. Sure, but that again, that doesn't mean that, like, he can't trust anybody, right? That doesn't mean that he can't ever trust anybody with anything. And the fact that, like, I'm saying that the way that people are talking about this is as though he did something malicious, or he did something purposefully to hurt people, or he did something that was like where he would know how bad this was going to get. Obviously, you knew this was going to happen, but that's not the case. And so I'm saying that, yeah, when people are talking about it like this, it's just kind of obnoxious.
Mental health. You're being punished. It's not supposed to be comfortable. You know it's bad when the top comment is, I wish my streamer watched horse porn instead.
I want to f a woman as a horse.
I can't believe Destiny gave this guy a W. And his return stream wasn't any better, using the same song Dr. Disrespect came back with. Destiny's response isn't great. He's since banned all the alleged victims from his community. He said, bro, if I need to go on the sex offender list, I'm taking 20 other streamers with me. Okay, lol W. Who are these 20 other streamers? Is there a Google Drive where perverts on Twitch upload other people's nudes? I repeat, how long has this been going on for? How sorry could he be? Not very if he's been covering for 20 other streamers doing the same thing. But then I'm seeing Destiny's co-host Dan on one hand disavowing Destiny for what he did, and then on the other hand threatening acquaintances.
If you're one of my coworkers out there and you're making your little bit of a strong statement about how much you condemn Destiny and everything else, you better not let me find you doing something else and signing some other bullshit off for someone else, or you know, being weak. Because if that's gonna be the case, either be all the way in or all the way out. Okay, that's all I'm gonna tell you. All these half in the door motherfuckers, too much of a pussy to do anything else. Like, I get it, fine. If you're a content creator, you rely on this for your fucking life, then fine. Then f off. Then say that Destiny's a pervert, all that type of shit, and fucking go away forever. And that's what you should do. And f off permanently. Same front there. I will say that I think that Steve has changed a lot, especially over the last year, where he is not like that type of person anymore. You guys don't fucking you don't see it because you don't know who he is.
People don't want to hear about how much he's changed when this has all just happened.
But if you think that you're going to say a strong statement, say that you're not fucking with him right now, and come back in 2 months, fuck you, is what I have to say. You're worse than anyone. You're definitely worse than me. At least I'm honest about the situation. I've known the dude for 15 years. I can say that what he did was fucked up. He knows what he did was fucked up. He knows that he has to change, and he knows he's going to have fucking consequences for it. But for you, you're just a fucking weasel. All these motherfuckers that did this whole shit, all the way in, all the way out. Any of these motherfuckers try to come back in after they've done their little strong weasel statement doing it? That noise.
How do you know he's changed, Dan? Did you know he was doing this? It's such an odd statement. How is Dan playing both sides this hard? So unless you stand by Destiny, you can't ever engage with him again. It's about to be a very
No, we would assume that, yes, like he said earlier, that a bunch of other women have come out with similar claims, and we know from all of these claims that they're all old claims. They're all like old things that happened years ago, and so this is him saying, like, obviously, based on the timing of all of these people and when all of these things happened, that none of this has happened in years, and so just based on the fact that none of this has happened in years and all of the claims are from messages that were from years ago, that would show that, like, yes, this is all stuff that he did a while ago and that he already changed, and that he didn't have to get caught in order to change his behavior, that he just already changed. And so, yeah, it's this happened in like October. No, the stuff got posted in October. It got posted online in October, but the messages were sent to that Rose girl in, I think they were like 2022, I think. And so, yeah, this is all a while ago. Like, I haven't heard of anything that's happened recently at all.
Lonely career. Abba called out Destiny, pointing out that this was always where his lifestyle was going.
Even the thing with Cherry, which we still don't really have any information on, but the thing with Cherry was the Peach girl came out and talked about that at the beginning of 2024, and she was talking about it like it was a while before that as well. So yeah, it sounds like everything was years ago.
to lead and says that he has no respect for anyone he's intimate with.
I think that people look at some of the standard markers for trouble and they, for some reason, project a ton of stuff onto me, but I think I'm living like one of the healthiest, fullest lives that I possibly could be.
You know, constantly having poor relationships with women over a long period of time, or in other situations, STDs, different things like that. Eventually that hedonism comes back to bite them in the life, and they also recognize they could have been investing that time a lot better.
No, shut up, Melina, shut up. Let him talk. What do you mean? Constantly
hold.
Anything you do in life that's going to increase like your ability to like have fun or do like crazy stuff or whatever is always going to carry with it like the risk of death, right?
Absolutely.
Like you have no chance of dying by falling out of a plane unless you go skydiving, but that's not an argument against never skydiving.
But it is an argument against maybe skydiving 1,000 times if you don't want to die that way.
Well, if you want to skydive 1,000 times, then fucking skydive 1,000 times. Like what's wrong? Damn, what happened to all the self-empowerment shit that you guys were talking about earlier? If your lifestyle choices are like, damn, I would.
Yeah, this comes with literally everything. Like this comes with literally everything. Everything that you do comes with some sort of risk. Literally everything that you do comes with some sort of risk, and that there's always some sort of risk analysis that goes in there. Or, you know, I'm blanking on the word, like gain-loss analysis, profit-loss analysis, positive, negative analysis. What am I thinking of? What am I? Help me out here, chat. Give me some help here. This is... And you guys chat to get Z King's fucking peach made peach cobbler shit off the screen. That is what I don't move that off the screen somewhere. That's been sitting there for too long. That was cost benefit analysis. Yes, thank you. J-Lo. Yeah, that everything that you do has some sort of like cost benefit analysis. Like literally going outside has some sort of cost benefit analysis. Driving a car has a cost benefit analysis. Like working a job, like you're losing time, but maybe like you're making money for that time. And so like you're doing something that you wouldn't normally do if you weren't getting paid. And so there's obviously some sort of cost benefit analysis there. Like literally everything, you know, getting a girlfriend where like you could get hurt, you could get broken up with, you could get cheated on, she could literally smother you in your sleep. Like there's all sorts of things that can happen, but you're always doing some sort of cost benefit analysis, letting people in your house, sharing secrets with people, like everything, literally everything comes with some sort of cost benefit analysis. You know, buying a phone, like you have to pay for it. You gotta lose some money for it. Like everything comes with some sort of cost benefit analysis, and everybody has to make those decisions for themselves on what it is that they're willing to risk versus what it is that they want to get out of it. But obviously, a lot of people, they'll look at the way that you engage. So like obviously, I'll make a bunch of like, you know, sexist jokes or racy jokes or, say a bunch of things that are considered like on the line as far as the way that I talk about like sexual scenarios and shit like that. But like generally it's for the content. I'm willing to do that just because it's, I think that it's worth it for me. So I enjoy it and I'm just going to keep doing it. That's me making my own analysis. When you share stuff you weren't supposed to, you're just banking on not getting caught. Yeah, but that's what you do when you share secrets. That is how, sharing private information, that is the case.
Ghost_17 tipped $3. W stream already. Celebratory hands in the air.
Let's go. Appreciate the $3 Space Ghost. We're at $6 out of 25, guys. We got 19 to go. And we got only an hour and 12 minutes left. So we gotta get this moving. Yeah, but it's all risk assessment. It's all like sharing secrets. Like, yes, when you share something with somebody that you're not supposed to, lots of times, yes, you are sharing things that like that you don't want to get out. And you have to make some sort of like assessment on the trustworthiness of that person and whether or not this is going to change things. And so it's just always a part of the assessment.
Never want to deal with like a crazy girl or anything like that. That's totally valid. I think it's totally fine. I accept that that's probably true for most people. But like, I'm okay with the trade-off on that for like all the benefits that I get. I like f***ing a lot of people. I like traveling a lot. I like doing drugs.
The type of risks are what Abba is talking about, not just taking risk in general. No, I don't think it, the problem is that you cannot like give a value to the type of risk that anybody else is taking though. Like if I want to do heroin, I really enjoy heroin. I like it. It's fun. And I enjoy fucking shooting up and just nodding out, and I understand that it's going to make it harder for me to keep a job. It's going to be harder for me to keep money. It's going to be harder for me to keep relationships. It's going to be harder for me to stay out of prison. I've got like all these like different risks that are there. But the doing the drug is obviously the priority, especially when you're addicted. That like, yes, you are prioritizing things above everything else, and that this is just the type of choice that you make.
I like my stream shit. That's like super fun for me. To be like, well, doesn't bad stuff happen sometimes so you shouldn't do it? That doesn't compute to me.
Or others, because I think the main thing with this is
it's okay when it's just your secret. It's different when you share someone else's, in my opinion. Well, not just in your opinion, in literally everybody's opinion. That's literally everybody's opinion. Yeah.
have to think about the activity. The activity involves hurting others. Like even Destiny, as good as he is at what he does, probably can admit he's broken a lot of hearts. He's disappointed a lot of women. He's made a lot of people upset. It's not just how he feels about it. When you involve other people in this kind of pursuit of pleasure, other people get hurt as well. I stand by what I said at the beginning. I don't feel bad for Steven whatsoever because he knew what he was getting into. He was brazen about it. When he was warned, when he said, hey, this is a bad idea, this is a bad lifestyle, he said, I don't care, I want to have fun. It's fun for me. That's why I like these mentally ill women.
He's had this public view for years. But no, guys, Dan and Kyla says he's changed in the past month.
If you're currently...
I think people are hearing you say it's okay to share porn non-consensually for some reason. Okay. I don't think they're hearing me say that. I think... I don't know. I don't think anybody could possibly be hearing me say that, but
hanging out with like a streamer that does like denial all day every day, or that has someone on a DUI or something along those lines, like it's gonna be once we find that out, I think that's like gonna be kind of a rough one to be like why you threw someone under the bus just for clout.
Such a weird threat to throw out there to try and keep people in line. Well, I've hung out with a person who got a DUI, Dan. What are you gonna do about it? So I reached out to Destiny for some clarification. There's no point in even reading them to you because he copy and pasted the same response to every question, that he doesn't want to comment farther until he's past litigation. He clarifies, I'm aware that these answers are super unsatisfying, and it sucks it looks super guilty for me to respond this way. And even this might be saying too much, but any statement that I make could become part of a record for any court case, for any number of things that are foreseen and unforeseen to me right now. And there's a possibility that I say something that feels true, but ends up not being true in the future. He then gives an example on how seemingly throwaway comments can lead to big consequences in court. He's right, because honestly, what is he supposed to do? Incriminate himself? He's going to let the legal process play out. So I asked Destiny if there was any false narratives being pushed, and if there was anything he wanted me to say that wasn't already public. He replied with people validating prior individuals who are insane, despite there being no evidence to validate them, is crazy conspiratorial nonsense. I assume he's talking about Mr. Girl's document where he lists every girl who has ever...
Chuck said it, Tom? Yeah, Dami said it too. But Dami's fucking around. I don't know if Chuck's fucking around. But I went like very clearly earlier over the fact that like sending the nudes is already like immoral. It's already bad. It's just not as bad as sending posting it posting revenge porn. That like these are different things. I clearly went over that earlier, so there's absolutely no reason for anybody to actually come to that conclusion whatsoever. It was pretty clear.
Had a problem with Destiny. Destiny continues, there's obviously multiple affected parties, but it's rich that all of these people who cry about cancel culture and innocent until proven guilty have no problems making the most insane assumptions about a man and have no problem engaging with people who are insanely toxic when it comes to male victims of any kind of weird sexual shit. He defended himself a bit more on Twitter against Nick, saying, I didn't admit to anything. Meanwhile, you can just read the messages where Destiny says, yeah, I know. I've damaged her severely.
Yeah, again, hold on. Again, Willie, this is dumb as fuck. If you read the fucking message where she's saying this here, they aren't talking about that. She said, they're talking about the, what is it? Yes, he what is it? Which is probably extremely difficult to prove. In her case, she's not a high profile micro celebrity, and you didn't leak it maliciously. You didn't even leak it at all. You distributed it non-consensually. So in this part, they were talking about what do you call it? The legal side of this, and that he was saying, yeah, I know that, like, yeah, he didn't he didn't do anything malicious, but it's possible that this is what he's saying. But yeah, from what I understand, again, he does not think that he did this, I believe, and from what he said, he doesn't believe that he's going to get he doesn't believe that he's going to get charged. He doesn't believe, or sorry, convicted on anything. He doesn't believe that he's actually gonna lose a lawsuit on this, and so he seems pretty confident that all of this is going to be going away, and that he'll be able to talk about it afterwards. So
nobody cares about you being the victim because you caused all of this. There is no expectation for Kiwi Farms being the good guy. They have the leaks because you shared them with Rose. He goes on to say that people named Lav and Kelly Jean have been distributing his nudes, revenge porn in the literal truest sense. How many crazy women are part of this guy's life? At what point can I victim blame him? Ryan Beard's telling a story about how some girl named this guy's life. At nudes, revenge porn.
He said, one of many examples, Kelly Jean and Lav literally created a fucking Discord server when they heard about a video of mine leaking a month ago. Lav was fiending, trying to get a hold of that video while shopping around pictures of my dick to people and begging to get a hold of it so she could distribute it to people. This is revenge porn in the literal truest sense of the word. So to see people holding her up now like some noble voice and all of this is incredibly disgusting. Yeah, I've been pretty clear on this the entire time. I think Mantis kind of put a stop to that pretty well online. So this was this has been a little weird, and I like Lav, like I do, and I still you know, appreciate Lav and what she brings to the internet. But the whole thing where all of a sudden everybody just kind of drastically changed what happened with Mr. Girl and Lav and just like totally flipped on this overnight was wild, dude. It was fucking insane. Like somebody like JSTLK flipping on a lot of that shit and all of a sudden coming out and being this big Mr. Girl report defender was just fucking wild, dude. But yeah, okay. And yeah, he's saying, like, this isn't, they're not sharing things privately, okay? He said that they're trying to distribute these things in a Discord and shop things around. So this is different than what he did, where it probably would, depending on, yeah, how they're doing it. But it sounds like they're going to post these things publicly. So that, yeah, it sounds like this is revenge porn. He says, everyone has come out insanely harsh against me on this, so I wouldn't even bother publishing anything related to these 2 points because there are like 5 huge communities at the moment that will just accuse you of hardcore sweeping if you even bring it up. Good luck, babe. Yeah, I'm aware. I am aware. This has been insane. Like literally everything that I do or say, people start posting fucking brooms in chat. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I can't even tell if Zach is joking anymore. I'm not even kidding. I can't even tell if Zach is joking anymore because I think literally every time I've seen him in chat, he's said something about me sweeping or something. Like over the last like 2 weeks, that's all I've seen is just him posting fucking brooms and saying sweeping, and that's literally all I've seen from him. Now I'm like, I haven't seen him say anything in weeks except for that I'm sweeping. That's all I've seen is just the fucking sweeping. Janny Tom, yeah, I said that I was actually thinking about doing a video where I am where the whole thing is me just buying into the meme and sweeping. Like, I still want to do it. It's gonna take like a good bit of time, and it probably won't even matter by the time I do it. But yeah, I would have to get like enough money to actually be capable of doing it. So. Yeah, I don't. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was about to say I didn't get anything, or you sent them a while ago, because yeah, I don't even remember seeing this message, and I definitely don't remember Kelly Jean responding to it. So.
Porn in the literal truest sense. How many crazy women are part of this guy's life? At what point can I victim blame him? Ryan Beard's telling a story about how some girl named Anna is stalking you, and your solution was to sext her.
He did stalk me.
That she locked. Okay, then why are you sexting with her still?
We're cool. We've been cool for a year, Max.
Okay, so you acknowledge that you've been sexting with her for a year.
Yeah, we've had on and off, sure. Max, can you acknowledge that I haven't said anything bad about her for a year? I've said we've been fine. I've said that over and over.
The last time I talked to you about her, like 2 weeks ago or 16 days ago or something, you said that she locked you in the basement of her mind and it was a traumatic experience for you. Locked you in the basement of her mind.
Locked me in the past. In the past, Max.
Oh, okay.
Why? Tell me, Max, why hasn't Anna come forward with any of this information now? Can you tell me, or do you want me to tell everybody why?
I don't want to speak on her behalf.
Okay, I will. It's because she said she literally wants to remain friends with me.
He had his whole community feeling bad for him being stalked as he was doing this. There are parts of streams where he's...
I'm sorry, but yeah, this is like the nobody ever plays the clip of him actually doing it. Nobody ever plays the clip of him actually doing it, ever. They never do this. Nobody ever plays the clips of him like calling her out publicly, calling her crazy publicly, doing all this shit, right? Nobody ever does this. And so I had actually, like, at the time I was talking to him about it, and I was like, did you actually, like, call her crazy on stream when this was happening? He's like, I don't know. He's like, I don't think so, but he's like, that's what they say, but I haven't seen anything. And I'm like, yeah, I haven't seen anything either, but I've seen the claim 1,000 fucking times that you've done this, but I haven't seen anything. I would think everybody's playing clips of every little thing here, there, all over the place, but this claim every time, nobody ever plays the clips of him like saying that she's fucking crazy. And if, yes, at the time he's talking about it, but somebody's like pushing him on like, why did you treat her like that back then? And he's like, dude, she was fucking crazy. She was doing crazy shit. She locked me in the pits of her mind and blah, like, at the time, if you're forcing him to justify the way that he treated her a year or two ago, then like, yes, it makes sense that he's going to talk about her in that way, because that is the shit that she was doing. But also, their relationship was insanely toxic. It just was. If you've been through the DMs and the shit that they said to each other and the way that she treated him, the way that he would react to her, a lot of it was like him being kind of cold and like the way that it would work is she was always psychoanalyzing him all the time. Anna Var would always psychoanalyze Destiny, or Anna Frills, or whatever she's going by today. But yes, she would always psychoanalyze him. And a lot of times she would tell him, you have so many dark triad traits, it's really worrying, and you need to work on these things. And I filled out a Cosmopolitan magazine today, and it says that you actually have these components of toxic masculinity, and you actually, and it was fucking wild. It was wild. And to always be like psychoanalyzed by somebody like this, where she was going to school for psychiatry or something like that, it was wild. It was fucking wild. And so he would almost always tell her, like, dude, stop talking to me like this. Stop doing it. But instead of her ever being like, okay, I'm sorry, you're right, I'll back off, she was always like, no, you need to listen, but you need to hear me out. And so they would stop talking. He would ghost her, which is fucked up, especially when it comes to somebody that's BPD. I think that if you're going to choose to interact with somebody that's BPD, you should choose to, like, put up with some baggage, okay? I think that if you're choosing to deal with that, like, if I choose to hang out with somebody who's retarded but I call them a retard the whole time and keep making fun of them for every little thing that they do and the way that they talk and spit it out, motherfucker. Come on, stop stuttering. What the fuck? Oh my goodness. Like, yeah, I think that I'm like kind of consenting to be a little bit more understanding about these things just by engaging in the interaction in the first place, and that I probably shouldn't do things that are going to make it even worse the whole time. And I think that when Destiny ghosts her after she does some of this shit, that yes, I think that you are like doing the exact opposite of what it is that you should be doing when it comes to somebody that's BPD. And that's what I said to him, I'm pretty sure, when we had a conversation about this, where I'm like, that's like, you know, you're kind of choosing to put up with this when you have these relationships that like you should be like a little bit more understanding, because yes, just ghosting somebody like that and stonewalling them is going to be very abusive, because all she's going to do is just sit and ruminate and freak out and like all of this. And so yeah, it's just but his reasoning is always like, why am I forced to deal with like some level of abuse when just because they have problems? Like, that's not my problem, that's not my issue, I shouldn't have to deal with this. And so they end up just kind of cycling on this, because yes, eventually she'll calm down and eventually he'll unblock her and eventually she'll be like, I'm sorry, you're right, I shouldn't do that, I'm not gonna psychoanalyze you anymore, I'm not gonna do this. But then yes, eventually she comes back and she's like, you know, that was very dark triad of you to leave the way that you did, and I thought that was really wrong and that you really need to work on some of these. And he would be like, all right, I told you, stop psychoanalyzing me, this is getting insane. And she'd be like, well, no, I think you need to work on these things, Steven. This is actually something that you should listen to. I know what I'm talking about. And he'd be like, all right, block. And she'd full freak out again. And every time she did a full freak out, she was going onto stream. There's a threshold though. For which one though? Because like, I think that yes, he was like cutting it very quickly most every time. Like she would just like a couple of messages about like filling out a dark triad thing on a magazine, and he's just like, cut, done, adios, like not talking to you anymore, you're blocked, like, and then they just don't talk for like 6 or 7 months, and then she goes full freak out on Twitch. She's going on panels crying about it. She's going on her stream every day crying about it. He talked about the fact that she made a partner on Twitch just by talking shit about him every day, to where she was averaging like 700 to 1,000 viewers every single day by going live and just ruminating about him the entire time and crying the entire time. And so yeah, it was for both. Sure, there's obviously a threshold. I'm saying that I don't think he ever reached that threshold. That's what I'm saying. There is a threshold. I don't think he ever reached that threshold. I think that he was always very quick to just draw a line and take off. And so yeah, I watched her stream back then, tried to cheer her up. She's hot. I could have fixed her. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure. She came on and what did she call me again when she came on here? Like she called me a convicted felon, like heroin addict, druggie or something like that. What did she call me again? There was a popular clip of me going around where I was fucking with what's his name? I forget his name, but there was a guy who was on here, and he was telling me that he thinks I'm a degenerate, that I'm a simp, that I allow women to get away with too much on my streams, that I need to like put them in their place and shit like that. And I was like, bro, look, the problem is I love crazy women. I don't know what to do about it. I just love crazy women, and this is why women like Anavar or Lav, like I'm so attracted to these chicks, because I just love fucking crazy women. It's something about it. Like I can't do anything about it. And yes, this fucking clip just was all over the place, dude. And so she didn't confront me on it until like a year later. Like a year later, she came on and was like, "How dare you call me crazy? You're a drug addict, fucking convict, criminal, druggy, like, heroin addict motherfucker." And I was like, hold on. I was like, I'm sorry. I can understand how like me saying like crazy comes off bad, but you understand that like you're purposely trying to insult me right now. Like you're trying to like hurt me when I was obviously saying that these were good things. She's like, "What? Is a good thing to be crazy?" I was like, I literally said, I'm attracted to women who are crazy. Yes, I was literally saying it was a good thing. So I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, and I'm sorry if I said that in a bad way, but I'm literally telling you, like, yes, I thought that was good, and I liked it. And she's like, "Oh, well, okay, I understand. Thank you." So yeah, she came in hot, left cold. But yeah, their relationship was wild. Their relationship was wild, and both of them were fucking toxic as fuck to each other, so the whole thing was insane. And I think that overall, I think that when I look at that relationship, a lot of people look at Destiny as like horrible for getting back in a relationship with her after the way that she would freak out all the time. But truly, and I'm serious, I'm dead serious when I say this, I felt like he was like a prisoner in this relationship. Like, we went over this 1,000 times. I really felt like he was a prisoner in this relationship. I think he liked her. I think that he was attracted to her. I think that he enjoyed her company. But I also think that, like, he kind of wanted to get away from her, but he knew that if he didn't talk to her, she would just never stop looping, never stop going on streams, making up shit about him. I think she accused him of, like, rape one time. She accused him of like all sorts of horrible shit over and over and over. And she would just loop on it all day, over and over and over and over and over and over for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. And it was crazy. It was wild. It was insane. And she was going through a rough time, and she once I think I made a video about the fact that she had OCD. And this video did really well. It was one of like my first videos that actually did really well. But it was about the fact that she had OCD, and that this is like a side effect of OCD. This is something that comes with OCD, and that I thought that I had OCD a while ago, and then when I had breakups, I would just sit and have like the craziest fucking thoughts going through my head and think of doing the craziest shit. And that if I was a streamer at the time, I cannot imagine the shit that I would have done. I cannot, like, truly, I could not imagine the fucking shit that I would have done in that moment. And it would have been horrible. It would have been horrible. And so, yeah, not only was she a streamer, but he was a streamer as well. And so, yeah, when that's what you're going through and you're able to go live and get thousands of people to come listen to what you have to say, it was bad. And the only way that he could make it stop was if he went and talked to her. If he went and like started hanging out with her again, if he went and like was texting her again, then she would stop and she would calm down and all the streams would go away and she would just chill out. And yeah, it was bad, but it was bad for him as well. Like, it was really bad for him as well. So I can't really fault him for the way that he acted in that scenario, but the other ones, not so much. The other ones is fucked up. Tom Foolery Show. Did you say earlier this video is bad faith? I think like 3 or 4 times so far. Not the video, but I was talking about a couple different claims. She might have ran out of steam, but she would have went a long time just accusing with basically no pushback if Destiny didn't get involved. Right, but it was also, it started to seem as though she was probably going to kill herself. Like, everybody was like actually thinking like, yeah, this is going to end with her just disappearing. Like, this is going to end with her just disappearing. There's no way this ends well. This has been going on for like 2 years now. This is not going to end well. And I think that a lot of people were even putting pressure on him to do something about it and to try to like get her help, to try to get her to do something. And he even said, he told her on stream one time, he said, he was like, I'll go to therapy with you. Like, I will go to a therapist with you if you'll do that. Like, the two of us together, we can go to therapy together and talk to your therapist. And like, yeah, he was always like trying to make concessions. A bunch of other people took that and were like running around with it. Like, Destiny's so disgusting. He said he was going to go and debate her therapist. He said he was going to go debate her therapist out of whether or not she was crazy. This is insane. I can't believe he's even suggesting this. It was fucking wild, bro. I dated a really crazy girl like that. If I tried to stop talking to her, she would break into my parents' house, tell her friends crazy shit that I didn't do. She would make my life hell. I was scared of her. I changed my number, deleted socials, etc. I called the police, everything. Sometimes it's cheaper to just keep her around. Yep. I think that is what was happening. I think that is what was happening. And so when Mr. Girl was over here like, dude, you were calling her crazy and then you ended up dating her again. Why would you date someone who's crazy? Like, really? Really, Max? For real? If you watched this go down, I don't think anybody who watched this as it was happening faulted him for going back to her. I don't think anybody faulted him because everybody knew what was happening. Everybody knew what was happening. And if you guys don't know much about the stuff, what's her name? Yeah, this is a good faith look at things from Anna's perspective. And I think she messaged me about this video and said she appreciated it. Some of her friends even like commented on it and said they appreciated it. But I have no idea if this like kicked anything off. I just know that yes, when we started talking about the fact that like the reason seemed to be her OCD, and that was like, it wasn't just her being like a jerk. It wasn't her just being malicious. It was like literal looping from OCD that like there just wasn't much she could do about it. This is how her brain was going to work if she got triggered, and that Destiny needed to find out what the triggers were if he actually wanted to help, if he actually wanted to like try to make this happen less. That yes, he just needed to find out what the triggers were and try to see if he could make them happen less. So yeah, that's the video right there in chat. If you guys want to watch this later, it goes over kind of all of the lore and everything that happened at the beginning, and then the rest of the video is going over one specific loop of her just saying the same things over and over and over on one stream. Okay, so this is Kelly Jean responding to the Destiny thing about Kelly Jean and Lav trying to share his nudes and do revenge porn. She posted this on Twitter. She said, just for reference, I never made a Discord with Lav. I was never in Lav's Discord. I don't know who was, and Lav was banned from my Discord. My Discord was never made to leak tapes. Ew. And there is no evidence of that. Destiny also never spoke to me about this. The girl who was in the tape was in my Discord, so the implication is that I would be okay with people harassing her with a sex tape of her face in it. Help said, dude, I really think you should just leave this community. Not from a perspective of being an asshole, but it seems like DGG is hardcore geared against you. I don't think the community is going to accept you, really, ever. It doesn't even seem like you like being here, to be honest. She said, sure, I just don't want people to think I engage in revenge porn. Is this guy trying to Uno reverse me? Said, nah, fair point, but I feel like with DGG, it might just be better to cut your losses. Plus, people who still actively engage as DGGers will never give up on him and will never admit Destiny is wrong. I'm a piece of shit and still watch politics vids, but that's all. They took out the word his. They took out the word his. They tried to fucking own the position, but they said, and still watch politics vids. Oh man, can you believe I watch politics videos? Oh, I know I should stop. I just can't. I'm so wrong for watching politics videos. Please forgive me. This is from 57 minutes ago. Huh, okay.
Is condemning people for sharing nudes non-consensually.
Yeah, you know, me and Melina have problems, but I don't think I f***ed up at all of this. I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes.
Bro, this shows that he knows this was bad. He was using this to expose someone. The embarrassing part about this drama isn't that a video leaked of Destiny sucking an Oscar Mayer, it's that he's thrown away his credibility. He comes off like a fraud. We did speak in the off-the-record voice call. It was not recorded, and he was giving off the vibe that things might not be what they seem, but because of litigation, I couldn't know what he was referring to. I certainly couldn't just blindly believe him. You look at his social media and he's memeing about the whole thing, posting himself dressed as Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, Dan and Kyla, you're right. Destiny's totally rehabilitated and remorseful over this whole thing. It's very obvious. So
That's kind of funny though, dude. That was funny though. Like that was funny as fuck though.
he's memeing about the whole thing, posting himself dressed as Dr.
You fucking posted this. He said, getting ready for my first stream back, and he shows his fucking Amazon cart is a bunch of Dr. Disrespect get up, like he's coming back like him. Oh man, that was funny.
Disrespect. Yeah, Dan and Kyla, you're right. Destiny's totally rehabilitated and remorseful over this whole thing. It's very obvious. So is Destiny's career over because of this? Well, if Tim Pool can frame himself as a patriot while secretly taking Russian money, Vosh can say Lolly makes you a pedo while having a folder full of Lolly, Hasan can frame himself as more credible than the media while reporting every story wrong, and Tyler Oliveira can pretend to be a journalist while just making up stories on the spot, then why wouldn't Destiny recover from this? Let's be honest, the real punishment is Hasan will bring this up every chance he gets.
I can't believe that there are still Destiny fans in here. He kind of made you though. Why you so ungrateful he brought you in? No. Why not just talk it out?
Philly 63rd. Yo, Philly! Philly fucking dunking on Hasan, dude. Let's go. Philly. W Philly in chat. Let's go, dude.
Bro, he
Well
was your
done.
friend at one point. Dude, I don't know if you understand. We're having a conversation about this dude serially making sex tapes of the people he sometimes consensually and sometimes non-consensually records and is unconsensually sending to other people that he wants to fuck. And you're like, why don't you become friends with that guy again? I don't know, because he's gross.
And Hasan is totally right. You know how hard that is to say? Again, if you're a left-leaning political viewer, your options are cooked. But seriously, it seems like if you have a political audience, you could get away with anything. You have Joe Biden's millionaire drug-fueled son getting pardoned after he said he wouldn't do it, and Donald Trump, our current sitting president, was part of an electoral...
Yeah, but this is what we talked about the other day, is the fact that like when it comes to politics, when it comes to anything that's tribal, yes, you're going to have like a very cultish sort of group, which is why I tried to like split up who I agree with, who I disagree with. Like the fact that I'll agree with Destiny like 50% of the time makes it to where I'm a fucking cultist or some shit. But the like I try really hard to like like break up who I'm agreeing with, who I'm disagreeing with, who I'm which side I'm on, because yeah, I don't want to have some fucking cult-like following, which maybe I should, because yeah, when the last drama hit and everybody dipped that quickly, I think I should probably just switch to having a cult-like following. I think that that's something I should do. Yeah. Yep. Fools for life.
Scheme. But no, this is when political audiences finally take a stand. Sure, these audiences will excuse everything because they think the ends justifies the means. Hearing Lonerbox lay out his 2025 aspirations is hilarious until you realize how true it is.
I look forward to some time coming back when I can like brand myself as the only remaining political streamer who doesn't have doesn't have sex scandals and doesn't support terrorists. For some reason, it's always one or the other.
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you... Look! You think I made this?
This isn't I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
No, it is. They do musicals about, like, their actions all the time.
No, yeah, they're militarized action.
When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was, like, short stack thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn.
The fuck?
Niggas press their luck in, they get a butt fucking straight up the ass raw dog with the rash.
Destiny was objectively wrong for this and deserves all of the backlash. I think it's important to acknowledge that the people who exposed this story were not looking out for the victims at all. In fact, they were actively working against their best interests. In comes President Sunday and Beckett. Neither of these people had direct contact with Destiny, Kyla, Pixie, or anyone else involved in this story. They never even—
Wait. Kuihman and Beckett defended the shit that Beckett and President Sunday did. I haven't seen Beckett's video. I haven't even heard anybody mention Beckett's video outside of a couple of people that I talked to behind the scenes just mentioned that he was one of the people who was working with President Sunday, and then President Sunday's editor, when he put out the video on President Sunday, talked about the fact that Beckett was also working with President Sunday on putting out a video as well, so
even tried to reach out, yet they were the ones who posted videos outing the whole thing. The only information they have comes from Aaron leaking all of Pixie's messages. They are only working with second-hand information. In Sunday's video, he says Pixie's silence was bought in exchange for Destiny paying for her law school, leaving all the other victims out to dry.
Pixie has since said nothing publicly. There has been no evidence of legal proceedings being pursued, and she has seemingly ceased communications with the people she was previously working with, instead posting on X about taking the LSAT in pursuit of law school. It appears as though her attempt to extort Destiny has probably paid off.
This is so fucked up, dude. He totally just made that up. And he was like, oh, she asked Destiny for money. Now she says she's trying to take the LSATs. Destiny paid for it. Wow.
Albeit at the expense of every other person Destiny has victimized in the past and will victimize in the future.
His evidence for this is a single tweet of her saying she took the LSAT, as if you could just sign up and pass this test within a month. So at this point, my mind was blown that someone would out a victim for a 100k view video while the victim was still discussing their options, and then determine their silence was bought over a tweet. No need to confirm anything. So I reached out to Pixie to try and confirm if she ever talked to Sunday or Beckett about this. Pixie has pursued litigation against Destiny. However, she did let Lonerbox, who she's dating, provide some details.
Did President Sunday reach out to Pixie one time to see if he could go live with this video or to confirm that the draft was canceled or anything like that?
No, he didn't.
It is so incredibly selfish of Sunday and Beckett to insert themselves into a situation where they take agency away from Pixie. Because one, she's pursuing legal action, and you guys making this public gives Destiny ample time to delete evidence, while Pixie's team was still building their case. I know I look smart enough to come up with that point myself. I'm not, so take that how you will. 4 days before Sunday released his video, he had a conversation with Nick acknowledging that Pixie was suicidal over this leaking.
All I'm getting from this is she's really not going to want this to be public. She wants to hurt Steven, but she doesn't want this to be known that she's done this, and this is her.
Yeah.
And she...
Wait, so he is dating her? I mean, when he came out with his video on it, he said that he's not dating her, that they are just really close and that they're friends. But from what other people are saying is that they were dating and that she was going to move in with him, that he cheated on her. I think that that's like all the stuff that came out in the leaks that of his shit. So yeah, it looks like they were likely dating, and so yeah.
She desperately doesn't want her family to know. And if I cover it, there's a good chance they will find out.
Oh, 100%. Why do you think I haven't covered this at all? Like that's my principal issue.
Yeah, that's
here's the thing. If anything happens to Pixie in the foreseeable future,
it all drops.
Well, he will actually be destroyed then. That will be insurmountable.
Not
destroyed. He'll have his channel.
Shit.
He'll have his audience. But there will be no.
But all the people who hate him will still hate him.
No politics.
The media company dream will
True.
Not be a thing. So
it sounds like he's getting excited over the idea of Pixie killing herself and it ending Destiny's career. This dude sounds like a psychopath. In fact, during his call with Nick, he gives a hypothetical saying as much.
Here's the thing. Let's assume I was a psychopath, and I'm not. Okay, somebody saying these things would be enough to deter me. Let's assume I was a psychopath. Let's assume I published this.
President Sunday talks with Nick. They both
Shit,
agree that
dude.
going live with...
Oh my goodness, bro. That is so bad, dude. That is so bad, bro.
Out the victim's consent is a bad idea, and President Sunday does it anyway. Actual psychopath behavior. President Sunday's justification for this was that Pixie was engaging in extortion against Destiny.
Fortunately, Pixie did the worst thing that someone in her position could do. Rather than seek legal recourse or make a public statement denouncing the violation of her consent and dignity that these leaks represented, she seems to have ultimately chosen to try and profit from the situation by extorting Destiny.
I don't understand how Pixie discussing what her next step is or what the correct form of punishment should be equaling extortion, because that's how most civil cases start. Destiny even says in a statement on Reddit that Pixie at no point made a specific or explicit request for compensation. So I asked President Sunday, did you talk to a lawyer, or is this just your layman interpretation of the law? Because let's be real, I don't think there's any way she gets charged for this. President Sunday says, yes, I spoke with lawyers I know. You know what their answer was? Obviously. I asked, can you link me to the statement from the lawyer you spoke with, saying these DMs count as extortion? And he says they were IRL conversations, so no. So I asked who the lawyer was because I would love to confirm this, and he replies, it's someone I know. Go find your own lawyer. It's so obvious to me that he's lying. You're telling
Okay, I've spoken to lawyers about things. Like when I was going through some shit, I had to speak with lawyers about a couple of things, and yeah, it wouldn't be easy for me to just like post most of the conversations or verify them in any way, because yeah, some of them are just like IRL conversations or phone calls that I made. Some of them were like what do you call it, there was a just ask legal section where I was having a conversation with a lawyer over the course of like 4 days, that I would probably be able to get the logs from and post that. But it is true though, like, yeah, it would be hard. The problem is that he doesn't seem like he's lying because of that. He seems like he's lying because from everything that his editor posted, showing that he changed his story numerous times, saying different things in different places. Let me see if I can find it real quick, because that, fuck, my screen is frozen. What's his editor's name again? What was his editor's name again? Kilo. Crap, there's not one part about the lawyer.
Could have taken, which is privately settling, when the video originally only had the first 3. So by this time I'm starting to see this really detailed picture of Sunday deciding on a course of action and then coming up with the reasons and justifications for it afterwards. Ever since the leaks dropped, he desperately wanted the story to go public, and he started messaging Erin immediately, pushing her in certain directions or suggesting that Pixie make a video about her statement. And when none of these things worked, he took matters into his own hands and decided he'd settle on this abstract extortion argument. But I don't think he really thought it through. He claims he's consulted lawyers about this. Originally, he told me, Kilo, you're not a lawyer. I was raised by one and took law courses in university. But then when he was talking to Aiko, she asked if he spoke to lawyers, and he said, I spoke to people who know lawyers.
Who did you speak to?
So initially, it's I know what I'm talking about because I was raised by lawyers. Then the Asian chick says, who did you speak to? And he said, people who know lawyers.
Several people I can't name, but
But
just
lawyers,
trust me on this.
lawyers.
People who know lawyers.
But then, when he was talking with WillyMac, he said he spoke directly to lawyers, but won't mention who. And for some reason, he puts the S in parentheses. Was it one or multiple Sunday? That's fucking weird. He also leaked his entire DM history with Nicholas D'Orio after Nick called him out for some of this bullshit. He leaked all of WillyMac's DMs with him on stream for seemingly no reason, and then he began arguing with random chatters in Discord servers and then leaking their DMs, and had to ask
So yeah. Yeah, that's right. He had to ask his mods to time him out.
to be timed out for a week, seemingly because he couldn't stop arguing with random chatters.
Telling me that you talked to a lawyer but didn't get any on-the-record statement for your video? Sure. To confirm it even farther, President Sunday did a stream leaking all of our DMs. His editor Kilo came forward exposing that President Sunday never talked to a lawyer.
He claims he's consulted lawyers about this.
Shit.
Originally, he told me, Kilo, you're not a lawyer. I was raised by one and took law courses in university. But then when he was talking to Aiko, she asked if he spoke to lawyers, and he said, I spoke to people who know lawyers.
There was so much useful shit in here that I thought that like he would have used more from what Kilo said in his video, and there's a lot of like stuff that would have bolstered his points, but he didn't use. So I thought, well, yeah, he's seemingly not going to use the stuff about lawyers. So I'm going to go ahead and show this.
Who did you speak to?
Several people I can't name, but
But
just
lawyers,
trust me on this.
lawyers.
People who know lawyers.
But then, when he was talking with WillyMac, he said he spoke to...
Shouldn't the alcohol wear off now? Alcohol doesn't wear off, dude. That's the way it is forever.
directly to lawyers, but won't mention who.
So Sunday is just lying. Lying to make the victim seem like a bad guy so he doesn't look insane for making his video.
Beckett of Krabs, myself, and President Sunday sat down to present evidence, put together a timeline, and establish what the mission of the project was. I was a little anxious, but also excited to learn what President Sunday had, and I wanted to find out what the justification was for coming out with the story. The nuke. But we started the meeting, and after only about 10 minutes, I interjected. Sunday didn't have a nuke. I'm not even sure Beckett had much of anything. And the only real reason for publishing that was given to me was that because Pixie was supposedly trying to extort Destiny, she was somehow implicated in the cover-up efforts by Destiny and his associates, and therefore had forsaken her rights of privacy, or something like that. I don't know.
Sunday does every stream in front of a wall of books, draws...
This is the same fucking logic that Sick tried making, where he said that that just by Destiny and Not So Erudite telling Pixie that they wouldn't tell people, that this justifies everybody else coming out with it, because now they're giving her false hope that that this will just be swept under the rug. And so because Destiny and Not So Erudite did that, now we have to come out with it. We have to come out with it. We have to call her out. We have to name her over and over. We have to make sure that everybody knows that she was in the nudes and in the leaks, and make sure that they all go find it. That's something that we have to really put a lot of work and effort into now. Like, this is so dumb, dude. This is the grossest fucking justification for engaging in what is like at least some sort of revenge porn. Like the act of IDing people publicly on purpose to make sure that they hold the accountability of being in those videos. This is definitely some type of revenge porn. You're not the one posting the porn. You're not the one putting it out there publicly, but you are the one making sure that everybody else knows about the fact that these people are in the videos.
Himself sitting on a pile of books. He's so knowledgeable, repeatedly calling me stupid in DMs for asking straightforward questions. Meanwhile, he's comfortable just making things up because he's above saying I don't know or I could be in the wrong. The dumbest people I talk to seem to think they're geniuses. Just a pattern I'm recognizing. He's lying about being an intellectual the same way he lied about talking to a lawyer. I'm not convinced he could read Dr. Seuss. He's malicious. He's acted like a psychopath. He outed a victim's story when she was...
Dude called me. Dude said that I was, what did he say? That I was guilty of shit, what was it? It was what is it when you like copy somebody else's work and claim it as your own? Oh, fuck. Plagiarism. Yes. Yes. Dude went on a full fucking rampage trying to accuse me of plagiarism because somebody quoted a bunch of like information in a video. And so I re-quoted the information in a Google Doc. And then at the bottom of the Google Doc, when I said where I got the information from, I copied the source off of the description of their video and then pasted it into my Google Doc. Beckett too, if I remember correctly. Well, the problem with Beckett is that Beckett was saying that he just misunderstood what happened. And it was fucking hilarious, dude. It's so good. I need to go and make a video of this. I feel like it's too late and it's going to seem like petty for me to do it now because it's like a year later. But the problem is that I was just too busy at the time and I want to go back and make like shorts of some of the dumbest fucking moments from these losers. But one of them is Beckett coming on in one moment being like, Tom, you called your Google Doc a paper. And I was like, yes, I wasn't saying it's like an academic paper though. I didn't mean for that to be the communication. But it was obvious when you look at the chat and the hundreds of people who were there, nobody took it as an academic paper. And so there was nothing, like there was no reason for me to even clarify that. But then you guys go and clip it out of context. And once you clipped it out of context, now that's what it looks like because you took the rest of the conversation away from it. And they're like, well, but that's not our fault, dude. That's not our fault that everybody else is misunderstanding what you said. You need to be more responsible and just take the L. People thought that's what you said, so you just need to take the L. And I was like, I did though. I did. And I said, I understand that people think that this is what I'm saying, and maybe I did a bad job at communicating. So I'll just say that like that's not what I meant, and I fucked up. I was like, but you said that I plagiarized this Google Doc, but all I did was copy the notes into the bottom. And he's like, okay. He's like, somebody said that you copied some things from a video. And so I thought that you just copied the whole video. And so I said that you were plagiarizing. And he's like, but I didn't really know what I was talking about. And it's not a big deal. I don't really care. And I was like, well, no, I care. You are accusing me of plagiarism. And everybody else has taken this and run with it, saying that you outed me for plagiarism. He's like, that's not what I said, though. That's not my fault. That's their fault for fucking misunderstanding me. That's not on me. I was like, what the fuck? You just said the opposite to me. You just told me that if people misunderstand me, that's on me. So if they misunderstand you, that's on you. He's like, yeah, but it's not. What the fuck? What is happening here? I just kept telling them, I was like, all right, you guys think I plagiarized them? Go get them. Go get them and tell them. I want them to fucking sue me. I want them to sue me for putting in my notes, in my Google Doc notes, their thing from their description. I didn't plagiarize their YouTube video. I plagiarized their YouTube description. Like, yes, please go. Please go and get them to sue me. Message them, email them, publish the fucking emails. I want to see it. This would be hilarious.
Who was working on the court case, slandered her.
An American citizen who finds themselves a victim of revenge pornography has several valid actions they can take. Let's go over 3. First, they can seek legal recourse. Second, they may make a public statement denouncing the person who leaked the materials and violated their consent. And in fact, this can be done in conjunction with the first option I mentioned. And finally, they can choose to do nothing. They can stay silent and hope that it all blows over. And this is their right. But Pixie did not do any of these.
All right, guys. We got about 15 minutes to get about $19 more. We did have a long stream yesterday, so you guys may be full on your tomfoolery content. Most of you are probably going to bed, so you're probably not worried about whether or not you have content to watch for the rest of the night. And It may not be a big deal. So, you know, if you're not even planning on watching YouTube for the rest of the night, that's fine. But yes, we have to get up to $25 to continue past the 3-hour mark. So just a 15-minute warning here.
She was in the middle of doing the first two things, and then you robbed her of the third. But yeah, keep acting like the good guy. He's the type of person I hope never becomes a successful YouTuber. If you're a victim, why would you ever want to share your story? He's shown it's going to leak, then people you've never talked to are going to publicize it. You will be vilified by them because they don't care about you or your legal case at all. If I had any advice for Sunday, it would be to apologize to Pixie and the victims, not just post a pinned comment half backtracking what you're saying. Also shower, get a haircut, go outside. You aren't mature enough to cover these sort of things if you don't have basic hygiene. The video made by Sunday's former editor details the clown show that was this investigation. It's the most comedic tragedy I've ever watched.
With all due respect, I'm not sure you think you know what you're saying when you say you have to, because when you
I didn't say have to. I didn't say that. You said that. I said you have an expectation, and you said, well, I don't have to do that. I'm not saying you have to do anything. I'm saying there's an expectation that you do this thing. When you're communicating with someone in private, they're expecting that you're not going to show that to other people without asking them first.
Okay, but if they're asleep, they're not expecting, are they?
Oh my goodness.
If they're asleep?
They're asleep, yeah. If people are asleep, they're not expecting anything. They're kind of just out, right?
Are you trolling me right now?
No, I'm actually making a serious point.
The conversations he had with his editor.
Oh, it's so good, dude. It's so good. He's saying that, hey, dude, you're publishing people's shit that you took in like private DMs, private Discord calls, you know, all sorts of like private information, private DMs that you sent that people sent to you, private calls that people had with you, private calls that people had with other people, private DMs that other people had with each other and screenshot and sent to you. Like, you don't have permission to send to anybody, or you don't have permission to publish any of this shit. This is fucked up. You shouldn't be doing this. And he's like, but why not? Like, why can't I publish it? And he's like, because it's obvious that in all of these scenarios, all of these people have an expectation of privacy. All of these messages were sent with an expectation of privacy. And so when he says this, the President Sunday says, yeah, but they're all asleep right now. I'm about to publish the video. It's 2 a.m. So they're not expecting anything. They can't have an expectation of privacy while they're asleep. Now, can they? It's like, are you trolling me right now? It's like, no, I'm dead serious. How can they expect that this will stay private right now? They're asleep. So. Oh, it's so good, dude.
Editor are psychotic.
Why the f are you adding extra risks to this? We're already in enough danger as is.
You think we're in danger? I don't think
we are in tremendous danger. So you don't think, for example, if you said something that was able to be effectively spun by someone like Nick Oreo that managed to get some traction that cast aspersions on my entire channel, that income plummeted, so I can't pay you, that doesn't affect you?
It's about me. How does this affect Sunday? How can I manipulate my editor into staying quiet? I also talked to Beckett, who worked somewhat with Sunday and dropped his video on the same day. Now, his wasn't nearly as bad, but he still went forward with the video knowing only secondhand.
Yeah, I'll be the judge of that. WillyMacShow. Oh, I forgot. Philly might want to jump on after this video. Yeah, if Philly's able to jump on right after this video, then I'll stay on a little bit longer to talk to him. But yeah, we'll have to be quick. I mean, he'll have to get on quick. I don't care how long the conversation goes, but yeah, he'll have to at least jump on pretty quick.
Information. Really third hand because he's getting it from Sunday. Recognize you're getting your information second hand. At any point, did you try to reach out to Pixie?
No. But
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. This thing happens where sometimes I'll try to like bring up a something that's on my screen, and I try to like move it or something, and it won't let me move it. And so after, when it won't let me move it, the whole OBS just freezes.
Ariana tipped $19. Voila, forcing me.
Well done, Ariana. Let's go. W Ariana in chat, everybody. W Ariana. With the $19. Well, my whole screen just froze with me trying to pull up the clock because I was trying to put a clock on there, but yeah.
I clearly did want to reach out to people. There was actually a conversation where I wanted to reach out to Lonerbox. Because I don't know Pixie.
But why did you reach out to Lonerbox?
I didn't. But that's partly because of what Loner had just done on the stream. I think that's a mistake, by the way. I'll own that mistake. But I obviously wanted to reach out to people. For instance, I went to FPS Diesel.
Beckett is like the weaseliest motherfucker. I remember people kept telling me this. When I was friends with Beckett, people kept telling me how fucking weaselly he was, and I didn't believe it. Like, I didn't buy it. I was just like, no, like, I don't think he's weaselly. I think that, like, he really is, like, trying to understand things, and he's trying to, like, gain knowledge, and that sometimes he fucks up, but he seems to be willing to, like, at least, like, admit somewhat that he fucked up afterwards, which is a huge step versus other people. Whereas, like, I will admit that, yes, he does take that, like, step here to say, like, yes, I was wrong, but he doesn't go from here to, like, and I fucked up. He says, yes, I was wrong, but in all fairness to me, I mean, what was I gonna do, you know? I can't really, like, the whole thing with him, like, sewing out about Mantis calling him soy was over the fact that he was like accusing Wick of a bunch of shit on stream. Him and Rezi both kind of like fucking digging into Wick so unnecessarily, so like it just came off like almost like kind of malicious. And I sat here and I reviewed it and I was like, this is really fucked up. Like, they're going at him for things that he didn't say, for things that didn't happen, for things that they don't have any evidence of. This is kind of fucked up. And he came on and he was like, yeah, look, you're right. I fucked up. Like, I misunderstood at the time, and I had a bad understanding, and I shouldn't have done it. But I can't remember, but I would assume, knowing Beckett and every conversation I've ever had with him, I would assume he probably did but in all fairness to me, and I think Mantis came on afterwards and was like, dude, why won't he actually own it? Like, why won't he ever own his fucking L's? Like, he just refuses to admit that he's wrong and just kind of does this, like, you know, half-handed, like, oh, I don't know. You let her call me soy. Yes, that's from no, it's not from the same conversation. Never mind. That's the conversation where he accused me of plagiarism. But it was a conversation like a week later where he came on and said, like, oh, but what if I did accuse you of that? That's not my problem.
For an optics check on the DMs and what he thought, I was reaching out to Nick.
Nick and Diesel, no less than Beckett and Sunday. What does going to them do? Realize why I'm so critical, though, of you and Sunday? Because, hold on, you're telling me, though, that this was done over a couple of days. You didn't bother to reach out to Lonerbox or Pixie.
I'm glad Stardust isn't with him anymore. Did they break up? Really? Do you know why? Stardust did some little Weasley shit in that whole saga as well. She did some fucking Weasley shit as well, but the shit that she did was a bit more forgivable to an extent, but it was she did some fucking Weasley shit too.
And you guys went for this.
Did I get raided while I was like not paying attention or something? Or when my stream went down, it said that I had like 30 viewers, and then all of a sudden when I came back, it said I had 65.
Story anyway. How did you even get the draft? Was that from Aaron too?
Sorry, get the
draft of like Pixie's draft statement.
Yeah, I showed that in the DMs. Yeah.
So you guys have a draft from her. It seems like she's going to come out in some way because she has a fucking written draft. Like, it just seems, it blows my mind, man. Like, you've been somebody.
Oh my goodness. They knew she was going to come out? They knew she was going to come out? Wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Shut the fuck up. Hold on. No. Hold on. Wait. No. Wait. Hold on. No. Wait. Hold on. Chill. Chill. Hold on. Wait. Shut the fuck up. Thank you, Trib, for all the brooms. Yeah. Okay, hold on. From my understanding, Pixie was forced to come out because of those videos. And that I could have sworn that was Pixie's story, was that she was forced to come out because other people made those videos. So if she had a draft of something, that didn't mean that she was actually going to come out with it. There was no reason to believe that she was going to come out with this because she made it sound like she came out with it because of their videos. But this also makes me question, well, wait. Yeah, actually, I knew that there was a draft. Did you? Wow, and you've been lying to us this whole time. You've been hiding that from us. Get her. Everybody get her. This is fucking bullshit. She knew this whole time. Raiders cat, 14 months with the ooh. What's going on? We're getting ready to beat the shit out of Mantis. No, LMAO, we saw that in the video. No. What video? What video? You're saying that was in his editor's video? I don't remember that.
Immediately, pushing her in certain directions or suggesting that Pixie make a video about her statement. And when none of these...
Tom is a Destiny fan. If
oh,
Destiny
it is here.
Has, yada yada, you know the meme. On a serious note, F Trump, W Biden, W Ayuk, we need more accountability from the right.
Thank you, Trib, for the $5 dono. Oh, also, okay, real quick. Just FYI, nobody ever need to send a super chat ever again. I now have a new thing set up with the tip system to where you do not have to use PayPal anymore. You can use debit cards or anything, whatever you want now. It all works. You do not. I set up a whole new thing so you do not have to use PayPal anymore. You can use whatever the fuck you want. So just FYI. Venmo, it's just literally your card. Like you literally just use your card now. Just put your card on. And if you have Venmo, if you have Cash App, but you don't actually, let's fucking go, Trib, with the 5 gifted memberships. That's my boy. That's my fucking dog. Let's get some W's in chat, bitches. I can never find music quickly. I need to start like getting it all up faster. But yeah, we'll just.
You will have people saying, "Oh, women
No,
don't
that's
want
not
men
it.
like Tom."
No, this is not a hype
Tom's a
song.
great guy.
This is not hype.
Lots of
Chill.
women want Tom.
That's not hype.
It's
We
just
need to
not
get
the
hype.
guys that have these podcasts.
Yes, that's hype. Let's fucking go, boy. Yeah. W Trib and chat, son. Let's fucking go. Can we cap the limit to 100 letters? What do you mean? What letter? Or what limit? Limit on what? Do subs count? No. You mean memberships? No. Memberships don't count. You already get so many benefits just from memberships alone. Massive benefits. Your name turns green. And all of that. So yeah. Oh yeah, you get a lot of cool emojis too. Yep. So wait, limit on what? Wait, if Trib. Hello, Trib. Earth to Trib. Letter a cap on what? Cap on letters on what? Still the best emo. Really? That's the one that everybody wants to get rid of. That's in the vote, they voted to get rid of that one next. TTS, I'm guessing. Yes, which one? On the auto timeout? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. There is no text cap for timeout. Oh, you mean for capital letters. Is that what you mean? You want to be able to send at least 100 capital letters? All my chatters love trans dino, trans rex, transosaurus. And then Brandon says, get rid of the transosaurus. Yes, Tom? Okay, I don't know what it is. I have no idea. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, the only reason that we have it at all is just because of all of the fucks who kept coming in spamming MAGA in all caps, to where yeah, I just turned on timeout for 30 seconds if they post caps. I didn't even know that you could post some caps. I thought that it was timing you out for all caps, no matter what. I thought that was it. Like, no matter what, it's going to time you out if you post all caps. So, yeah, I didn't know. Okay, back to the video. Not so erudite said, update, she sent me a statement she wants to publish, but it's terrible. This is on 1/8. So, damn, wait, so this was like 10 days before. Huh. The letters thing isn't a thing. You've taken it way too seriously. I'm sorry. You guys are speaking another language. I'm actually gonna stop with. I'm not reading anything you guys say anymore. You're not speaking English, and I'm gonna fucking kill somebody in a second. So, okay. On November 29th, I learned that a streamer, Destiny, had non-consensually shared pornographic content of me online. My dignity, blank, let me be clear, I am the third person he has done this to. I have known Destiny for around 5 to 6 years now, and often find myself in heavy disagreement with him. Despite this, she said, I think it's way too long, reveals irrelevant personal info that works against her, and has other basic typo/grammatical errors that make it a bit harder to follow. How would you rework this to a better statement? I've asked her for a VC later today where I can talk to her about all this stuff. He says, I wouldn't let her publish this. Success here doesn't equal poetry. I think this is fine. The details work in her favor. However, she should record it. This should be a video, in my honest and humble opinion, of being the biggest dipshit of all time. Huh. Okay. Cool. So yeah, I guess we did know that they knew about this. I thought it came out like on the 17th though, or something like that. When did it come out? Does anybody remember?
Where I've been statement.
Yeah, I showed that in the DMs. Yeah.
So you guys have a draft from her. It seems like she's going to come out in some way because she has a fucking written draft. Like, it just seems, it blows my mind, man. Like, you've been somebody where I've been told over and over again, nah, dude, Seethe is great. He does great videos, takes a lot of care with them.
You wouldn't have heard that from me, motherfucker. Even when I was friends with him, I hated those fucking videos. Even when I was friends with him, I was like, dude, these are fucking horrible, bro. These are so bad.
And it's like, to me, I look at this and I'm like, I cannot believe, it just seems like such a selfish story.
Well, hold on. Let me be clear. I don't think selfish is fair. I think I can take a lot of criticism. I think there are issues there. But I don't think selfish is fair.
In what way is that not selfish?
Well, because I didn't do this to get clout or money or like acclaim. I thought this was going to end my fucking channel. Sunday was going to release a video. I thought I know Sunday, and I thought what needed to be done at the same time was painting a picture of what happened behind the scenes to explain why so many people had these DMs. What I needed was Sunday's DMs with Straighterade. I didn't expect this to be a video where I'd get like pats on the back.
Can you say again why you think it would damage you?
What, the video?
Yeah, before you made it.
Because I recognized that once these were coming out, the people who were releasing them would get rightfully a fair amount of criticism for doing so.
Then why
but
would
I
you
also
release it?
Because, well, for some, I've said publicly as well, if Sunday wasn't releasing his video, I wouldn't have released the same video. I probably wouldn't have acted in the same way. But Sunday looked at these are coming out. He wants to talk about it. Well, okay. It needs a companion piece.
So because he is jumping off of a bridge, you're doing it too, dude? Oh, fuck, man.
Well, like, and again, that's what I'm saying. It's, it's something I expected to do damage to me. But also, what was the other option? Lie about it?
No, the other
say nothing.
No, literally everybody else did, and you just let everybody else shoot themselves in the foot if he's going to be reckless with the victim and her claims and hijack her story. Like, you realize she was talking.
Yes, literally. As I was going to say, do literally what every other person did who had this information, and just do nothing. Do literally nothing. That's maybe the right thing for a try. That would be nice. Maybe give that a shot. Maybe give doing the right thing. Just give it a shot. It's not all that bad.
Lawyers during this, and they're gathering information. Crazy.
Listen, I'm on many levels. I'm with you. And I think one of my constant comments through this is, how does this reach me? I am like 5th person down the chain. How does this reach me with no one doing any of that?
Again, just makes me go, like, how were you the person to feel like you should make that video?
Because I thought it was such a fucking mess that at least I could make an uneditorialized.
Yours, I don't think was as bad, but just the premise of this whole thing, when I talk to everybody, it's just...
I think it is a mess.
Beckett is the only person I talked to that acknowledged wrongdoing and said he would go about things differently in the future. Takeaway seems to be what I think is the most important thing, and that's that you have to reach out to Pixie. You got to make clear, or Lonerbox, and you got to make clear of like... Hey,
Mantis tipped $10. Beckett is soy.
We're going to delete that out of stream later. We're going to erase that out of stream. We're going to erase that. We got to edit that out. I'm not going to let you call him soy on my stream, Mantis. I couldn't possibly.
Hey, this is what I know. This is the story I'm thinking of running. I want to know, like, what's going on with this? Are you guys pursuing anything? And then they could go ahead and, like, give you the guidelines to it. Like, hey, look, we're talking legally. We'd rather this not come out.
Yeah, like again, I'm not defending every part of this, and I don't want to. I mean, this is how I started the call, right?
Which is more than any other person I talked to. He became very critical of himself, especially as things moved off the record. I respect him for that.
When I met you, I admit my first thoughts was a trick. You look so good, huh? I suck on your.
Wow, he leaked stuff from off the record. That's fucked up, dude. Don't trust him. Nobody trusts WillyMac. Nobody trusts WillyMac. This is fucked up. He's leaking off the record stuff.
Every day that passes, the drama gets more hilarious. Destiny and Hasan are watching each other's content nukes while refusing to view their own. I get he's going through a legal case, but at some point he needs to address that video. During my off-the-record conversation with Beckett, he asked me a pointed question. When would you associate with Destiny?
What do you guys think about the border? I like it, but I don't like it. I feel like it needs to be like here. The problem is that the video is not there. And I feel like it needs to move. Maybe I feel like I should just make it black. I feel like it would look much better if it was just black. Just a black border.
Again. If he was part of some drama as a side character and I interviewed him, I would do it then, but I don't think I could just go hang on his podcast anymore. Destiny and I were not friends. However, I have a lot of respect for him. He's the only major creator in the political space that I have covered that actually looks stuff up, reads first-hand information, and directly engages with his critics. That may
To open it up. What are you talking about? What does that mean? Open it up. Yeah, the border. I don't know what that means. I understand. We're talking about the border. What does that mean? Open it up. Wait, where did my camera border go? Oh, fuck. I moved my camera border. That's what that was. I was wondering why I moved it and it just didn't move. Now I see. My camera border gone. Ha. Like thinner border. Shrink it. I don't know what you guys are saying. I understand thinner border. Thank you, Rage Bro, for actually saying something that makes sense. But yeah, you guys want open borders? Is it a joke? You want open borders?
Seem like a low bar, but it's rare. He's somebody that has always demanded accountability from others, but right now when he's objectively in the wrong, he's not taking any of it. He's calling Nick a hypocrite for saying innocent until proven guilty with Ethan, but not treating himself that way. Nick then makes very clear, you shared Pixie's intimate videos with a random 19-year-old OnlyFans model, and then posted logs where you admitted to severely damaging her, and he links the messages of Destiny doing just that. I'm the kind of person that could forgive anyone for about anything, but there needs to be remorse, and he's obviously not there yet. His coworkers cover for him saying he is, but I don't see it. I don't see how anyone could take him seriously until then. I also want to emphasize how—
Hold on. At the time of that statement, things were a little bit different, and I would say that at the time of like the Kyla interview with Tom, I would say that yes, like at that time, it did seem as though, based on the information that people had, that he was remorseful. Obviously, the information that came out since says otherwise. And so, yeah, I'm not, I don't know how much I can actually say, but I will say that, yes, like there was different information at the time. And so it was different. It was different at the time.
How good the video was by President Sunday's former editor, Kilo. He actively tried to correct the record, and his video has very few views. He gave up money to try and do the right thing, and I think that should be acknowledged. Hope you enjoyed the video. Subscribe to the channel, and shout out to the homies over on Patreon. Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drain Kobex, Necro Valley, Stefan Bildman, Abby Blackbird, The Confusing Opinion, Eddie Bizzle, Tiz McFitz, Christopher H, TV Anthology Reviews, Sennial Music, Lucas If, ET Automatic, Snoopy Poop Doop 2, Muram El Bay, Deep Pocket Jew, Rooney Boo, Drew is Sharing, Clown Factory, Monkey D. Luffy, Shura, Noah, and the mega homies Hellison, IGP, Your Taxi, Cyber Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Caden Lulin, BA Subway, Hawk and Load, Derek Dew, Kitty Cat, Tarok, Bander, John Manfreda, Trick, Lucas, Katie Huck, and Leviathan.
All right. I gotta run to the potty real quick. So, soup or chud? You guys want soup or chud logic? 1's for soup, 2 for chud logic. 1's for soup, 2 for chud logic. We got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, soup. Let's go, boy! Okay. Alright, then. Shit. Okay. Yeah, no, I like black. Nobody, okay, the reason open it up doesn't make sense because nobody says open it up about the borders, right? So if you said, I don't know, that one's okay, but I like open borders instead. Something like that, right? That makes a little bit more sense. But when I say, hey, what do you think I should do with the border? And you say, open it up, like, or what do you think about the border? And you just say, yeah, open it up. Hey, do you think this is too thin or should I make it thicker? Open it up. That's not a thing. Autism? I don't think it's autism. I think you're just stupid. But you can give yourself that excuse if you want. Okay. Okay. Is Philly coming on? Excuse me. All right. Where is my list of things and stuff? How many rounds are you aiming for? Oh, for stream? Oh, I have no idea. Until I get tired. Maybe a long time. We might go another 21 hours. Who knows? Who knows?
And then
Mike
Ethan
from
Klein,
PA.
so they made an edited clip on DGG where they removed the context, and then Ethan Klein played that edited clip on his stream because he's a Destiny fan. He's a
Bro, they are so set on doing another, like, or sorry, for going after him for being a Destiny fan. Like, they are so set on trying to paint him as a Destiny fan. This is so cringe, bro. This is so fucking cringe. They need him to be a Destiny fan. You went 21 hours? Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I got on, and at first I was like, yeah, we need to make a lot of money today. So you know what? We'll just let the goals just go on forever. Just however long the donos keep coming in, we'll just keep adding time. And then eventually it was like, I started at 1 a.m. Eventually it's like 2 p.m. and I'm like, well, crap. I got stuff I gotta do. I got errands I need to run. So I gotta go run errands. So I guess you guys are coming with me. So like I ended this stream, switched over to my phone, did an IRL stream, went and ran some errands, took everybody with me. And then my phone started to die. And I was like, well, shit, I did have other stuff I wanted to do, but people paid for this time. So I can't just let my phone die. I can't continue running my errands. So, all right, I guess I'm going home now. My phone's about to fucking die. And then left, got back home, started a third stream, and did that one in a vertical format. And so, yeah, it was, it was 21 hours. And like, I got home and eventually I was like, look, I'm tired. So I'm getting off at 6:45. Okay. We're cutting it off now. We're cutting it off. I'm done. I started at 1:45 a.m. We're at 18 hours now. And that's in 2 hours. So I'm done. I'm not going past 18 hours. I'm sorry. But then as we're we get to 6:45 and I was like, all right, I got to get off. And I was talking to Arian and I was like, Arian, I'm sorry. I'm already like 30 minutes over the time. I'm supposed to get off. I was supposed to get off like 30 minutes ago. I got to get off. I've been on for over 18 and a half hours now. I gotta go. And Arian's like, wait, these other people are in the waiting room. They wanted to jump on too. And I was like, dude, I can't do it. I have to cut this somewhere. I have to cut it somewhere. I've continued letting this like drag on all day. I have to put my foot down and stop it somewhere. He's like, I'll donate $25 if you just do this. I was like, oh, fuck. All right, fine. And one of the things is that like I was trying to like get enough money for something, which I am close to having enough money for it. But what I did spend some of that money while running errands, and then I was like, shit, I literally just spent 25 of the dollars that I needed. So him donating $25, all right, fine, let's do it. And I ended up making another $50 during that time. So yeah, we're I do, yes, I'm raising money to get to a certain thing, and so all donos are appreciated, but they're only helpful if you send them through the tips link, because I get that money immediately, and if you send it through YouTube, they take a third of it out. YouTube takes a third of every single super chat, whereas if you send it through the tips link in the description, I get 100% of that. So, but yeah, if you can't use, as I said, you can do it through PayPal now, and you can do it through like regular credit cards in the tip link. But I also have like a Cash App, which is $Tom Foolery Show. So yeah, however you wanna give me money, I will take it, and I am happy to do another 21 hours today if that's what you guys want. I don't know. I gotta make the monies. So. A whole outro break with that song. You made a whole video for it, Ali. A++. Tom, where's this break time song you played? Wait, where's this break time song you played before? Is to represent the will of the people. Fuck, I thought I still had Red Bull here. Am I out of Red Bull? I thought I had like 2 left. Am I really out? Oh, the Red Bull song. Oh, I'm glad you have this. I was looking for this. Thank you for sending this to me. I gotta save this. Can you send this to me? Can you DM this to me? I was looking for this clip. Yeah, this is the new BRB. That song is mid, really? You don't like it? Mantis doesn't like this part. Yeah, and Mantis likes the end too. She thinks the end is the best part. She's like, you should do the whole thing like the end. The end is the best part.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold.
I don't know what it is that she likes about the end. Like, I feel like the whole thing is like the end. I feel like the end is like the whole thing. I don't know. Play the clip. An emergency. We got an emergency, everybody. Hold on. Oh no. Dude, this audio is rough. This is not good. Shit. Let's
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more, make it overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more, make it overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more, make it overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more.
is to represent the will. Yeah. Yeah, I had found some sort of glitch with my camera and it just doesn't do it anymore. So like it does this instead now. But it was because I had a filter on it. And so maybe if I turn the filter on again, it'll work, but oh shit. That's not what I meant to do. Oh fuck. Okay, there we go. Sheesh. Yeah, there was this, the thing that turned my teeth yellow. All right, let's see. Yeah, it just doesn't do it the way that it did before, so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it did that. So yeah, I just figured out that it did that one day and just thought it would be funny to do it on stream when the beat dropped, but yeah, I don't know why it does that. Maybe the filter was on both? No, it wasn't. Odd. Turn down, mofo. Okay. All right. Yes, the Mike from PA and like Denims and all of the people who do all this shit. They are all they're all so set on painting him as a Destiny fan because it can only be Destiny in his fans who think that Hasan is a little overboard by talking to terrorists and and like agreeing with terrorists and sucking up to them, and like only Destiny can think that's weird. That's not just a normal liberal ideal. That's just Destiny, nobody else. So if you have the same criticisms as Destiny, or you use the same clips as Destiny, or use the same clips as his Reddit, now you're a Destiny fan now.
And then Ethan Klein, so they made an edited clip on DGG where they removed the context, and then Ethan Klein played that edited clip on his stream because he's a Destiny fan. He's a DGGer. He doesn't care that Destiny is sexually harassing and blackmailing dozens of women. He doesn't give a fuck.
I don't know why. Like, he literally did a video on Destiny doing this shit. Like, he is crashing out, bro. He is crashing out, dude. This is insane, dude. They are so upset.
Right? He doesn't care about, he just is obsessed with Hasan and trying to attack somebody who criticizes Israel fairly and in context.
Someone tell Tom to stop streaming at 3 in the morning. No, dude. Other people stream at normal times, and if I have to compete with people, I'm going to lose. So I just have to stream at the times when nobody else is doing it so that people have literally no other choice but to watch me. Fuck.
That is Ethan Klein. And the video is going to show you exactly where the edited part's out. And now Ethan Klein is going to his audience and lying again. Because he's a liar. And he's saying, oh, Hasan just won't watch the video. Hasan won't address the criticisms. In a clip where Hasan is directly addressing the video's clips and criticism, Ethan...
He literally says in the fucking video, in the stream, where he's addressing them, that he never watched it. 1. 2, he's not addressing them. He's addressing straw man versions of them. He's over and over saying like, oh, he just found out that I'm a socialist? What the hell? He just found out? When that was not what he was saying. He wasn't saying he just found out that he was a socialist. He just found out that he's a liberal. Sorry, not a liberal. He just found out that he hates liberals. And they even show in the fucking video that he tells them that he's like a progressive liberal or something like that. Like, he tries to make himself out to be a lot more reasonable and a lot more pragmatic than he actually is in reality. And so he's trying to sound very moderate. And he says, well, I even told Ethan that I wish I had never like branded myself as like far left so that like I could really like moderate my image. And I even told him that. But that doesn't mean that you hate liberals. Like, it is true that Marxism is against liberalism, okay? It is true that Marxism as an ideology is believes that liberalism is bad. But Marx was way smarter and says stuff like, you know, capitalism is the best thing that we've ever had. Capitalism is the thing that has brought us into the forefront of humanity. Capitalism is the the best economic position. It has given us the best economic position ever because it is part of human evolution and it is the thing that will drive us forward. But there has to be something afterwards. And that I think the next thing after is socialism and communism. Whereas somebody like Hasan does not do that. So a lot of these people, where Marx is saying, yes, there will be a point where we get into what's called late stage capitalism, where all of the money is sitting at the top. And that like he thinks that like all the money, everybody who's the richest person, all of those people will have it sitting all the way at the top. And so he's just saying that like there will be a small 1% up here that will have like 90% of the money. And that's going to be it. Like there's not going to be much for anybody else. And so everybody else below that will be poor. That is late stage capitalism, to where nobody can make ends meet. Nobody can buy a meal. Nobody can pay their rent. Nobody can live a life because late stage capitalism has made it to where only the richest people have any money at all. We're not in that right now. That's not where we're at. But they all believe that's where we're at. They all believe This is late stage capitalism. We have been in late stage capitalism for a very long time, and that now we need everything to tumble over. We need everything to tumble over. And so the idea is, because of this, the people who are all down here will eventually revolt. So all of these people, not just all of these people will revolt. And that there's way more of these people than there are of these people. And so the revolution is going to be these people coming to get theirs. So people like Hasan and people like Mike from PA do their best to push everybody into late stage capitalism. Now there's an idea called accelerationism, which means that you may not believe that we're here yet, but if you are able to put enough anxiety within the system, you will make it to where we get here faster. And so you're just trying to speed it up. You're just trying to cause as much problems and as much is that a Pokemon? Is that Dildo or whatever his name is? Dildog? But yeah, the accelerationism is where they're trying to push us into that faster so that we can tumble. So that's why a lot of leftists are like, if you ask them like, dude, how do you justify not voting for Kamala Harris? Like, if you think that Donald Trump is a fascist, if you think he's a danger to democracy, if you think he's somebody who is like bringing the next Reich, if you think that he is all of these things, there is no way you can justify not voting for Kamala Harris. And a lot of them will say, well, I actually want us to go and topple over. I want everything to go to hell. I want Donald Trump to win. I want Republicans to get everything that they want. I want them to get everything that they want, because the faster Trump is able to enact all of his policies, the faster the world goes to shit, and the faster we'll have our revolution. And so these are accelerationists. People like Hasan and all of these fucks who told everybody not to vote for Kamala. They are accelerationists. Luckily, we've brainwashed the stupid into being pro-corporation. Well, I mean, it's not even about like being pro-corporation. Like, corporations are fine in and of themselves, but being like pro-corruption, being pro corporatism, being pro like in corporatism, a lot of people think corporatism means that like corporations, like businesses are all like getting lobbying to like advocate for you, that corporatism is where corporations have a say in legislation and laws. That's not what corporatism is. Corporatism is what we were talking about the other day, which is economic fascism. Okay, Google, define economic fascism.
According to Wikipedia, Jurgen Kaczynski characterizes a fascist economy as a type of monopoly capitalism, which preserves the fundamental traits of capitalist production, such as the fact that production is carried out for the market by privately owned firms which employ workers for a certain wage.
So economic fascism is where you have the government working on behalf of private interests. And so any sort of private interest is working as the government, and they are the ones who run everything. So what Elon Musk is doing right now, this is considered economic fascism. This is considered economic fascism or corporatism, where, yes, you are able to have private interests come in and create laws on that are like in their behalf or on their behalf that are in their favor. It means that you value the market over the working people's own good. Well, no, again, That's a different thing. Like you can value corporations. Corporations have their value. Corporations have value. It's just how much you value them, right? So you're saying, oh, well, they value corporations, so that's bad. Well, no, valuing, as I just said, valuing corporations isn't a bad thing. But yes, if you value corporations and corporations' interests over anybody else's interests, well, now, yes, now that's where there's a problem. Now, yes, if you're valuing these things to the point to where it's like at your exclusion, of course, this is a negative.
Ethan Klein goes to his audience, edits the clip, edits out the context, and lies to his audience. Ethan Klein, you are a fucking liar.
This is insane. These people are insane. There's actually, we watched a clip yesterday of a bunch of people like, calling Destiny and Dan liars, and they said that they got caught in 4K lying, and then they play the clip and it's of Destiny and Dan reading something and then going, did you say that? And Dan being like, no, I didn't say that. And he's like, are you sure? You're positive? He's like, well, I don't think I did. Well, let's check. And they go check and they're like, oh shit, oh well fuck, yeah, no, I did say that. Yeah, no, I fucked up, I did say that. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. And they're like, see, they're liars. See, they lied. See, they got caught. They got caught lying. Whoa, they got caught lying. What fucking liars? It's like, wait, you didn't catch them. They're on stream just fact-checking themselves and then admitting that they were wrong. That's not catching somebody in a lie, dude. You didn't catch them doing anything. They just admitted that they were wrong. This is so stupid. But it was on YouTube drama subreddit. Yeah, Twitch never banned Israel. 95,000 new accounts were created. Bloomberg News exposed Dan and Destiny for lying, but they covered it up and now deceived Ethan Klein. And so this is the whole. They keep saying that they deceived Ethan Klein. They didn't deceive Ethan Klein, dude. But there's no evidence to this. At least I haven't seen anything to say they deceived him.
She should lose her job and either be suspended for a year or never be hired again. I just saw something.
Okay.
I understand what happened here.
The emails accused Twitch of suspending all Israeli accounts for a year. A claim the company debunked.
Yeah, go back. Do you see what she did?
Well, like
that would be an egregious. That's like journalistic malpractice. That's a fabricated quote.
I don't understand how this happens though. Like how does someone keep their job after doing this type of shit? Because like the thing is, I sent this to the editor and I said this was incorrect and that I've never said this.
Okay. You're sure that your emails don't have the?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes. You can go to the site and click the button. It's been the same. Why would I ever say that they suspended Israeli users? I know that's not true. No one would ever say that. I've never said this, and they're saying that I have said this. I did. I sent an email to the editor, and I said I demanded a retraction or a correction on it. If they don't, fuck it. I will sue them.
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Forget it. Delete this part of the VOD.
Okay.
Your fucking dumb email does say that.
No way.
Even more troubling, Twitch previously suspended all Israeli accounts for a year without public acknowledgement or explanation.
Alright, well, never mind then.
They literally fact-checked themselves here, dude. They literally fact-checked themselves here. And you clip them and leave in the part where they fact-check themselves. And then you say that that Bloomberg News exposed Dan and Destiny for lying. What the fuck? What the fuck? They just fact-checked themselves. This is insane. This is insane, dude. Tom attacks Kiwi Farms, Mike from PA, and Hasan. Curious. Those things that all of them have in common, they're all just, pretty much the same. Kiwi Farms and Hasan,
Alright, we'll just trim that part out of the VOD. Well,
I think when they're saying cut that part out of the VOD or something, I think that's the thing, is that they're like taking this seriously and thinking that they're like, that they don't know that they're live streaming right now. They have no idea that they're live and that they're caught.
There it is. Even more troubling, Twitch previously suspended all Israeli accounts for a year.
So yeah, this is so stupid. Twitch never banned. 95,000 new accounts were created. Bloomberg News exposed Dan and Destiny for lying. So I haven't seen this. What is this news article? Because I need to read this, because I'm actually doing a video right now on this, and that's why the other day I was saying that I was like talking to Dan about this, because I was putting out like that guy put out his hit piece on Ethan Klein's Hasan nuke, and he just got so much wrong in it. So I was going to edit the video, but I couldn't find the evidence that Dan put out at the time showing that people were not able to sign up through phones. And so I reached out to him, but he didn't get back to me until after I was done with the stream. So I got the videos and I was putting it into the edit for the video that I'm pulling up. But this right here, I don't, they're saying, I forget who, but I think the guy in the video said that Bloomberg also proved that, or that Bloomberg, Bloomberg went and checked all the information from Twitch. And so I need to find this account, or this, I need to find this article, because if they actually verified this stuff, then there's a problem, because this has been verified that those were banned, but they're saying that they verified that Twitch didn't ban them. 3 major brands have halted their advertising on Amazon Inc.'s Twitch online ordering, according to people with knowledge of the matter, after controversial group of live streams alleged the company is promoting anti-Semitic content. At the let's see, one's owned by Israel company. Okay, here we go. Here it is. Dan Saltman. The targeting of Twitch advertisers has been coordinated in forum and online chat rooms, including spaces dedicated to Bonnell on the Reddit social media service and Discord chat app. Followers led by Dan Saltman, another online commentator, organized a mass email campaign to sponsors under a Discord channel titled Twitch Bans Israel. Saltman was banned from Twitch in November for extreme harassment after leading the advertiser campaign, and has co-hosted a podcast with Bono. It's wild that they actually banned him. One, like, that is a really bad look that they banned Dan while he was doing this. That is a really bad look. I totally get why they would want to ban him. But for them to ban him for extreme harassment. Bro, he was harassing Twitch employees? Wait, what employees did he harass? What? I didn't hear about this. What Twitch employees did he harass? It sounded like they were saying he was harassing, like, the CEO. Dan, yes, you're saying he's harassing Dan. How did he harass Dan if he's, like, advocating for the guy to get fired, in, like, bringing, like, a ton of evidence with it? Like, I wouldn't call this harassment. Like, sheesh, dude. That's a bit insane. Like, calling out somebody for what they're doing and calling it harassment. That is a bad look, dude. That is a really bad look. No, it isn't. Why wouldn't that be a bad look, Val? If people are criticizing your platform, even if you disagree with them, to ban them is a really bad look. Yes, that is it. That is always a bad look. That is always a bad look to ban people who are criticizing your platform. Like, even if you think they're wrong, even if you disagree with them, that is a bad look, dude. Because especially when Twitch always says that they want to hear from everybody, they want to be transparent, they want to know what everybody thinks, they care about their employees, they care about their streamers, they care about their viewers. Like, Tom, this is retarded. It wasn't just criticism. Go back and watch what he was saying. He was saying shit about his kids. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that. If he was saying shit about his kids, that's fucked up. Yeah, I do remember that he was like taking things a little bit too far with some of the shit that he was saying, but I felt like he was taking it too far based on facts. I felt like he didn't have the facts to back up some of the claims that he was making. But that's what I'm saying, is that, yeah, like, disagreeing with the shit that he was saying or thinking that he's wrong isn't the same as like him harassing them. But yeah, if he was saying, I don't remember him saying stuff about his kids. When you say go back and look, like, I don't know, what do I go back to? Like, the hundreds of tweets about this, the tons of videos that he put out, the numerous streams on Destiny's channel, like, what do I go back and look at? Like, there's like a whole 2 months of this shit. Crap, my phone's about to die. Followers, okay. In one post, Saltman called for an all-out advertiser blitz. He said the campaign has reached out to more than 100 advertisers, according to DigiDay. Users of the Discord channel have celebrated media coverage accusing Twitch and Piker of anti-Semitism, and have discussed clips that would portray Piker negatively. They've also discussed sending emails to members of Congress. In November, U.S. Representative Richie Torres, a New York Democrat, wrote a letter to Twitch titled, "Hasan Piker is dangerous," citing inflammatory quotes from the streamer and accusing him of Jew hatred. Yeah, I mean, it was good that Twitch actually added into their TOS that they should, that they're going to take into consideration context around how people use the word Zionist now, because it was being used as a dog whistle for a while, so I'm glad that they changed that. The only reason you aren't bothered by it is because you can't stream on Twitch. Dan fucked over all political streamers on Twitch, even ones he considered allies. No, I hold on. I agree with that. I agree that it was a negative outcome, but that's not the same as saying that he harassed people and like, you realize that you totally just sidestepped your own claim. You said, I said that this was a bad look for Twitch to ban him while he's criticizing people, call it for extreme harassment. And you said, no, it's not. And now you're just bringing up the outcomes and saying you don't like the outcomes. That's not the same as saying that this is a good look. That, like, whether or not I care about it, whether or not I think Dan, because I was very clear that I think that Dan was taking things a little too far, that his claims are a little bit too broad, that he didn't have the evidence for his claims. But you're talking about whether or not I care about it now. This isn't relevant. It's whether or not what he did was extreme harassment and whether or not this is a bad look for them. But he did say something about the Twitch staff should have used redact.dev because he has all their info and family photos and stuff. Oh, yeah, that's right. He did. That's right. We went over that the other day. Piker told NBC News that many of the videos cited in the letter were taken out of context. He said he was criticizing the Israeli government, not Jewish people. Saltman has also helped coordinate the launch of websites targeting Twitch chief Executive Officer Dan Clancy and Amazon Vice President Steve Boom. One DanClancySucks.com claim Twitch isn't an anti-Semitic hellhole, is an, I don't know why, my screen is flashing right now and it's making it really hard for me to read this. It's like the refresh rate is like doing this. I think it's the refresh rate. I'm not really sure what that means, actually. Semitic hellhole referencing Piker's content. A second. SteveBoomSucks.com links the other sites. A website advertise on Twitch.com helps users send emails to dozens of brands that have partnered with Twitch or sponsored events, including Chevron. One stated that these companies' ads are sponsoring Jew-hating content. The email accused Twitch of suspending all Israeli accounts for a year, a claim the company debunked in a recent post on X, while Twitch temporarily suspended email verification of new accounts in Israel and Palestine over concerns of live-streamed violence. The company said it received 100,000 mobile verified signups from Israel over the past 12 months and saw a 95% increase in hours watched in the region. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. Obviously, yes, if there's a fucking if there's a war going on and you didn't ban the people. So yeah, this does say that they suspended them. They didn't suspend them. They just suspended signups from them. They suspended signups from them. Yes, those two things aren't related. It's two separate statements. Quit trying to dismiss one of them. You're being a goof. Wait, hold on. I thought it was the only reason you aren't bothered by it is because you can't stream on Twitch. That's one. Dan fucked over all political streamers on Twitch. So you're saying those are two separate statements. They look like one. They look like you're saying one thing. I have no idea how you can separate those two. It looks like those are both part of the same idea. You're saying they fucked over Twitch. I don't care about it because I'm not on Twitch. This is how they affected Twitch. But what I asked you was, how is this not a bad look? That was the response you gave. And that I don't want to, I'm so lost. Okay. But yeah, anyways, this doesn't say that they confirmed any of this, but yeah, we have confirmation that mobile accounts were banned. The website also featured edited clips of Piker streams, some of which the streamers said inaccurately clipped and intended to make him appear as an Islamist fundamentalist. Bonnell and Saltman dispute this. In an October video, Saltman said his goal was to get Bonnell reinstated on Twitch. In an email to Bloomberg, he said that was a joke and that he wants to drive Clancy from his job. Clancy told Bloomberg in 2023 that he is fond of Piker's content and admires how he bluntly says what he believes. Critics have accused Piker of being sympathetic to Hamas and organizations designated as foreign terrorists by U.S. State Department. He has equated Zionism, the movement to establish and protect the Jewish state, with fascism. He also shared a music video associated with the Houthis, the Yemeni rebel group, while relating music clips from military organizations. The Anti-Defamation League alerted Twitch to concerns over Piker's Houthi content. The service gave him a warning. Piker's channel was the most watched on Twitch on election day. The campaign, Piker's allegations of harassment are often made by people who have been exposed for their bigotry, sexism, and hatred, Saltman said. Twitch, however, sees it differently. Update Anti-Defamation League ranking in 6 paragraphs, the status. Okay, so this was not confirmed. This just says from them that it says a claim the company debunked in a recent post on X. They did not debunk it. Well, yes, they didn't debunk any of this. The claim, this is wrong that they suspended people from Twitch, but they did make it to where people were not allowed to sign up anymore. And so they made it to where anyone in Israel or Palestine could not sign up anymore. And they came out and said, no, we did allow people to sign up on phones, not on email. And so anytime you sign up for Twitch, they have to send you a verification code. That verification code either goes to your phone in a text message, or it goes to your email. One of those two. If you chose email, it wouldn't let you do it. If you chose phone, it would let you do it. We already have verification that that is not true. We already have verification that this is just patently untrue. And we've gone over it a bunch of times. But Dan and other people recorded their phones trying to go over it. One guy did it on a computer. And when he did it on the computer, he did it through, what's it called? An emulator? Where it emulates a phone as if you're doing it on a phone. He did it on the phone, and he asked for the, no, it wasn't an emulator. Sorry. He signed up on his computer and told it to send the verification code to his phone. He says the code never came, and he opens up the code. He opens up the script on the side. And when he opened the script on the side, how do you do it again? It's, I don't remember how you do it, but yeah, he opened up the script on the side. Yeah, here you go. He opened up the script on the side, and it said banned country. It literally said in red letters, banned country. So there's no way that they can deny this. We have that evidence. Then other journalists from Israel came out and said, we tried signing up. We couldn't sign up on phones. They said they didn't ban it on phones, only emails, and that was just an accident, that they went to go turn it back on. They only banned it for a couple of days, and then they went to go turn it back on, and they only turned on phone verification, not email verification. But they're like, we checked. We tried signing up over phones. We couldn't do it. So we know that this is not true. So yeah, there's no verification here. And people keep claiming that there's verification here, but I don't see anything in here saying that they verified it, and them saying that they debunked it is bullshit. That is bullshit. Alright, whatever. Fuck these fucks.
Mr. President, people in India would be welcoming your decision to extradite Tahabur Rana to...
I can't understand a word he's saying.
Mr. President, people in India would be welcoming your decision to extradite Tahabur Rana to...
What the fuck, dude?
May I?
Mr. President, people in India would be welcoming your decision to extradite Tahabur Rana to...
I can't understand a word he's saying.
What the hell, dude? Do they not have, like, a translator there or anything? Like, seriously, that's it?
Mr. President, people in India would be welcoming your decision to extradite Tahabur Rana to...
I can't understand a word he's saying.
I can understand him. This is wild, dude. I can't understand a word he's saying.
Really awesome.
Like...
I'd like a tattoo of this really awesome Chinese symbol that I saw.
We're definitely gonna need your parents to come sign off on.
It's my body, my choice.
You're 14. Take it from me. You're gonna regret it one day.
All right, then can I just buy some of those cigarettes?
No way. Smoking is so bad for you.
How about a beer?
No.
A vape pen?
No.
A lighter?
Not in this state.
Can I rent a car?
Sorry.
Bottled cough syrup?
What are you, drunk?
Fireworks?
You might blow yourself up.
That Ruger GP100 and a box of 38 specials?
You might shoot your eye out.
Can I just...
You might shoot your
I don't
eye
know,
out.
like get an irreversible gender surgery?
Gender surgery, no.
No problem. We'll get started right away.
Oh, cool. I don't need my parents' permission.
Of course not. What if they're not affirming?
Tom Foolery Show, I think phone numbers including country code didn't work, but it worked if you didn't put a country code. Don't quote me on this. Right, but that would mean that they still did ban the country. That is the point. Yes, that is the point. Is that yes, if you had the country code in there and it still would not let you verify, then yes, that means that they still banned the country. So yeah, these people are gay as fuck, dude. They are so dumb. It's fucking wild that liberals want people to get medical attention for issues that they have. That's insane. Fucking liberals, dude. So weird. Weirdos.
I created this personalized air filter for people that really care about the air that they breathe.
Elon
At the top
Musk's
here
next
are two
invention.
plugs that go into your nose that filter the air coming in. There's holes in the bottom of it, and when you open it, there's a little filter on the inside that can be exchanged out. Breaths of fresh air. In the future, with one purchase of one of these air filters, comes a free armband that says, "I'm the solution," as in I'm the solution to pollution. Man. Is there a problem right now? I created...
Good shit. Good shit. Well done. It should have said the final solution, but fair enough. It should have said the final solution to pollution. But, missed opportunity.
Elon Musk had another. We found out tonight that Elon Musk had another kid, this time with an individual, Ashley St. Clair, that he may or may not have.
Wait, I know Ashley St. Clair. Where do I know her from? She was one of the chicks who hated on DeLuca, right? She was one of the chicks who hated on DeLuca, yeah. Are you pulling a fucking sass on me right now? Will you chill? Can we watch Destiny on Piers? I mean, we can. You can't. You are going to bed. So we will watch it after we watch Kuihman fight with WillyMac. She was? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, she was one of them.
Met in his Twitter replies. And that is right, you heard that correctly. This is Elon Musk's 13th child. I don't know with how many women. I think it's up to 8 or 9 now. Tonight, in an all-time Friday news dump, Ashley St. Clair released a statement saying, 5 months ago, I welcomed a new baby into the world. Elon Musk is the father. What a sentence. What a 2 sentences for a graphic. I've not previously disclosed this to protect our child's privacy and safety, which makes sense.
Oh my
But
goodness.
in recent days, it has become clear that the tabloid media intends to do so, regardless of the harm it will cause. Now, it is kind of shitty of the media to leak this, but also, if you have a kid with Elon Musk, it's gonna get out. No better way to announce Elon Musk has had another kid than with some Latin. Romulus Maximus, is that what he called himself or something? Kind of pick me from Ashley saying like, oh, please interact with my tweet, Elon. Now, who is Ashley St. Clair? She is somebody I would describe.
He has 9 kids with 9, or wait, he has 9 baby mamas? Which one was it?
As a conservative influencer. He's very popular, hundreds of thousands of followers across social media platforms. And as the saying goes, if I have a baby with Elon Musk, you won't know, but there will be signs.
What the fuck is this? We should randomly watch kidology vids. Yeah, wouldn't that be so ironic if we just like watched kidology vids? Like, wouldn't that be so crazy if we just like sat and just like watched kidology vids like they were good or something? Wouldn't that be fucking crazy?
Worse signs on Twitter. She tweeted out, Wagner chief says his forces will pull back. And then he goes, the pullout method, Elon Musk.
Oh my goodness, dude. What the hell, bro? Right in front of everybody. This is what I do, bro. That you can't do that. This is me. I do that shit. You can't do that, Elon. Why? You can't do that. You're not supposed to. This is like edgy, degenerate streamer shit. You're not that. You're a CEO. You're the richest person in the world. What are you doing?
And then he goes, speaking personally, I obviously prefer the pull-in method.
Yeah. She makes great videos. Yeah. Her videos are awesome. Yeah. That's good, dude. That's good. I like you, Neon. You're funny.
This was June 2023. He got Ashley pregnant about 6 months later. She replied to this, go to horny jail, bonk. He may have went to jail, but it was a 6-month sentence because he got out. Seems like they met for the first time back in May 2023. Ashley once wrote a book,
13 kids. 9 baby mamas. Sheesh, bro.
Back in May 2023. Ashley once wrote a book, Elephants Are Not Birds. It was a
Wow.
children's book.
Wow, dude. That's so good. Damn. They really. Really good, dude. Really good shit. Elephants are not birds. Damn. These people are so smart. They're so fucking smart. I can't believe it. This is why I say all the time that, like, conservatives literally have no idea what liberals believe. They don't know anything that liberals believe at all, dude. They don't know, like, they couldn't steelman a single thing that liberals believe. And there was somebody who literally just like, after I said that the other day, they commented something immediately afterwards that I was just like, wow, dude, did you really just, like, prove my point just like that? Like, were you really, like, just that fucking quickly? Like, you were just ready to fucking prove me right just like that? Fucking shit, bro. And yeah, okay, so this person said, and for his next trick, Donald Trump will make you liberals defend the IRS. I said, we're liberals. We've always defended the IRS, homie. MAGA are the most clueless people of all time. You literally have no idea what liberals believe. And he said, liberals don't even know what liberals believe. You can't even tell me what a fucking woman is, homie. I said, thank you for proving my point. But thank you. I appreciate you coming back so quickly just to, like, help me out here. That was actually, I wasn't sure where that was going to go. I wasn't sure where that was going to go. I was afraid you might be the first conservative who actually could steelman a liberal belief, but I'm so glad that you came back with that. Appreciate it. Shut up.
I think it was a top seller. He had that look in
Top
his
seller,
eye.
yeah.
He was ready to go.
Oh,
But
man.
yes,
He
congratulations
looked
to these
wasted.
two. I wouldn't even be surprised if Elon Musk has more children than 13 in this world. We just know about 13. Congratulations to Ashley. I'm happy that the baby is healthy. I'd assume they're not going to get married, but who knows? We've seen crazier things. But talk about an all-time Friday news dump.
Sheesh, dude. Elon, motherfucker. Chill, bro. Chill, brah. He who saves his country does not violate any law. This is getting to disgusting levels. This is getting to disgusting levels of fascism. This is getting to disgusting levels of fascism, dude. This is, like, you guys have to know you're defending authoritarianism here. You have to know you are defending authoritarianism. You have to know that. This is wild, bro. All right. Everybody, do your work. Make this the most famous tweet of all time. We're going to win. This is how we win with this tweet right here. This is how we get them. This is how we own the conservatives. Do your thing. Make it the biggest tweet of all time. Retweets everywhere and likes and comments saying, this is the greatest tweet of all time. You're saving America. And then lots of American flags and patriotism. We're going to win. This is how we beat fascism. It's this tweet right here. Let's go. He's got 477,000, so we're gonna have to beat that. So let's might fall asleep, night fools. After we're I don't have a like or a retweet notification from Allie. We're doing no content until Allie has liked and retweeted. That is, we're doing nothing. We're sitting here all night waiting. Maybe we'll have to wait until Allie wakes up. Did I miss another Mr. Girl hotline? Shit. Somebody needs to remind me of things. 'Cause yeah, I forgot. I was going to try to call in the last couple. So yeah, Jack Posobiec, President Trump will save America. What a fucking cuck. Sock Dunn left. You uphold the Constitution, obey it, or leave the office. True. Theron Bassett said, when tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. Thomas Jefferson. Readers out of context. This statement has not been found in Thomas Jefferson's writing. It was first attributed to Jefferson in 2006. Oh, embarrassing, dude. Oh, embarrassing, bro. Oh, embarrassing, dude. Dude. All right, did we get it? Allie. Nope. Still. Nope. Allie. We're not doing anything. We're staying on this one tweet. We're staying on this one tweet, and we're just reading all 46,000 comments. The banger tweet has utilitarian in it. What do you mean? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're asking which one? Yes. Sorry, I just posted the link like 20 times in chat. If you guys didn't get the banger tweet, here you go. I'll post it one more time for you guys just to make sure that you guys see it. Just one more time. Just to make sure that you guys see it. Then I'm out. Good night, folks. Adios, Casper Ghost. It sounds like she's doing it, so I think we're good. I think we're all right. I'm timing Tom out for spamming. This tweet is lame as hell. It's the greatest tweet of all time. It's going to save America. No timestamp.
Does that make sense?
Wait, what are you saying?
You being the victim because you get with the road.
I saw this coming a million.
No, not this fat bit. Just for reference, I never made a Discord with Lav. I was never in Lav's Discord. I don't know who was, and that was banned from my Discord. My Discord was never made to leak tapes to you, and there's no evidence of that. Destiny also never spoke to me about this. Kelly Jean literally created a fucking Discord server when they heard a video of mine leaked months ago. Lav was fiending trying to get a hold of that video, or shopping around, pictures of my dick to people, and begging to get a hold of it so she could distribute it to people. This is revenge porn in the literal truest sense of the word. There was a noble voice and it was incredibly disgusting. Okay, Kelly seemed eager to talk about this. got to that part. Did you want to jump on? Yeah, I've never heard this before. I'm in Kelly Jean's Discord server. I'll say this. I never heard about any of this. This was never the reason that I understood for the. I'm just gonna give a palms in my chat. My server. Hi, Kelly.
Hello.
Hi. So,
Yeah.
is this just made up, just entirely?
It is completely made up, and he made it up about 2 weeks ago. He wrote this in DGG chat for like the first time ever, and everyone was like, what the fuck, where did he get this from? The only thing he did say, he did mention somebody else's name directly after that, so I don't know if he got like confused with some like false rumor from someone else, but the fact that he's still spreading it after he's being corrected on it as well is really weird, and I think it seems pretty intentional. He's just trying to like group me in with Lav. Also, I don't really know what Lav has done, so I don't want to like throw Lav under the bus because he could be saying a bunch of shit about her. I don't know because I wasn't in her fucking Discord.
So, why and when was your Discord made?
I made the Discord after I left Discord's Discord.
What was that about?
After
Around
we
the
like fell
cherry
out.
stuff, or?
Yeah, I can't stand looking at the fucking. I can't do it. I can't, like, it hurts my eyes. Even just like the movement alone. I may have been threatened to repost this by its author. Based. Well done, Alley Cats. She didn't like it, but we'll work on it.
Yeah, it was like that time, so it was like June-ish of last year.
Okay.
But I might have made the Discord a bit later. I have to check.
Thank
but
you,
it wasn't
Allie.
anything to do with me making the Discord because Destiny had a sex tape leak.
Did
I'm pretty sure that happened
the tape
ages
or
ago.
the Nico Sam edit of the tape, did any of that get posted in the Discord, or?
No. The only thing that did get posted within my Discord is when the new set of leaks happened. Annie posted one of the newer leaks, but no one posted the Nico Sam stuff in my Discord.
I assume, was that moderated,
And-
or?
Yeah, it got deleted. Obviously, I don't want to look at that. That's nasty. Gross.
Fair enough. I haven't just.
Who cares what Kelly has to say? Well, I if he's making this claim against her, yeah, I'm interested. If he's lying about that, then
Was there anything else you wanted to talk about? Because I had another question on something not entirely related. So.
Oh, no, go for it if you want.
So I heard. So a few weeks ago, I put forward this idea that Destiny might have turned on you after being turned down, and then apparently there's been a story going around of him asking to rub your feet or something. What I haven't actually heard this. But what's this about?
So I didn't realize it was anything sexual at the time because it was like it wasn't a sexual situation, and I didn't know he was into feet. So I was like, I don't really want to do that because like I have nerve damage and I have like a thing with my peripheries. They just hurt all of the time, and I'd been talking about that at that time. I also had an issue with like wearing headphones and stuff, and he like I'd mentioned that to him when I was just yapping about shit. But he was also like really jet lagged. So I just put down the weird interaction, just him being like loopy from jet lag. And I was like, whatever.
What's the setting? He gets off of a plane or something, assumedly, and then you
Yes.
meet at like a hotel.
Yeah, we met. We had
Yeah, we
dinner
have
at,
another
like, 'cause
victim.
This was like Stratford, and I was making jokes because why the fuck did Pearl put him up in Stratford? Did she want him to get stabbed type thing? Because I thought that was quite funny. But she's really central East London, so Stratford didn't make sense. So we went for dinner. It was on like in like the Westfield in Stratford.
Yeah.
And then we went back to his hotel for a bit. That's the same.
I just have to say, look at how fucking cool that logo is, dude. With all the fucking, like, shadows and the glare and the different lighting. You got the steel at the top. You got the fucking hardwood at the bottom. Damn, homie. Oh. I would be all up in that fucking logo.
Same night that I left him like the little bottle of Vyvanse or Elvance in the UK, which he threw away, quotations apparently, and he never actually tried. But like there wasn't any like sexual conversation. It was just, and I wouldn't have even thought about it if I didn't then find out later that he liked feet. Right? It just didn't even occur.
Well,
to me.
what even? How does, I just don't understand. So he gets off the plane. You meet in Westfield. You have
Yeah.
dinner. Then what? You go back to a hotel room and he's what? He's like half passed out and just like asking to touch your feet, or like what's happening?
Yeah, he was like half laying on his bed, basically being like loopy from jet lag. He was like, "Oh, can I rub your feet?" It was like that.
Got you.
It wasn't very deep. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay. And so what? You reject? Good. So what, did you want to add stuff to that interview?
Yeah. Like I might go over some of it. Like I don't hate the video. I wanted to talk to Willy because I know he was talking to lots of people, and I think that's fair. There is like points in this interview. I mean, like you're getting like a couple of minutes from it. It's like the full call, even the on the record stuff, is like 22 minutes. So it is long. I didn't give Willy any direction on like what to cut or anything else. I'm not mad at him. But yeah, like obviously there's more thing like quite early on. I'm setting out like Corontos
saying Pixie's name over and over again. The bad empanada stuff, the stuff with Hasan talking about it. I think actually in the on the record bit, Willie.
More Destiny stuff, I guess. So the kind of, I guess it's like somewhat like tangential to that, but not really about Destiny. So this is the President Sunday and Beckett are the two guys who made videos about Pixie and Destiny when nobody was supposed to be talking about it. They were the ones who were like making a video to out it, and they both coordinated to have their videos come out at the same time. And so then the other day when we watched the video from President Sunday's editor, he came out with like all of this information showing that President Sunday was purposefully acting maliciously. And we didn't hear much about Beckett, but we know that Beckett was working with him and should have had the same issues, the same questions, and the same like ethical problems as his editor. So like it was just, yes, it was horrific the amount of shit that President Sunday did. Like knowing how harmful his video was going to be, and he did it anyways. And so then today, WillyMac came out with a video that we went over earlier talking about the Destiny situation, but he went and talked to Beckett and like asked him like, well, why would you do this? Why did you go along with this? Like, what's wrong? And he did just kind of like keep like kind of saying weaselly and contradictory stuff that was kind of ridiculous, and got called out for like, yeah, just kind of being a weasel and lack of, having a lack of moral fortitude. And so WillyMac did a good number on him, and him and President Sunday. And so now after Kuihman recorded or reviewed the video, now Beckett's jumping on, I guess, to take issue with the video. So and then WillyMac jumps on pretty soon as well.
Agrees with me, this was coming out. But I also understand Willie's point around talking to people. And I mean, I think I've said this publicly already. If I could, I think one of the big things is I should have reached out. So I just sort of accept that as a mistake.
Okay, what would have changed if...
Okay. We should be back up. Just give me a moment to reset everything. My power went out. It is rough here right now. This is a crazy storm. Like, this is a really crazy storm happening right now. It is so loud. I couldn't hear it until the power went out. But once the power went out, it was just so loud. I saw my window just kind of flashing over there, and I walked outside, and it, like, the trees are like sideways. Whew. It is rough out there right now. There's a full torrential downpour. Looks like some sort of hurricane. I don't know. Is there a hurricane? Does anybody know? Is there a hurricane happening right now? Well, I can't see chat yet, so. This should pull everything back up.
I didn't give Willie any direct.
Okay.
The Y chromosome is shrinking, and scientists predict it could disappear in the next few million years. What does that mean for human males? Some theorize that...
Okay. All right. You guys hear me? Everybody hear me? Can I get some... Why is my chat not working? Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. We're good. Yeah, dang, dude. The power went out. I thought, this is it. This is it. Anonymous has finally done it. They took out the transformers. They took out the power grid. And now it's time for us to revolt. It's time for us to take down Donald Trump. We are going out into the streets. And then I was like, oh, but it's raining. I was like, at first, I'm like, I am ready to do anything. We are going to war. I will probably die. This is it. This is over. We will end Donald Trump and MAGA. And then I'm like, oh, but it's raining outside. I don't really want to get wet. Oh. Yeah. Not really a good time for a revolution, honestly. It's, I'm kind of busy to do a revolution, so I'm gonna have to wait. I'm gonna have to wait a little bit. Maybe. Let me check my calendar. See if there's a better time for a revolution.
Action on like what to cut or anything else. I'm not mad at him. But yeah, like obviously there's more. I think like quite early on, I'm setting out like Corontos saying Pixie's name over and over again, the bad empanada stuff, the stuff with Hasan talking about it. And I think actually in the on the record bit, Willy agrees with me. This was coming out, but I also understand Willy's point around talking to people. And I mean, I think I've said this publicly already. You know, if I could, I think one of the big things is I should have reached out.
Yeah, this he agrees with me. It was coming out. Like, whatever, dude. This whole like dumb thought process of like, well, dude, it was coming out, so you can't really blame me for being the one who did it. Somebody was going to be immoral enough. Somebody was going to be enough of a scumbag. Somebody was going to be enough of a piece of shit to leak this stuff and to be the one to come out and say it all publicly. Someone was going to do it. So it's not really on me that this is going to come do it. Yeah. So I might as well go ahead and like, cause yeah, why would it be my fault? Like when I find out that like somebody was planning on shooting up a school, I just went and grabbed my gun and just started fucking mowing those little fuckers down. Obviously, that's what I did. It's what anybody would do. Like if you know. Damn it, dude. My screen is already... Okay, there we go. If you know someone's going to shoot up a school, dude, you're supposed to just go grab your gun and shoot them up. You just go ahead and do it yourself. That's what everybody... Isn't that what everybody does? Isn't that normal?
So I just sort of accept that as a mistake and fuck up.
What would have changed if you'd reached out for you?
I don't know.
That's a good question. What would have changed? Because it sounds like, because this is the part, is that like WillyMac said, he's like, you know, I forget what he said. Like, you know, if you had reached out, you would have known that like she was going to come out and say it herself. So you didn't need to put out a video. And he's like, yeah. And he's like, but wait, you knew that she was getting ready to make a statement. You guys actually had her statement already. So, wait, that wouldn't have changed anything. He's like, yeah, we did have her statement, yeah.
I just think that would have been the correct thing to do. I think as well, like it is fair to say there are concerns.
Again, I haven't seen Beckett's video, so I have no idea what he put out on this. Let's see. Dude, my screen is fucked up. I can't, it's not moving for me. Yeah, dude, I can't, my screen will not move. Okay, so I guess this is it. Destiny Unmasked. Destiny Predator Unmasked. Is that? Okay, it's 21 minutes. Let's see. Let's skip through some of the bullshit.
Help you with this line, I'd rather not.
In late November, a leak occurred which revealed, shall we say, a lot of Destiny's personal history. There has been massive speculation about the people involved in those leaks, whether the sharing of them was consensual, and people's both public and private reactions to them. What I have for you today is a breakdown of the conversation that occurred between President Sunday
I'm not going to go
and
through the
Seethe.
whole thing.
This includes multiple DM leaks between the parties involved, and conversations of the general strategies being taken. But first, let me explain to you why I'm prepared to release these at all. When I went looking for these DMs, having heard about them on the grapevine from a couple of sources, I'll be honest, what I found was two separate individuals who had received them independently, and for one of them, they were pretty far down the chain. Now, people's level of knowledge involving these leaks is debatable. Though at this point, I will say, of all the people who aren't directly involved...
What DM specifically is he looking for?
Between President Sunday and Seethe. Speculation about the people involved in those leaks, whether the sharing of them was consensual, and people's both public and private reactions to them. What I have for you today is a breakdown of the conversation that occurred between President Sunday and Seethe. This includes multiple DM leaks between the parties involved, and conversations of the general strategies being taken. But
I don't understand it.
First, let me explain to you why I'm prepared to release these at all. When I went looking for these DMs, having heard about them on the grapevine from a couple of sources, I'll be honest, what I found was two separate individuals who had received them independently, and for one of them, they were pretty far down the chain.
Oh, okay, from the people he heard from originally. Okay.
Now, people's level of knowledge involving these leaks is debatable. Though at this point, I will say, of all the people who aren't directly involved in these events, I probably have one of the fullest pictures. The story I want to tell you isn't really the story of Destiny. Rather, what I want to display is the machine that exists around him. Because, to be clear, that machine around him is already being exposed.
Hi everyone. So Lonerbox has announced that he is quitting YouTube, and he gave a bit of an iffy answer for that. Like he said, it was in part because he was supposedly harassed and smeared by me and Hasan. But I actually found out the real reason just now, and it's that Destiny cucked him. His girlfriend cheated on him with Destiny.
And this drip feed of information is causing so much speculation from everybody that regardless of what anybody's original intentions were, it has created more of an air of mystery, speculation, and interest than was ever needed. On November the 29th, 2024, President Sunday...
I don't think that's true, though. Right? That's not even true, is it? I don't think that's true, because the stuff from Pixie is from years ago, and I think her and Lonerbox just started dating more recently. So I don't even think that's true. So yeah, maybe you could have reached out to her and found out if that quote was true, if she cheated on Lonerbox with Destiny. There's, you know, I guess the first claim that you've made here. So, I mean, he didn't make the claim specifically, but he's showing the claim. Unless he debunks it later on, it looks like that's he's sourcing it.
They would reach out to Seethe regarding the Destiny leaks and ask her to check in on Pixie, as even at that point, people were beginning to speculate that it was her in the images. They then begin discussing the situation and how best to move forward with informing Pixie, which leads to an hour-long call in which Sunday provides further context around the leaks themselves and other people Destiny may have been involved with. This also includes a conversation between Lav and Pixie, which occurred during the Mr. Girl saga, where Pixie denied sleeping with Destiny when confronted by Lav. Pixie would then go private, much to the frustration of both Sunday and Seethe, both of them realizing that in some ways, this was just a confirmation that it was indeed her to those who were speculating. Outside of these two, the wider rumor mill was obviously already spinning, with people reaching out to see what information or opinions other people had. There's obviously the additional factor of speculation regarding what other communities may know or be referring to when they're coming across general memes or comments. These conversations would continue for several days while they discussed the reactions from the wider community and online discourse. Picking back up on December 4th, President Sunday becomes concerned with Pixie's approach and tactics, noting that that's like every wrong decision she could make, now it's content. The concern generally being that this was only reinforcing people's opinions that she was the one in the leaks, and driving people to investigate deeper. Seethe would describe this as Sunday preaching to the choir. Importantly, it was around this time that Not So Erudite would reach out to Seethe.
Okay, hold on. Damn it, dude. I can't do this if my screen won't move. She's making a reason for people to investigate it for her. If she's not willing to laugh it off or be a victim or whatever, she needs to say nothing. Lying about it poorly is the single worst thing she can do. Seethe said, "You're preaching to the choir. I've told her repeatedly that denying it basically wasn't an option and to just shut it, but she didn't listen." See, this is something that I never do in my videos, or I don't do it often, especially not with my own shit, that, like, I probably should. This is probably what I should do, is lots of times just, like, summarize DMs and move on and just put them on the screen for everybody else to read. But yeah, I don't often do that, and I guess maybe I should do it. To me, it seems like poor Yeah, it seems like poor journalism or poor fact finding, poor evidence if you don't actually say it out loud, because it seems like a lot of people aren't going to read the entire thing and or are just listening. I feel like lots of people, when they're like watching a YouTube video, they're not actually watching, they're just listening. And so I always want to make sure that I say the things that I want people to know. And so if I go over DMs, I want to just go over the DMs. I want to go over them and read them, so that people can hear all of the facts for themselves instead of hoping they pause and read them. But that's why your videos are so long, though. Yeah, like I'm literally, one of the first things I'm thinking of is like the Sassafesto, where a lot of it is taken up by reading over DMs and adding in like a ton of context above and a ton of context below to make sure that there's like nothing that seems like it's missing, nothing seems like I'm cutting it out, nothing looks shady. So yeah.
Straighterade would describe this as Sunday preaching to the choir. Importantly, it was around this time that Not So Erudite would reach out to Straighterade. She asked how Pixie is doing, but then she asked if Pixie knew he took the video and if she consented to it being shared. I don't know why she'd even ask me that. My answer could be no on both counts, and she would not change it.
Carousel Horse, Naomi, Carousel Horse, tipped $5. Big or small, every dollar helps support. Remember to support your fav channel. Heart, #TugLife.
Thank you, Naomi. You have been awesome lately. Appreciate it. Appreciate all of the posts in chat. Naomi every day is posting in chat, reminding you guys to like the videos, reminding you guys to donate, posting the links for you to donate using Stream Elements or tips. You don't have to use PayPal on Stream Elements anymore. You're now able to donate with any credit card straight to Stream Elements. So is this video new? Not this one. We're getting ready to watch them kind of talk about it, and I wanted to watch some of this. And so yeah, I needed some context to even
But then Sunday preaching to the choir.
To even listen to the conversation. He said I'm let's see. She said I told her repeatedly that denying it basically wasn't an option and to just shut it, but she didn't listen. He said, I'm talking to myself mostly because I'm annoyed and can't tell anyone else. She said, LOL, same. He said, I know you did. She said, I'm frustrated with her, but I don't see how getting upset with her for doing this will lead to anything other than making her feel bad. He said, oh, it won't do anything. You're going to have to let her torch herself and then pat her shoulder after the consequences of her own actions ruin her year. Yeah, it's sad because it looks like Straighterade is trying to help Pixie. It looks like Straighterade trying to help her, and she's like talking to other people about this because this is hard. This is a hard thing. When there is a big drama going on that everybody is talking about, but you can't talk about it publicly. You can't, most people, you can't have a conversation with them about it because they'll go and leak it or tell everybody. That you have to, you have to just stay quiet, and it sucks. It can feel like very isolating and lonely, and like it can kind of drive you crazy when you need someone to talk to about something that's happening. So in some of these cases, I do feel for Straighterade in this. I know that she has been labeled the bad guy through a lot of this, but I don't think she's malicious in any of it. It looks like she's trying to talk to people and trying to get she's trying to be able to have conversations with people about stuff. To fair, Tom, she's a complete idiot. Okay, Mantis, I would think that you would also understand what it's like to have something going on, and you know that I want to come out with evidence. I don't want to come out with evidence. I don't want to publish information. I don't want to show anybody anything, and you want me to. You want me to prove a bunch of things, but I won't do it. That can kind of suck, and you want to say, like, you want to go out and talk about things, you want to go out and explain things to people, but you can't. And so I'm sure you probably had people that you knew that I would trust or that I would talk to, that you would go talk to about these things and sit there and say similar things like, yeah, he's fucking dumb. I don't know why he keeps doing this shit. I don't know why he won't just leak everything. This is getting annoying. I keep telling him, will you go tell him to leak everything? Like, this is obnoxious. But that's, yeah, I get that, but I didn't confide in someone like Sunday. Sure, I get that. I get that. Like, I'm not saying that she's not negligent in this by confiding in Sunday. Her faith in Sunday from the beginning has been retarded. But she has been friends with Sunday for a long time. Like, her and Sunday have been friends for a long time. Before she was considered like a DGGer or a Destiny Orbiter or anything like that, she was a President Sunday orbiter and a President Sunday viewer and a President Sunday fan, and has been in his community for a long time. Tom is walking on eggshells now. Okay. No, I'm saying, look, we look at a lot of the things that Destiny did, and we say, yeah, this is fucked up. This is horrible. I can't believe he did that. But he's not President Sunday. At least he's not President Sunday, who was way more malicious and way more fucked up and did a whole lot of really fucked up shit here and was just horrible in the way that he handled everything. Like, yeah, I want to give her the same credit. I don't think that that's like an insane thing to do, to say like, yeah, like she definitely was the one who showed all of these messages to President Sunday and made it to where he was capable of leaking everything, to where he was capable of doing all of this. But she wasn't malicious like President Sunday. She wasn't malicious like a lot of people thought. A lot of people thought she sent these things to President Sunday so that he could make a video on Pixie and force her to come out. That's what a lot of people thought. This, like, very well shows that that is not the case, that she is not being malicious, and that she is being a good friend. She's just being a good friend in a really dumb way. It's okay. I liked Aaron. Best of all the DGG girls. Till I met Mantis, of course. True. She should know by now who Sunday is. I agree. Again, I'm not disagreeing with this. I'm not disagreeing with this, and I'm not like, I don't know. I'll say I think that Sunday has always been a piece of shit. Everybody's always known that he was a piece of shit. I'll say this is well below anything that I thought he would do. I have always thought he was bottom of the bottom, like bottom of the fucking bottom. But I didn't even think he would do this. I didn't even think he would do this. Not at all. I especially the fact that he is a leftist, the fact that his community is leftist, the fact that they are all a bunch of fucking soy leftists, like feminists and socialists and communists and Marxists and shit. Like, yeah, I did not think that he would do this. So I even this is beyond anything I thought he would do. I think it's fair to not expect this from him, from her point of view. Even he did it to Pixie. Right, that's what I'm saying. I think that, like, even me, somebody who thinks President Sunday is a piece of shit, yeah, I would never recommend anybody confide anything in President Sunday, ever. But even if you are his friend, even I wouldn't think he would do this. So, with somebody who has a better opinion of him, obviously, even thought he would do this even less. They thought it was even less likely for him to do something like this. But yeah, I can see how this feels and how isolating this can be, and that, like, yeah, being able to talk to somebody about this is probably nice. So yeah, I mean, I have a group of people around me that I know I can trust, and that like after the drama and shit that I've been through, yes, I have I have full confidence in a lot of people around me that that I can talk to, and most of them, like most of the people that I'll go to talk to aren't on the internet at all, but yeah, I have a lot of confidence in the folks that I would go talk to about things. But they, this is, I feel bad for Aaron to an extent.
Importantly, it was around this time that Not So Erudite would reach out to Straighter Aid. She asked how Pixie is doing, but then she asked if Pixie knew he took the video and if she consented to it being shared. I don't know why she'd even ask me that.
Sunday should definitely be canceled, but let's separate the art with Destiny. So first off, I didn't say that Sunday should definitely be canceled. 1. 2, Destiny is somebody who is he analyzes things, and he's good at analysis, right? He's good at taking stuff and regurgitating it in a way that can make sense to people, and that's what people follow him for. President Sunday is not that. President Sunday is, people keep saying, oh, Destiny thinks he's the moral arbiter and blah, blah, blah. He doesn't, though. Destiny literally will straight up say, oh, I don't think, you should do what I do. I don't think that, my lifestyle works for people. I think that I'm toxic. I think that I'm abusive. I think that I'm this. I think that I'm that. President Sunday does not do that. President Sunday is the opposite of that, where he tries to act like he is this moral police person, and he also, that we're not canceling Destiny for his content, right? So when you say separate the art from the artist, well, that makes sense, because what Destiny's getting in trouble for was not his fucking art. It was for the artist. What President Sunday is getting in trouble for is the fucking art. It is the art. We're talking about the art. We're not talking about President Sunday. We're talking about the fucking art. We're talking about what he put out, what his content is. We're talking about exactly what it is he's putting on his channel. So it is the same. It makes sense that, yes, people who go to Sunday for the art, that they would be upset with the art. But I've never said that anybody should stop watching President Sunday. I've never said this, so I don't know. I don't know. If somebody said that, that's fine. It's just that, yeah, I never said that. Even with the people who have done the worst shit to me, I've been very clear. They're I don't think any of those people should have lost their platforms. When JSTLK got banned, I said, yeah, I feel bad for him. This sucks. I know what it's like to lose your platform. I know what it's like to get banned. I've never said any of this about Kuihman or anybody. Yeah, I'm not calling for anyone's cancellation, and I can't think of a time I have, but. This is so cringe. Why? Why is it cringe to criticize somebody? Why? Again, I have not called for anybody's cancellation. I have not called for anyone's cancellation. But yes, it is good to criticize people, and especially when the person that we're criticizing is the fucker who came out to criticize fucking Pixie over all this shit. That's the person that we're criticizing. Is the person who outed all of this shit to criticize Pixie. Yeah, I think that it makes sense that we would criticize that person, and that person is not going to lay off any criticisms anytime soon. So I don't think that this is gross or unfair or anything. I think that this is, I think that I've been overly fair throughout all of this.
My answer could be no on both counts, and she would not change a thing, lol. It's quite obvious that in the opinions of both Straighter Aid and Sunday, that Not So Erudite would be asking these things not out of...
Okay. So President Sunday said, I think she was asked to ask so Steven knows if she needs to head something off. Wait, but... Okay. She said, yeah, I don't trust that it was some genuine concern for her well-being. So I guess they're talking about Not So Erudite. Straighter had said, I've seen no evidence that Kyla is like that. Wait, okay. Straighter, if you see this, I want you to know. I've said this a couple of times on stream. I have gone to Kyla numerous times for people to get helped behind the scenes. That has never come out and that has never been made into content, that has never been a thing until recently, because you said these things. Because you said this. This is when, yes, like the stories about like Xena being suicidal and like sending me like suicide notes, like saying goodbye to the world and everything, that like I went to Kyla with that. There's numerous people where I've gone to Kyla for these things and numerous times, and she went and dealt with those things and handled it, and that was that. Like, she is the one who, if I want to think of somebody who has genuine concern for people, who is going to try to do the right thing, even with me in my situation, I wasn't happy with the way that she dealt with my situation and with like the content and everything and the fucking, like the what was it, like Tom Tent Court or whatever they called it, but no, like her and I had like numerous conversations behind the scenes, and that she was like checking in on me. She was talking, she was giving me advice. She was trying to like make sure that everything was okay. Like, and there are times that like, yeah, it just was not okay. I was like freaking out and being gaslighted, and yeah, she was somebody who was reaching out. So, this is kind of wild that Kyla is somebody that you have no reason to believe has genuine concern for people, because she's one of the first people that I would think of to have genuine concern. So yeah, she said, I've seen no evidence that Kyla is like that. President Sunday said, if Pixie was taken without her knowledge, so could have Kyla's. I don't know what that means. She said, but Pixie's wasn't. Oh, the video taken without their knowledge. Okay. I guess, yeah, I'm assuming the video. He said, is Kyla smart enough to be able to tell that at a glance? He said, to be fair, people have asked that. And the video is short, no eye contact. It's conceivable she didn't see. My screen will not move. Straighter had said, yeah, but I know that Pixie gave him permission. He said, you want to know the disgusting truth about all this, though? She said, what is that? He said, but Kyla might not. And
concern for Pixie, but out of concern for Destiny. With a general feeling that regardless of what the answer was, Kyla's position wouldn't change a dot. Straighterade.
Okay. He said, but Kyla might not. More likely, though, it's actually Steven who wants to know what she's saying in the background. Interestingly, this means there's little contact with Wonderbox, or that there's little closeness between him and Pixie. Yeah, so one of the like grossest parts about all of this is that Kyla was the one person who was reaching out to Pixie and trying to make sure she was okay, and going out and meeting with her and like having lunch with her, and then Pixie wanted Kyla to be the one to negotiate on her behalf. You can like not like Kyla and think that she wouldn't be good at that she's not genuine, that she's not a good person. You could, whatever you want, you can think all that, but you can't blame Kyla for doing what it is that Pixie's asking of her in that moment, while you know that Pixie is under like a lot of stress and she's not having a good time with it. That like Kyla is the one who's there to help her. That is, I don't know, like that's not something you can be upset with Kyla for.
Does also confirm that Pixie was aware of the recording at least existing, and that it had not been created without her knowledge. The conversation moves off this topic once again at this point, to the wider subject of Hasan and the Twitch war that was occurring at the time. Though it would come up again around the first when Straighterade brings up Fairy Queen leaving a comment on Kyla's most recent video. Erudite seemingly had been in contact with Fairy Queen asking her to take this comment down, or at least a section of it. Though it is worth noting that Erudite is openly talking about being in contact with the victims of the leaks, and noting concern for them as the primary reason for its removal. As I'd like to do as little editorializing as possible here, I'll let it pass without much comment. Though I would like to point out at this point that the leaks themselves and the silence around them had become such a fascinating topic that even Wick TV seems to recognize that this is obviously becoming a content item in and of itself.
Keep that in mind.
What is that? Even Wick TV?
It's an interesting question. Symposium Brain for $20 says Melina recently confirmed that the sex tapes leaked by Destiny's former
Jesus Christ.
girl were shared by Destiny without her
Nice,
consent.
good one, nice.
She has no
Yes.
legal recourse.
I got a whole bunch of super chats for you. Wick, ready?
Okay. Did you not?
Wick.
Okay, fair enough.
Wick is a stinky butt. I think that's a #1 super chat.
At this point, Straight Raid accuses Kyla of being snaky about this to President Sunday, explaining that Pixie and Kyla have been in contact, with Not So Erudite acting as a kind of liaison. It's also revealed that Dan reached out to Pixie as well. And from what Straight Raid had heard, Dan encouraged Pixie to ask Destiny for a reasonable amount of money, as well as trying to get Pixie to persuade Steven not to sue Kiwi Farms. Straight Raid would then provide Sunday with the DMs between Not So Erudite and Pixie, and notes Pixie's original desire for a payout somewhere in the region of $1 million. So let me take you through the conversation between Not So Erudite and Pixie. Pixie, in blue, begins by reaching out to
Okay, my OBS may freeze in just a second. I'm trying to do something, but earlier when I tried to do it, it froze. So we're gonna give this one more shot.
NSC asking whether she's had a chance to talk to Steven yet. NSC responds by asking if there's anything Pixie hopes was brought up. Pixie then explains that depending on how that conversation goes depends on what her next course of action will be, particularly based on whether Destiny feels like he needs to make up or repent for his actions. Timeline-wise, Pixie had already spoken to Destiny in what was essentially a brief exchange of DMs. Pixie would also assure Not So Erudite that she was not a danger.
Okay, fuck it. that didn't work. All right, never mind.
Is this time? Though a constant theme in Pixie's communications is this potential underlying risk that she may do damage to herself. Not So Erudite asks whether she can share this with Destiny, to which Pixie agrees, citing the fact she doesn't feel like he really understands her perspective, and it may be better coming from Not So Erudite. Not So Erudite
It is possible that my power will go out again. The lightning is getting very loud, or the thunder is getting very loud. But yes, this is the storm is getting rough out there. So I have very little confidence that I will be able to last through this. And my monitor is moving so slow. I need to restart. So I'll let the audio play, but I'm gonna restart the monitor.
pushes a little harder to work out exactly what it is that Pixie wants. She lists what she thinks are her goals. Help removing the video from online, getting the guy who hacked charged, a sense that Steven understands how in the wrong he was, and plans to prevent this from ever happening in the future. Here, Pixie clarifies. What she wants is for this to be the most expensive mistake of his life. She doesn't list a dollar amount, nor does she want to make him destitute, but it should not be easily recoverable. NSC responds, my understanding was it was more a sense of rehabilitation and justice. But you have a specific thing you want now, which is for him to lose a certain amount of money. Pixie responds that she feels that unless he faces actual repercussions, he will never change. Also noting that this money can be given to charity. Not So Erudite, seemingly unsure what to do with the conversation at this point, says she'll have to talk to Steven, as this request for money isn't what she was expecting. With Pixie...
Okay, so yeah, a lot of people are looking at this and acting like Not So Erudite, and this is, I don't know if this is where he's going to go with it, but I just know that at the time when this came out, a lot of people were acting like Not So Erudite having any sort of discomfort with this part is her defending Destiny, is her sweeping for Destiny, is her making it as though this is a bad idea and making it like this is not something you should do. And that's kind of the way that a lot of people are taking it, is that she's trying to dissuade Pixie from like trying to get money. And so when she's like, oh, I thought this was about justice, but if it's about money, whoo, that's different. Like, the problem here is that, as stated many times, Not So Erudite, if she is going to be this like liaison here, she has to be very concise in what it is that she is doing, what it is that she's communicating, what it is that Pixie wants, and how to communicate that to Destiny. And so if she's initially thinking that this is about justice, and that what it is that she's telling Destiny is like, yes, she wants justice, and she's going to come up with something that she feels is like a way for you to prove that you are like rehabilitating and working on changing and, you know, moving things further along, that she's going to need some real proof of this. And when she finds out that that's not what it is, and now it's something different. Now she's thinking, oh shit, like, if this goes to court and I'm communicating the wrong thing, I could actually be, like, criminally liable here. And that, like, this is starting to get complicated, especially if we're going to make it a large sum of money. Oh shit, I can get in a lot of problems here. So yeah, her trepidation here is totally warranted and understandable. And I'm not sure if that's the direction he's going to take it, but yeah, I'm just saying that the way that people treated this at the time was super cringe, and I'm hoping that that's not what he does.
Then responding that what she's looking for is a general acceptance from Stephen that he understands this as a potential course of action to rectify the situation, as she views this as a potential penance, which is essential, in her view, to the rehabilitation process. She goes on to explain that if Stephen agrees, then great, that's an agreed course of action, but if not, then she will have to go through the court system to, as she puts it, figure this out. She goes on to note that Destiny has already alluded in DMs with her previously to financial compensation, though her concern is that he doesn't really understand the level of proportionality she is expecting from him. Kyler would then respond to tidy up the language, as in her view, it's not about punishment, it's about making sure that he is genuinely remorseful and changing his behavior. As she goes on to further clarify Pixie's position, with Pixie agreeing to the general gist. They go back and forth, with Kyler clarifying that, you're not making me sad, other than like, I'm obviously sad my friend is hurting, and was hurt by our other friend. Pixie makes a final clarification that Destiny needs to understand the severity of the situation, and that paying some bills, which is a reference to her previous conversation with Destiny, isn't enough. With a final clarifier from Kyler that, I think he was worried you would feel he's paying you for your silence, but did want to help but didn't want to overstep. I think he is offering a lot more than you read it, but I totally understand why you read it that way. Back in the conversation between Streamline and Sunday, Streamline notes that Pixie was discouraged by the lawyer she was talking to from pursuing.
Is he calling straight rate Streamline? Is that a thing? I've never... Streamline? What is that? I have no idea what that's from. Okay, weird.
Doing this against Stephen, and this had moved Pixie to wanting to go public as she didn't feel confident in any form of legal justice.
Okay,
These DMs, to put it simply, are happened and what her feelings were, Stephen, and saying that she was going to write a note. To put it simply, are Pixie confronting Stephen and saying that she was going to write a note, making it clear what happened and what her feelings were, while Emma notes his frustrations with Hasan, but points she would have been informed. It would then be on the 16th of January where Straight Raid would once again reach out to Sunday, asking him whether he was aware of Lonerbox's stream, in which Lonerbox stated his intention to take a break from streaming, but more importantly, alluded to what happened.
It's a little bit frustrating that the psycho smear campaign against me has kind of succeeded, and it's basically all because of Hasan being willing to platform it. Which is very annoying that you basically have to like suffer the consequences of someone else's stupidity, but is what it is. Someone else's failure as a human being. But
his frustrations with Hasan, but points out that the Israel-Palestine discourse and how he's being treated in regard to that content isn't his reason for leaving. The further allusions come when people bring up Destiny to him in his chat.
You've got Tiny to back you up, both you make quite a team when you're together? No. What do you mean stop streaming? I'm not going to stop like forever, I just need some... It doesn't matter. I just need a bit of a break. What was the catalyst for that decision? Can't really go into detail. It's been a few things. Have you just not been enjoying streaming? I mean, I like streaming, I just, there's just a lot of things surrounding the whole thing that... It's just making me need to step back for a minute and reassess what I want to do going forward. Is it the IP discourse? Nope.
Lonerbox's obvious discomfort around the topic of Destiny led to what I can only describe as a cascading series of events where people began to realize that this once contained story was not going to be contained for much longer. And it has not taken long for even people such as Hasan to start reacting to this news.
Okay, so what's interesting is Batman correct themselves, not cheating, but that she had done previously speaking with them and then was in the leaks. Oh, okay. Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense. So, Bonerbox starts dating a Destiny Orbiter. The Destiny Orbiter tells Bonerbox, I never had sex with Destiny. And then Destiny, in the endless interest of like trying to fuck, you know, e-girls that are in his DMs, sends his entire library of content that he filmed with his ex-wife, which I'm sure his ex-wife is not fully on board with. I would suspect that if you were Destiny's ex-wife, you probably aren't very happy about like videos of you guys having sex being distributed to random people, including, you know, many other people. And that person that he sent it to, their friend, I think, leaked all of those videos and made it viral. And one of them was even Destiny like sucking a penis. And that's where the whole like, did Destiny suck off Nick Fuentes drama comes from. But ultimately, what ended up happening is, I guess that's when Bonerbox found out that his girlfriend had actually lied to him, maybe. I don't know.
Given the nature of the developing situation, President Sunday suggests having a call with Straight Aid to explain to her that at the very least...
Yeah, so far throughout this, he hasn't even, like, really given any opinions. He's just, like, kind of shown evidence and facts, and I haven't heard him actually make a statement this entire time.
Pixie's involvement is now public discourse. And most pressingly, that the conversation between Pixie and Erudite had leaked to a wide range of people. Sunday, for his part, had been approached for a conversation by another content creator regarding these leaks, as people were beginning to try and work out how much information everyone else was holding. They begin going back and forth, discussing who the leaker of the leaks may be, though honestly, looking through it, it's sort of an elementary question at this point. But we do get one more interesting detail, and that's the fact that Straight Aid had been discussing all of this with Destiny throughout this period. In fact, it was Straight Aid who suggested to Stephen compensation. Sunday asks, given that your impulse is to try and find a mole, I'm going to assume that what they said is accurate. You suggested Stephen pay for Pixie's law school. Straight Aid responds, this was one of my few suggestions. I said that she's in a precarious financial situation, that she's not consulted her therapist, and that therapy bills or payments to assist with law school would be money that would be productive to her because it's something to look forward to. She refuses to tell her family, and things were breaking down with Lona, and I felt overwhelmed being one of I don't know how many people she let into a limited support network. What follows in these DMs is essentially Sunday emphasizing the situation to Straight Aid. At time of recording, Bad Empanada has come out with a video titled Destiny is a sex criminal, shared porn of multiple people without consent. The spiraling situation is what led to Sunday coming to me. He was aware already that I'd been looking for these DMs, and was aware at the very least of their existence. Because he wanted to provide a fuller context for them rather than just me releasing them in a tweet, he offered this wider conversation with Straight Aid, hoping it could help fill in any blanks, along with any outstanding leaks or information which I may not have. I've attempted to present this information with as little bias as possible. I really just want to provide you with a wider context for what has been happening within the DGG machine. I personally never sought out the Destiny leaks. I have now read more of Destiny's Kiwi Farm page than I ever wanted to. And well, if I'm being frank, I'm not surprised or stunned or shocked by the leaks. I'm not a Destiny fan and never have been.
If you never sought out the leaks, why did you go read the fucking Kiwi Farms thread? What?
But I've never hated the guy either. Unfortunately for me, this story is one that is basically impossible to ignore. It has been fascinating watching people dance around this topic. And at least for me, this is the part of the story that I wanted to know about. I'm not an accountability channel. I frankly don't care to be.
Okay, yeah, he just put out the facts, and I suppose if I was him, I would say, like, yeah, President Sunday was putting out his video, but it didn't seem as though his video was going to have the context surrounding it as to everything that led up to it. And so if he was putting out that video, then I was only putting out a video to give the context to his video, but it was only if he put out his video. That without him putting out the video, I'm not putting out my video, and then kind of leave it at that. That would have been like a better explanation for it. And so maybe that's what he'll do. But this is now, we're back to Beckett on Kuihman's show.
So right, like I think you pointed these out earlier.
Okay,
with,
yeah, but it's just like, I guess people can sit there and bitch and moan that people should have reached out, but oh, WillyMac wants to come on. WillyMac, discord.gg/Kuihman. Okay, we're in my stream voice channel, so if you want to jump on, feel free. I'll drag you in. Yeah, so I feel like people can moan about, you know, not leaking stuff. But I don't know what you would have really changed. Because let's say Pixie says, I wasn't extorting anyone or whatever. Well, I mean, that probably doesn't change your reading of the messages. And if she had said, well,
Did he claim that she was extorting, or was that just President Sunday?
kind of want to pursue a legal case. I don't want this to come out right now. Would you have like not released the video?
No. I think I think it's one of those where the situation has progressed to the point where this is coming out. That's like an acceptance thing, but a bit more heads up, I think, would have been the fair thing to do. Just for me. Maybe that's like fucking like hindsight 2020 buyer's remorse kind of shit. But it's just like I guess how I feel about it. The whole situation for me is kind of a bit fucked. I think I've come to the realization as well that because a lot of the people involved in this are people I've known for years, and particularly around people like Erudite, I've obviously got an emotional investment in this. And I don't know how much that clouded me. I think I'm just trying to be self-reflective on things. I think that's kind of where I'm sat. Because I don't think
criticism of me is like unfair. I'm just trying to be reasonable with it, right?
Yeah, sure. I guess I'm just a bit lost. Like, I think asking for comment is like the gold standard for like you know, journalistic ethics or whatever. Like you should. That's like ideally ask for comment. I don't know at what point.
Yeah, I can only think of like one hit piece that I've ever done on somebody, or like video essay that was like going after people, in a way to where there was some room to where I had to like come to some conclusions, and in that video I do reach out to the people involved. I put like the DMs at the end, showing the DMs that I reached out, I asked, they never responded. These are people that I've spoken to before, and all of a sudden, they're just not responding, so we'll just leave it at that. But that was in the Balenciaga video essay at the end, showing, like, Demon Mama, Xander Hall, like, showing... I messaged them, I asked them, they didn't respond, so... But I also had, like, a debate or whatever with a bunch of people a couple weeks ago about the fact that, like, before I talk to people, before I talk about people on stream, I don't always turn around and, like, I don't always message them. Like, that's not always necessary. That's not always a thing that you have to do. And a bunch of them were getting, like, really mad about it. And we had a long conversation about it, but I just don't think that that's something that you always have to do. I think that that's, like, in some scenarios, it's better if you need more information. What would she be criminally liable for? So if you're communicating information, and let's say you get it wrong, you get information wrong, and communication breaks down over time, as it did, where Destiny eventually was like, yeah, look, it looks like she wants to punish me, and because she's interested in punishment, I'm no longer interested in having this conversation, and I will allow her to take this to court, and we can deal with it there. If it turned out that that wasn't, like, the idea, and that instead, like, there was, or that she communicated, like, the wrong dollar amount, that she was communicating wrong stipulations to him, but then that becomes the agreement. And he's like, yes, I agreed to this. This is what I'll do. He sends Pixie money. And then he does things that are supposed to be part of the stipulations. And then later, Pixie's like, he hasn't done any of the things that he's supposed to do. What's going on? And not to where it's like, what do you mean? Like, he is doing them. She's like, no, he's not. I'm suing him now. I'm suing him now. He's not doing any of this shit that he was supposed to do. And now she ends up suing him because he's not doing things when he already paid her some money and thinks he's doing the things that he's supposed to do. The person who miscommunicated that information is the one who would be liable in that scenario. Like, this is why the whole time we went over it, we were talking about the fact that, like, the fact that a lawsuit was possible here puts her in such a precarious, like, what is the crime there? Not a crime that she could get sued, that she could literally be held liable for it. Not that she would get, it's not a crime. It's that she is the person who is communicating the information. She is the one at fault. So she's the one who would end up getting sued, probably by both Destiny and Pixie. So yeah.
I feel like there needs to be some engagement when people are criticizing this. At what point, like, do you just not ask for comment because you know that it's going to give the other party time to fuck shit up?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Destiny has been such a...
It depends on what your conclusion is, though. Like, I didn't hear him say that his conclusion was that she was, like, trying to, take money from Destiny. But if that was his conclusion, he didn't have to reach out to her. He could have just looked at the fucking DMs and seen that that wasn't the case when she says that he could have given it to charity. She didn't even want it. Like, so yeah, I don't know. This is, it's a little confusing. I don't know that he needed to reach out to her, but it also didn't sound like he came to any conclusions. But the way that they're talking, it sounds like he did come to conclusions. So yeah, I'm not sure if we just, like, missed that part of the video or what.
aggressive actor.
Sure.
Whenever he's accused of something, if you've
Sure.
got the screenshot of him saying, "I've caused psychological damage," blah 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 blah, you're not really like, you've got the evidence, you've got him doing it, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you're expecting to change in that. And when it's a YouTube video, I agree we should aim for decent ethics, but it's not a journalistic piece in a newspaper. And a lot of the journalistic rules, like journalistic ethics there, are made to not necessarily protect the subjects of the story, but protect the journalist and the publication from claims of defamation.
Well, this is partly like what I've felt with a lot of.
Well, it is both. It is both because, yeah, if you have anonymous sources and you're getting a lot of shit for not naming your sources, it's not illegal to name the sources, and you're very unlikely to get sued if you name your sources. But within journalistic ethics, you are supposed to name your sources. Like there's tons of ethics that are set up within journalism to protect people, especially in tons of areas. So that's not true like all the way around, but generally most of journalistic ethics are things that are going to hopefully keep you from prosecution.
All of this stuff, and I know that you and I spoke. Not about the DMs, but about the Pixie situation generally. I do think, and I felt at the time, and I still feel that certain people have used the "don't name victims" thing to protect themselves, and protect and to protect Destiny. Lonerbox,
I think this is complete horseshit, dude. This is complete horseshit. This is fucking retarded. This is complete horseshit, dude. Yeah, it's complete horseshit. That's so stupid. Like, the only person that could apply to is, I believe, Not So Erudite. Like, I believe, like, she's when he says to protect themselves, I believe that can only apply to Destiny and Not So Erudite, because they're the only ones who could benefit from not naming the victims. But that's like, that just seems so obvious that you're not supposed to talk about victims if they don't want to be talked about. That just seems so blatantly obvious that, like, you just don't do that. I've talked about the fact that, like, I've had numerous scenarios in my Discord where, like, people were, like, pressuring women to come out and make accusations and shit like that, and they've gotten banned. Longtime members, people who had been around for a while, and they got banned for continuing to try to pressure women into coming out with information about somebody. Like, this just seems like, it just seems so basic that, like, obviously, yes, if they don't want the information out, you just don't come out with the information. It just seems so obvious to me. Am I crazy here? Am I alone in this? Is it not obvious?
I think I like Lonerbox. I trust Lonerbox as well. I think this is why, like, not reaching out to him, I feel like is potentially more of something that I'm like, I should have done that.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's a dumb way to look at it, because it's not about whether you like the person or not and whether you want to give them a tip off. It's about, like, is it material to the story? Do you need the comment to go public with it? Like, that's what it's about, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I
think as well, like, because this, I said this during the interview section. Hey, Willie.
This is why people say that he's a fucking weasel, is because, like, yeah, saying I guess to that, like, what do you mean I guess? Like, the answer is just yes. Yes, that it, like, if you don't have a comment from somebody and you don't have all of the facts and there is, like, possible wiggle room for the other person, you don't have, like, dead proof of something, you're just kind of like, this looks fairly obvious, but there's still some wiggle room there. Yes, you go reach out and get that, like, comment from them. To see if there's wiggle room, or you at least attempt to. If they don't reply, then yes, like, of course, you go forward with what it is that you think makes sense. they know that you're going to come out with a story, and they know that you have certain facts and evidence. And that's what I would say. I would say, hey, I went over your stuff. This is the conclusion that I'm currently coming to. Maybe even say, based on X, Y, and Z, before I come out with this, is there anything that you wanted to say? Do you think I'm wrong? Do you have like a comment? Do you feel bad? Like anything. And yeah, allow them to give their side, because if there's wiggle room, you want to make sure that you cover all your bases. They obviously didn't cover their bases, because they ended up, at least President Sunday ended up being wrong on like literally everything. So
Dan was already talking about this on the Saturday. It's the idea that this wasn't reaching a wide audience. The idea that people hadn't figured this out right from the off. I don't think is fair.
Hey, Willie, can you hear us? Okay, I think he's getting set up or something. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm kind of waiting for Willie's, because I'm mostly on the side, like, I get sort of where you guys are coming from with releasing the video. So I think Willie's probably better to represent the others.
Okay, so yeah, he says you guys. So does that include, like, President Sunday now? What the fuck?
Side that I am, and I'll try and step back a little bit, because I don't want
to... Yeah, listen, mate. Hey.
Can you guys hear me?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I agree that it was coming out.
Yes, so he agrees with President Sunday. What the fuck?
But the big problem I have with your guys' videos, well, Sunday's video more so than yours, Beckett, is that he just completely slanders Pixie. He assumes that she takes the bribe to stay silent and endangers all future victims, which is obviously the main criticism there. And then this thing being viral on Kiwi, or being like big and being out, that's like your guys' little like DGG off circle and Kiwi Farms. That's completely different than it being like mainstream on Twitter, everybody talking about Pixie.
People were under Pixie's tweets posting about it, right?
Yes, but again, this is very few communities, very small few communities. When we're talking about this getting into Destiny's community and like Lonerbox's community and Not So Erudite's community, and like now we're talking about like 1,000 times the size, 1,000 times the amount of people, getting into WillyMac's community, Nicholas Diorio's, President Sunday's, 100,000 viewers. Like, this is so insane that this is the way that they think about it. Is like, oh, a couple random fucks say this shit. Like, yeah, a couple random fucks say that I'm a groomer and a pedophile under my tweets all the time. Like, so what? Like, that doesn't mean, no, people see people saying retarded shit under every single fucking streamer's tweets all the time. That doesn't mean anything. That means literally nothing.
Yeah, but how many people? If you go to her most viewed tweet with the most comments, is it at most 8 people?
I mean, it's gonna be almost impossible for me to find anything.
No, I know, but it wasn't that big, because most people, like, she's talking in the DMs with Destiny, and she's saying, if my parents find out about it, her parents are not on Kiwi Farms. Her parents are on fucking the broader internet, like most people, right?
Yep.
Just because someone's on Kiwi Farms doesn't mean everybody's talking about it.
It was just Kiwi Farms initially, but you recognize that once there's a bad Empanada video made, once Hasan's watching that on stream, now it's reaching a breaking point, right? So that was before the videos came out, and that was sort of what we're talking about when we say it's already widely known.
Well, no, but you guys are then excusing these videos coming out where they don't even reach out to like clarify comments before slandering the victim and saying she took hush money.
Okay, well, I understand that there's a problem with slandering the victim, but I feel like you're kind of baking two things in together there. Do you think
both things do matter? Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying that you don't come out with the video until you actually know what the fuck you're talking about. If you're coming out with a video, generally you're coming out with it because you think you have a premise that needs to be heard. You have an idea that people need to know about, right? There's information that you think people need to understand. And so you're going to come out with a video to give that information to people. But if you're saying, oh, well, you don't even have the information yet, you're baking that in with coming out with the video. Like, those aren't the same thing. Those are the same thing. Those are definitely the same thing. If your whole premise is to say this thing happened, then yeah, if you don't know that that thing happened and you came out with the video anyways, then yes, that is the fucking problem. Yeah, that seems pretty obvious.
Well, is the Beckett is not reaching out to the victim bad on its own, like always bad, or is it bad because of the slandering that happened later?
It's obviously bad because of the slandering. It's obviously bad because they got information wrong. When you look at it and you're like, oh, you got all this information wrong. Because it's like I said, if you have the facts, if you know that you have the facts, you know that there's no wiggle room there. You know that they did this thing and there's no way out of it. Then yeah, of course, like you come out with a video, that's fine. Like you make your fucking video. But if you don't have the facts, you don't have the proof that you want, and you're coming out with a video anyways, then yeah, that's obviously fucked up. That is so obviously insanely fucked up.
Well, if they reached out to the victim, they probably wouldn't slander her.
So
right?
if you reach out to someone and say, hey, did you extort this person? And then you have DMs that lead you to the conclusion that they extorted.
You should, which is,
let me lay this out. Let me lay this out for you 1 second.
All right, lay it out.
You believe someone is extorting someone else. Person A is extorting person B. And you have DMs to evidence this that have led you to this conclusion. You reach out to person A and you say, hey, are you extorting person B? And they say, oh, no, I'm not extorting person B. That's not my intention at all. But you don't provide any more evidence.
Dude, the evidence Sunday had was a single tweet that said she was taking the LSAT.
I'm not making a statement on what the evidence Sunday had was. I'm simply interrogating your standard. Yeah, I'm interrogating your standard.
Oh my goodness.
Because you're staking positions. I'm interrogating what the position actually is.
So you don't want to talk about the actual subject matter?
We can get there,
of
but
why I said what I'm
trying
saying?
to ask you what your position is on it. I'm trying to get you to engage with like the idea behind it, not just the evidence that's shown. So when they reach out to Pixie, should their conclusion be changed by just Pixie saying, that wasn't my intention?
You should ask for the full context of the DMs and say, hey, did you get paid? Because the conclusion Sunday has is, here's evidence that she's getting paid, or that she was looking for money to extort Destiny. Dude, the full story matters. You're trying to cut it off early because you know you're wrong.
I'm going step by step.
The conclusion is obviously you have to reach out to...
Yeah, he is trying to like understand the ethical statement. Like, what is the actual problem here? What is like the moral quandary? What is your position on what it is they ought to have done? That's a fine thing to do. The only issue is that, yeah, it just seems fucking obvious. Like, it seems just like he's already stated, like, yes, it's the two together, obviously. And so, yeah, now it just seems like beating a dead horse here.
Figure out the full story.
I'm going step by step with you here. So,
you are going step by step because you're cutting it off halfway through. You're cutting off half the information.
I don't know why you're getting so defensive about this, Willie. Look, we can put that bit to the side, okay? Well, so the extortion thing wouldn't have been changed by comment. So now we're talking about the paid off thing.
Why would it not be changed? It's the whole thing. You didn't seem to. Okay, you didn't seem to contest it just then. So how would their perception of the extortion thing have been changed? No, because you're talking about now the paid off part. The paid off part could have been changed. That is part of the extortion.
Yeah, but the extortion, okay, but the extortion can still be true.
What is she extorting him for?
Okay, money. The attempt
and then he says she's paid off. That's the same thing. Willie, it's all connected.
The attempt to extort can be true.
You just keep talking. Is this the fucking?
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
You aren't engaging in anything.
I am engaging. The attempt to extort can be true, but the paid off part could be false. So like, I'm going one claim at a time. So attempt to extort off the table. Now we're talking about the paid off part. So I agree with you.
Where is the attempt to extort?
Well, that's what Sunday's believing. That's part of the narrative. That's part of the slandering that's being accused, right? Is that Sunday believed that Pixie was attempting to extort?
Yeah, the attempt to extort is him saying, here are DMs. I believe it is extortion because I talked to a lawyer, which he completely lied about. That is not true.
He literally did this to me, claiming that I fucking plagiarized shit. It is so funny listening to this because he is such a piece of shit. Like, President Sunday just fucking makes shit up all the time. He can't help himself.
Hey Google, self-destruct.
Sorry, that didn't work. Thank you, Wrestling, for the $5 tip. If you guys want to tip the show, you can use the link in the description. We have now reached the end of round 2. To reset the clock, thank you, Simon Allen, starting us off with another $1 for the next round. Appreciate it. Let me reset the clock while we get back into this. But yeah, like this is shit that President Sunday does. Like, he just makes shit up about like lawyers and crap, and is like, yes, I know what I'm talking about. I spoke to somebody who knows a lawyer. I spoke to somebody who's met a lawyer before, so obviously I am the expert here.
Not talk to any lawyer. Okay.
I don't think it matters whether he spoke to Laura or not. Some unnamed
Well, it
lawyer's comment
entirely
is
matters,
totally
because if you're
worthless.
accusing someone of extortion, you should probably know what the fuck you're talking about and getting a professional opinion.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. My point is that some unnamed lawyer is worthless whether he spoke to them or not. Like that shouldn't.
No,
that
it's not.
doesn't-
Getting an on the record lawyer is worth doing.
Yeah, yeah. I
Getting
agree.
somebody
On
that's
the
an
record,
expertise in the
like
field
or paid to
matters.
give advice. Yeah, that would be good. But
Okay, so
Sunday
you agree
is,
him? Hold on. You
Okay.
agree with him just lying about it? Then that matters,
No, I'm
right?
also just lying about which part.
The lawyer?
What do you lie about? What are you
up with the fucking conversation?
What did he
This
lie?
is crazy, bro.
I don't care
What
whether
were
he
we
actually
just
spoke.
talking
Listen,
about?
Willie, stop cutting me off. I don't care if
Dude,
he
you are
spoke to
cutting
an
me
actual.
off. What are we talking about?
Dude, I was just speaking. You just cut me off right there. What are you on about?
I know. Keep going.
Okay. So I don't care if Sunday spoke to an actual lawyer or not, because a comment from an unnamed lawyer is worthless anyway. So it doesn't add any weight to his claim for me, because I don't care if he spoke to a fucking lawyer, because it's an unnamed lawyer who has no obligation to give any decent statement on it.
Okay, so the reason that it would matter, like obviously he is correct here, but the reason that it matters is because we're listening to him make a claim as though he did speak to a lawyer, which means he is relaying information from what Kuihman makes a big deal about, right? Kuihman thinks this is a big deal, which is speaking from authority, right? That's a big deal to Kuihman. This is something that he definitely takes issue with, right? So when you make claims from authority, this is important, especially when we're talking about the law. Especially when we're talking about the law. He is making a claim to say, I am telling you this is what the authority said. And he's wrong. He is wrong. We know normally in a case like this, I would give President Sunday some room to say maybe he did speak to a lawyer. He hasn't proven it. But I like, obviously it going unnamed, I can't know one way or the other. So I'm just gonna, leave it there and let people kind of figure out for themselves whether or not they think he spoke to a lawyer. But when we know he's wrong, when we know that literally no fucking lawyer would ever say that this is extortion, just like no fucking lawyer would ever say that I plagiarized people, we know that he is lying. That's why it matters. Is because whether or not it's named or unnamed isn't the problem. The problem is the information that he is relaying, we know for a fact is incorrect. And we know that no fucking lawyer would ever say that, because obviously people with common sense know that that's bullshit. Everybody with a little bit of common sense knows that this is fucking bullshit. There's some MAGA lawyers out there, Tom Foolery's show, get wrecked. Yeah, true. But the problem is that this is common in law. Everybody knows of times where people have sued for some amount of money and have settled it out of court and have sued, and the person agreed to pay to stay quiet so that they do not release the story. They have them sign an NDA. They literally get the law involved to help them with these things. Like, sorry, not the law involved. They literally use legal jargon to do these things, right? So like an NDA is like this is something that we would consider a legal statement now. And so, yeah, so like you have a penalty under the law where you can get sued if you break this NDA. We all know that people have sued and settled out of court and signed NDAs, meaning that when President Sunday says she's trying to extort him and making him pay her so that she doesn't come out with the story, that is a normal fucking thing. That is a normal thing, and that is something that we provide to victims. We provide this to victims, and we say, yes, if you are a victim and you want to leverage your victimhood in order to get some sort of recompense here, that is a perfectly fine thing. We all know people who do this. We all know people who do this. So we've all heard of this. We've all heard of people doing this. Everybody has heard of this. So there's no way that a lawyer would ever fucking say that this is extortion. Ever. We know. Everybody knows. Anybody with common sense knows this is bullshit. That's why it matters. And for him for Kuihman to be like, oh, well, I don't care about that because it's some unnamed lawyer anyway, so one way or the other just doesn't matter. No, it matters because we know it's fucking bullshit, dude. We know it's fucking bullshit. And we know that Kuihman does not treat other things this way, that if people say, oh, well, there's this unnamed thing, he's like, well, if you're not going to name them, then we're just going to go ahead and say that this is a fucking lie. Until you come out with the information, we're going to go ahead and assume this is a fucking lie until you come out with the information. And so, yeah, for him to say, okay, well, if he's not going to name the lawyer, then I don't care about it. No, what you would say normally, Kuihman, is, well, from my perspective, if he doesn't come out with the lawyer, I say he's lying anyways. I say he's lying no matter what if he doesn't come out with the lawyer's name and tell us exactly who said it and have a video, have some sort of proof, have evidence that this is actually something that a lawyer said. That is what Kuihman has said a billion times in the past, is that if you do not prove it, then I'm going to assume it's a lie. So yeah, this is insane that he's taking this position right now. Fucking full-on President Sunday sweeping. What the fuck, bro? Shit.
So it's
well,
like
then
it's a layman interpretation either way.
Sunday's entire point of coming out with the video is that, well, he's talking to Nick and he's saying, I can't come out with this video because otherwise I'm going to get blamed for Pixie killing herself, right? He goes, I don't want Pixie to kill herself. I can't do that. That would be psychotic. I would be a psycho if I came out with this video.
Yes.
And then he goes, well, she's extorting Destiny, so now it's game, and I'm totally okay to come out with this video.
That's his whole reason.
So it's the entire justification. So yes, it does matter.
Wait, what?
Yeah, this is what I said at the beginning. Obviously, your reason for coming out with the video is why you come out with the video. So you cannot separate the reason for coming out with the video and coming out with a video. Those are the same fucking things.
What are you saying matters now? Whether the extortion claim is true, I agree with you. That part matters. I don't think it matters whether he actually spoke to a lawyer or not, because the comment from a lawyer doesn't matter. That's all I was saying. It doesn't matter.
Lying about why he thinks is extortion matters because it's the whole reason he came out with the video.
But he has a line of logic for why he thinks extortion that doesn't rely on...
His line of logic is him lying,
exactly.
bro.
So
you realize...
No, his line of logic is that he spoke to a lawyer. Like, that wasn't... He also has a line of logic separate from talking to a lawyer. But the problem is that his line of logic doesn't matter anymore as soon as he claims authority. If I tell you, yeah, you know, I think that... that the Nazis burned Anne Frank. I'm pretty sure that the Nazis burned the Anne Frank book. And somebody comes and tells me, no, Tom, you're actually wrong. The Nazis didn't burn Anne Frank. They didn't burn Anne Frank. That's insane. And I'm like, well, okay. I heard somebody say that the Nazis were obviously burning all sorts of books from Jewish people at the time. And so it seems obvious that they would have burned Anne Frank's book. Like that that seems obvious. We know that all these college kids were going out and going into all the libraries, all the colleges, all the schools, and they were grabbing all the books by Jewish people and they were burning them. And so I think it's obvious that like we can come to the conclusion that they burned Anne Frank's book, The Diary of Anne Frank. That seems obvious. Well, if I turn around and then say, well, I actually spoke to a historian who told me that they did burn Anne Frank's book. I spoke to a historian. They told me that I'm correct. And the Nazis definitely burned Anne Frank's book. Well, now my whole logic of they burned all of the books, and so obviously they burned all the books by Jews, and so obviously they would have burned Anne Frank's book. That logic doesn't matter anymore. That logic went right out the window, and it has no consequence anymore. Nobody gives a fuck what my logic is if I'm claiming like authority is saying this. My logic means literally nothing if I'm claiming an authority says this. The problem is that what the fuck? Why did this refresh? The problem is that Anne Frank didn't come out with her book until after the Nazis did all their shit. Anne Frank was hiding from the Nazis at the time. So there's no way Anne Frank could have come out with her book beforehand. And it's just obvious to anybody listening who has just a little bit of sense that she could not have come out with her book yet when they were going out and burning all the books before the fucking war and before they went and started gathering up Jews. They hadn't even done that yet. The shit that happens, all of the shit in Anne Frank's book had not even happened within history yet. There's no possible way this could have happened. But I'm now claiming a historian said it, so my logic for this goes right out the window, and now I'm just straight up spreading false information.
Okay, right. The line of I spoke to a lawyer is not part of a line of logic. That's just a claim of something that he did. Okay. My point is
for him to verify the extortion, which is part of his line of logic, is him lying about it. He doesn't care whether it's extortion or not. He just wants to come out with the video.
I agree.
And he's lying.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. He just wants to come out with the video. I agree. He just wants to come out with the video. Okay. I'm not sitting here saying Sunday's doing an altruistic thing here. That's not why I'm arguing to you.
Well, you're bringing up like extortion. It's like you completely don't understand the argument at all. It's insane.
Okay.
Like you have no idea.
Educate me then, WillyMac. Sure, I haven't been covering this for the last like fucking 3 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know if Kuihman doesn't understand or if he's just in full sweeper mode. I'm actually not sure which one it is, but this is pretty insane. Why the fuck? Why did this?
Extensively, every single angle of it, arguing with a bunch of different people about it.
Super clear.
Okay, what am I missing? Just lay out to me.
You're missing that the reason the extortion argument matters isn't that whether he thinks it's extortion, or it does matter whether he thinks it's extortion or not. He's completely made up whether he's completely made up like his justification for coming out with the video. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're saying that he's fabricated the claim of extortion as a pretense.
He's fabricated the claim after he said very clearly, because like your whole saying is like, oh well, this is all going to come out anyway, or this is already out. No, right? That's like what you're saying.
These are two separate things. Okay, so my point.
I don't understand this whole thing. Like, it's one story, dude. I get you. Like,
okay,
it's
you can
one
just say
story.
you can keep saying it's one story. It's one story again and again, but you're staking multiple positions that I'm trying to pick apart here. You're saying reach out to the victim.
Position.
Kuihman should know this. Yes, that's what he does know this. This is just like full on cope. This is full on cope. There's no way that he thinks anything he's saying makes sense right now. There's no possible fucking way, dude.
Go for it.
My one position is you cannot come out with this video until you reach out to the victim and confirm the secondhand information you're getting, right? You can't do that. That doesn't make any sense because
Okay.
you're going to get stuff
Can you
wrong.
just
Because you do not know
okay,
the full story.
just for my sake, which
Yes.
parts are the second-hand information to you?
Well, the fact that she is taking hush money and you're entirely basing it off of a fucking tweet in combination with secondhand DMs you're getting, saying like she asked for $1 million.
Okay, so if you're saying,
which wasn't even true, by the way.
So, yeah. So if you're saying that to run the part of the story where Sunday claims that there is extortion, a payoff, and it's all to do with this law school and all this little
and that she took the money and that she's putting future victims in danger.
Yes. All this
You need to
second
go
part of the
confirm
story that comes after the leak, after the actual act, all that second part, the speculation stuff. If you're saying that he has to reach out before running something like that, I totally agree. The point I'm
And what are you arguing with me
the point
with?
I'm trying, because you keep saying, you repeatedly state both in your video and on this stream, coming out with stuff like this before reaching out to a video, before reaching out to the victim. That's not. That can mean a lot of different things. That can apply to the first part where we're just talking about the act, the leak, the stuff that was ostensibly public beforehand, versus the stuff that's circling behind the scenes with extortion, with the negotiations. These are two different parts of the story. One of them, I believe,
What
you
is
could
the part
report
that
on.
you think it's okay to come out with? Just say that.
I believe it's okay to talk about the leak and to make assessments on whether you think it was consensual or not, based on circumstantial information. I think talking about the leak that happened on Kiwi
sure.
Farms.
You could talk about, hey, like these leaks. I don't think. Yeah, sure. Why could you not do that?
I think a lot of people, there was even like sort of a unspoken rule around like all these communities that we were moderating away Pixie's name, anything that could direct people towards that idea until this came out, and it was becoming an untenable
you probably
position.
should if you want to be like nice, but if you don't give
I
a
was
shit about
trying to be
being
nice. I was
you
trying to
should.
be nice, but once Bad Empanada starts talking about it, once Hasan starts saying Low in the Box got cucked and all this stuff, well, it's kind of an untenable position at that point. Like, and that's before
Why is it untenable?
To keep moderating Pixie's name and pretending nothing's happening, because everyone's talking about it. It's like a huge story where there's like not just the story is being ran, but there's actual misinformation about the story being.
Yeah, people in Kuihman's community are the types of people, like, if you don't talk about a thing, then you're automatically sweeping, and they would all make a big deal about it and be like, wow, why haven't you talked about this? Wow, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you talked about this yet? So yeah, he kind of has to.
Being ran by huge YouTubers. You're just supposed to sit there, cover it,
but
and bite your tongue.
all these guys did was spread more misinformation. That's all Beckett and Sunday did.
I agree.
Hold
The
on,
speculation. Beckett, okay,
hold
well,
on.
mate, Beckett's going to contest that. I agree. Sunday's video, absolutely, like, it's not good. Like, I mean, it's not a good video on Destiny.
Okay, then why are you sweeping for it? I don't get
I'm
it.
not sweeping for it. I'm just
It
like
seems like
contesting
you
your points.
agree.
I think there's low levels of engagement happening with the actual issues here, like when it's okay to reach out to victims, when it's okay to come forward with a story about against the victim's wishes. I think there's a very low level of engagement happening, and we're just making retarded hand wave statements where we go, oh, you did this without reaching out to the victims for the whole 40-minute duration of our
You
video
should
without
reach
ever
out to
engaging with the
victim
topic.
before you go ahead and hold on. I make very clear the very baseline before you go ahead and like start making crazy claims like, oh, she's not coming out. Here's her fucking draft statement. See, I told you she wouldn't come out. As you have literally a draft of her coming out. That's fucking retarded. You should absolutely confirm that.
Yeah,
you
no,
only
I
have
agree with you on
secondhand
that.
information.
I'm not sweeping on that
coming
at all.
through
I'm just
Aaron. You should
contesting. I'm
confirm
contesting
shit.
the broad statements that you're making, the broad positions you were taking in the video that
The
don't simply
broad
apply to
position
that.
too. I'm saying I did say before this comes out, but I also made very clear during the video that this was available on Kiwi Farms, and that people in Discord, people like in these Discord circles already knew. But there's a difference between that, obviously, and that being on like a big enough or wide enough scale to reach like her parents or like a normie audience. Because I didn't know this shit was going on. I'm not in these fucking weirdo Discord circles.
Okay, but,
I'm not
but
in
you
like a
acknowledge
thing,
that
like the
that
spicy
threshold,
chat or
that
whatever.
your parents are going to find out threshold was getting very, we were very close to that threshold from just the Hasan and Bad Empanada stuff, right?
Sure, but what does that change?
Well, because it
Whether or
changes
not
the
you talk
calculation
about it.
about how whether it's wrong to start.
Yeah, because obviously there is a threshold, right? There's obviously a threshold. Like even I like start talking about it once Pixie starts talking about it, right? Like, so there is a threshold. It's just the whether where you put your threshold is kind of the issue here, but
broadly talking about and naming people.
But even outside of that, like the bigger issue for just this specifically is that they were just like putting out misinformation. I say they again. I don't know what Beckett did, so I might just leave that statement to President Sunday for now because I'm not really sure what all Beckett was saying. It didn't seem like he made any statements in his videos, so I'm not. Yeah, I'm not really sure that this applies to Beckett. Wait, does that mean you talk about it, or does that mean you leak logs from other private conversations and paint Pixie as it? Right, so that's what I'm saying, is that, like, obviously there is a threshold, but the issue is that, yeah, like, still lying and slandering people is still a whole other issue, so it's, yeah, it's just not, it's not clear, like, what justification there is here.
Right.
Well, you could talk about it. You probably shouldn't slander the victim, or you should reach out to the victim to actually get a story.
Not slandering the victim is a separate thing to not reaching out to someone before you talk about something that's pretty broadly known on Kiwi Farms and being discussed by Hasan, right?
I mean, prominently known on Kiwi Farms is still like no-name stuff, right? You realize
well, it's not
that.
Because every content creator is reading that shit, and so I mean, it's only a matter
Every
of time
content
before a
creator
Turkey Tom.
is you, Chud Logic, and like that's it.
Yeah, I don't think most content creators go on Kiwi Farms. I don't. The only person that I was ever friends with that went on Kiwi Farms was Zonia, and she got shit from like her entire audience all the time for ever going on Kiwi Farms. So, yeah, I literally don't know anybody who goes to Kiwi Farms at all.
Dude, sorry, you're friends with Turkey Tom. His whole channel is Kiwi Farm reading videos. What?
I guess, but Tom didn't seem like he knew that much about it.
Tom, are you fucking serious? Really? You don't think Tom knew that much about it?
In the Kilo video, it sure didn't seem like he knew that much about it. Nick DiOrio in the call with Sunday didn't know much about it.
They knew the gist. They knew that it wasn't really consensual. They knew the gist.
Well, so what are we arguing about then? I don't even get it. What are you talking about with Sunday?
Well,
then?
you were saying.
Well, what do you mean? You just disagreed with everything he just said. What do you mean? What are we arguing about then?
You just said to me, Kiwi Farms is like nothing. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
if it's all over there, every YouTuber is reading
behind
it.
the scene knows some shit. Otherwise, why would any of it go viral? Why did when Sunday drop his?
Yeah, when you're saying all of those people watch Kiwi Farms, you're kind of adding to the fact that, yeah, well, nobody thought that it was okay to come out with this shit. So, like, you're not really helping your case there if you think that everybody was watching this.
This video, this becomes 10 times
I can
bigger,
explain to you how
idiot.
some of it could go viral because there's millions of YouTubers with millions of subs who get huge videos by simply reading Kiwi Farms threads. Who make huge videos by simply reading Kiwi Farms threads on their channel, and then other people see that and they go, oh, I want to get a big channel. I want to read Kiwi Farms and get a big channel too, just like Turkey Tom does. And then they say, oh look, there's a story about revenge porn that's not being reported on by anyone. Yeah, of course it made it better. But
dude,
the
that's
point I'm
all
contesting.
The conversation's about, dude, you dummy.
The point I'm contesting to you is you are suggesting
so
that if it's
silly.
just on Kiwi Farms, it's isolated, which is obviously a ridiculous thing that any YouTuber knows is totally untrue.
No, it's obviously smaller, dude.
Everyone just knows it's
isolated. No, hold on. This wasn't isolated.
Yeah, yes, it is isolated. It is a smaller thing when it's on Kiwi Farms versus literally like YouTube, Twitter, big content creators. Like, yes, there wasn't, Destiny wasn't talking about it. Like, none of these people were talking about it until I guess Bad Empanada was the first person to come out with it. And outside of that, yeah, there were just small streamers small people on Twitter who just couldn't shut the fuck up about it. They were super excited that they knew about something that other people didn't, and so they needed to find an excuse to talk about it. But everybody did know about it. Like all the content creators knew about it. They thought they were special by knowing about it, and so they went around and started tweeting about it all the time and mentioning everybody's names. when because they thought they were coming out with a fucking nuke. They thought they were coming out with the fucking bomb, and that all of the content creators would be like, what? That happened? Oh my goodness. Well, gotta go cover this now. But like, no, they were just sitting there tweeting out to a bunch of other fucks who already knew about it too, because they go on kiwi farms, and then everybody else was looking at it like, huh, yeah, if that's true, that's really fucked up that he just came out with this. Like, what the fuck?
Related to kiwi farms, and it never was. Like, the minute these dropped, you had huge Twitter conversations about Destiny sucking dick and people like joking or.
Well, yes, he I think he's aware that people knew that there were nudes. It's again the identities of the people. That is the thing that he literally has said this numerous times now, Beckett. What the fuck? He has literally said this numerous times that, like, yes, nobody, yes, people knew that there were nudes out there, but they were talking about fucking Nick Fuentes and shit like that. They were talking about Pixie. They weren't talking about Pixie. Nobody knew who Pixie was. They weren't out there making a big deal about Pixie. But this is insane, dude.
Guessing that it might be Nick Fuentes.
Yes.
You had multiple conversations around like his relationships with his orbiters, his sex life, the stuff that was going on with Melina. And the reason this like caught is because Destiny's like closest orbiters were people like Dan and Erudite, and they were continuing on in the same band of, well, Destiny, well, we don't really know what's going on. We're going to keep.
Is there a difference between content creators knowing and the public? I mean, this is such a retarded conversation.
Yes, yes, exactly. This is people knew, and that in the fact that these were the people who came out with everything, and none of the other like bigger content creators and everybody else around, that says a lot. Yeah, it just kind of tells you what you need to see.
Surely you guys understand that.
The problem is that the public did know, which is why everyone
they did not know on that. Why did this?
They didn't. I literally, I pulled my chat when this came out. I think we had maybe a couple hundred people watching at the time, and I asked everybody, and there were like 3 people who knew that it was Pixie. Nobody else. Like, nobody else. There were like 3 people in my entire chat. And I said, like, yeah, 1s if you knew, 2s if you didn't know. And it was just all fucking 1s. Just a cloud of 1s. So yeah, there's no way.
Scale, dude. It's so
what are we calling a wide scale here?
We're talking about literally the difference between a few.
We're talking mostly about the difference between her parents possibly finding out and not finding out. That's the scale that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about. The difference between her parents finding out or not finding out. I think that is or it following her around for the rest of her life versus not following her around for the rest of her life. That's what we're talking about.
Few thousand people and millions.
So would you agree that the point when Bad Empanada and
you guys can't actually acknowledge that and just say, yeah, that's true, it's absurd.
No.
It's
Hold on.
so silly.
Hold on. But like, again, like what's being jumped over is like part of the motivation for the release. Because my motivation isn't Pixies extorting Destiny. I say this to you, I don't care. Like, that's not a motivating factor. My motivating factor is the fact, well, Lonerbox, Brent of Destiny, obviously involved in this and like the discussions around it, is taking shots at Destiny on stream, like through vague posting. That's a trigger pull. You've got Bad Empanada making videos on the topic with misinformation. That's a trigger pull. You have Hasan doing streams on it. That's a trigger pull. You've got Corontos on JSTLK shouting Pixie's name. You have multiple people through Twitter saying Pixie's name. There are multiple trigger pulls for this.
You can name all the people. It's still
yeah. So like you're naming a bunch of nobodies saying stuff on streams of a bunch of nobodies. Your thought process to even mention, like when we're talking about whether or not her parents would find out, and you're sitting there saying, Corontos said this, or random people are saying this in random people's Twitter threads, like JSTLK stream on Kick. Give me a break, dude.
Still a pretty small sample size in the fucking grand scheme of millions
But
of
one
people.
of them's Hassan.
Right?
One of them's Hassan, dude.
No. He's obviously talking about before Hasan.
If you're Hasan and you don't give a fuck and you just want to go ahead and repeat, like, hey, this is what I'm hearing behind the scenes, here's some shit with Pixie, you could go ahead and say that. That's completely different than releasing an entire narrative like Sunday did that's just fucking not true.
I agree, the narrative's totally fucked. I totally agree, the narrative's fucked and shit. And it's fucked the Sunday blasted that.
I remember like hearing that Bad Up Banana was the first person to come out with it. I don't know how many of you were here. We went and looked for Bad Up Banana's video and we couldn't find it anywhere. We couldn't find it. And so we were, yeah, like we were on his channel going through all of his fucking videos. And we just couldn't find it. Yeah, unless it's one of these like really old videos. Like, I guess this one says genocide defenders get even worse 3 months
Be
ago.
advised that this video is a sequel to a previous video. I suggest you watch that video first for the full context. Hello everyone. I would like to offer a sincere apology to all of you regarding my previous video, where I denounced the YouTubers Destiny and Lonerbox for their support of the Gaza genocide. I feel like I really let you all down and misled you with that video, because both of them were actually a lot worse than I knew when I made it. Here's a clip that I actually just learned about, where Destiny—
He's so fucking weird, dude. I don't... Where the fuck is this? The one that they showed before looked like this, with like Destiny's face on it. It was this blue background with Destiny's face on it. So what happened? Where did it go? Like, yeah, at the time, the video that had just come out was this one. That was like 5 days ago or something like that at the time. Fascists tried to murder me. Now a YouTuber's helping them. That was what was there. I still don't see it. Not gonna lie, I don't know who he is. Heard the name, but haven't seen anything with them. It's he has 181,000 subscribers. He's kind of like a full schizo that like literally if you like do anything against him, he'll fully dox you. He'll fully like come after your family and shit. He has a fan base of full on insane people. He is it's amazing that he somehow has an account on YouTube still. I don't know how. But yeah, where's the video? This is he like referenced it here, right?
I'd rather not.
In late November, a leak occurred which revealed, shall we say, a lot of Destiny's personal history. There has been massive speculation about the people involved in those leaks, whether the sharing of them was consensual, and people's both public and private reactions to them. What I have for you today is a breakdown of the conversation that occurred between President Sun, explain to you why I'm prepared to resolving these leaks one
reason. So for that, like he said, he is quitting.
Being exposed.
Hi everyone. So Lonerbox has announced that he is quitting YouTube, and he gave a bit of an iffy answer for that. Like he said, it was in part because he was supposedly harassed and smeared by me and Hasan.
What video is this?
I gotta say that it's very surprising to me that Ethan Klein, being a Zionist, would release a content nuke against an adult rather than a baby. Hello everyone. So
he said like a day ago or something like that at the time, so
There is this ideology that permeates Western societies that's basically, hello, I want to talk about Ukraine, so I'm going to. Now, to begin here, we need to establish 3 basic facts that need to be agreed on and understood before any of the rest of this video is going to make sense to you. If you disagree with any of these, just stop.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck this video is. Maybe it's members only. I mean, if it was...
There is this ideology that permeates Western society.
Then this kind of takes away their like justification, because yeah,
I gotta say that it's very surprising to me
it's
that
not
Ethan
really
Klein,
out
being
there.
a Zionist, would release a content nuke against an adult rather than a baby. Hello, everyone. So Ethan Klein has released these.
Yeah, I've never been able to find this fucking video, so I have no idea what they're talking about. It would have come out right around here, but oh wait, is this it?
There is a group of people who over the last few years have increasingly been painted as internal enemies who are part of a grand conspiracy to subvert the societies in which they live. Concurrent with this, another related group of people, despite quite clearly being downtrodden, materially deprived, and attacked in the worst ways possible, are being painted as somehow actually globally what they seem like they mean literally, especially not in English. What a weird language. Invested in framing criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic than they are in actually just denouncing anti-Semitism. Another trope that is mentioned here is Jewish features. Large curved noses, curly or red hair, horns, dark eyes with drooping lids. These sorts of caricatures have been utilized against Arabs for an extremely long time as well. I found a number of them from the 70s, for example, but they are especially being revived today, in large part by pro-Israel people.
He's wearing the same shirt here as he is in this video. So it looks like it would be here. This came out on January 18th. So yeah, I think this is when everything leaked. Was around the 19th, I think. 17th through the 19th. But yeah, there's nothing else here. There's nothing else here.
I'm
not defending the narrative.
Hold on. So my part with you guys is, if you don't give a fuck about Pixie, then whatever, go do your thing, but don't make videos pretending you do care or have these fucking conversations behind the scenes.
Hold on.
Yeah, this is literally what I said when I came out with my tweet, where I was like kind of vague posting about it. And I'm like, yo, if you guys don't care about victims, then fine, this isn't about you. Like, if you're not one of those people who like says like you're worried about victims or you want to protect victims or something like that, that's fine. You're not included in this. But for everybody else, like somebody like, Sick, President Sunday, like maybe Beckett, like these fucks, like, yeah, I think that they try to like have a moral justification for their actions. They think that they would have to have a moral justification for the things that they do. Even if they cover drama on YouTube, they still think that they need to have some sort of moral justification for things. You don't get on YouTube and all of a sudden morals disappear, like Kuihman and Chud Logic think. But never mind.
Hold on.
I guess
yeah. The point is that like if you're gonna put out videos or if you're gonna make statements on this stuff and keep naming these people, then yeah, obviously people are gonna get pissed off about it. But if you don't care about like victims, you're not gonna like pretend you care about victims. Then like obviously it doesn't matter. But I was like, yeah, if you don't care about victims, fine, not talking to you. But for everybody else, pretending they care about victims and pretending there's like doing all this moral grandstanding about Destiny and all these people, you're a piece of shit.
I never said that in my video.
I really wanted. That's my main issue right now.
I never said that in my video. I said the fact that this was a story that multiple content creators knew about.
Were those calls?
Which calls?
With Kilo and Sunda?
Like what? The later ones? No. Like we talked over like on the
Did
Saturday.
You guys talk about the optics of extortion, and that's okay to come out with it now? Or is his editor lying?
I think those conversations occurred. But like again, like Willy, you're asking me what Sunday did and what Sunday's motivations are. You said the videos are full of misinformation. Like what in my video is misinformation?
I'd have to rewatch it, but I mean, I think in the point, do you say that? Yeah, because your video is the one with Pixie's.
I read out,
right?
I go through
statement.
Yeah, but that's handed over. That gets handed over
from
You
straight
asked for
away.
misinformation.
Kelly,
I'm
okay,
back.
Kelly, chill for 1 minute, okay? Don't just jump
Hold on.
Do I
Hold
have
on.
to? This
Okay,
guy's
what's
being
up, Kelly?
condescending as
Stop.
fuck.
Chill, Kelly, please. Just take it easy.
Hold on.
Okay,
Okay.
one
Hold on,
second.
hold on.
Let's
Is this
take it.
Kelly
That's
Jean,
Kelly
the
Jean.
person Destiny
Oh,
was
can-
DMing me
Yes.
about?
Probably,
Okay, now I'm
yes.
getting cut
Yes.
off. Listen,
let's
there's
all
so many
chill,
calls that
just
have, been,
back it right
have
now,
gone
yeah.
through, and I feel like I get cut
You have
off.
me added on Discord. Why would you ask that? You also follow me on Twitter. You're like, who is this Kelly? Is this Kelly G? Of course it
I
fucking
didn't
is.
hover over that fucking icon, bro. I don't know. You just joined the call.
Apparently you don't know a lot of things.
Kelly, please, let
Ooh.
Beckett
Okay,
and
Kelly, what
Willy
did
hash
I
this
miss?
out. Okay.
Okay.
Did you check with me that the thing that was said about me in your video was true?
Me?
No, but I didn't preach it as if it was true.
Okay, so why would you regurgitate his false narratives in defense of his own false
I
narratives?
literally just read his statement. I didn't say if they were true or not. I don't know if they're true or not.
Do you maybe think you should have checked?
No, because it doesn't fucking matter, Kelly.
It don't matter. Brilliant. Well, thank you for perpetuating lies against me.
How did I perpetuate lies? If he's lying about
Because
you, that's
you
bullshit.
could have checked.
I don't
you
know
could
if
have
it's true or
messaged
not.
me. You could have messaged me. Then multiple people even could have clarified.
Is the
for you that
video
was
about
nonsense.
Kelly Jean? No, it's not about fucking.
I want to preface this video. Admit to anything. Meanwhile, you can just read the messages where Destiny says, yeah, I know. I've damaged her severely. Nobody cares about you being the victim because you caused all of this. There is no expectation for Kiwi Farms being the good guy. They have the leaks because you shared them with Rose. He goes on to say that people named Lav and Kelly Jean have been distributing his nudes, revenge porn in the literal truest sense. How many crazy women are part of this guy's life? At what point can I victim blame him? Ryan Beard's telling a story about how some girl named Anna is stalking you and your solution was to sext her.
He did stalk me. Did she lock? Okay, then why are you sexting with her still? We're cool. We've been cool for a year, Max. Okay, so you acknowledge that you've been sexting with her for a year.
Yeah, we've had on and off, sure. Max, can you acknowledge that I haven't said anything bad about her for a year? I said we've been
or something. You said
me
that for a
in
month.
the. Tell me, Max.
Of streams where he's condemning people for sharing nudes non-consensually.
Yeah, me and Melina have problems, but I don't think I've been all of this. I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes.
Bro, this shows that he knows this was bad. He was using this to expose someone. The embarrassing part about this drama isn't that a video leaked of Destiny sucking an Oscar Mayer, it's that he's thrown away his credit. Good guy. They have the leaks because you shared them with Rose. He goes on to say that people named Lav and Kelly Jean have been distributing his nudes, revenge porn in the literal truest sense. How many crazy women are part of this guy's life? At what point can I victim blame him? Ryan Beard's telling a story about how some girl named
Okay. Yeah, I do think the way he says it there, he's actually, because I was going to say, like, with Beckett is, like, giving a bunch of information, but all the information that he's giving are supposed to be facts. And so he is stating a bunch of things as facts, but I don't know that Beckett's had a narrative in it that he was driving. It just sounded like he was giving you, like, context around the entire scenario. Whereas here with him, he didn't state that as a fact at all. He just brought it up as something crazy that Destiny's saying, as though this is like a good argument, or as though this makes him look any better or something. I can understand why she would be upset about this though, because it is stated as though this is it's stated from Destiny as though it's true, and then he's showing Destiny's statement. So I could totally understand why she would want him to kind of clarify that fact before just moving on.
Kelly Jean, the Pixie video they're making. Hold on. What is
just
Destiny
asked
making?
You just
Kelly.
asked for misinformation example. I gave you one, you bitch.
And I'm telling you why it doesn't. Why it's not the same. One is
Okay,
Destiny
so
making.
is it not misinformation?
If Destiny's lying about you, that's on Destiny.
Okay. Good job. Brilliant. Excellent.
Is that not true? Am I fucking crazy for that statement? That's so obvious.
So it's fine to spread misinformation as long as you didn't come up with it.
I mean, to be fair, if it's different to make an allegation, but
Yeah, the way that he said it wasn't as a fact, but his argument here can't be like, well, Destiny said something that's untrue, so she's going to be like, well, okay, so so you would reach out to me and ask me if it's true, right? Like, I think that the problem is that he's talking about, like, you need to reach out to people for the entire justification of your entire video. Like, yeah, you should at least have like a statement from the person that you're making the video about, or at least have enough facts for your entire justification. Whereas the thing that he, like with Kelly Jean, that's not the entire justification for his entire video. It's not even like a relevant part of his video. But yeah, again, I totally understand why she wouldn't be happy with this.
This is quite one. It is different, right?
You don't know the difference between you making you don't know the difference between you making a false allegation and somebody else doing it. You don't know that you think that's the same thing, you fucking idiot?
I think that if you're going to be a condescending prick and speak down to other people about misinformation, you should probably get your ducks in a row too.
Fucking President Sunday created the misinformation, Kelly.
I don't care about President
Okay,
Sunday.
He was just quoting.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Kelly, he's trying to point out that Kelly's trying to point out that there's a fucking contradiction here. And then WillyMac is trying to say, but there's not a contradiction there because President Sunday made up some information and they didn't get any like clarification on it. Whereas you're saying Destiny made up some information and Destiny didn't get any clarification on it. But you're mad at me that Destiny didn't get any clarification on it. Whereas I'm mad at President Sunday for not getting any clarification on it.
That's okay.
Leave the call if you don't care. This is the conversation. Oh my god.
Kelly, I'm sure Willy's very sorry for putting that screenshot in the Destiny video.
Kelly, if Destiny lied about you, that is interesting to me, but that's completely different than what we're talking about.
I am aware you brought up misinformation.
Well, then you aren't aware because you're arguing about.
Yeah, you asked for misinformation in your video. Is it not misinformation in your video?
I lost control. It's over.
Destiny's statement
It
is
doesn't
misinformation.
matter.
And that falls on Destiny.
The whole video isn't even about President Sunday either, right? So I don't know why you bring up President Sunday to me. It doesn't matter. If you are like sitting.
Oh my goodness, because that's what the fucking claim is about. Kelly, you're trying to use his claim against him as though he's not standing up or holding himself to his own fucking standards. So he's saying, well, my standards are different with President Sunday. And then now she's like, well, why are you bringing up President Sunday? Because that's what you brought up. You brought up his standard with President Sunday. What do you mean?
They're being a condescending prick, right? About misinformation. Then probably you should check your sources and shit too.
Jason, I didn't drag her in. She just joined. She's got perms. Okay.
And then call the girls crazy. So, making the statement that I am crazy without even checking what the fuck he's
Kelly,
talking about.
you are coming off as fucking crazy to me right now, by the way.
Oh, congratulations.
You fucking are, dude.
I'm crazy because I'm pointing out you put misinformation in your video.
Okay, Kelly,
you don't know the difference between a Destiny making a statement and President Sunday making false.
It's a quote. It's a quote.
I know
it's just a
who
screenshot.
came up with it.
Here's Bad Empanada's video. Okay.
So it's time to make a video directly about the fact that...
Oh, it's on Bad Empanada Live. Okay, so there's a whole other channel for this. And they got 76,000 views. What does this streams normally get?
So I just want to make some shorter clips here, going over some of the most...
Hold on. So... Yeah, this was well above what he normally gets. Like generally, if it's not about Destiny, he's getting like 15,000 views. Like that's what this is. 15,000 views here, 21 here, 17 here, 30 here, 15, 21, 15, 17. Then Destiny and Loner Box, 66,000. It says Lonerbox quits YouTube after criticism for Israel apology 4 weeks ago. Then 3 weeks ago, 35,000 on Ethan Klein. Then 76,000 on Destiny as being a sex criminal. Okay. All right. Thank you, Freddie. Well done. W, Freddie, for finding that.
I know who came up
But
with
you
it.
don't see a difference, which is weird.
No, I am aware that there's a difference, but that's still misinformation you put in your video, you condescending twat.
Okay. All right, Kelly, you win, dude. I don't.
Okay, Kelly, can we just get back to Beckett and Willy? Okay, thanks for coming on. I hope you feel like that's addressed. I'm gonna just
what a prick.
get it back to Beckett and Willy. Okay.
So
All right.
you asked about the statement. Well, the statement is what is handed to Sunday by Straight
Hold
Array.
on. Where are we? What statement?
You asked about like including the Pixie's statement, right, in the video.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what's handed to Sunday by Straight Array. I think that's relevant.
And the narrative's that she's not coming out with a statement.
I didn't.
Right,
Hold on. No. I never present that in my video. At least I'm not. I don't think I do. I think like there's a question about like communication breakdown, but it's more around the fact of these are the DMs. This is what's being handed through to Sunday. These DMs are spreading through like general conversation and everything else. So I don't see how I misreported anything. I think there are things that I
you probably
badly
should have
framed.
just reached out, right? Because you're to actually understand like the full concept there.
Well, I mean, again, I'm agreeing with you that like I should have
Because
reached
I don't
out
think
to more
your
people.
video
I'm
was.
not.
I feel like we should just fucking share our interview because I think we have these conversations in it.
Yeah, we do. I mean, I think, as I say, I DM'd you. I don't hate your video or anything, Willy. I think it's fine. I think it's.
No,
I'm getting questions back because there's only like short snippets of it, right?
Yeah, I think there's only like maybe like 2 or 3 minutes shown. And it was essentially about why didn't you reach out? Which is obviously
which is
you should.
Which is obviously a fair question. I think there are like reasons, as like Kuihman pointed out, like it's a question of like what gets back to Destiny. I listen, said this publicly, and I say it in this. If Sunday wasn't coming out with a video, I wouldn't have done it in the same way, but I would have absolutely done something with this. This is a story that is breaking. It is already being discussed. These DMs are going to come out in one way, form, or another.
I think there's a way to talk about it that's fine. I did not like how Sunday went about it, and I didn't like that you never attempted to reach out, instead reached out to Nick and Diesel, who know way less than you two. That doesn't make any sense.
Sure. Well, I mean, I wanted an optics check from Diesel. I mean, again,
but you're getting an optics check from two people that don't know fucking anything.
Well, sure, but I mean, okay. On the other side, if you had something like this, you knew a story was coming out, you reached out to Pixie or Lonerbox, and they said, well, you know, this is really bad. Let me go and talk to Erudite. Let me go and talk to Destiny. Let me go and talk to this person. And you know that is going to like fuck the story. What would you do?
I'm sorry. There's so many people DMing me. I feel like from this Discord. Can you repeat that, dude? I'm getting so many beeps.
Yeah, you're fine. So let me like, let's say you're in my position, and you're like, this story's about to go public. It's going to be a fucking shit show. There's already a load of misinformation. You reach out to Pixie and Lonerbox, and their first response
Please stop harassing
is,
WillyMac.
we're going to go
Please
to
stop.
Destiny. We're going to go to Erudite. We're going to go to this person, this person, this person, and we're going to like let's say that's
well, what would you? No, let's be real. If you were to reach out to Pixie, you would be upfront and say, "Hey, I have like this is how I do it when I reach out to people, and how I reached out to Pixie. These are my list of questions. Would you be okay talking about that, or if you just want to send messages, we can. And then what is on and off the record? That's all you would say, and then you could get direct answers right there. Like, hey, I see messages that look like you extorting Destiny. Are these threats? Do you ever ask Destiny directly for money? You know, just be stuff like that.
Okay, but if on like again, I'm not
stop people from messaging me.
If you right click the server and just press like mute server.
Well,
Bro, all of my shit, like, I don't know what this is, but Chrome is freezing on and off right now. It's driving me
it's
crazy.
the server, but people are DMing me from it.
Oh, I don't know how to stop people DMing you.
This is so terrible.
I mean, if like again, because I don't disagree on the reaching out, but my direct question is, what if you reach out and then they say, like, even off the basic questions, and they go, "I'm going to Destiny." Like, what's your response then?
What does "I'm going to Destiny" mean?
I'm gonna
It doesn't
like
mean anything.
Well, like if you're like, well, I don't know if that's true. If you've got something like this, and you know that they're going to reach out to the person who is known for like narrative control, is their like primary thing.
Anna is stalking you, and your solution was to sext her.
He did stalk me.
Did she lock? Okay, then why are you sexting with her still?
We're cool. We've been cool for a year, Max.
He's saying that, yeah, like if he doesn't want Destiny to know that he's about to come out with a video on him, that like, yeah, him going to specific people is going to kind of ruin his ability to come out with a video on him. And even though Destiny, like lots of people say, well, bro, Destiny wasn't going to talk about this, so you didn't have to worry about him talking about it, because that obviously was not going to happen. But the problem is that Destiny was saying a bunch of things in DGG chat that would make it to where you would obviously like he could just go to DGG chat and be like, who's this fucking Beckett person that's about to make a hit piece on me? What the fuck is this? And then yeah, now it's gonna seem like tons of people are gonna go and start fucking with him. So that sounds like he's what he's saying.
That they do in dramas. Like, would you then panic and go, fuck it, I just have to release?
No, it's not even Chrome. It's just YouTube. It's only YouTube. And it's been like this for like the last 2 weeks, is YouTube Studio, where it shows like my stream and everything. It's just like every like couple hours or so, it just lags out and the whole thing like disappears. It's kind of fucked.
If they said they're going to Destiny, why would that make me panic? I would be like, why going to Destiny for what? Isn't he the one that leaked everything? I'd be so fucking confused.
Would you not have any concern that if you tip off Destiny, it's going to give him a chance to prepare a response, potentially fabricate evidence, like any sort of interference that could happen? Do you see any weight to that idea?
I would think Pixie and Destiny are fucking enemies, right? Or they don't like each other at the moment. So I'd be very weird if they work
is that
together.
the case? Is that really what you pick up from like the messages and shit?
Well, she is fucking taking him to court, so yeah. It
she wasn't
like
taking him to court just yet at that point, was she? It was in negotiations.
She was literally writing up draft statements.
Wait. No, this is like a misnomer that's being like there's a confusion happening here. I agree. She had a statement ready to go, but she was still in negotiations, right? The idea that she had decided to sue, that's not really the case. There was still a negotiation going on. It was breaking down a little bit, but there was a negotiation.
Went down between Destiny and Pixie. There's no negotiation.
There's not like a direct negotiation over...
There's no direct conversation about money ever between the two.
There's no direct conversation about money ever
Destiny
between
says
the two.
that.
Yes, no, we know that there is, because that's why President Sunday is making the claim that she's extorting him. We already know that President Sunday has said that she's asking for money, or Destiny's offering her money, and then she comes out and says that she's getting ready to take her LSATs. So that's why President Sunday says that she's being paid off. We know that there was money already. And we know that there was negotiations. We know that Not So Erudite was doing this, and we know that President Sunday knows all this.
In his statement, that did not happen.
Wait, sorry, was the comment about bills or anything? Was that not?
Yeah. He said you can reach out to me. I can help.
He said you can reach out to me about paying for bills.
Yeah, so there was a direct conversation about money. There was a negotiation was happening there, and Erudite was also acting.
Negotiation.
No. Sorry, maybe you're using. I'm using negotiation maybe a different way to you. I'm saying that there was a conversation happening where they were trying to come to a resolution, and that was happening both with Destiny directly, where he was offering money through the Bill's comment, and with Erudite, they were trying to come to a solution. When I say negotiation, I'm saying they're all trying to come to a solution.
Yeah, but if the Erudite messages end with Kyla saying, yeah, I don't feel comfortable if you want to make this about money, asking Destiny about this stuff.
Yeah,
but that's part of the negotiation process, isn't it? Like again, like
how is this all somehow negotiations? Like,
because
Not So Erudite is the middle ground between Destiny and Pixie. That's the position she
interpretation is just she's figuring out what she wants to do. That's it.
Yeah,
it's just her talking about what she might want to do.
But that is negotiation. She is negotiating with them to
There's
see
no
what
negotiation because she's not determining like, oh, like, all right, you're offering this. Well, now I want to do this. Like,
Yeah, like she's discussing what you would want to negotiate for versus actually negotiating. Those are different things. But yeah, there was negotiation over money. We know that was not negotiation, but whatever. There was conversations about money at the time.
Like, it's not one of those conversations.
Okay, yeah, but negotiation isn't such a strict term as it only applies to offers and counter offers.
So it only means just her talking about her options.
Her talking about her options with the other side of the potential deal or case, right? It's about trying to find a solution to the situation.
That conversation immediately ends with Kyla. Like, I have all of her text messages.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that conversation ends, but the point is that there was a negotiation happening there. It wasn't that she had decided to sue and was going to sue. It was exploring the options and seeing what it was. However, the reason we got onto this was because you presented it as like she had decided to sue. She was going to sue. They were enemies at this point. That's not the case.
So President Sunday's chat is pulled up here. He says he can't answer because he knew and simply disbelieved a victim as he... I guess he's blocking the chat.
Didn't know if she wasn't going to sue. No.
Freddie. All right. I don't see President Sunday's chat here, so I don't know.
Oh no, President Sunday determines that they aren't going to sue.
Yeah, I know. President Sunday's the video is fucking retarded. I totally agree. It's
okay, so but I feel like it's weird because you're like taking my argument and pretending Sundays doesn't exist, and well, that completely invalidates my argument. I would never make it then. Because the whole point is I'm responding to Sunday. It's so stupid. Do you get where I'm coming from? You're taking away the person I'm talking to.
What? Your argument
as if it doesn't exist. You're taking out the context.
No,
of what I'm saying.
Contesting specific things you're saying, and then you're defaulting back to, well, Sunday's video sucks. And I agree, Sunday's video sucks. I'm taking issues with specific positions you're holding.
You're contesting what I'm saying, but ignoring the context being that I'm replying to Sunday.
Okay, you're saying that you were claiming that Sunday knew that Sunday and Beckett knew that Pixie and Destiny were enemies, so there was no reason to be concerned about reaching out to Pixie. That was where we came from here. That's not true.
Well, no, I'm confused on why we're assuming, though, that she's going to write, I'm going to Destiny, and then that suddenly changes anything. I don't understand.
The reason we got here was I asked you.
We made up a fake scenario about what might happen, and now we've like we're like treading this imaginary land. It doesn't make sense to me.
I was asking you, do you not think there's any weight to the idea that you don't want to tip off the other party when you're releasing a story like this, if you think they're going to be aggressive in how they attempt to control the narrative around it? Do you think there is a consideration to be made there about not tipping off the potential perpetrator?
I think it's irresponsible to even come out with this fucking story about Pixie's intentions without talking to Pixie. I think you shouldn't even make the video.
Okay.
It's absolutely retarded to make this video.
Okay, if your position is just, regardless of this, is it the video as a whole, or is it the speculation on Pixie taking the deal and all this stuff, the second part?
So you got...
Oh, I'm an idiot. I have I have his picture up blocking the chat as well. Okay. As a victim, as he and his third question to Destiny. I guess he's saying as he can't answer because he already knew and simply disbelieves a victim as he asked in his third question to Destiny. I have no idea what that means.
You got right. So I think the video as a whole, if you just want to talk about, hey, these messages leaked, and I think if you want to do like a very vague video of like, these messages leaked and there's no way this was all consensual. That's fine. You could speculate on that. As you
I
said,
agree.
there's
Yeah, it sounds like I'm
probably-
I'm at 90% of the way there with you on that.
But
That
it's like
sounds-
when you're well, I know. So the whole point of my video is, well, we aren't talking about that. We're talking about people that took it farther.
Yeah, but you
okay.
don't just
Point.
respond. You're not just making statements on that further part. You're like making broad statements of, oh, never release videos. You always have to speak to the victim first. It's like I'm trying to contest.
Well,
I'm trying
before
to
you talk
figure
about
out
the
what your
victims,
positions
no.
are here, so that we can actually figure out how much I agree with you and how much you disagree.
can-
because your
you
ideas
cannot-
don't come through in the video, Willie. I'm going to be real. Like whatever your position on this is,
Bro, the
if it's
only
very
way is
specific
if you
like this,
don't pay
it doesn't come
attention,
through.
because I'm
But-
very clear.
Okay, well you can think you're
Yeah, again, I think all of this is fucking obvious. I think all of this is fucking obvious, and the fact that his idea doesn't come through. It's like saying like the sky is blue, and you're like, I'm just really not sure exactly what type of blue you're saying the sky is, and I want to make sure that like, is it because if you're saying it's like Sharquisha blue, then I think we might agree. But if you're just saying any regular, just like bland color of blue, then I don't know. I don't know about all that. I think we might disagree at that point. I need specifics here.
very clear. I don't think you're very clear. I don't think you're very clear at all. But whatever.
Everything I've said to you, I've said in the video, so I don't know.
Okay, you can think.
Okay, so I guess like if that's the standard, if I'm just releasing an uneditorialized video, I mean, we can talk about reaching out and everything else, but there can be criticisms. That's fine, but I don't think in that video I'm sat there being like, Pixie is a fucking monster. We need to destroy her. Like I'm like, this is what has happened behind those DMs. I know you're like, well, this is from a secondary source because it's from Straight
Well,
Raid.
you only have secondhand information.
Yeah,
right?
but this
So you
is
should
but
reach
hold
out.
on. That but I don't know how fair that is because Straight Raid is not just some random secondary source. She's also not somebody who's just saying something randomly. She's somebody who's
Sharquisha
clearly
Blues based.
has the evidence to
great
back
color.
up what she's saying. Yes.
Yeah, but why is she leaking it to you, bro, or to Sunday? That should be a fucking red flag there, right?
Well, I think it is. I think it is a question. I think it is a question
And
to ask.
you don't look for the answer? That's insane.
Well, hold on. I don't know if that's fair because
It's
like
so stupid.
there's an after point there where like sure we can look into like their
I mean, you
intent.
literally agreed with me on this, so I find it odd you're backtracking it, but
No, I don't. Hold on.
Well, Aaron is a primary source for like the chats, but she is not a primary source on whether or not Pixie got paid off. And it doesn't even seem like President Sunday asks Aaron if she got paid off. It doesn't even seem like I don't even think President Sunday asks Aaron if she got money. So, and I actually, no, he does. No, he does. He asks Aaron if she got money, and Aaron says, definitely not. She would have told me if that had happened. So that, like, they know for a fact that she didn't get money. So it's not, I keep acting like they're assuming things. They're not assuming things. They know for a fact that she did not get money. Aaron straight up says that she did not get money. But for other things, like we're treating Aaron as though like a secondary source. She is a secondary source as far as what Pixie is doing. And that's what the video is about. The video is not about like Aaron and Pixie messaging each other. The videos are about the fact that Aaron is telling us what Pixie is doing, about what happened to Pixie, about Pixie negotiating Pixie discussing what it is that she wants to do with Not So Erudite and talking about possibly negotiating with Not So Erudite. These are all the things that like the videos are about. In the DMs, Aaron's response seems whack as fuck, if I remember correctly. Wait, what response to what? To whether or not Pixie got money? No, she straight up says, she says, no, she didn't get money. She would have told me. She says, like, that's something she 100% would have told me.
I think even with our conversation, I talk about Straight Raid in a very different way because I don't think it's just Straight Raid as a random person going, oh, I heard a rumor.
No, you say she has bad intentions.
Oh, that she's compromised? Yes. Yeah. Pixie, yeah, Straight Raid's response was like, yeah, I told her not to talk to to not so erudite, but she won't listen to me. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Based on off the record stuff.
Yeah, I do think that. But also, like, that's something that comes clear later. And again, like,
well, I know that's exactly more reason why you should try and get more context around that.
Sure,
like, I'm asking for like really basic research, and you guys act like it's so hard. That's fucking crazy.
This is weird. I don't really know. I don't really know if I agree with you, dude. I'm not really understanding what it is that you're talking about. I'm trying to understand because you didn't really make your point clear, and so I gotta ask a lot more questions to really know whether or not this is something that I agree with. Because I'm just not sure right now.
I'm not asking for anything. Like, the bar is not high. The bar is very low.
Hold on. I'm not disagreeing with you.
What happened to all of my sources, dude? I don't know what's going on. Like my power going out earlier just fucked up all of my sourcing on OBS. I don't understand.
There are issues in the video. My disagreement is the fact that...
engage with that. The bar is on the floor. Do you disagree with that? The bar is basically just, oh, this seems weird that this is leaking to Sunday. I don't really have the full context of all this. I'm getting this all second hand, third hand really from Sunday. I should just go ask about this real quick.
Okay, sorry. I think one thing's got to help here.
So I don't know. Does Beckett ever like assert that she was taking money from Destiny? Does he ever assert that? Because right now I'm not sure if we're talking about Beckett or President Sunday. Because again, I don't know that Beckett actually makes any assertions in his video. And so yeah, I'm not really clear on, because they did switch back and forth from like, well, are we talking about Beckett or President Sunday? Because Beckett's saying, well, I didn't really make those assertions. President Sunday did, and then WillyMac said, well, from our conversations off the record, like I'm not, I think that like you've already taken accountability, so I'm not really worried about you as much. But then Willy didn't really back off his claim about Beckett, and so right now, I'm not even sure like who we're talking about, if it's President Sunday or not. I don't think Beckett did. It just shows the DMs that point to the possibility. So did you watch the whole video from Beckett? Because we didn't. Like, we just like ran through it pretty quickly. And yeah, it looked like he was just showing context and just going over evidence. It didn't look like he actually made any claims the entire time.
Sunday, let him figure it out, bro.
I understand Sunday's video has.
And why are you coming in?
It's bad that Beckett put out the video without talking to Pixie first. Yeah, I guess. Okay. I guess if Beckett's saying, hey, I'm putting out this video because of President Sunday's video, but that if President Sunday doesn't put out his video, then I don't put out my video. But your video is supposed to be context to President Sunday's video and what information he had that made him go public. Shit. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is something that you need to reach out to the other person for, because that's something that President Sunday should have done. But I don't know. Fuck. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about this a little bit, because yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm talking to Beckett.
Sure, go for it.
So
the bar is on the floor. Do you agree with that? I mean, that is like such a simple thing. I'm not asking for anything that's that hard.
No, I don't disagree with you that they're like
what are we talking about?
Because the question I have for you about my video is the fact of like the clear intention of the video is an uneditorialized piece of how these DMs spread. And like the conversations that happen behind the scenes. I think actually with the conversation Straight Raid is having with Sunday behind the scenes, part of it makes sense why she is going to Sunday. Because the early intention seems to be, hey, Sunday, I'm working with Pixie. What do you think of these statements? Can you help? Because Straight Raid knows that Sunday hates Pixie. It becomes more convoluted when more.
So wait, President Sunday. Wait. President Sunday hates Pixie? She went to President Sunday because she thinks President Sunday hates Pixie? Wait, what? That makes no sense. That's like the opposite of what you would do. What?
More information comes out.
If someone doesn't ask when the far pay machine is going to implode.
Yeah, what the fuck? President Sunday hates Pixie, so Straight Raid went to President Sunday. I'm so lost, dude.
I mean, again, like it becomes more convoluted when we find out that Straight Raid is also having conversations with Destiny.
All right, if it's more
Like-
convoluted, let's go to the primary source and just ask.
But then how do you? Okay, like again, I don't disagree with reaching out. I'm not.
No,
I'm
you're
not
making
fighting you
every
on this.
excuse. You're making like every excuse.
I don't.
right now.
I
You
don't think.
disagree,
No.
but you are like literally.
I don't. No. What I'm fighting you on is I don't think I presented misinformation.
Yeah, I was about to. That was what I was kind to ask. Is what was the claim in Beckett's video? I understand Sunday has a bunch of erroneous claims in his video. What was the claim in Beckett's video that you think needed extra context from Pixie?
I would have to rewatch Beckett's video. If I called your video misinformation in mine, and I didn't show any clips, then that's my bad. But you should. I don't think I did that, by the way. You should absolutely. All I'm saying.
No.
is
You just said it in this call.
Oh, did I? Yeah.
Yeah,
Then I
that's
don't know.
why I'm
I need to
pushing
rewatch your video like right
What
now.
the
if I'm
fuck,
going to find
bro?
it. But
What the fuck, bro?
I thought.
Willy is such a
I thought it was
hole
something
here.
around you having the leaked document.
Yeah, but the leaked document is something that was presented.
Didn't.
By Straight Raid,
Alright.
and again, turns out to be fairly accurate. The only thing that seems to be wrong with it is Dan's inclusion with it, and that's, to be clear, is not like a misrepresentation. That's what's in the document.
And don't
I
you
think
talk about her extorting extortion too?
No, I say that I note it as the most expensive. Like Pixie says, I want this to be the most expensive.
And you agreed with it, right?
I don't think I editorialized on that. I'd have to check, but I think I just go, well, that's the statement.
My
and
understanding is
again-
Beckett's video essentially just presented the materials. Basically, just read it and said, like, here's the chain of events, here's what happened,
I
that's
think
it.
the criticism of Beckett's video is very much the same as I presented in my video. I think you have secondhand information. You should just reach out to get a full grasp on the story.
Okay.
Because obviously everything we just talked about with Aaron and all this shit is fucking weird. And you just get basic questions answered. And the idea that Pixie goes ahead and might like hit up Destiny for whatever reason, like I don't know, whatever reason you guys are afraid of, then just add that to your video. You reached out for statement. This is what she said.
This is sort of why I was trying
Well,
to.
no, he's saying, wait, he wouldn't reach out because of that. Not, I reached out to her and I'm afraid that I reached out to her. I wouldn't do this because, like, what the fuck? I'm so lost at how this is, how everybody's getting confused here. I'm getting confused at why the fuck everybody else is confused. I don't understand.
You a minute ago, because now it seems like your position is that to release any of this stuff, to run any of this story, you have to reach out to the victim, whereas before it seemed like only for that speculation
If
part.
you
of some
have
of these videos,
limited
you see the comment.
information, I do think you should reach out, obviously, in this case. Now, I don't know like what Hasan's coverage necessarily was. I didn't watch it. Or I know like fucking what's his face? Bad Empanada said a bunch of stuff that wasn't even true. What was the question?
Well, a moment ago it seemed like you were saying that you only had to reach out for that speculation part, but now it seems like you're saying that you have to reach out for any of it. So I'm just wondering, like, what was in Beckett's video that you think required comment? Is it just the idea that there's this Straight Raid side plot where we don't know what her intentions are, or what?
I think if
is...
you're going ahead and you're looking at the DMs, that's implying like extortion, or you're going ahead and you have like this like video or this document that's coming out.
Is that, I don't know who's that.
Just call the video bad and move along instead of crying about the morals/ethics of
Because as I'm
journalism
talking to
over a largely
Beckett, right? I mean, you
inconsequential
say this in the
YouTube
time like,
video.
oh, this is confusing. This is all convoluted. This is so weird. Well, you can straighten all of that out.
I think part of the okay.
I mean, all these things that you're worried about, you just straighten out in like 2 seconds.
I think that
and all it takes is not being lazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that literally makes no sense from WillyMac. That literally makes absolutely no sense. I have no idea what the hell he's talking about. You just reach out to them and explain why you're not going to reach out to them. What is he talking about, dude? That makes no sense. What do you mean? Just reach out to them and let them know why you're afraid to reach out to them. This makes no sense, dude.
That's all it takes.
No, I don't think laziness is a factor, and I also don't think it's like, because again, I reach out quite a lot to people. I think
you reached out to Nick, and you reached out to fucking the most irrelevant
not just
people.
not just this situation. Generally speaking, I reach out to people quite a lot, and like the issue isn't laziness. The issue is I don't know what anyone's fucking.
What is Beckett's justification for not reaching out? That he doesn't want them to go tell Destiny. So he's saying that like Destiny like commonly wants to get out ahead of things and wants to come out and like fire back before people. That like Destiny very commonly will hear that like, you know, somebody's coming out with something against him, and so he tries to come out before them. And so Beckett's like, yeah, I don't want to like come out. I don't want to go tip them off and tell them I'm making this video on them, to where they can go and start like typing in DGG chat and like telling everybody that I'm this like fuckface that's so that I get you know, I get shit coming at me before I even make the video. So then it's okay to go behind Pixie's back. I mean, again, I don't know that in Beckett's situation he actually made any claims, so I don't know that it matters in his scenario. The difference is President Sunday. Obviously, President Sunday should have gone to Pixie, or even that doesn't even matter. He didn't even have to go to Pixie because he already went to Aaron, and Aaron already told him that he was wrong. So like there's literally no reason. There's literally like it doesn't even make sense for him to go to Pixie, because he was already told by Aaron that this didn't happen and that she definitely didn't get the money. So yeah, none of it makes sense at all.
Destiny's move would be to say, these people are liars, if word got back to Destiny about them wanting to make a video. And being first does help.
Yep. Yeah, so I don't necessarily disagree with him on this, because yeah, this does make sense. That like, yeah, you would want to.
But there's no way that should deter you from putting out your video if you feel it's rock solid.
Right.
I'm hearing they wanted to be fast, not right.
Right. Well, that's part of the problem, is that President Sunday wasn't correct. President Sunday was wrong. So like the criticisms really apply to President Sunday, not really Beckett. Beckett was not really the problem here. It was pretty much all President Sunday.
Fucking intentions are in any of this. Like if I reach out to Erudite,
why not go find out? Isn't that more interesting?
Possibly, and again, there was a time factor here with this. If I'd had these DMs,
don't say this, bro.
No, hold on. There is a time factor with this.
So stupid.
That's how I felt at the time. I still think
you're
this
too busy
information
to ask about the main character in the story. Then don't cover the story. That is insane.
Yeah, what's this claim of a time factor? I don't understand there being a time factor. I understand there being sort of like a pressure that if there isn't a half-decent collection of what exactly the narrative is here, then it's going to be someone retarded like Bad Empanada who runs it and says that it was a cuck story. I understand that sort of complaint, but why is there a time limit on you doing this?
Because I guess the fear is that what was going to happen is what happens in things like the like Bo Black's dress story, where you've got something that's spread particularly far. Most people are going to just like pull a trigger at some point, or something will accidentally get said on a stream. And I cannot
Who
stress
the
this
fuck
enough.
cares?
Well, hold on.
That's on that person then. I mean, this is so stupid. This is like insane levels of cope that you can't talk to the main person, the main character of the story, because someone might say something on a stream, but you got a time to talk to Diesel and Nick, who know nothing. Like, it's so dumb, dude. Don't dig yourself down this hole. Like, don't waste your time with that. That's a dumb point. You know that's dumb.
Oh, well, again, I'm not disagreeing with the reach and everything else. Like no, hold on. No, because I've said to you in this call, and I'm not fighting you on putting it in, that I regret not reaching out.
But you're
to
giving
people.
excuses. Your excuses.
Yeah, so this is what is always said about Beckett, is that this is why they call him a weasel, is because he will say, no, I'm saying it. You're right. I'm saying you're right. I've already said. I think you're totally correct on that. Also, these are all the reasons why you don't make any sense. You're totally wrong. This is complete bullshit. I can't believe you would say something so stupid. This is like, that is the idea.
This is what you're doing right now.
Well, okay, hold on. This is always my problem with the whole kind of like, I didn't want to over-explain things because it sounds like excuses. I can give my rationale. We can say that parts of that rationale are bad.
But Beckett made it sound like it's just Sunday's video. I don't know. What do you mean? Yeah, we're saying that just Sunday needed to reach out. You've literally walked back on saying Beckett did something wrong. Wait, I'm sorry. Both Beckett and Sunday went through the video. Yes, when we went through the video, Beckett didn't make any claims, so there was nothing there for him. Like he put out all of the context and showed like everything that was sent to them. So I don't know. And when he put out his video, President Sundays was already coming out. Bad Empanadas was already out. Hasan had already reviewed Bad Empanadas video. So there were already like millions of people who saw this stuff. So it was different. It's just President Sunday coming out with claims that are bullshit that didn't make any sense. He literally just like made up shit. What I'm saying is that Beckett and Sunday basically created the Sunday video. They both were telling Kilo, the editor, what to include in the video. I don't understand. Beckett made his own video. Sunday made his own video. I don't know what you're talking about. Kilo was not Beckett's editor. Kilo did not work for Beckett. Kilo said that he was just in a call with the two of them because they were both talking about making videos and they were talking about what it was that they were putting in it. But Beckett is just making a video about the context that like led up to President Sunday making a video. Yes, I understand. They were all in calls. He never said President Sunday, or he never said Kilo was Beckett's editor. I understand. It doesn't, so, which means if he's not his editor, then his point doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense. His whole point makes zero sense if Kilo is not his editor, so. What I'm saying is Beckett's opinions went into Sunday's video. Okay, what opinions went into Sunday's video? I'm unaware of this. We would need Kilo to tell us what. I don't know. You're the one who's stating that happened, so I don't know where you got that from. So I'm asking, what, like, if you're the one who's making that claim, Kilo didn't make that claim. You're making the claim, but now you're saying you need Kilo to come make the claim so that you can make the claim. Why not? Why not just not make a claim you don't have any reason to make? Beckett wanted his cake and to eat it too. With his opinions going into Sunday's video and releasing his own cleaner video, Kilo did make that claim. Okay, where did he make that claim? You're saying just because they were in a call together that now Beckett's ideas went into Sunday's video. That's you're not saying Kilo actually said. Not just a single call. I don't give a fuck how they were in 100 calls together. They were in a billion kajillion calls together. Where did Kilo ever say that Beckett's opinions were going into the video? Where did that happen? Or that Beckett was advising him on what he ought to do in President Sunday's video? When did that happen? So now you think putting out his video without talking to Pixie is fine? Yeah, it sounds like WillyMac does too. Because that is the point, is that like he didn't... You go and talk to the person to get more information about the claim that you're making, right? But if he didn't make a claim, and that we're saying like, oh, the reason that you do it is because this is the whole reason for making your video. Where does Willy say it's fine? That's literally what they're talking about right now, bro. That's literally what they're talking about right now. He literally just said, if I said that, my bad. He just now. Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is so stupid. This is like insane levels of cope that you can't talk to the main
laziness. The issue is, I don't know what anyone's fucking intentions are in any of this. Like, if I reach out to everyone,
find out. Isn't that more interesting?
Possibly, and again, there was a time factor here with this. If I had these DMs,
don't say this.
That's how I felt at the time. That's how I felt at the time. I still.
Then don't cover the story. That is insane.
Yeah, what's the claim of time factor? I don't understand there being a time. I understand there being sort of like a pressure that if there isn't a half decent collection of what exactly the narrative is here, then it's going to be someone retarded like Bad and Panada who run this.
Because I guess the fear is that what was going to happen is what happens in spread particularly far. Most people and accounts.
I mean, this is so stupid. This is like insane because someone might say something on a stream, but you got to title down this whole. Like, don't waste your time with that. That's
no, hold on. No, because I've said to you in this call, I'm not fighting you on putting it in, that I regret not reaching out.
You're giving excuses. You're excusing yourself. This is what you're doing right now.
Okay, hold on. This is always my problem with the whole kind of like, I didn't want to over-explain things because it sounds like an excuse. I can give my rationale. We can say that parts of that rationale are bad, or like it's a mistake, and I can try and own those mistakes. But you're asking me what my intentions were at the time and why I took the actions I did. I'm not saying that those are like perfect actions, Willy. I'm saying I'm agreeing with you that there are issues, but they also weren't made like I just sort of flippantly or was lazy about my video. Is the fact of like the clear intention of the video is an uneditorialized piece of how these DMs. Hold on, I'm not disagreeing with you that there are issues in the video. My disagreement is the fact
with that. The bar is on the floor. Do you disagree with that? The bar is basically just, oh, this seems weird that this is leaking to let him figure it out, bro.
I understand Sunday's video has.
Why are you coming in? Let him talk to Beckett. So the bar is on the floor. Do you agree with that? I mean, that's like such a simple thing. I'm not asking for anything that's that hard.
Yeah, see, Kuihman's trying to come back to it because, yes, it sounds like WillyMac is saying that Beckett's video is fine, but then they go back to arguing about this again.
No,
it doesn't make sense.
Disagree with you that they're like...
They've done it 3 times. 3 different times they've said, well, I don't know about your video. I'm talking about President Sundays. And then he says, well, okay, if my issues with your video are in my video, and he's like, yeah, but you didn't really like state anything clearly about my video. He's like, well, I don't really remember your video. I'll have to go back and watch it. But if I said that, like, I don't know that was that your video was as much of the problem. And so, yeah, but now they're arguing again, and it doesn't make sense.
Because the question
I don't know what they're arguing about.
Is the fact of like, the clear intention of the video is an uneditorialized piece of how these DMs spread. And Straight Raid is having with Sunday. Early intention seems to be, heck, Straight Raid knows that's now.
If someone doesn't
again, like it becomes more convoluted when we.
Let's go to the primary source.
But just asking out. I'm not fighting. No. What I'm fighting you on is I don't
understand Sunday has a bunch of erroneous claims in his video. What was the claim in Beckett's video? I understand Sunday has a bunch of erroneous claims in his video. What was the claim in Beckett's video that you think needed extra context from Pixie?
I would have to rewatch Beckett's video. If I called your video misinformation in mine, and I didn't show any clips, then that's my bad. But you should, I don't think I did that, by the way. You should absolutely, all I'm saying
is you just said it in this call.
You did?
Did I? Yeah,
that's
I don't know. I need to rewatch your video, like, right.
He did, but that was his entire claim at the beginning, is that, like, yes, you're pushing misinformation. So where they're like, well, we don't know when you would ask and when you wouldn't. It's like, well, it's obvious. If you don't know for sure what it is that you're claiming, then you don't come out with the claim until you've spoken to the other party. But in this case, they didn't speak to the other party. But then when we're saying, oh, well, yes, if your claim is X and you're not sure about it, there's wiggle room there, then obviously you go talk to the other party. But now we're saying, well, no, he didn't have a claim. Okay, so now we're saying, okay, well, if your claim is X, okay, well, he doesn't even have a claim. So obviously this just stops applying to him altogether because I don't think he had a claim. So there was just there's no reason that this would apply to him at all. As far as I'm concerned, he did make claims about not so erudite. I didn't hear it when I went through it, so I'm not sure. So yeah, if that was in there, because I've asked a couple of times if there were any claims, and everybody said I didn't hear any claims, I didn't see any claims, I don't know. And so he called her a handler. Well, she was the handler. Wait, what do you mean? She was the handler. Tomfoolery show. Not speak to the other party. Speak to any of the parties. No, they're talking about... No. Hold on. They're talking about, like, her conversations with Aaron. They spoke to Aaron. But outside of, like, their conversations with Aaron, from there, what WillyMac is saying is from there, it's speculation about what it is that that is being said to Aaron. The problem is that there's not speculation because Kilo came out with a video showing that there was no speculation. So in this case, we would say that if you were speculating, yes, you would go speak to the other party in those DMs to get the rest of the information. But in this case, he didn't even need to speak to the other party because we already know that Aaron straight up told him. So, Tom giving charity to Beckett. Okay, what are you... I'm not giving charity to Beckett. You don't even have a thing to be upset about. You just want to be upset. I don't know what we're even talking about here. He doesn't have a claim. He didn't make a claim. Unless somebody can show me where he made a claim, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I've seen, I haven't seen a claim. If somebody wants to tell me where there was a claim, I'm happy to like, go back and change what it is that I'm saying. But so far, there's been no claim from what I've seen. So I would have to see where there's a claim in order for me to understand what it is that we would expect him to ask her, right? When you go to the person, you're asking them about your claim. You're getting more information on your claim. If he doesn't have a claim, I don't know what it is we expect. I don't even understand. Like, if you're saying, hey, I can't believe he didn't reach out, what should he have asked? What would it have changed? He put his video in conjunction with Sunday. His video wasn't as bad, but neither of them cared about Pixie's wants before releasing their videos. Sure, what would it have changed if he had reached out to Pixie? It's just irresponsible period thing. No, it's not. It's not irresponsible period. I've done tons of videos without reaching out to the people, but that's nobody ever says this because it's not always irresponsible. It's not irresponsible period. I guess, damn, dude, I thought all of this was fucking obvious, and I thought it was retarded that Kuihman would ask any questions about this, but now I'm starting to realize, apparently this shit isn't obvious, and this is not as straightforward as I thought. I thought all of this was blatantly obvious, and that everybody knows how this works, but apparently nobody knows how this works. So, he put the DMs on screen that had claims with context missing. To be fair to Beckett, he might not have known, but his reason for not going to Pixie was because he didn't want Destiny to know before it got out. Right. Sure. But he again, the things that he's showing don't have claims, and the text that he's showing do have claims, and I don't know what other context he would have gotten from talking to Pixie. He might not have put it out. Why? What would he have asked? Again, I don't know. What would he have asked? And, like, what is the question? You're downplaying this for what reason? You haven't even given me something to downplay, motherfucker. I haven't downplayed shit because you are making up shit in your fucking brain. Give me a thing to downplay, bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? I've been sitting here for 5 minutes trying to get you to give me something to go on. You haven't given me anything. You're just mad. You're just mad and you want me to be mad. I'm not insane, okay? I'm not fucking crazy. I go off facts. I go off things that are real. I go off things that I can see. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen a fucking claim. As always, the entire chat is you and Mantis. That is the entire chat. What the fuck? You and Mantis are the entire chat. You guys got it. It was so true, dude. I'm done talking to you guys. Stop chatting at me. Stop talking to me out your fucking ass until you have a claim. I'm not reading this shit.
I thought
Willy is such a
I thought it was something around you having the leaked document.
Yeah, but the leaked document is something that was presented by Straight Red. And again, turns out to be fairly accurate. The only thing that seems to be wrong with it is Dan's inclusion with it.
Fair enough.
And that's, to be clear, is not like a misrepresentation. That's what's in the document.
And don't you talk about her extorting extortion too?
No, I say that I note it as the most expensive, like Pixie says, I want this to be the most expensive.
And you agreed with it, right?
I don't think I editorialize on that. I'd have to check, but I think I just go, well, that's the statement.
Like, my understanding is Beckett's video essentially just presented the materials. Basically just read it and said, like, here's the chain of events, here's what happened, and that's it.
Criticism of Beckett's video is very much the same as I presented in my video. I think you have secondhand information. You should just reach out to get a full grasp on the story. Because obviously everything we just talked about with Aaron and all this shit is fucking weird. And you just get basic questions answered. And the idea that Pixie goes ahead and might like hit up Destiny for whatever reason, like, I don't know, whatever reason you guys are afraid of, and just add that to your video. You reached out for a statement. This is what she said.
This is sort of why I was trying to drill down with you a minute ago, because now it seems like your position is that to release any of this stuff, to run any of this story, you have to reach out to the victim, whereas before it seemed like only for that speculation part.
If you have limited information, I do think you should reach out, obviously, in this case. Now, I don't know like what Hasan's coverage necessarily was. I didn't watch it. Or I know like fucking what's his face? Bad Empanada said a bunch of stuff that wasn't even true. What was the question?
Well, a moment ago it seemed like you were saying that you only had to reach out for that speculation part, but now it seems like you're saying that you have to reach out for any of it. So I'm just wondering, like,
yes, that is what I've been saying. It's obvious, yes, when you have to speculate on something like this, that like you should reach out for sure. Obviously, yes, if you have to reach out, if you have to speculate on things like this, then yeah, you should just reach out to them and get the information yourself instead of speculating. But if in Beckett's video, I didn't see any speculation. I didn't see anything where there's like wiggle room for there to be something else that's happening. Those are just the DMs. The DMs, he's just showing the DMs and painting a story, and that seems to be it.
What was in Beckett's video that you think required comment? Is it just the idea that there's this straight arrayed side plot where we don't know what her intentions are, or what is?
I don't know if he burned bridges with Pixie or not. Is he? Wait, was Beckett friends with Pixie? Wait, Beckett and Pixie were friends? What? No shot. Really? That would be weird.
Going ahead and you're looking at the DMs, that's implying like extortion, or you're going ahead and you have like this like video or this document that's coming out.
Just call the video bad and move along instead of crying about the morals/ethics of journalism
as I'm talking to
over a likely
Beckett,
and
right? I mean, you say this in the time like,
video.
oh, this is confusing, this is all convoluted, this is so weird. Well, you can straighten all of that out.
Again, it's just, if you're making a claim, that's true, but he can like post a bunch of facts and then just be like, this is confusing and weird, odd, right? Like, this is what I do a lot. Like, I'll like somebody will post a video, I go over their video, and then at the end I'm just like, I don't know, dude, this didn't make any sense to me. All right, moving on. Nobody's gonna be like, bro, why didn't you reach out to the person who made the video and be like, hey, your video's confusing. Can you explain it to me? Like, no, it was just kind of, obviously this is a more sensitive topic and situation, and they are the ones who are attempting to kind of break it. Although it sounds like from their perspective, they weren't breaking it because Bad Up Banana had already come out with a video and Hasan had already gone over the video. But I don't think people take Bad Up Banana seriously enough to go over it. And did Bad Up Banana out the names of the people in this?
That Destiny, real name Stephen Kenneth Bonnell III, is a sex criminal. This is something that is very well founded in the evidence. Destiny is a sex criminal, and his community and the people around him are protecting him. They are protecting him rather than actually talking about this. It's all being swept under the rug with the complicity of dozens upon dozens of people who... That Destiny, real name...
I don't think he mentions Pixie in here. Yeah, I don't think he mentioned Pixie. I googled, or I control F the word Pixie. I control F the word pick. I control F the word PIC. Like, that doesn't... But yeah, PIC is only in there at the end of topic. It doesn't sound like he mentions her name.
Stephen Kenneth Bonnell III is a sex criminal. This is something that is very well founded in the evidence. Destiny is a sex criminal, and his community and people around him are protecting him. They are protecting him rather than actually talking about this. It's all being swept under the rug with the complicity of dozens and dozens of people who have community life with him, such as too cowardly to speak against him, or fear of him denouncing them, or his community going after them. And most what they have been doing is quietly ceasing to collaborate with him or ceasing to talk about him, while not actually addressing what he did. And what he did is Destiny shared pornographic video and photos that he had filmed of others with a 19-year-old woman from his audience without the consent of those involved. And that is specifically a crime where he lives in the state of Florida and undoubtedly in most states in the USA. So he is a sex criminal.
Yeah, that's not even true.
Undoubtedly. The issue is, in order for that to go to like the criminal stage, one of the actual victims will have to report to the police. I seriously doubt that any of them are willing to do that out of fear of harassment or consequences for themselves, or perhaps some of them are like so indoctrinated into his fault that they just don't want bad things to happen to him, regardless of the fact that it's true. So there's a video of Destiny's ex-wife outright stating that Destiny did not have her consent to share with this other person the porn that he had of her. Okay, and now I'm not going to show you the fucking revenge porn. Okay, I know revenge porn is the right word because usually revenge porn you filter because you want to hurt the person specifically, but honestly, Destiny like shared pornography without consent because he was trying to impress like 19-year-old with his supposed sexual prowess. It's still just as illegal, and I believe that it does fall after the laws that are known as revenge.
This is all shit that everybody like kind of was already covering. Like the shit with Molina was stuff that everybody had already like talked about.
Porn laws, but maybe it's not the right word for it. Either way, it's a crime. Dissemination of unconsensual porn. Now, whether the actual filming was consensual or not, I don't know. But certainly the sharing of it, at least in this one case, was not. And if he was sharing porn of people, not consensually in this case, I don't think we have any reason to believe he wasn't doing it in the other cases as well. Like, how could he possibly have that permission? Like, what was it? Like, a dozen people to share pornographic images of them. So this is Destiny's ex-wife. Like, if he was willing to share like intimate images and stuff of his ex-wife.
Okay, yeah, this changes things. That if he doesn't even mention Pixie in this, then yeah, this totally changes things. Hold on.
Then imagine how much less respect you would have for all the other people involved, for all the victims. And yeah, I mean, even talking sexually to a 19-year-old fan is fucking weird in of itself, even though it's not technically a crime. Sharing porn with them is weird in itself. Sharing non-consensually sharing porn from like people you actually know, that is like another level of depravity and is actually a crime. So let's watch this.
Well, something again, like I'm not going to be there's plenty of anonymous, fairly obvious. Nothing has happened with consent. But anyone, not me anonymous. There's no consent.
Okay, I actually forgot what she said in this. So she said there was no consent from her nor anyone else involved. Literally all of it was non-consensual. So straight confirmed there. I guess it's not 100% evidence, just her word. But at least in her case, we can definitely say that Destiny did not have consent, and that is already enough to consider sex criminal. But it's true that in the other cases that there was also no consent. That's even fucking worse. I feel like we also got caught up in the ridiculousness of Destiny Fuentes part that we sort of missed the forest for the trees here what was actually going on, which was like actual straight up sex crimes. Something that his fans are too fucking cowardly to talk about. And like for me to actually disseminate this, people have to make a video on my main channel, and I'm certainly not going to make a fucking Destiny sex crime video on my main channel. Regardless of how serious it is, I'm not going to do it. Simply just don't want to. So that's something about maybe that's really no, I guess. So, I mean, that's really what you can see. There's some confirmation right there that at least against his ex-wife, Destiny committed a serious sex crime of non-consensual sharing of pornographic images. So, without any fucking doubt, Destiny shared sexual images of people without consent. At least one person that we know for sure without consent. And more than likely, much more than likely, all the others were without consent as well. Not to how this actually filtered out, I don't actually know. I would guess it was either the person Destiny was talking to leaked it, or some other sort of funny business or something. But he has not denied the rest of this stuff. If anything, he sort of embraced it. But he tried to embrace it in a way of like, yeah, I do suck off guys. See, I am bisexual. So what? It's sort of like the Kevin Spacey thing, where when Kevin Spacey got accused of sexual assault, instead of talking about the sexual assault, he was just like, I'm coming out as gay, and ignored the rest of it. I truthfully, my life as a gay man. That was it. Destiny absolutely committed sex crimes. But this is clearly like serious fucking shit, like sharing fucking porn of multiple people without their consent. Even Nick Fuentes is a fucking victim of Destiny at this point, and no one's talking about this. It's crazy. Like I searched before this, and the only person who I talked about this was like, I don't even know, like a literal like goblin/man. Like I don't even know how to tell you how he looks.
Well, he's acting like Nick Fuentes was one of them in there as well.
It's like logic. He was just like the biggest loser in the entire world. And that is like the one person who made a video about this. Destiny's entire community, all these orbiters are silent. All these victims are silent. And I mean, I don't blame them, I would be too. Lonabox, whose current girlfriend, apparently had her own images filtered out without her consent by Destiny as well. Rather than openly denouncing Destiny for that specifically, he chose instead to be a coward and just sort of imply that he had a falling out with Destiny, they don't work well together. Rather than actually outright saying what happened for real, being open about it. It is pathetic, and this guy is being protected by a whole fucking network of pathetic cowards and losers after doing something that in any other, if this guy out there, for like anyone else, there would be such a massive fucking outcry that, that their presence would be untenable past that point. That platform would basically be untenable. Like I don't think they probably wouldn't get banned for it or anything, unless they straight up, you got convicted of it. But, you know, people just not want to watch their content anymore. It would hurt them hugely in that way. And that is why, like, you know, Destiny and his community is always desperate to keep this under wraps. No one's fucking talking about it. Like, there's so many levels of depravity here. Like, the guy seeks out teenagers in his audience to try and, like, groom into like, being with him sexually. He seeks them out. He just had saved, like, I don't know how much it was, but at least, like, what, like a dozen, maybe more, like, images and videos of people. Many of them who are fans who had done this to before. He had that saved and ready to, like, just send to this other fan who was doing it to now, which he also did without the consent of according to his ex-wife, any other people involved. It's not okay to do this, just that it's not with minors, you know? And I mean, I would understand, like, the people involved, like, if they had the courage to denounce Destiny, I'm talking about the victims directly, not like the orbiters and stuff. What if the victims actually denounced Destiny? Their lives would probably be ruined. His fans would ruin their lives, his orbiters would ruin their lives, he would ruin their lives. So what can they do, you know? But the other people involved, who, like, sort of indirectly or directly leech off Destiny's audience, they have no excuse, aside from pathetic cowardice. So yeah, I just wanted to make a video on this because I missed the Forest for the Trees with the Nick Fuentes thing, which was very funny, but I didn't really consider everything else about the story, which I've only really been learning about lately. I only looked into it after the Loner Box thing, like, Loner Box hinting at his falling out with Destiny, which was apparently because Destiny had leaked his girlfriend's consent sexual images of her, which is fucking insane. And listen, don't go looking for any of these fucking people. Do not go looking for any of these people. Don't talk to them about this. Don't, regardless of how shitty and dumb they are, maybe for associating with Destiny in the first place, they're still ultimately his victims. So have some fucking tact. The only one of them who's spoken out from what I know is his ex-wife. And if I was wondering why I don't let them. No, I hope that you know, they would have the strength to like come forward and talk about this more openly.
Bro, he literally says not to go looking for the victims. He literally says the only one that's spoken out is his ex-wife. Like, this is fucking bullshit. They cannot act like Bad Empanada already put this fucking information out when he didn't. He didn't put the information out. He did not mention fucking Pixie. This is bullshit, dude. They are lying.
All these things that you're worried about, you can just straighten out in like 2 seconds.
I think that
all it takes is not being lazy. That's all it takes.
No, I don't think laziness is a factor, and I also don't think it's like, because again, I reach out quite a lot to people. I think
you reached out to Nick, and you reached out to fucking the most irrelevant
not just this situation. Generally speaking, I reach out to people quite a lot, and like the issue isn't laziness. The issue is I don't know what anyone's fucking intentions are in any of this. Like, if I reach out to
Erudite, why not go find out? Isn't that more interesting?
Possibly, and again, there was a time factor here with this. If I'd had these DMs,
don't say this, bro.
No, hold on. There is a time factor with this.
So stupid.
That's how I felt at the time. I still think
you're
this
too busy
information
to ask about the main character in the story. Then don't cover the story. That is insane.
Yeah, what's this claim of a time factor? I don't understand there being a time factor. I understand there being sort of like a pressure that if there isn't a half-decent collection of what exactly the narrative is here, then it's going to be someone retarded like Bad Empanada who runs it and says that it was a cuck story. I understand that sort of complaint, but why is there a time limit on you doing this?
Because I guess the fear is that what was going to happen is what happens in things like the Bo Black's dress story, where you've got something that's spread particularly far. Most people are going to just like pull a trigger at some point, or something will accidentally get said on a stream.
My fucking phone died again, dude. This is driving me crazy. It's dying so fast now. I literally can never keep it open.
Stream, and I cannot stress this enough.
Who the fuck cares?
Well, hold on.
That's on that person then. I mean, this is so stupid. This is like insane levels of cope that you can't talk to the main person, the main character of the story, because someone might say something on a stream, but you got a time to talk to Diesel and Nick, who know nothing. Like, it's so dumb, dude. Don't dig yourself down this hole. Like, don't waste your time with that. That's a dumb point. You know that's dumb.
Well, again, I'm not disagreeing with the reach and everything else. No, hold on. No, because I've said to you in this call, and I'm not fighting you on putting it in, that I regret not reaching out to people.
But you're giving excuses. You're excusing yourself. This is what you're doing right now.
Well, okay, hold on. This is always my problem with the whole kind of like, I didn't want to over-explain things because it sounds like excuses. I can give my rationale. We can say that parts of that rationale are bad, or like it's a mistake, and I can try and own those mistakes. But you're asking me what my intentions were at the time and why I took the actions I did. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, they keep trying to like use Bad Empanada as like the person who outed this already. So there's no reason to act like we were already, we're at fault here. There's no reason to act like everybody already knew. That's fucking bullshit. Nobody knew. Bad Empanada did not mention Pixie. That is bullshit. And he straight up says not to go looking for the victims, not try to go out them. You guys have less ethics than fucking Bad Empanada. You guys are lower than Bad Empanada, dude. What the hell? And then you're fucking lying about it.
Those are like
ballsy,
perfect
bro.
Actions, Willy. I'm agreeing with you that there are issues, but they also weren't made like, I just sort of flippantly or was lazy about it. I disagree with your rationale there.
It makes no sense, and you have not given one good reason why that makes any sense.
Look,
and I think that should just be it. It should just be like, yeah, no, that was stupid, and that should just be the end of the conversation.
Okay, well,
I don't get why he's saying any of this other shit. Like, it just makes no sense to me.
Okay, well, like, again, I don't want to fight with you, man. Like, I
mean, dude, it's fucking YouTube. We're all gonna be.
He does say Lonerbox's current girlfriend, so I don't know about him saying leave the victims alone. Okay, let's see.
So it's time to make a video directly about the fact that Destiny, real name Stephen Kenneth Bonald III, is a sex criminal. This is something that is very well founded in the evidence. Destiny is a sex criminal, and his community and the people around him are protecting him. They are protecting him rather than actually talking about this. It's all being swept under the rug with the complicity of dozens upon dozens of people who have community overlap with him, / who are too cowardly to speak against him for fear of him denouncing them or his community going after them. At most, what they have been doing is quietly ceasing to collaborate with him or ceasing to talk about him, while not actually addressing what he did. And what he did is Destiny shared pornographic video and photos that he had filmed of others with a 19-year-old woman from his audience without the consent of those involved. And that is specifically a crime where he lives in the state of Florida and undoubtedly in most states in the USA. So he is a sex criminal, undoubtedly. The issue is, in order for that to go to like the criminal stage, one of the actual victims will have to report to the police. I seriously doubt that any of them are willing to do that out of fear of harassment or consequences for themselves, or perhaps some of them are like so indoctrinated into his cult that they just don't want bad things to happen to him, regardless of the fact that it's true. So there is a video of Destiny's ex-wife outright stating that Destiny did not have her consent to share with this other person the porn that he had of her, okay? And obviously I'm not going to show you the fucking revenge porn, okay? I know revenge porn is the right word, because usually revenge porn you filter because you want to hurt the person specifically, but honestly, Destiny like shared pornography without consent because he was trying to impress like a 19-year-old with his...
See, even he says that he doesn't want to call it revenge porn, bro. What the fuck?
Supposed sexual prowess. It's still just as illegal, and I believe it does fall after laws that are known as revenge porn laws, but maybe it's not the right word for it. Either way, it's a crime. Dissemination of unconsensual porn. Now, whether the actual filming was consensual or not, I don't know, but certainly the sharing of it, at least in this one case, was not. And if he was sharing porn of people non-consensually in this case, I don't think we have any real reason to believe that he wasn't doing it in the other cases as well. Like, how could he possibly have had permission from like, what was it, like a dozen different people to share pornographic images of them? So this is Destiny's ex-wife. Like, if he was willing to share like intimate images and
yeah, I don't know.
I don't blame them, I would be too. Lonerbox, whose current girlfriend, apparently had her own images filtered out without her consent by Destiny as well. Rather than openly denouncing Destiny for that specifically, he chose instead to be a coward and just sort of imply that he had a falling out with Destiny and they don't work well together, rather than actually outright saying what happened for real, being open about it. It is pathetic, and this guy is being protected by a whole fucking network of pathetic cowards and losers after doing something that...
Yeah, I don't think Pixie and Lonerbox were not like open, so people didn't know that they were like dating. 1, 2, from what I understand, they actually haven't been dating for like a while, because yeah, supposedly he cheated on her a while ago, but yeah, 3, like yeah, Lonerbox's girlfriend is just like vague enough to where he's not saying her name. This is still totally different than just actually saying Pixie.
Log off this call and it'll be fine, right? But I just don't, I don't get what you're doing on any level here with what you're saying. It doesn't make any sense.
When it came out, I did harken back to when Lonerbox was acting weird on stream about going to Miami. Huh. Yeah, I don't remember that.
I don't think it's worth doing, and I think it makes you look bad.
Again, all I can do is sort of own releasing the video, defend the fact that I don't think it's misinformation, and like improve as I go forward.
Well, can you? All right, it's not misinformation.
Okay.
It's not. Let's say that.
Did you guys? Do you think you guys are a sort of stopping point there? Is there any other points?
Yeah, I think we've covered this in our own call already. So like,
well, I mean, it's good to get it on my stream anyway. I'm not exactly.
I'm surprised though that we're like
Willy, I don't know how. Like, if you're pressed for time or if you just don't want to do it, it's totally fine.
No, I'm all good.
JSTLK wanted to just come on and ask questions, I think. I don't know if you were okay
with
that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Pop him in.
JSTLK, if you want to jump on, if you're still watching, I'll message him.
Sure. And as I say, I like the video. I think the video is fun. I'm obviously just going to get questions about it because of what's included.
Hello.
Of course you will. JSTLK.
What's up?
So you had,
how's it going?
You had some smoke for Willy?
Yeah, what you got?
Smoke? I don't know about smoke. I just think I don't particularly like the idea that you can air Destiny's statement without looking into any of it when he is explicitly like kind of when he's a reputation for denigrating his victims. I think one that you go into, if I'm not mistaken, how he sort of crazy makes his victims in a lot of cases. I think you talk about the Anna stuff, right?
Yeah.
So like,
Well, he does it
I think
with
Kelly
Melina,
Jean
he does it with
absolutely has, like,
Monumental stream tonight,
yeah, well, I think
Kuihman.
Kelly Jean absolutely
Love
has like
this.
kind of some reason to be upset that she would
WillyWBTW.
just print his stuff, because I think the thing that upsets her is she hangs out in DGG adjacent spaces, and people still take Destiny's opinion seriously in some of those spaces. And so you air that statement, and people will take that as fact. And I think there probably should be some kind of correction there to be like.
I aired Destiny's statement. I don't know if it's true or not. I think I even say like, I at least I imply I don't know who Kelly Jean is. I don't know if it's true.
Sure, but I would say if you don't know that it's true.
Yeah, but so this is the problem, is that like at the beginning, WillyMac was correct in the way that he was kind of saying this stuff, that like, yeah, if you're making like assumptions, or you're having to like come to conclusions that you don't fully have evidence for, that yeah, of course you should reach out to some of the people involved to get a statement from them. Like, he was correct when he was saying this, but now that he's kind of like backed off this, now he is kind of implicating himself with the Kelly Jean thing, and now he is like yeah, now he's hurting himself. Like, for all the people who like think I'm letting Beckett off the hook, you guys will have a billion criticisms of me then. Like, there's literally thousands of criticisms you would have to have for me in the way that I don't reach out to people all the time as well. You would have to have literally the same exact criticisms for me. And I feel like all of these people, like, I literally just argued with Xena about this on stream. Literally this exact thing. And I feel like everybody was on my side. Everybody understood. Everybody felt like it was crazy that Xena didn't understand. But now, somehow, like, the same people who thought it was wild that Xena didn't understand are the ones who are taking a similar position to Xena now.
That is true. I have to read his statement because I reached out to him, and that's the statement he gives. If other
and Kelly Jean
people want to go ahead and disprove it, and hey, this is where Destiny's lying, then go do that.
If you outed DMs implicating victims, wanted to stay private, criticisms of you. Wait, hold on. That's not what we were talking about. You said that I was letting him pass that on something totally different. I didn't say anything about that. I don't know why, like, that's a massive goalpost shift. I know, you said you just woke up, so, like, it might be that you're just tired, but that wasn't what we were talking about. We're talking about whether or not you reach out to a source. That's what we were talking about at the time. And so the conversation was not about like outing the victim, but it was about whether or not he has to reach out and to a source in certain scenarios. Yeah, it's not comparable. No, it is. It literally is. Again, that's what we're talking about. If you're going to say that he has to reach out to a source for this, then yes, it is comparable. When I'm stating outright, like, what the standard is for when you reach out to a source. I'm stating this straight up. This is when you reach out to a source. When you have to, like, do some legwork to fill in gaps, you have to reach out to the source then. To try, like, you ought to reach out to them to get that information instead of just guessing, instead of just like assuming you're correct. You should reach out to the source. That I am being very clear in stating what the standard is here, right? What part of that do you disagree with? Because if you blah blah blah, okay, you state what the standard is. Tell me, Say what the fucking standard is. Because as soon as you do, you are going to implicate, if it's anything different than that, you're going to implicate me in these. So go ahead. And probably yourselves. So yeah, let's hear it. What is the standard here? What am I wrong about? Because when I'm saying this is the standard, Beckett just does not qualify for this standard. So this is your boy. No, don't make some excuse. I'm talking to you right now. What is the standard? I know that there's not one. That's why I'm asking. I know I'm asking because I know there's not one. So I don't try to find like a way to back out. Just say there's not one. Just say it. There's not. I don't have a standard. I just don't like Beckett. Like, just say that. But like the problem is that, yeah, like you're asking me to like implicate myself and like tons of other people and totally back off of the standards that I've held, the standard that I just argued with Xena about like 2 weeks ago, the standard that like I've always held is that, yes, like in the thing that I was saying earlier is just common sense, that now I in order for me to just get on the hate train of Beckett, I have to back off everything that I've said about this. So I'm okay. Never mind.
I think probably it's incumbent on you, in my opinion, okay? It would be like incumbent on you for if he wants to make those allegations on other people, he probably has to prove those to you, right? Before you
I now have to
them.
go investigate this Destiny Kelly Jean nude story where she says no, that's not true.
I think
open up VC. Wait, is it not open? Okay. I think I'm in VC. Oh my, okay, that's right. My computer shut off. I have to reset some of this stuff. All right, hold on.
Probably you'd have to say, Destiny, you have to give me proof of that if I'm going to republish that. Right?
No, because I think it's fun to have him like on there giving his washed opinion, because if it comes out that it's all like fake, that's just funnier then, right? I mean, it lands on him.
Well, I mean, the Kelly thing is fake. Like, he totally made that up to slander her.
Yeah, but do you actually, how would you actually know that? What if he comes out and it isn't true? Or there is truth to that? I'm not going to tie myself to a position on that because I don't know.
So you don't have to tie yourself to a position. I was just telling you that you should ask him for proof probably if he's going to make those allegations. You'd say, oh, well, do you have proof of that? Right?
Yeah, I'm in VC, so.
Okay. So is this your hard statement? This has been disproven?
Yeah, well, I think that one's been disproven, the Kelly Jean part. I don't know about the last part.
I disagree just in the sense that, because I'm going to have times where I reach out to people, and if they go on an unhinged rant, I'm going to post
Do you
that.
prove a negative?
Wow.
How? How do you prove a negative, you fucking retard? Oh, give me evidence that it doesn't happen. Then shut up.
Yeah,
Well,
I would just wonder why
you
felt
dog.
compelled to. I would wonder why somebody.
Why I felt compelled to is
proof
obvious.
in your video. Can I? Well, hold on. You have proof that they lie about people.
Hello.
Hi, I'm on my phone, so
okay.
I'm not sure how it's going to sound. If it's going to be really loud.
I saw your chats saying the thing that I had already responded to a couple of times, saying that he was that he, like, if I was releasing things about victims without their permission and crap like that, that you would also be.
You didn't. You don't read.
But,
you're too busy playing your fucking game.
Stop talking. I read those, but I had already responded to those numerous times, saying I didn't let him off the hook for that. We weren't talking about that, and we were talking about whether or not he has to reach out to the victim. That's what we were talking about. That's what you were originally saying that I was letting him off the hook about.
And I said in chat, but you didn't read it because you're too busy focusing on your game, and you missed like a lot of chats. I said the reason he didn't reach out to her is not because of Destiny. It's just a bullshit excuse. It's because he knew. It's because he knew she would be upset and wouldn't want him to go public.
I'm sorry, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not. I'm saying he doesn't need to reach out to her. The reason for not reaching out does not matter. I'm saying he does not need to reach out to her if there is no claim that he's making. That if you're making a claim, that you have to make assumptions in order to make that claim. You don't have the evidence to make the claim. You have to make assumptions that you should always reach out to the person to make sure that your assumption is not incorrect.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
What I don't like is that, like, the whole point of this, I don't know if you're aware, but I guess I'm better at reading fucking situations, is to try and make WillyMac look like he's a retard. And so all of the usual, like, idiots, all the circus of, like, fools get together, Kuihman, Beckett, JSTLK, now Kelly Jean, and they jump in to try and nitpick on something that he said about, like, Beckett, even though it's obviously clear that Beckett has done something unethical. And so instead of focusing on the fact that Beckett is unethical for outing DMs about a victim, it is now changed to, oh, well, should you, like, approach the victim? Should you have, like, asked for permission? Should you have gone to the source? And, like, they're honing in on this to try and deflect from the fact that Beckett was working with Sunday behind the scenes to put out a video to out Pixie, to do something unethical. His video was also unethical in totality because he didn't talk. He obviously knew Pixie didn't want to be public. No one else had gone public. I'm sorry, I'm also sick, so if I sound like shit, sorry. But yeah, like, and everyone's like biting on it. Everyone's biting on this, like, deflection tactic, and they decide they now have to, like, be debate bros and move, and like, you have to bite on the goalpost that's been shifted to try and, like, some stupid part of WillyMac's, like, comments.
Yeah, I don't know why
And you're like
you're
playing
saying,
a game
oh,
now.
I guess I'm
It's
better
frustrating to
at
watch.
reading. I don't know. I guess I'm better at reading this, but I've literally been pretty clear that, like, WillyMac has not been very good at, like, debating this and, like, making it make sense, and that, like, this is the position. This is what makes sense. Like, he's kind of, like, hurt his own position now, but that, like, yes, this that, like, his original position was correct and does make sense. He just hasn't done a very good job at defending it.
Wait, can you just repeat that last bit again?
Yeah, I'm saying that he hasn't done a good job at defending his position, but that I've been pretty clear that, like, this is the position. This is the position that makes sense. His original position was correct. He just hasn't done a good job at making it, at debating it. But like you're saying that,
Yeah, because
like,
he's
I'm
not
like,
a debate
oh,
bro,
you
and
just
he's like a
don't
normal fucking person who's come into, like, the vulture's den, and Kuihman, who, like, rags on, like, here's something you could talk about.
Hold on,
Kuihman,
hold
who
on. I'm
rags
sorry,
on
hold on.
debate bros,
Real
is
quick.
now turning into a debate pedophile and trying
I'm
to,
sorry.
like, one up WillyMac, who's just making a very obvious statement here about his, like, his moral position on ethical, like, journalistic standards.
Yes, but I'm sorry, but what I'm taking issue with is you're saying, oh, well, I guess I understand this and you just don't get it. I'm just better at reading things. But you're now, like, stating what it is that I've been doing this the whole time. I've been talking about the fact that they don't understand simple things. That, like, this is obvious, that, like, they don't get it. But that, yeah, WillyMac just hasn't done a good job at, like, defending his own position. That's what I'm taking issue with.
Okay.
But yeah, originally you're saying that, like, I'm letting him off the hook, but I didn't let Beckett off the hook. It's just that, like, the thing that we were talking about is something that he didn't do, and so it just doesn't. I'm not holding him to account for that. But I will say I did message WillyMac and say, like, dude, they're lying to you. Beckett's acting like fucking Bad Empanada put out a video outing Pixie first, and so it didn't, like, stop them from there's no reason that they shouldn't have done it, gone ahead and come out with it anyways, because somebody much bigger than them already did it. But that's not true. Like, but Bad Empanada did not do that, and so they're just fucking lying.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like, yeah, of course, these guys are just liars, and they'll say, like, Beckett's putting on his 1 HP voice to try and come off like some kind of a victim in this. Like, well, I think it's just a little bit unfair that you're saying, like, this about my stuff, but I'm not disagreeing with you, but I am, but I'm not, but I am, but I'm not. And it's like, oh, I don't know. It's just, sometimes I just wish you weren't, like, this fair, and you could, like, utilize, here's an opportunity to just, like, not like, criticize
But
WillyMac, who's
I've
not
said
even a
that as well.
debater.
I literally
and
numerous
like,
times said that too. I literally
and
said, like,
take the
numerous
bait
times
from these
that,
people.
like, this is why people call him such a fucking such a weasel, is that, like, he's literally, like, doing this thing where he's acting like he disagrees and saying all the things to disagree, but then saying, like, no, I said I agree, I understand, yeah, I agree with you. Like, I'm literally saying all of these things, so I don't think there is a thing that we actually disagree on. I don't think I'm actually being
I know,
overly
but
fair.
here's what you're like kind of shit at. I guess, maybe, is like, yeah, you are very good at being, like, you do say the words, but, like, it's just, like, I just wish you would, it just
and like
optically
talking
doesn't,
about
like,
how retarded
translate.
they are and how fucking dumb this is, how bad faith
Yeah,
this
I've heard
is,
that.
how
I've
insane
heard
this
that.
is. Yeah, all these things. It's just optically that comes off as like I'm letting them off the hook, and it just sounds like I just really like them and agree with them, and that like yeah, just talking about how fucking retarded these people and how bad faith they are. It's just really comes off like I'm just on their side the whole time.
Yeah, I don't know. And I can see what Abaddon's saying. Abaddon is, like, also thinking that you're too charitable. I kind of agree. I just think, like, there is an opportunity to just, like, hone in on how fucked it is that they even put out these videos, and instead it's like, I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like I've honed in on that for
Kuihman's
weeks.
like trying to bring it back to the real point. Yeah, this is exactly what. I agree. Yeah, Kuihman's trying to get there, but he just can't because WillyMac's like not doing a good job here, and he's not. I'm not. He's making everything so confused. I was like, why do you even fucking say that shit, dude? Just purely optically, like, fuck, dude.
Okay.
Like, fuck that dude. Like, everything they do is for, like, malicious reasons. Like, JSTLK jumping on now and trying to, like, talk about the Kelly Jean stuff is exactly what they did to you. Where they come on and they try and, like, deflect to some, like, minor, not, like, very insignificant issue that's just incorrect. Like, he didn't even make a claim either in his video. But, like, it's very clear that Beckett worked with Sunday behind the scenes to, like, share information and leak DMs and out a victim and, like, take away her leverage from, like, any negotiations that might have been happening. Like, all of this is actually fucking unethical and disgusting. And instead, we're all talking about Kelly Jean now. And we're all talking about, like, this one little fucking statement that Destiny said that he put in his video. Like, this is how they operate. I just, like, why does everyone fall for this shit?
Yep. Yeah, no, I understand, but yeah, that's not like I'm not them, and so that's why I'm not gonna be bad faith, and I'm not gonna sit there and just kind of like make up reasons to be upset with things just because I don't like them or anything. Like I'm gonna call them out when they're wrong and make a big deal about that, and then leave it there, and yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I also don't think that, like... I don't know if WillyMac said that Beckett's video had misinformation in it.
Yeah,
like, in his video, he didn't say that. In
Yeah,
his video, he didn't say that.
Yeah,
and
he
if
didn't
he
say
if
that
he
in
said
his
it in like in this conversation, then I don't really give a fuck. He pretty much said, "Oh, whoops, my bad. I shouldn't have said that."
Yeah.
And then it's like, yeah. So the only claim he made about Beckett in terms of his video, which is why they got in the call in the first place, is still stands. So again, like, yeah, they've like managed to like rope him into saying something and then picking on it in this conversation. But he didn't say anything in his video about Beckett putting out misinformation. He just said it was unethical of you to not like talk to Pixie, or it's unethical of you to put this out, essentially. So that still stands.
Yeah, sure, but I think that the reason that he jumped on was because he felt like to make the claim that Beckett like should have called because he was putting out misinformation, and that's why he ought to have like reached out to Pixie, and so that was like his reason for jumping on. And so for them to clarify that is fine, but then yeah, I wish he had just stuck to like saying like, yeah, but this is like why this is fucked up, this is like, and he didn't even seem to know that like Bad Up Banana didn't actually out Pixie, and so this information was not out there, and that nobody knew that it was Pixie
nobody knows,
until
because
President
what
Sunday
happens is
put that
people
out.
like Kuihman and Beckett and Sunday, they all spread narratives, and the narratives catch on, and everyone just believes that Bad and Panada did this thing, or people just believe that these things happened because that's the justification they give for like doing something unethical. Like, oh yeah, it's fine that we like released this. We had to be quick because yeah. And anyway, people were already talking about this. It was common knowledge. Like, no, it fucking wasn't.
Yeah, because I would say that probably in their circles it was common knowledge, but that's because all of them fucking sit around on
It's because they're all
kiwi farms. Yeah,
A-loggers.
nobody else does that shit. No, but like, and that's the thing is that like their like communities are not half the size of fucking Destiny's, and so to say like, oh well, now Pixie comes out and Destiny knows now, or, you know, Destiny's whole community knows now, and ABBA's whole community knows now, and has like everybody's communities now know because like it's literally everywhere and written about in fucking papers and shit. Like this is all because Pixie came out with this story, which sounds like it was because of President Sunday. So, yeah.
Yeah, of course these guys all know. They like, I know fucking Spicy Chat and all of those guys love Kiwi Farms, and I know that all of those people are just A-loggers. They always find stuff. Kilo, half the reason I wanted to talk to Kilo on stream is because, yeah, while I'm happy he put out a video like calling out Sunday, I'm pretty sure I was friends with Kilo before your drama. And then when your drama happened, he like left, and then all of a sudden he's like weaseling around with JSTLK and Beckett and Kuihman and Spicy Chat all the time. He's fucking attacking Wick from behind the scenes, like talking to Sunday. Like all of this happened like recently, and so all these people, yeah, they know all this stuff because they're all digging for dirt constantly behind the scenes. They all work together to, when they find something juicy, they all share it amongst each other, and unethically a lot of the time. And then yeah, it's like who can release it first, and who can, and how can we justify releasing this stuff, and narrative spin. So yeah, fuck Kilo too. Like, good job, you finally did something right after like over a year of working with fucking cunts. God.
Yep.
But yeah. Anyway. All right. Well.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, yeah. Like in our situation, yeah. I also felt like Kilo just didn't. He didn't care to like actually get information and care to know what was going on and care to like even when I'm like literally saying like, yes, just reach out to me and like and I'll go over the information with you, or you know, whatever, like even DMing him saying like, dude, I'll go over the shit with you. It was like impossible to get people to actually like contact me and go over the information.
This is what
but yeah, they just wouldn't do it.
But this is what I mean about like Beckett saying, yeah, but we didn't want to because then Destiny could spin a narrative. To me, it just seems like, it feels like all excuses, when in reality, there's no way they would have reached out to Pixie, because Pixie would have been upset and she would have said, please don't do this. Don't make it public. It's gonna fucking hurt me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's why they don't reach out to people. They want to confirm their biases, so they reach out to the people that are gonna like help them put this shit out. They're not gonna reach out to the people who are gonna tell them, please don't do this thing. That's why, like, this is why I don't like that. Like, anyone should even give them. It's just naive to take. Oh well, Destiny's a good narrative spinner, and Pixie would have gone to Destiny, but they had to come up with this fucking thing. Like, in reality, it's bullshit. It's just excuses for why they can't do the right thing and talk to the fucking victim, who's going to obviously say, please don't do this.
Yeah, I think, well, even in this case, like, I think, especially with the amount, I don't know. See, I keep wanting to say with the amount of assumptions that were being made, but they just weren't making assumptions. They had already gotten the information. Like President Sunday just knew he was wrong. He just knew he was wrong. He knew he was wrong about the extortion. He knew that he was wrong about her getting money. He knew he was wrong about all of this shit. So the reaching out to her at this point truly doesn't even matter, because WillyMac is coming from a point of like, if you have to make these assumptions, then obviously you should reach out. But they weren't making assumptions. Like, President Sunday knew he was lying. He knew he was lying. He knew it was a lie. He knew it. He knew for sure that he was fucking lying, and that he went and did it anyways. So no, like, you don't have to reach out to the fucking victim to say, hey, you mind if I lie about you? Like, nah, you don't even, I don't think you need to do that. I think you probably just shouldn't lie. Just like, hey, maybe just don't make up the fucking shit in the first place. How about that?
Yeah. And like the reason why I don't like that Beckett gets a little bit of a palm off is because, oh, okay, so he put out a video, and I'm not gonna lie, and I don't even care. I didn't watch his video, and I fucking will never watch any of his videos because he's an idiot. But apparently, according to what you watched today, he just shared the DMs. He just he leaked all the DMs. He leaked everything, and that's all he did. But yeah, I'm sorry. That's enough for me to say you're a piece of shit. You don't have to make claims to be a piece of shit. You just are a piece of shit for even doing that anyway. But you are an extra piece of shit because you were working with Sunday behind the scenes, knowing full well who Sunday is. These people know who these people are, and they help them, and they work with them. So, fuck them.
Yeah, just real quick.
I'm glad that Stardust and Beckett aren't together.
We do have 50 minutes left on the clock, so if you guys want the stream to go on past this video, we got to get, I think, $14 left. And I think the idea was to watch Destiny versus Andrew Wilson on Piers Morgan next, which looks like it's actually a fucking banger. So, you know.
Yeah, it is.
Just
I watched
saying,
some of
I don't
it.
know. Yeah,
it's really good.
Maybe, yeah, go ahead, leader.
So I don't think Beckett lied about anything. But that doesn't mean that Beckett wasn't I don't think Beckett is as bad as Sunday was.
Mm-hmm.
And Beckett owning up to the fact that, he did do something wrong in the way he in the way he sort of came about this, in the way he sort of presented the information. He admitted there's he this was a mistake, I think, to him. So I think that's good. That
yeah,
said,
but if that's the case, you would at least take the video down. Well, no, because I was gonna say I don't even know that even matters. That doesn't. It literally it does. If your video is still up,
yeah,
you get 0 credit for it. I guess I don't know. It's hard for me to say because I was gonna say that I literally have a video where the idea of it was that a guy hung up on me and lied about me, and then I left the video up with a statement below that I was wrong about it. But yeah, I don't know. It's just that in this case, we're talking about probably something that for him in his channel and the channel size, this probably felt like a big nuke on a massive streamer, and that you can get a lot of views off of it. And so yeah, when you're still making money off of it, it just seems odd.
I don't disagree with that. It's still up. But I think the problem with Beckett's video, in my opinion, is that he released private messages between Pixie, and I think also he released a draft of her statement to Destiny. So if you're worried about, if you're concerned about Destiny and how he treats women and the victims in this, if that's what you're concerned with, you shouldn't be outing Destiny's victims and forcing them to come out before they're ready. Because that's what essentially Sunday and Beckett did. Now, they forced her hand, so Pixie, you're either taking away her time for preparation, you're forcing her to come out with this when maybe that's not what she would have done. And I think that it's pretty clear, looking back at the time now, that she was this information was all going to get out there anyway. It was we were reaching the point where, so when I say this information, I mean that people weren't talking about the sex tapes leaks and why that was bad, but we were at the cliff face where everything was falling off the cliff, and these sort of revelations were about to come out into the public. And I point to the Bad Empanada video to say, well, it was sort of reaching mainstream, and we were breaking out to the point where other people were starting to cover it. But while this was happening, you had private, and I say private because while they were distributed amongst streamers, they were not distributed amongst the public. And because they were distributed amongst the public, that's done harm to Pixie. And Lonabox said as much as well. So the real problem here,
well, Pixie said as
is
much
that
in DMs with Not So Erudite.
Yeah, it's the real problem here is that was leaked, and you can say oh, it was passed around to all the streamers and everyone. Look, that's bullshit. just because streamers knew, the public didn't know. Okay, there's like two. If a bunch of streamers behind the scenes know that that you know that there is an ongoing potential legal case between Pixie and Destiny, that doesn't really that doesn't change much. Someone might get the scoop before you, but if you want to be an ethical person, if your idea is to like not if you know
well,
your
that was
main
the
goal
entire
isn't,
priority,
like,
because
outing
when they
Destiny
keep
and
saying
making
there's
money.
a time crunch, like the time crunch is obviously that they want to get the scoop out before anybody else. They think they're like, because Bad Empanada came out with a video, that other people are probably like, oh well, now we're allowed to talk about this, let's go, and that they think that like everybody else is going to go and race to out Pixie as well, and then it turns out it's just them. It's just them. They're the only ones trying to out Pixie and trying to like tell everybody. And so yeah, they thought that there was a time crunch, but there wasn't one.
Yeah, I think it's just all excuses, and it's all just a way to kind of make like the reason why they released it like a little more, yeah, palatable. Like, well, yeah, I know it's kind of bad what we did, but you know, we had some good reasons. It's like, no, you didn't, bitch. Shut up.
Yeah, so that was sort of my thing with the whole the whole Kilo stuff. It's sorry, not the Kilo stuff, the Beckett stuff. I found all of that to be extremely wild.
Well, I think that the public does get it. Not that anyone really cares. I think people kind of already know this, but this whole thing does kind of show how these people work in the background, which I'm not sure if people understand, like the lengths to which this shit is like going around all the time, and how much people gossip and how much people share things and leak things and pass things around and like talk to people that they probably fucking shouldn't be talking to, and like, yeah, how much scheming goes on in the streamer world is like fucking insane, dude. I mean, what frustrates me, and I know I get emotional and frustrated and I get like pissy and stuff, but what frustrates me is like how I've watched these kind of people, they come out and they're so quick to like change the narrative and make what they're doing seem somewhat ethical or okay in some like fucking like sly way. And actually it's just not. Like, it's not. They know what they're doing isn't. They know that their purpose is for entertainment only and content only, and to get clout and to get money and to like destroy people and hurt people. None of it is for like some moral good, including JSTLK. So like, let's just get some shit straight here. I just think it's gross when people do this, and like I'm so sick of like watching it after knowing what happens behind the scenes and how people actually operate. Beckett is like, this is why I call Beckett soy. He's just a little like baby back bitch, like 1 HP voice, like victim, but he's not. He's just as malicious as everybody else. He's in the commentary community. He knows what he's doing.
Thank you, Caleb, for the $5 dono. We are $4 off with 42 minutes left. Sorry, go ahead. Thank you.
I think listen, I think Beckett is he seems like a nice guy. I just wouldn't expect him to do this, considering how he was sort of like at the charge of like how Wick was improper, because of his like handling of the what's it called again, the you know, the it's on the tip of my tongue. It's the you know, it's that project, that Progressive Victory.
Yeah, that's what I said before as well. That was surprising to me, and that was like one of the first times that I thought like, wait, what the fuck is he doing? Like, this is really strange from Beckett. I wouldn't expect this. But then yeah, like later I started thinking like, I found out that he was part of Cope and Seethe, and that was the thing that what was her name? Jenny X or something like that, where they put out the video on Demon Mama and Doe, and the whole video is them just talking about them like doing weird cartoons about sexy animals, and how cringe is this? So cringe that they're doing art on sexy animals, and then at the end they do a fucking montage of underage kids in the fucking Discord talking about sexual scenarios and shit. It's like, wait, what? Why did you just do a fucking montage of that, dude? What the hell? Thank you for the dono. Appreciate it. Okay, we are covered for another 3 hours, so I think we got it covered for the Destiny Andrew Wilson video. Appreciate it. To the
Okay, well, I'll let you go because I'll go back to sleep now. I'm actually going to turn the stream off and not fall asleep to it this time because I kept waking up and getting triggered again. So,
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'll probably head out of here as well. Anyway, thanks guys.
All right,
Okay.
later, man. Appreciate it, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I look. I don't know how to say this without it like coming off bad, but that I think that like it's obvious that like a lot of people allow like their own personal like judgments to like cloud the way that they like think about people or talk about people, and it is one of like my obvious criticisms of like this space and content coverage and the way that people like talk about shit or go over drama or politics or whatever, is that like it's all just like team sports and bullshit, and it's all just, oh well, we don't like this guy, we've decided this person's bad, so we're just gonna like say whatever about them, and like the the truth of the matter or like how good our arguments are or whatever, it doesn't really matter. We just don't like them now, so we just want to talk shit about them, and that's all. It's just fun. It's just fun content because we're just talking shit. And so, yeah, that's like the thing that I'm like always like trying to not do. And so, yeah, I can understand that, like, obviously anybody listening, when they don't like people, it can be like annoying that you don't like go after them in the way that they want you to. But yeah, that kind of like is the point of my content. That is like the entire idea. So yeah, while I can recognize that being frustrating, it is not like a thing that I'm unaware of. It is a thing that I am 100% just doing on purpose.
People, especially people who are critical of them, right, in the video, and then you felt compelled to republish his entire statement in full. And I would just think that probably would be good
that's his
to
statement.
question some of those things or ask for him to prove some of those things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I didn't want to go on a Kelly Jean arc. That's essentially all it is. I didn't want to go down another rabbit hole.
No, it's not a Kelly. It's literally not a Kelly Jean arc. It would be a like, hey, Destiny, if I want to print that or if I want to show that.
Yeah, see, this is why I'm saying that like WillyMac is kind of fucked up here, because I don't think that he needs to reach out to Destiny about Kelly Jean, nor reach out to Kelly Jean when he isn't like making a statement there. He's not making a statement, which is why I would hold that position for Beckett, is because like if he's not making a statement, he's not saying anything, then there's no reason that he has to reach out to Pixie for something that he's not even making a statement on. But then WillyMac didn't like he did kind of change his statement here to the point that now he's kind of fucked himself with the Kelly Jean thing. He's kind of walked himself into a trap where he didn't have to. This isn't like he doesn't actually need to reach out to Kelly Jean nor Destiny for this scenario. He didn't do anything wrong here. But yeah, it's just kind of I guess like the debating the scenario kind of can get you into some holes sometimes.
I need proof of that from you, right?
Okay.
I think that's pretty reasonable. Isn't it?
Even then,
okay, not me.
If it's not printed, I want to print it, so I would have printed it anyway, but it would have been better if I said, do you have proof of that? And then if he goes no, then I could run that.
Or like just having,
that would be better. That would make the video
even just
better.
in the video noting the fact that he's throwing out these allegations against other people, that you don't know if they're true or not. Well, like making some sort of clear note.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true.
Yeah. I just think it wasn't quite clear in the video. It's sort of repeated as though it could just be true. It's just like any old statement. But I feel like if there's a specific serious allegation there, maybe it's a
Yeah, actually, he does say it if it's as though it's true. He actually does do that because he says, when he says that like they're trying to out videos of him. He's like, damn, dude, how many fucking crazy women does this guy have around him? So yeah, like it if that's true, then yes, he's like calling them crazy women, and because of what Destiny's saying about them, so yeah, it does come off as though he at least like agrees with it or believes that the claims.
A good idea, especially when we're talking about like ethics and running narratives about people and all this stuff. I think it's probably a good idea in that video to just say, I'm not sure about this allegation. This does I've got no grounding for this allegation.
Yeah, obviously. And then like extending from that, I think I talked to you a little bit, and from what we talked about, I basically said he's making things up entirely, like whole cloth, making things up about me and my Discord, like in his DGG chat. So I think you had a good reason to believe that he is just making things up.
Well, I don't know whether I can believe you or not. I don't know anything about you.
Sure, but you didn't look any further into it. You just said thanks for letting me know.
No, because well, I guess, but I don't want to make a JSTLK
You don't think that's an important
either.
part of the Destiny? You don't think that's an important part of the Destiny video, including all the things
That
he
he's-
said
that
about
he's lying about
his
you?
victims
No,
or
I
people
gotta
supporting his victims? No, there's a
Well, of
huge part of
course
this
it is. I
video
do
that could have
cover
been
that. I do
that could have
cover
been
that.
him like denigrating his victims, right? No, I mean like, did you include him talking shit about Cherry and leaking DMs with Cherry? While saying, but by the way,
No.
while telling you, so you just took his word for it that he's under litigation, so he can't answer any questions. But he did take time out of his day to leak DMs with Cherry to try to shit on her.
I didn't know he
Right,
did
in
leak
his
DMs with
public chat.
Cherry.
Sure,
What the fuck is it? His public
I'm
chat's that
saying-
one that reads down to up, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that you kind of took his word for a lot of things and didn't really dig
Where
deeper
did
on
I
them.
take? I
Like,
don't understand
would've
how I
been-
took his word from him. All I did was read his
just on
statement.
that
I don't know if it's
that
true.
he couldn't comment because of litigation, right? But he's been commenting despite litigation many times.
If he doesn't comment to me because of litigation, I mean, what do I? I'm just reading his. I'm reading his statement. What do you mean?
I think that would be like
Do you
a
think,
really.
you think he's
don't you
lying
think
about
that's, like, a
illegal
good part of the
No, I
video?
don't think that's interesting. People do that all the time. Everyone who gets into legal shit does that, where they go, "I can't comment because of litigation," and then they leak some shit where they shouldn't. That happens all the time, bro.
Okay. You don't think that's like relevant to the video?
I don't think that's that major of a point. Like I talk.
When somebody says that they can't comment something on because of litigation, but they choose to comment in some ways and not others, that is a choice that they're able to make. And the fact that they aren't, like, everybody understands you're capable. Nobody's going to shoot you in the head if you comment. Everybody understands that. Like, JSTLK is making it sound like, dude, he thinks that he's gonna die if he comments on it. He thinks that he's literally gonna fall over and die if he says something about it. But he's already commented on it and he didn't fall over and die. It's like, I think we all get that he's saying that he doesn't want to comment because of litigation. There are some things that he's going to comment on and some things that he's or if he does comment on some things, okay, he chose to comment on that, but like we all know that he's just kind of fucking himself by commenting on it. But he is like, we all know that it's a bad idea to comment when you do have litigation. People do use it as a shield as well, though. I guess, I mean, if you don't actually have litigation, then it's a shield. But I don't know. Like I don't know. I don't know. I think that like lots of people call things like a shield because they want the person to comment, not because they actually have to comment on something, but just because they want them to, right? Like, and so then they're mad when they're like, well, we all want you to say something so we can all react to it and make content out of it and we can all make a big deal about it and spend, 12 hours just picking apart every little word that you said. And now that you won't comment on it, we're pissed off and it's fucked up that give us content and you're using this as a shield to stop us from having content. Like you're using a shield so that we don't have fucking shit to cover. Like, I'm not commenting on this particular case, but generally. Well, no, I think, again, like it's all the things that people want to know from him are all things that like would obviously incriminate him, right? Like all of it, if somebody was able to ask him questions, all of the questions that they would ask are going to be things that are going to incriminate him, like obviously. And so instead of him actually like commenting directly on things and answering direct questions, instead him just like putting out DMs and being like, bro, this is fucking wild. Can you believe this person is accusing me of this? Like, that's obviously totally different. Or being like, you know, dude, just remember, like, this is these motherfuckers, and like you put out some shit that like makes them look bad. That's not really like commenting on the case. You're commenting on the people who are involved in the case. That just is different. Like, it just is. I'm sorry, but like it's not the same thing. So yeah, I don't know.
All through the video, there's times where he's talking when he shouldn't, and I play it.
Okay. I would just think that if you're, you know, I feel like this feels like an adjacent argument to the Sunday one, where there's like some hypocrisy going on here, and
I don't understand that there's hypocrisy because one is Sunday just one. I don't care about the victims. I care about getting it right and just doing the bare minimum. All right, he didn't do the bare minimum. I don't think Beckett did the bare minimum to a degree. Beckett's was not as bad, to be clear. It was not Sunday level slander. Okay. But Sunday just
I don't care
fabricated
about Sunday and
information
Beckett at all.
Okay, well that's what the video is
I'm just saying it
about.
feels like an adjacent argument where like you kind of just let this guy propagate like the things he wanted and didn't question them. And I feel like if you question them, that's like a good part of the video you could add. There's probably like
I agree. It would have
5,
made
6,
the
7
video
minutes of
better.
runtime that would have been good.
Well, I wasn't going to go down a 7-minute rabbit hole. I just would have said, can you provide evidence for that? And if he says no, then I would add that to the video. That would be it.
Sure.
The video is already 40 minutes long. I could make the video infinitely big on Destiny. Destiny's a huge character with a ton of lore and all these stupid fucking little side characters, right? I got to end it at some point, dude.
Sure. But I think, did you spend more time on Sunday and Beckett or Destiny in this video? Because it felt like it was
Destiny
you know,
is
maybe
more
60,
time on
40.
Destiny. It's more time on Destiny. It is, yeah.
Destiny is 20 minutes of the video.
so-
One, it doesn't matter. It's my video. I can do whatever the fuck I want with it. But
You totally
2/3
can.
of the video
I'm
is
asking.
about 2/3 of the video is about Destiny.
Okay.
I don't get what that. I don't even know what that would change, but
Well, yeah, because again, like the Destiny thing has been covered to death, and so him going over the Destiny shit, like already was just kind of, you know, yeah, we know, we get it, but the stuff with like Beckett and President Sunday, I don't think that's been covered nearly as much as it ought to be. I don't think that's been covered nearly as much as it ought to be. I think that this is something that should have, like he said, like he you know, is a third of his coverage. Yeah, I think everybody should be covering it a third of the time. A third of everybody's coverage should go to what it is that President Sunday and Beckett did, for sure. So.
Because one part of the video is about here's a victim, and then the second part of the video is about here's how people that cover this poorly can get in the way of the victim. That's what the video is.
Okay. I would just imagine.
I am a dramaholic, so yes, I want people to talk. I can't lie. Yeah, like because even a lawyer, right? So you say, oh, I can't comment on this because my lawyer says I can't. But then a lawyer will come out and say, well, these two individuals are definitely lying about my client, and I am going to prove this in court. You guys will see that they are bad actors, and they are trying to use my client and his fame to get money out of him, and this is something that we are not going to allow. And then afterwards, they're like, oh, sir, one question is, I'm sorry, I cannot comment on the case. We have to leave this to the courtroom, and we'll see you on the other side. So like see a bunch of fucking like CNN afterwards, like, well, obviously this is a ridiculous statement from this lawyer saying that he cannot comment on the case because it's going into litigation, when obviously he did just comment on it. this is going to be a real mess for this lawyer going forward with the way that he's been so hypocritical with the press. Can't believe it. Like, no, nobody ever does this. Like, obviously, we understand they're going to comment on what they want to comment on and not what they don't want to comment on. And they're going to put out, like, some things that they think will help them, but not going to put out things that are going to hurt them. And they don't want to, like, be in a room with somebody where somebody can press them on things and try to, like, you know, push them and question them on shit to where they feel like they're going to look bad for it. Like, yeah, obviously, they're going to just comment on shit that they want to, not comment on shit that they don't want to. And yeah, that is the way it works.
If you wanted to cover it from that way, then probably the people getting in the, like, the primary person getting in the way of the victim with.
It is better to just let your lawyer talk if you're going to court. Yes, right. Well, I think that is like, yeah, from most people, when every time Destiny talks, they're like, bro, shut the fuck up. Like, stop talking. What is wrong with you, dude? But then, yeah, other people are like, see, he's talking. See, he's allowed to talk. He acted like his mouth doesn't work until the court case, but his mouth does work. He acted like his fingers can't type, but they can. He lied. Can you believe it? He lied.
With the biggest platform is Destiny, right? And then you didn't
No,
include
because
any
the
of that
victim.
stuff.
How is Destiny
And
getting
he's
in
like
the way of the
directing
victim?
harassment. Well, he's directing harassment at people, right?
He's directing direct harassment at Pixie?
The Cherry.
Okay, well, I reached out
And
to
that
Cherry.
feels like
Cherry
that
would
feels
not
like
give
a
me any
critical
comment.
narrative.
I reached out to Cherry to get information, and Cherry wouldn't give me any. So
Do you not
guess
think
what?
that's- hold on. But there are a ton of people around Cherry who could have given you information. Me specifically.
Yeah, you should have reached out to everybody, WillyMac. Reach out to everyone who's ever spoken to Destiny, you dumb fuck. How do you not know the basics of journalism? You reach out to everyone who has ever spoken to the person if you want information on them. And if you don't, then you're really just being irresponsible, dude. This is basic journalistic ethics. Like, how do you not get this? How do you not get this? This is wild, WillyMac. This is fucking wild that you don't understand this. Fucking shit, dude. WillyMac, dude.
I don't know who the fucking people are,
it's
bro.
all like
I don't
public
know
as
you
well.
know Cherry.
Wait. It's all like
I
public
mean, this is
as well.
ridiculous.
Right, it's public.
Also, just so you know, yeah,
Don't know
public
these
statements from
characters that
Cherry
deep.
have public statements from Cherry on her Twitter around this timeline would have given you a solid hint of him harassing people. And
Oh my goodness. Okay. I have gone and looked at some of the people that have been harassing her. And I posted some of them on my Twitter. Okay, so I posted on my Twitter the other day a screenshot of a ton of people who were talking shit about Jerry. I screenshot a bunch of people's a bunch of people's comments under what it is that Cherry's saying. And they're all, like, oh my goodness, shut the fuck up. Like, just do your fucking litigation and shut up already. Nobody cares. Like, you're a fucking whore anyways. Like, you slept with a fucking streamer. This is what you get. Like, I went through their shit. Those people were not DGG. Those people were not DGG. So while Cherry does say that she's getting harassment, she doesn't say that she's getting harassment from Destiny. And that I've seen. I haven't seen it. So it's possible that she did say that. But JSTLK, is making it like, oh, it's clear if you just go look, she's harassed by Destiny. It's obvious he's harassing her. I've gone and looked through it. And I've looked for it, and I haven't seen anything that would implicate Destiny. And so, yeah, Cherry is somebody that, Destiny has, obviously not liked for a while. And so I don't know that, this is the time that the harassment would start, considering, what was it? The 15-2 meme? Wasn't that what it was? Was it the 15-2 meme? Anybody? Is my mic still fucked up or something? That was the meme? Yes, okay. So yeah, so there were, like, from what I remember, there were, like, she got mad that that Destiny wouldn't talk to Cherry. So Cherry had just left her husband and went to TwitchCon, and she said, well, I don't know if I should go, but like I really want to. And he's like, do whatever you want. And she's like, well, I'm kind of like vulnerable right now, and I don't really have anybody to talk to. And so at least I think if I go to TwitchCon, I'll at least have like a shoulder to cry on or something. And he's like, yeah, that sounds fine. Just so you understand, I'm not going to be available, so I can't be that shoulder. But like whatever you want to do, like, that's fine with me. And she's like, yeah, fine. And I think he said it twice. He said it like twice. Like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to do this. So like, don't count me as like part of this. And then she went and then got mad that he wasn't talking to her, and then put out like a bunch of fucking tweets about the fact that he wouldn't talk to her because Melina doesn't like her. And Melina doesn't like her because she makes him come more than Melina does. She made him come 15 times in an entire day, and the most Melina has ever done it is twice. And that, like, she was so much better than Melina, and like Melina's jelly of her, and that Melina's been talking shit about her and side-eyeing her and trying to slander her and shit like that. And it didn't, I don't remember any evidence for this or anything that actually like made this make sense. And I think Destiny even said, he's like, dude, the shit that she's talking about is not relevant. Like, the shit that she's talking about like had nothing to do with her, and she just keeps like taking everything that Melina does as a slight to her when Melina does not like care about her. And so now she's just like getting all freaked out about this shit. And then Destiny afterwards was like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, she's like, well, you ignored me the whole time at TwitchCon. He's like, I literally told you I couldn't talk to you. Like, I literally told you I couldn't talk to you. And then you go and talk a bunch of shit about my wife on Twitter. Like, what the fuck? What is wrong with you? And they literally have like Melina and Destiny had this like standard where he would like, he said that like every time he dated a woman, like he would tell them like we can do whatever, you know, wherever, don't really care, but just don't shit talk about my wife. Like, that's it. If you don't like my wife, that's fine. You go talk to somebody else about it. Do not shit talk my wife to me. And that was like it was a whole standard. But then when she's going on Twitter and shit talking his wife, like out publicly, it made it so much worse, dude. And that was it. That was the end. Like, they didn't talk anymore after that. And so, yeah, I mean, I've ever since I've wondered if the divorce was over the fact that, you know, she just never reached out to Cherry for lessons. But rookie numbers. I'm totally blanking on why the fuck I was saying this. We're talking about harassment. We're talking about was that all made up? No, everything I just said? No. No, literally none of that. No, I know. It probably sounds like it was made up. No, I fucking swear. All of this happened. All of that happened. 100% of that really happened. That is not that I did not make that story up. No. No, that is very fucking real. And that's why it's called the 15-2 meme. It is the 15-2 meme. The 15-2 ratio is that she made Destiny come 15 times. Molina only did it twice. Like, it's the 15-2 meme. So, like, now, like, anytime I go onto a stream or say something, everybody spams Tom is fair, or he has an A++ gender doc or some shit like that. Whenever she goes onto a stream, everybody spams 15-2. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't remember why the fuck I was telling that story. There was a reason for that. Did Destiny confirm 15? No, he actually said the opposite. He's like, I literally have no idea what the fuck she's talking about. He's like, I think maybe there was one time where there was like maybe 7 or something like that, but like nowhere close to 15. He's like, I have no fucking idea what she's talking about.
I mean, it's all like public as well. Wait. It's all like public. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, okay, that's what I was talking
I
about.
thought it was Steve came 15 times, but Destiny only made Cherry come twice.
Is that what it was? Maybe that's what it was. I could be wrong. I thought, hold on. So somebody just posted on Reddit. They said that, does anyone in here know what happened with Cherry? They said, sorry, but completely out of the loop. One day I just saw a weird tweet from her about Destiny, and I've seen several, but I don't truly get what happened. Said she has BPD. You guys just left it. She has BPD. Let's see. Is this... Okay. The only time Steven replied to me tonight was was to act confused as to why I would think I'm being mocked. His wife upset the first time him and I ever hooked up because we went 15 times in 2 days. That's what it was, 2 days. 15 times in 2 days. And with her, he will barely fuck once a month. And instead of resolving her issue with Steven, she would call me obsessed, dick sucker, whore, and I didn't fucking understand why. At the time, I didn't know they were barely intimate, and Steven started pulling away. I didn't know talking every day was a red flag for him. He would message less, and I started opening up more, thinking if he understood me, he'd get me, and we'd be okay again, but instead, he told me I was too much drama. I had trauma dumped about being choked, and after his wife would literally just go in chat when I was there and type, choke me, Mel W. Fucking shit, dude. I have never attacked his wife despite how fucking awful it felt to be so hated for liking an open person. But she does it without being obvious that she's doing it, or get Steven to wipe her fucking chat logs and pretend like he doesn't know what I'm talking about. And then, yeah, he came out and was like, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. I didn't, like, those chat logs never existed. We never wiped them. He's like, I'm pretty sure there's a history of, like, wiping chat logs, and nobody wiped them. We looked. I don't know what this is about. But, yeah, this is, this is one, and then the other one. He came 15 times. I finished twice. Okay. So that's, there you go. Yep. That was the other one. Are these the bottom to top ones? 929. He says, I have zero fucking idea. I just got here and have been hanging out with people. Apparently, she got into her head the first day that I was ignoring her, and she's been sending 100 messages a day ever since. I've just been doing dinners and chatting with people. She gets weird ideas sometimes. It's been like this for 2 to 3 days. When was the last time Mel said something in chat? Or what the fuck, the choking log? Does anyone know? Run Spirit was it about... I deleted Mel's logs a few weeks ago, just in relation to her court stuff, just to be safe. Oh my god, does Cherry fucking think I deleted the logs because of her? Addie, unironically, probably. Yeah. Addie. Oh boy. Zanny Man, it's fine. Zanny Man and Addie, dude, these are the same fucking person. These are the same person. Addie Man and Zanny. Addie and Zanny Man. It's fine. I'm just setting up smaller events and hangouts to avoid the major drama. So far, apparently, I've done a good job because I've managed to avoid the most dramatic things. But apparently, that's upsetting some people, so who knows? Flaffin, almost all of my friends and relationships I've formed over the past year have actually been really good. I don't think I've had much personal drama at all. Past the streamer stuff, I think avoiding streamers romantically or whatever has been super good for me. Jizzbeard, I've been trying to avoid most of the major drama here this time around, and I think it's upsetting people. Most of my personal stuff has been really good. Yeah, he says this. He says, look, I've been staying out of all the drama. Most of my shit has been really good. I've avoided all of these people. I haven't been getting into relationships with streamers. I've stayed away from any of these hookups. I stopped talking to Cherry a while back. You know, I've been staying out of everything for a long time, and my life has been so much better. And then a week later,
I've actually done an exceptionally good job in my personal life over the past, like, probably 6 months-ish, I think, in, like, building, like, a pretty good network of friends. And I think Cherry was, like, the last vestige of my prior, like, really unhealthy, horrible friendships. So in a way, I'm kind of glad that fucking nuked. So now, like, all of my shit is pretty good.
Was this like a self-harm? You want me to talk more about your weird dick, Steven?
And that's allowed.
Yeah, I'm actually really close.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's just like last September. Holy shit, I'll laugh and you can pull it out and come all over yourself again.
Oh my god, that sounds so good. Yeah, and then you can tell me how your husband doesn't get you off, and then run and talk to all of your strange little Nazi friends online about how how horrible the interaction was that you were begging me for when you made me run in and grab that Red Bull so I'd be awake enough to hang out with you. Remember that?
Steven, we both know what happened. You know that I never said shit about Connor. The fact that you keep bringing him up is insane.
Is it really more insane than
Do you want me to post the DMs of you asking if you could play with him?
I've actually done an exceptionally good job in my personal life over the past like probably 6 months-ish. I think in like building like a pretty good network of friends, and I think Cherry was like the last vestige of my pride.
So yeah, Cherry was the last vestige. Yeah, R.I.P. JibTube. And then yeah, the DMs he put out recently showed like the conversations that they were actually having, and just yeah, how fucking crazy they were.
Also, just so you know.
Anyways, the reason that I was saying that is because I was saying that like, the DGG has like had issues with her since then, and that like that was when she got like a lot of shit from DGG. It seemed like, because yeah, they were all like posting 15-2 all over the place and shit like that. But I went to a lot of these channels from what I remember, and I don't think any of them were DGG. I could be wrong, so let me double check. Oh yeah, okay, so here it is. Okay, so I posted, what kind of pathetic piece of shit do you have to be to go after Cherry for this stuff? The internet really makes people less human. So it shows Cherry tweeted out, I will not log off. The internet is not a safe space for the freaks who think I deserve to be violated in that way. I deserve my voice. I don't deserve the harassment that continues to follow it, but I will tank it and keep moving forward. Now, whether or not you think it's harassment, like you can decide for yourself. But the fact is that there are people who were saying, like, talking a bunch of shit to her and kind of giving her shit for coming out with this stuff. And so it was, there was at least people trying to fuck with her, but it didn't seem like any of them were DGG. So one of them says, the world needs to hear my self-affirmations. This is a quote tweet. Another quote tweet from Jack Meov said, stupid, weak-minded bitch. Then she had some comments. One says, log off. The other one said, stop posting from a soapbox and just say your piece. Progress your lawsuit if that's going through, and shut up otherwise. And then that was it. That was like all of the shit that I found that was like hateful towards her in that tweet. Or just kind of like, yeah, fucked up. See, Dan Saltman mentioning me getting hit by a car to communicate. If this never goes to court, is actually fucking insane. The things people are saying about me and to me are fucking insane.
I'm relying on the fact that, you know what it was? I guess I would agree. Yeah, he was full of shit with a lot of this stuff, but I'm relying on, like, the cat that stepped on the hot stove right now and is going to never do it again. Like, he's never really gotten any punishment like this in the past. And now he's going to be fucked, I'm guessing.
I hope he gets fucked from this, but because he fucked up really bad. He fucked with people's trust and their consent that they put in him. Probably gave a tremendous amount of people trust issues for the rest of their life that they're gonna have to figure out how the fuck to deal with. You know,
anyone saying what punishment I think is retarded, because even if nothing else happened moving forward, like let's say Pixie and Cherry both got hit by a fucking car tomorrow, like Destiny's life is still fucked. I'm relying on the fact that you know what it was? I guess I would agree. Yeah, he was full of shit with a lot of this stuff, but I'm relying on like.
Okay. Let's see.
Need to
Destiny,
like.
wait, Destiny on his stream yesterday tells his audience no one messaged him to ask what was going on before they went public. I did. Those Discord messages have been submitted to the police, so I will only provide a summary timeline and continue to avoid him and his fans baiting me into publicly posting messages, recordings, and names. 1/20/2025, I messaged Destiny at 4:24 p.m. to show him the DM I received about the recording of me. Wait, why wouldn't you just post the screenshots of him if you're gonna post a log of it? What? He responds. Okay, hold on. I messaged him at 4:24 p.m. on 1/20/2025 to show him the DM I received about the recording of me. He responds and talks about himself and his problems for 25 minutes. I messaged Destiny at 4:57 p.m. to refocus on my concerns. He stops replying. At 6:14 p.m., posts a statement on his subreddit only regarding Pixie. I tweet at 7:57 p.m. that I learned an intimate recording of me was taken and sent to someone without my consent. I tweet at 9:57 p.m. clarifying the seriousness of my tweet and naming Destiny. I messaged Destiny at 11:21 p.m. Upset he has still not responded. That message goes through. I am blocked sometime shortly after that and banned from his community. Okay. John said, no way, the guy who lied about being the cleanest person in this sphere with 0 skeletons to hide is continuing to lie about his victims. I'm shocked. And then it's Destiny saying he could talk about whatever he wants, but he should provide proof, not just baseless accusations / speculation. I am the cleanest motherfucker in this entire scene. The worst anyone could ever have on me is fucking dick pics or something. There's literally nothing anyone could have on me for anything because I don't do anything bad / weird. Yeah, this is from back when Mr. Girl was coming out with this shit. Okay, let's see. Where did the post go? It looks like it's gone. The post is actually gone. Yeah, it looks like it's gone. Either that or she privated it because she did block me. And so now that I'm blocked, I'm not able to like reply to a bunch of stuff. But let's see if we can find some here. Hey, aren't you that weird guy that harassed a bunch of girls too while in Destiny's community? One, I've never been in Destiny's community. Two, no, unless I'm like unaware of someone saying that I harassed them. I will always be amazed at this man's pull game despite looking like this. Please explain his secrets, Cherry. Goblin men of the world wish to know. I would assume this is probably DGG to some extent. No Destiny. No Omni. Yeah, it doesn't look like this person follows Destiny. Yeah, no. Doesn't look like they follow Destiny. Let's see. Sorry. Destiny too old to be behaving this way. Let's go. Sorry this is happening to you. I'm sorry this happened to you. While you're at it, you may want to let not so erudite know publicly not to speak on the subjects referring to you. Apparently, she wants some of the legal action as she has positioned herself as Steven's proxy, though guarantee she will deny this. Protect yourself. That's such a stupid thing to say again. Like, what fucking Aaron M sound? Aaron, what are you doing? What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you say this? That not so erudite as what? Aaron, what the hell? So if I look up tomfoolery allegations, I will find nothing, no videos, nothing like that. Yeah, you'll find videos of, I think, guys saying shit. Where did Aaron go? There's no thought Destiny recorded you without consent. Bastiat, you were doing the right thing. Yeah, I support you. Best of luck to you, Cherry. Did they send you the clip? Yes, Queen, thank you for going to the police. And it was misogynistic piece of shit. What the fuck, Destiny? Is there anyone online that Destiny hasn't fucked? Why is these women keep sleeping with Destiny? I don't get it. Show proof. Alright, let's see. Following Nicholas Diorio. Oh, wait. I think I might have been on the wrong... Was I on followers for the last one? I might have been on followers. So to be clear, you're still denying that you did anything wrong. Would you care to elaborate on that? Yeah, I care. There are many videos that you can find on me talking about this, so you can go back to, what is it, a year and a half? Yeah, over a year ago now, and find those videos. Normally, if you just search my name, literally, my comment on it is the first one that'll pop up, so... And I think there's an entire playlist on my channel, so. Because from the videos that I've seen, you've conceded that you did harass women. There was one woman who I did say, I'm sorry if if she felt like I sexually harassed her, that wasn't my intention. She eventually said that she never said that, and that was never her claim. So that was because obviously, yeah, I'm sorry if you felt that way, that like I didn't think that was the case, but yeah, she eventually came out and was like, no, I never said that he did anything like that. I was just memeing around. I just thought it was mean. Wait, Turkey Tom follows me? Yeah, so this person doesn't seem to follow Destiny either. Come on. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, so yeah, so I mean it's been hard to find any that we would even consider to be like harassment or mean or something. And that's through like, yeah, a lot of comments. There's 2 that we've gone to, and neither one of them even follow Destiny. So I don't know.
Yeah,
don't know
public
these
statements
characters
from
that
Cherry
deep.
public statements from Cherry on her Twitter around this timeline would have given you a solid hint of him harassing people. And
He said he likes crazy women and called a woman a bitch, but I don't remember harassment. Send the proof, kiddo. Never mind. They didn't get banned. They just got timed out because they typed all caps, so the bot auto timed them out.
and directing harassment at people.
I did look at Cherry's Twitter, and I did use some of her tweets. It's just hard for me to tell. Like, she shows a clip of Dan talking like pretty vaguely, and then like she shows a clip of like your stream, but it's like I don't really know the context of what's going on, you know?
I mean, I'm sure it's not too hard to figure out the context. That
I mean,
sounds
what
quite
could I do
lazy
if I
to me,
reach out
Willy.
to Cherry and she doesn't give me anything? I mean, at the end of the time, that's a dead end at that point.
Well, you've all the
Did I write
content.
this quote
It's like
down?
public events.
All it
that are
takes is
happening in
being not
public.
lazy was something you said earlier today, Willy.
Dude, but
all it takes is not being lazy.
All it takes is not being lazy when reaching out to the victim who's the main character. I did reach out. She told me.
Okay, but it's
in
not
litigation,
just,
right?
Yeah, it's not just reaching out to the victim.
Okay,
Surely
but I
you should
still got
research the public
statements
events too,
from-
right?
I still got statements from Pixie's side. I did not get statements from Cherry. How are we not acknowledging that what I'm saying is just obviously makes so much sense?
I think you didn't
don't
include the
think
parts
there's
where
any
Cherry
difference
is
of
saying
reaching-
that he is harassing her publicly, and she tells you explicitly, apparently.
She didn't tell me explicitly
you
anything.
Can go look. What I've posted publicly is all I would have to contribute. So she's basically saying, go, like, if there's anything you want from me, I will post it publicly.
And I
she
did
had
look at
posted
her
this
tweets.
publicly.
All right, link me her tweet right now. That's the big thing with all the information.
I don't know if there's like an archival tweet for this, but there were tweets about it, right?
Wait, you can't look at more
I
than
don't
one
know, where
tweet.
is it? You
Like,
can't-
you
can you
can't do
find
the
it
bare
now?
minimum. Look at more than one tweet, Willy.
Can I
I
find it?
did. I
could
looked
almost
at a bunch.
certainly
I
find
looked
it
at
now,
a
actually.
ton of her tweets. Kuihman, you are such an instigator.
Well, yeah, well, of course I am. But there is a point here that I think you are. You're
There is not-
hand-wringing about how
There
lazy
is
other
no
people are.
point here.
But
The
you
point
haven't-
here- the
You're
point-
talking about private information, saying doing due diligence on private information, asking people for comment privately when you haven't looked at even all the
Yes.
public information.
Dude, I reached out to Cherry privately because publicly
And she directed
it
you
didn't
towards
provide
the
enough.
public
It didn't
content.
provide enough. She didn't direct me to anything specifically. She just said what I said publicly is it.
Said go look
That's
at it
all she
publicly,
said to me.
Yeah, so there's the one about me, targeting me.
Play this right now,
that I
dude.
can
Let's see it.
here.
What is the big bombshell in these?
Oh, the bigger bombshell is him leaking a whole bunch of stuff about Cherry, but it seems like she didn't actually go tweet
Is
about
it-
it. I did, though.
Bro, what the fuck are we talking about then? I gotta keep up with JSTLK for the drama? I mean, this is absurd, guys.
Wait,
But
hold
the
on.
standard
So-
for me
so
is I
Cherry-
need to keep
Cherry
up with
tweeted
every-
this.
Reach out to
So
Pixie
just to be clear,
JSTLK, can you
just to
stop
be clear,
talking for 1 second?
Just to be no. I just want to make my point
I'm not
here.
allowed
Just
to
to be
talk when
clear,
I get on here
you've
with
gotten on
streamers.
Beckett for being lazy. You've gotten on Beckett for being lazy, and then Cherry tweets this about Destiny harassing me, and I've never been reached out to by you about this. And the things
I
you did
don't-
reach out to me to, I basically said Destiny's making that up.
First of all, the whole I like crazy girls thing is literally aping Destiny mannerisms? What does that mean, aping Destiny mannerisms? You're saying I'm copying him? So saying you're never part of his community is just hilarious. We can see you streaming with him, dude. Damn. Well, if I've streamed with him before, then I guess that means I'm part of his community. Fuck. I'm sure Rob Noor is going to be really upset to hear about this one. Him and Andrew Wilson both. They're gonna shit a brick when they find out they're part of his fucking community. Damn.
Entirely ask him for proof, and you didn't do either of those things. You didn't reach out to me about this. You didn't reach out, or you didn't actually.
I reached out to you about
look any
Hannah.
further on the stuff that yeah. So that whole Hannah thing, where he made up like a whole bunch of shit about how I was messaging her or something. You didn't look into that at all.
I kind of forget because this was a long time ago. I might have just dropped it because I just thought it was too big of a rabbit hole and I didn't understand it. So I don't go with stories. I don't fully understand. I don't go promote stories. I don't fully get.
I actually messaged you on the 30th of January and said he defamed my Discord and is trying to threaten potential witnesses / victims in it. It's actually disgusting. Pointed his audience to KF where the docs of 2 of my Discord users are. By the way, in that same thread of the docs that he pointed people to, he actually points people to the revenge porn videos.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Link you logs. Okay. Well, I mean, I told you about him pointing at the docs of 2 people who are in my Discord, right?
Okay. I don't know.
Yes, it means you co-signed his behavior and fetishized his lifestyle, since the whole crazy girls comment is sus as fuck. Yeah, so say Andrew Wilson and Rob Noor are part of his community and they fetishize his behavior and they co-sign his lifestyle and his behavior. Say that real quick, just so I can be clear. Say real quick. Rob Noor and Andrew Wilson fetishize his behavior and co-sign it as well.
Just said LOL what, and then I follow up, and then you I need to look basically like I tell you this is happening, and then you don't like.
I don't know who those people are, but sure, I guess they did. Okay, yeah, those are people who debate him. Those are people who call him out. Those are people who disagree with him, like me. So yes, you're saying people who call him out for doing fucked up shit, who disagree with him, who go and debate him. Those are people who co-sign his behavior and fetishize him. That makes sense. I gotcha.
You could have just asked me for anything
trying to threaten potential witnesses and victims. Yeah, I think I just didn't want to go down this fucking rabbit hole because I'm reading all these fucking things and I'm like, I'm just sticking to the main story here.
You know, if I go think that's a part of the main story?
If I go and do a second Destiny video.
So wait, what is the revenge porn thing about when he told people to go to Anavar's Kiwi Farms?
The docs of 2 where he made up like a whole bunch of shit about how I was messaging her or something. You didn't look into that at all?
I kind of forget because this was a long time.
Entirely asking for proof, and you didn't do either of those things. You didn't reach out to me about this. You didn't reach out, or you didn't actually
reach out to you about
any further on the stuff that So that whole Hannah thing, where he made up like a whole bunch of shit about how I was messaging her or something. You didn't look into that at all?
I kind of forget because this was a long time ago. I might have just dropped it because I just thought it was too big of a rabbit hole and I didn't understand it. So I don't go with stories. I don't fully understand. I don't go promote stories. I don't fully get.
I actually messaged you on the 30th of January and said he defamed my Discord and is trying to threaten potential witnesses / victims in it. It's actually disgusting. Pointed his audience to KF where the docs of 2 of my Discord users are. By the way, in that same thread of the docs that he pointed people to, he actually points people to the revenge porn videos.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
You logs. Okay. Well, I mean, I told you about him pointing at the docs of 2 people who are in my Discord, right?
Okay. I don't know. Let me
just said LOL what, and then I follow up.
Hold on, I'm so lost. Who is he talking about?
He actually points people to the revenge porn videos. That's simply disgusting. Pointed his audience to KF where the docs of 2 of my Discord users are. By the way, in that same thread of the docs that he pointed people to, he actually points people to the revenge porn videos.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
You logs. Okay. Well, I mean, I told you about him pointing at the docs of 2 people who are in my Discord, right?
Okay. I don't know. Let me
just said LOL what, and then I follow up, and then you basically like I tell you this is happening, and then you don't like you could just ask me for anything.
Trying to threaten potential witnesses and victims. Yeah, I think I just didn't want to go down this fucking rabbit hole because I'm reading all these fucking things and I'm like, I'm just sticking to the main story here.
You know, if I go and do the main story.
If I go and do a second Destiny video, then maybe I would go ahead and dive into all this. Yeah, there's a time where I need to cut off the video. I can't research shit forever. I can't know every side character. The standard I have
perpetrator is actively threatening victims.
How come this guy just gets infinitely talk? This is fucking insane. The standard for Beckett is you keep saying go ahead and you don't let me.
What disgusts me about you and people like Turkey Tom and Diori Diorio, okay, what? Is that you all very clearly knew about Destiny's lifestyle. You all knew about the Blue Tea situation. I don't know who Blue Tea is. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Tom certainly admitted that. There are a lot of you people who were standing idly by while he was hurting women. That is an objective fact. It's about finding out who. You're an insane person. You know that, right? You're a fucking insane person. You are fucking... You're one of those. I got... what are you, what's his name again? Bad Empanada? You a Bad Empanada fan? I would put money on it. Bad Empanada? Yeah. Like, Nicholas Diorio wasn't even friends with Destiny. That Nicholas Diorio has, like, a history of kind of talking shit about Destiny. The fact that you would name Nicholas Diorio in this, it just kind of shows me, like, yes, how far down your standards are for this thing.
Let me go ahead. The standard for Beckett here is... Oh,
fuck.
This is fucking insane. The standard for Beckett is... You keep saying go ahead, and you don't let me go ahead. The standard for Beckett here is... You guys are fucking failing me at this point. The standard for Beckett is to just reach out for Pixie about conversations she has. And the standard for me is I need to go down the JSTLK drama rabbit hole and get into his personal drama with his fucking moderators and Destiny doxing them, apparently. This is retarded.
Well, JSTLK is just mad that you made a video that got a lot of views and you didn't talk about him in it. He was sitting there the whole time reviewing it on stream like, I know he's going to talk about me. He's going to talk about me, guys, I'm sure. Just wait. Just wait. He'll say me. He'll say my name. Don't worry. Hold on. It's coming. It's coming, guys. And then he'll say that I'm not on YouTube and I'm only on Kick and you have to find me. You're lying about Blue Tea. I literally have no fucking idea who Blue Tea is. I have no idea who this is. Who the fuck is Blue Tea? Yes. Yes, he was, you liar. I can literally see streams with him and Steven casually hanging out. Same with WillyMac too. I have never seen them casually hang out. Ever. Not once. There's only one time that I have ever seen the two of them even talk. And that was when Destiny was doing his weird, January 6th, like, what was it called? I don't even know what it is. Like, it was a group thing where he had like 6 streamers on and he was just trying to invite on like a bunch of like random people to test his ideas with them and was asking them like a bunch of questions about like his ideas on January 6th. I have never seen Nicholas Diorio on Destiny's stream besides that. When have you, yes, like the focus group. That's what I was trying to think of. He did a focus group with them. So yeah, so Nicholas has done numerous videos on him. But yeah, I don't understand. Like, what is the thought process? So like I've talked about the fact that like I knew that that he had leaked videos about Pixie beforehand. That like everybody knew about this. And the main thing that we were trying to do is like make sure that people weren't talking about it and that they weren't outing it, because Pixie was very clearly like having a really hard time with this, that she was suicidal, that like she asked people not to talk about it and not to out her and to leave everything alone. And you're saying like we should have gone and found it and done what about it? So yeah, so this is it. This is it right here. We're half a page down and we finally found one video. Half a page down, we found one video of them talking on Nicholas Diorio's stream. Nothing from Destiny so far. And that's from 6 months ago. Then one from 2 years ago, where I guess he's talking about Destiny, but he's not there. He said, "Are Destiny's opinions hurting people?" Nicholas Diorio embarrassed by Psycho Destiny hater. Mama Max Mudahar leaked call threats against. Yeah, he's literally talked to him once. He's talked to him once. That's it. That is the one time. Blue Tea is a woman whose nudes Destiny leaked 10 years ago, showing Destiny has a pattern of behavior going back to years ago. Turkey Tom said verbatim, "Oh yeah, I hoped he'd stop after the Blue Tea shit." Okay, I remember that in fuck. Somebody else did a video on Destiny recently that we went over. Ryan Beard. Yeah, Ryan Beard talked about that. That's right. I don't know. I have no idea who Blue Tea is. I'm sorry. I've literally never heard of this person. And I didn't know about these accusations. So I have no idea what this is, but that's what's bothering me. How many other people besides Tom knew about this? About Blue Tea? Yeah, I don't know who that person is. But also, yeah, if it was 10 years ago, I'm not like I wasn't around 10 years ago. I've literally known of Destiny for 5 years, I guess. About like a year after I started streaming or started doing podcasts, I found out about him like a year after, I think. And then maybe 2 years in was like the first time that I spoke to him, I believe. And then didn't talk to him again for like another year. And then I think I've spoken to him like once or maybe once or twice a year since then. And most of the time, yeah, it's like either he's like, we're on panels together or I would go and like talk to him and debate him. But yeah, like one of the times is, when I went and talked to him about the Mr. Girl stuff and the stuff with Anavar. Because yeah, that clip is getting like popping up all over the place now. But so do you understand how bad that looks, right? If we have all of these people who tried to cozy up to Destiny, including you, and now they are immediately disavowing him, what else do you know? I literally, I'm sorry. The only reason that like the shit with Pixie and them, like you're saying this like everybody like knows about all this fucking shit going on with him. The stuff with Pixie didn't come out until it got leaked all over the internet. Like nobody knew that he was sending people like nudes behind the scenes without consent until it got leaked. And then even once it got leaked, we didn't know if those were with or without consent. We didn't know. We didn't know whether or not he had consent to send it to the person that got hacked. We had no idea. And considering the fact that like his revenge porn was like, he was just revenge porn and his shit was shared, I assume most of his friends weren't going to ask him about it and be like, hey, so I know you just got like your sex videos and shit shared all over the place, but I'd love to know if you had permission to record those. I assume most of them wouldn't ask that, like right when the shit's being leaked, but I have no idea. I have no fucking idea.
Understand that's not the same. And now you're gonna fucking go on a huge 10-minute rant, bro. No, begin.
Rebut, or do you want to keep going?
Go begin. Go do it.
You reached out to me to ask about Destiny comments, and I gave you all of the stuff you needed to ask anything clarifying from that point.
And I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole. Yes. I narrowed the site of the video. That's okay.
So you're calling it a rabbit hole. You're calling a rabbit hole to make it absurd, but it is the primary perpetrator of these allegations threatening his victims, harming the victims. And you said that's why you wanted to go into Sunday because he was harming the victims.
I'm allowed to cut the scope. Sunday slandered the victim. He made up stuff. I'm allowed to cut the scope of the video to keep it more narrow and more straightforward and less random. I'm allowed to do that.
You're allowed to do that. I'm just arguing that this is far more in scope of a Destiny video than just going after Sunday.
So do you go and complain to every single person that makes a Destiny video and doesn't talk about your fucking corner of the shit? I mean, it's retarded, man. Come on. No, just me. You just do that to me.
I'm literally pointing out that you asked me for comment on some stuff, and I gave you stuff that would obviously be juicy and very important to your video.
It wasn't important to my video because I narrowed the scope because I did not want to go down this rabbit hole. That's it.
Okay.
If I make a second video, maybe I will. All right. There's always stuff left over when you're researching videos where you're like, I don't know about this.
Sure there is.
I'm not confident in this, and you cut shit. Like that's as simple as it is, man. Any personal edit I need to make for JSTLK? Any others?
No, you didn't do anything bad to me in this video, but I would say you platformed like an allegation against Kelly with like basically not saying, I don't know what she said precisely. I think I watched it, but I can't recall off the top of my head.
He said that Kelly and Lav was sharing nudes of him.
Yes, which is
or like trading them or something. Yeah, then that's fine. Then that's for a second video. That would be something I'd use. But all I did was repeat his statement. I didn't place it as fact. All it is here's his statement after I reached out.
Okay.
And I do agree. It would be a better video. It would be a better video if I pressed him on that. I agree with you.
It would be a better video in that case. And I just think probably if you have somebody who is going to if you have somebody who's going to lie about their victims, going to like try to denigrate them or defame them, then probably it's incumbent on you to say, he provided no proof for these things or something along those lines, right? In my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously didn't provide any fucking proof, dude. The video's about how he's lying, but I agree. I think it's worth saying that. Sure. I'll take that.
Sure.
But I don't understand how that's anywhere on the same level as me criticizing Beckett.
What? I don't know. I wasn't saying it was on the same level. If you wanted to make a video criticizing Beckett and Sunday and that was your primary goal, then
well, it wasn't my primary goal. The primary goal was to make a video where here's a victim and then here's what happens when people cover it without actually trying to do any sort of real due diligence.
Okay.
That's all the video is.
It's like a meta commentary. Got it.
It's not a meta commentary. It's pretty simple, man. It's a part 1 and 2.
All right. There's a part 2 coming. What's the part 2?
Part 2 is the
there's 2 parts of the video. Is what it means, dude.
Oh, okay.
There might be a part 2. I don't know. I gotta look into more shit. I haven't decided what my next one's on. All right, is that it, lads, or do we got anything else?
I've not got anything else. I don't know if anyone else did.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
I would say let's try and keep things civilized, but that's entirely down to you.
Leftists are just pissed for no
No good reason. Musk is collecting all these people's information. It's like unelected officials at the DMV are collecting my information.
Elon Musk is definitionally an unelected bureaucrat, cutting
Oh
whatever
my
he
goodness.
decides is necessary.
He hasn't cut anything. What have they cut?
I don't think that Doge even exists. I don't think they have the legal capacity to even do what Trump wants them to do. Trump was already found to have had people who were working with him collude with Russia. Roger Stone did it, but he was pardoned by Donald Trump, the same way Donald Trump pardoned all 1,600 J6 offenders.
Biden pardons the whole crime family, but that's fine.
You had 8 years to investigate it. They had nothing.
Hey, here's Destiny logic for you.
Yeah, the crime family that they don't have any crimes for. Great point. They don't have any crimes, but it's a whole crime family. We can't find any. We don't have any evidence of any, but it's a whole crime family.
As long as bad things are done via the process of law, that's fine.
I don't want to leave us without getting to the really contentious story of the week. It's been another whirlwind week in President Trump's USA, from outshining Taylor Swift to banning plastic straws and bringing Doge's Elon Musk to the Oval Office. Somewhat overlooked in the blizzard was Trump's order for a new task force on anti-Christian bias and the launch of a White House faith office led by televangelist Paula Michelle White-Cain.
The longer the dance, the more bees she gets aroused. So Queen Bee starts going into this frenzy. And
Bro, I thought that was like claymation at first. I thought that was claymation. I couldn't even tell if that was a real person or not.
starts going around and around and around, and she goes into vibrations until all the bees get activated and all the bees start going forth, and she leads the way by stirring something up. Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa tata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now.
We could do with some of that energy. Well, Trump says that God saved him to save America, and many supporters are fully on board with making America holy again. But critics say it's a divisive move that could bulldoze the constitutional separation of church and state. Here to debate this and much more, two controversial commentators whose views of this world, and indeed the next, couldn't be more different. Destiny is an outspoken liberal and atheist who said that religion is trash and a substitute for human thought. Andrew Wilson is a fiercely committed conservative Christian and founder of the Crucible debate channel, who once said this about facing destiny.
You and Destiny on whatever podcast together. Been watching some older debates with you and him. Love watching you wipe the floor with them. Keep up the amazing work you do. I doubt it. I doubt there'll ever be another debate between myself and Destiny, and here's why. One, I'm blacklisted. He actually made a blacklist and put me on the blacklist. So even if he says, well, now you're off the blacklist, I see no reason why I should engage with him.
Well, here you are.
Ooh, hoo, hoo. The clout is too yummy.
You're both together again to debate. I'm personally thrilled that the reality has come to this point. So welcome.
You can try and ignore it, but you know I'm right. Right about what? I don't think that, like, I have to go and research people because I engage with them. I do think that, yes, like, if information comes out about people, it is good for me to speak on it. So, like, yes, because I have somewhat of a relationship with Destiny and that we've spoken, that, like, yeah, it makes sense that when stuff comes out about him, like the stuff with the nudes and everything, yeah, it makes sense that I should speak on it. I should, like, cover some of it. I should go over it and, like, give my take on it and, like, denounce it and all of that crap. So you admit you had a relationship with him. Yes, I didn't say that I don't know him. I said I'm not part of his community. I'm not part of DGG. I am not one of those people. But yes, I know him. We've been on each other's shows. We've talked to each other a ton of times. Like, of course, yes, I know him. And I have somewhat of a relationship with him, yes. But that's not the same as me being part of his community. That is a drastically different thing. Tom is one of the boys in the leagues, yeah. You lied. You said earlier you gave him pushback. Yes? Wait, why do you think that was a lie? so that I'm not talking to you about the same shit over and over. I thought your position was kind of fair, where you're saying, well, I'm not taking a position one way or the other as to whether or not Israel has committed war crimes. I'm just saying there hasn't been sufficient evidence, and so I'm going to allow you to present the evidence, and I'm just going to argue against it. And I think Alex's position was, well, he thinks your position is actually, you're saying there isn't sufficient evidence and that there are not war crimes, and therefore you should actually hold that position and argue it here. But you kept saying, that's not my position.
Because it wasn't my position. That's right. Yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, is that I think like that's my issue, is that if it is his position that it is not an insurrection, he should argue that.
No, wait, stop. This is not comparable to the argument that I had.
One, I get that you're saying that you're...
Wait, stop. When you say my definitions have to be consistent, my definition only has to apply in federal jurisdiction, because we're arguing about January 6th. That's it.
That was not the prompt of the debate. It is your personal definition. You chose to use federal precedent. Yeah, I think this is me pushing back. Yes, I think that's what's happening.
The question was January 6th an insurrection?
Would you like to tell me this is not pushback? I can pull up some more videos if this isn't good enough.
Jurisdiction, territory that it would be applying to is the United States federal government.
What you use to define a military, a military is going to be the same for a state and for the federal government, unless it appeals to some sort of like federal law or state law.
You're an idiot, Tom. That has no. You don't assume.
If you couldn't explain at any point and engage with anything I'm saying, I would believe you. But Andrew,
insurrection, or are we just fighting over a definition right now?
Because we're jumping right now, we jumped from I had no relationship to him. Did I say this? I said I'm not in his community over and over. To okay, I had a relationship with him, but I pushed back against him and fought him. So yeah, we had a relationship. Hold on, I don't think I said that. I said over and over that I if you want to jump on, we can. I don't mind if you just want to call in, because that would be a lot faster to just have this conversation real quick. Yeah, I'm not trying to like debate bro you or like be aggressive or anything. I don't even understand like what it is that you're getting at. If I said I don't have a relationship with him, that's my fault. But I'm saying that yes, I'm not in his community. I'm not part of his community, and that I obviously, if I've had a bunch of streams with him and I've known him for a while, that obviously I have a relationship with him. But same with all of the other people that we're talking about that obviously hate him and disagree with him, or right-wingers that are like, that like always debate him. They have a relationship with him. It's just like, you're trying to make it sound like it's like a close relationship or something like that, and that's just not really what it is. But yeah, the fact that I know him and I've talked to him a bunch of times. Obviously I have somewhat of a relationship with him, but I'm not in his community, is what I was saying over and over. So I didn't jump from anything. I had a relationship with him, but I pushed back against him and fought him. And again, no, I'm saying that if you're saying that, like, because you said you've been seen on streams hanging out with him, and I was like, hanging out with him? If you mean going and like debating him and pushing back against him is me hanging out with him, and now I'm part of his community now because I've debated him, like that's what I'm saying. Like, but I don't know why this. I don't think this is confusing. I think I'm being pretty clear. It's the most baby mid-mannered pushback ever and doesn't mean anything to anybody. You still left on friendly terms. I don't know what... Left what? Left what? I didn't leave anything. What have I left? I didn't leave anything. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what you are like in La La Land somewhere. I think I honestly I think that you're confusing me with somebody else. You left the conversation on friendly terms with Steven, okay? Sure. And if you and I come into a conversation right now, and I'm inviting you on to come have this conversation, if you and I come into a conversation, I will leave this conversation on friendly terms with you as well, unless you decide not to, but that is how I leave all conversations, is that yes, I'm not like a crazy, like, unhinged debate bro that just wants to like scream and yell for absolutely no reason. It's just that, yeah, if I'm debating somebody and I need to be heard, sure, I might yell, but I don't know when you're saying like baby mild pushback and shit like that. So you admit you were close with him? No. You were friendly with him. Yeah, I would say I was friendly with him.
No, it's the problem is somehow Andrew has tricked people, and for some reason Tom thinks it's like a valid argument that if you, like, when you
I
have
am
a
not
debate
justifying Andrew's argument for the 1000th time. I am not justifying his argument nor his debate. So I just want to get that clear.
The fact that you think that you're asking valid questions by saying,
as long as it fits my definition, yes, I'm still going to say they shot them. That's literally what I'm doing. I am challenging.
That's not what happened in the conversation.
I agree. I'm not justifying Andrew. I don't know how many times I have to say this. I'm making my argument. I'm not Andrew.
What's your argument?
I need to like avoid your example with that.
I'm sorry. I got triggered at this topic.
Do you understand that close and friendly are synonymous? No, they are not. They are literally different parts of the spectrum. So I don't know how long I want to spend on this. That's why I'm inviting you on, is because I would like to answer your questions, but I can't spend all day on this. And you replying from chat and taking forever to type and taking forever to give answers is going to take all fucking day, and I can't answer your questions like this. So I've got very little patience for how much longer I can do this, but if you want to, I can give you a phone number to call in with. I can give you the Discord link to jump on with. I can, like, whatever makes it easier for you. I'll do whatever, I'll start a Twitter space. So, like, whatever you'd like. Just ban me if I'm making you mad. You're not making me mad. I'm just saying that I'm trying to answer your questions, and I'm trying to, like, get like whatever it is that you want to understand, like, across, but it's this is taking like so long to the point that I'm not going to be able to. So yeah, I'm just trying to be helpful, but I don't think I can for much longer. So this is normally the way that I think of it, is being on some sort of good terms with somebody. That's not how you spell acquaintance, but like, this is how I think of it, is that, yeah, we're literally on like opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to being friendly with somebody versus being like their best friend, and that, like, you can have like good friends will be over here with like close to best friend. Like, this is pretty close to where good friend is going to be. You're going to be like right here. These are good friends, right? They are good friends, not just friends. They're good friends. Whereas just friends is going to be like over here. And then friendly is over here. So yeah, I never said you were his best friend at all. Go off, I guess. I didn't say you said that. I literally just said, if you're saying that friendly is the same as good friends, which is what you said, you did say friendly is the same as good friends, that I'm saying good friends is over here next to best friend. That's what I said. So yes, this is where good friend would show up. Whereas you're telling me good friend is all the way over here next to acquaintance. So yeah. I'll just ask you this. Do you at least agree it's insane? Destiny has been doing this for a decade, and nobody knew. Not you or Diorio or anyone else who tried to do content with him. Wait, what? He's been doing what for a decade? What is this?
I'm pretty much.
Welcome to both of you. I would say let's try and keep things civilized, but that's entirely down to you. It's your debate. I'll be in the middle of it. And hopefully we'll try and get through some complex issues in a constructive and interesting way. So welcome, anyway, to both of you. Let me start. Destiny, I mean, this whole idea of Donald Trump, making America holy again. What is your response to that?
I feel like we have a lot of issues right now in this country. I don't know if our president being a spiritual leader is one of them. There have been things that I've said about religion, mainly in regards to philosophy and how you reconcile like religion with some philosophical positions. But I do think that right now there's kind of a crisis of meaning in the United States. I think for a lot of people, religion can serve as a good foundation of meaning. However, I don't think that Donald Trump is going to be the guy to, I guess, usher in that era of religiosity in the United States, at least not for any wholly religious person that I know that would, look at a person and think, oh, this is like a spiritual leader that I would want.
Andrew, I would have kind of agreed with that, having known Trump a long time and never seen him as a particularly religious guy. I got to say, since he got shot, he sounds a very different guy about God, about religion. I've spoken to him myself several times, including once a week after he got shot, where he said, God must have had a plan for me. He must have saved me for a reason. He said, there can be no other explanation for why I came so close to being killed, but miraculously escaped. I do think he feels that really quite deeply.
Yeah, there's no atheist in foxholes, as the saying goes, right? So a near-death experience often will bring people closer to the divine. This is a very common thing. Doesn't surprise me that Trump narrowly
Hello? What the fuck? Weird. My mic went out. Yeah, saying that he's been leaking women's nudes for a decade is kind of weird when you're saying that there's one time that he leaked somebody's nudes and that was Blue Tea. And now he did it one time and he has been doing it for a decade. Like, come on. I don't know. I don't think that's a good faith way of saying that.
Very narrowly.
Unless there's more that I'm also unaware of. You're teaching me things today, so it could be that there's more people that I'm totally unaware of. But yeah. What the fuck kind of defense is that? He only did it once. It's not a big deal. I didn't say it's a big deal. I didn't say it's not a big deal. You're all right. Yeah, now somebody probably should ban you because you're being insanely bad faith. Okay, never mind.
For a turn of his head is still alive. I'm sure that he could definitely attribute that to divine intervention.
Yes, you did. You're downplaying it. Yes, I am downplaying it from he has been doing this for a decade. Yes, I am downplaying it from that insane, unhinged take. I am downplaying it from that. Correct. Yes. It's kind of insane. Like if I go and tell somebody, dude, this fucking hungry man person in my chat murdered somebody today. And they're like, wait, they didn't murder anybody. I can't believe you're downplaying murder. I can't believe you're downplaying murder. It's like, oh, wait, do you have evidence of the murder? This is some fucking defense for murder. Oh, you don't have the evidence for it. So it's just, yeah, okay, so now I'm just going to defend murder? What? That's what you're doing right now. You're just you're acting like, yeah, like, oh, I have no reason to make this claim. So if you're going to call me out for just saying crazy shit, then yeah, you're downplaying it. Yes, I'm downplaying crazy shit. That is correct. That's if it didn't happen, I will downplay things that didn't happen. Yeah.
And I'm sure even Destiny would understand why a person would do that. He's right about the fact that we do have a crisis of meaning, but he also is right, and I can concede on this point, that an office of faith with a chick speaking in tongues is cringe. And the most divisive thing on planet Earth is religion. It's the most divisive thing when it comes to, I mean, it's even more divisive than relationships. It's more divisive than sex. It's more divisive than anything. Is the topic of religion itself. America is already very divided on religiosity with a traditional camp and a non-traditional camp. I don't actually think that this was a great move for him to put in this office of faith, not because I do like the fact that it does signal that it's perfectly acceptable to rule through faith. I think that that's perfectly acceptable. However, I think strategically it wasn't particularly wise, as it opened up a dialogue now between the traditionalists, who were really Trump's kind of staunch supporters, saying, what the hell are you doing here? We don't want this woman, Paula, in any way or shape, form, or capacity representing Christianity on the national stage.
Yeah, I mean, Destiny, some people see MAGA Christian nationalism as racist. Time magazine said the toxic blend of ethno-religious identity politics was reflected in the prayers and religious symbols participants carried at the US Capitol insurrection on January the 6th.
They literally said ethno-religion. They literally said ethno-religion. Like, yes, if you're making the religion about your ethnicity, yeah, I think everybody would call that racist. What the fuck?
2021, and it's become central to the trajectory of the contemporary MAGA Republican Party. Would you agree with that?
What the fuck?
Piers Morgan Uncensored is now
What the fuck?
family independent. If you like the show, we ask only one thing: subscribe on YouTube. The American committed to getting the.
I don't think anybody.
Piers.
I don't think anybody can disagree that there is like a section of MAGA or far-right people that are racist in the United States. But I would say that this is a small section, and I don't think that it's worth focusing on. I think that progressives especially have this tendency to over-exaggerate. I mean, we were all on the internet when people were hunting every single person who made the OK symbol and saying that they were like some kind of closet Nazi or whatever during the Rittenhouse era. So I mean, there are going to be racist people everywhere, but if you want to attack MAGA and you want to do it through the lens of their racist white supremacists or whatever, I mean, most people, I mean, obviously MAGA is not going to care for a variety of reasons, and they shouldn't. And even most people that are kind of like looking from the center or even from the center left are going to be like, well, I don't really know if I feel this way. Like MAGA kind of seems more colorful than they even have been in the past in terms of conservative movements. You could just look online and see that. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of those types of attacks towards that, I guess, ideology, towards that camp.
Yeah, so the person who initially like was talking to Trump and trying to get him to run for president was Steve Bannon. And Steve Bannon was one of the thought leaders of the alt-right. And the alt-right was initially thought to be the young man's version of conservatism. And it was meant to be like the new conservatism that isn't this boomer conservatism, that isn't about like, you know, appeasing people's sensibilities, and it's not there to, you know, make you feel better about everything, and it's not there to like downplay things. But like the main thing that they're talking about when they say this is that this is like meant to be the racist group. Like they are meant to be racist. And so when Destiny's saying like, yeah, like they're like a bit more colorful, yeah, colorful as in like they're not the boomer version of the alt-right. They are not, or sorry, the right wing. They are not the boomer version of they're not the boomer version of you know, republicanism. They are a much younger version and a much more colorful version of this. And so, yeah, because Steve Bannon was in at the beginning and kind of like really doing a lot to mold the character of Trump that we see today versus what we saw, back before he became a presidential candidate, that this is all like very intentional, and it is meant to be a more colorful version.
You're sounding very reasonable today, Destiny. You're right.
I'm a very reasonable person, Piers. Okay.
Well, that is, I mean, he is right. There are better avenues for which to attack the MAGA movement that would actually be more effective for progressives. Them utilizing this type of attack actually didn't do them very much in the way of good in this last election cycle. And you saw this from large progressive commentators, and this is all they did. Hasan, Piker, among many others in the political commentary world, Bosch, other guys like this, they hyper-focus on the racial dynamic issues. And Destiny is right. MAGA doesn't care.
It's not even about the hyper-focus on racial dynamics. A lot of it is the labels. A lot of it is the labels. You're using very like academic labels, and you're using them in an academic sense. So when you talk about them being racist, they're thinking like, what? I've never seen any of these people march around with KKK hoods on. I've never seen any of them string a black person up from a tree. I've never seen any of them like put black people in chains and, march them around like slaves. I've never seen any of, and that's going to be their thought process. That's going to be the way that they see this is because they're not this cartoonish version of racist, that now it doesn't even seem racist to them. And it becomes non-beneficial. It doesn't do you any justice to keep calling them racist or fascist or sexist or transphobic or, whatever. None of that is helpful. None of that is helpful to the movement. Does that mean don't do it? No. No, not at all. I mean, you do it all you want. Like it's, I think we have a problem where the left is way too academic with their terms and with their understanding of those terms. So when we call somebody a fascist, all anybody thinks of is Hitler. That's it. They think Hitler. Like, that's what they hear. Hitler. You're calling them Hitler. And so lots of times, that's why you'll hear right-wingers all the time be like, they literally called Trump Hitler. So they literally didn't. You don't have any evidence of anybody ever calling him Hitler. That never happened. But that's what they all say. They say it all the time because that is what normies hear. You call them a fascist, they hear Hitler. You call them a racist, they hear Hitler. You call them like all of these names, neo-Nazi, they hear Hitler. And so yes, it's like they think like, oh, I don't remember these people genociding all of the Jews. Like, that's kind of all they hear. And so it just, it does not, it becomes very like non-beneficial, I guess, if that's a word. It's not beneficial at all to use this sort of rhetoric if you're trying to gain like normies on your side, because they do not think of these things in academic terms. They don't see it from an academic standpoint. And they're, the left thing to do is to turn around and be like, wow, you don't even understand what this is. Wow, that is, you don't even get it. Like, and it's true that those people don't get it. It's true. They don't understand what these words mean. It's true. But now they don't, like, most people, when you like explain to them, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about on something that they think is a pretty simple thing. Like, yeah, fascism, Hitler. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's easy. Everybody knows. Fascism, Hitler. Like, if you're going to tell me that, like, you're not calling him Hitler when you call him a fascist, then you're a fucking crazy person. And yeah, you just immediately lose them. You can explain it in the most coherent and simplistic way possible, but you've already lost them. They're already going to be super defensive at the point that you're even trying to explain something like that to them, because, yeah, to them, it is obvious. It's what they call common sense. And so, yeah, it just becomes like a pointless argument all the way through, and there's nothing you can do about it. So yeah, the labels are not helpful to bring normies onto your side or to get people into your movement, but that may not be what you're trying to do. One of the complicated things, and the reason that I started off saying that, like, we're in like a hard position right now, is because when we talk about these words, we are correct. They are fucking fascist. They are fucking racist. They are transphobic. They are homophobic. They are all these things. The reason that this is really difficult is because when MAGA talks about people, they use super simplistic words. It is very easy to know what they're calling you. It is very easy to know what they're saying. When they talk about you, they're saying you're a soy boy. They're saying you're a communist. They're saying you're a like, I don't know. There's an SJW or whatever. Like, they have all of these terms that are so childlike and simplistic, but have no meaning. They don't mean anything. You're woke. Like, these are all things that mean literally nothing. They don't mean anything. You ask somebody they call Kamala Harris a communist. Well, what is a communist? Why? It's when the government runs everything and pays for everything and everything's free. Like, nope. There's literally no government in communism. So there's no government in communism, and there's no way that could be the case. So try again. Like, but they have no idea. They're a Marxist. Oh, really? What did Marx believe? Like, they have no idea. Nobody knows. But the words, like, hold something. They hold this idea that is bad, and that's what they know. They know whatever it is, it's bad. This is like woke. Who the fuck knows what woke even means anymore? But, like, what they hear is too far left. That's it. Too far left. That is too far left. That's what they hear. And so when they evoke these very, like, simplistic ideas that you can easily call somebody, because it's so general and meaningless that it actually means so much more. And it's so easy to just throw those labels at people. So one of the things that Kamala Harris and her team did during the election that actually was really successful and did really, really well was they kept calling Trump and all of the people there weird. It was a whole plan that worked really well and did really well in polling, as they kept calling them weird. They called J.D. Vance weird. They called Donald Trump weird. They called Elon Musk weird. All of these people, one word, weird. What is weird? Who the fuck knows? But it works, and everybody liked it. Everybody thought, yeah, they're weird. They are. It's true. They're very fucking weird. That's a great term. That's a great term to use.
Kamala Harris has a new word to describe Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Weird. And it's catching on.
But he and his running mate sure seem to have a lot to say about me. And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird?
Democrats are using the word in multiple interviews and online, notably to Vance's suggestion that political leaders who don't have biological children don't have a quote, direct stake in the country. The weird message appears to have given the Democrats a narrative advantage, as the Trump campaign has spent days trying to highlight what's weird about the Democrats.
We don't want a wacky San Francisco liberal serving as commander-in-chief. We don't want Kamala Harris.
Vance reposted an X video Donald Trump Jr. shared, in which Harris talks about climate anxiety.
But yeah, anyways, they
And this
The Democratic National Committee announced today that Vice President
On a fast-track campaign for the White House, Vice President Harris is trying something new, to call it as she sees it.
He and his running mate sure seem to have a lot to say about me. And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird?
It's a notable change from when President Biden was in the race.
I don't know why they're only playing that one clip. It's kind of obnoxious. They're just playing that one clip, but there's like whole montages of them calling them weird over and over and over and over. Damn it, my screen is lagging out again. Okay, well I can't do this now, so. But anyways, we're at a loss for like words, because we want to use words in an academic sense to accurately like talk about who it is that we're talking about. We want to make sure that we are talking about them in an accurate way, and we want to get the best word on there to really like emphasize what all we mean about this person. But these are academic terms that most people are not going to understand. They're not going to get it, and they're going to think of some cartoonish version of that thing, and we're going to keep hurting with these sorts of things. Whereas words like weird, that's true. When we say they're mean, that's true. When we say they're uneducated, that's true. When we say they're rude, that's true. When we say like all of these things, it's those are things that definitely make sense, and they are things that like are a lot easier for people to like grasp onto.
And most of the supporters of Trump don't care, and most Republicans at this point don't care, because it's so overused that essentially if you overuse a phrase like this or these kinds of talking points too much, their effectiveness just basically gets destroyed.
So let's move from making America holy again to making America healthy again. I mean, Destiny, he's a divisive character. I've got to say about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., I'd heard all the stuff about him. So the first time I interviewed him, I was quite like combative with him. And I was pretty charmed by him and quite impressed by him, I've got to say. And I've interviewed him 4 or 5 times since. And I really...
No, but I know taking myself... Okay, so you guys see this, all right? So I've had like 10 people this week say that nobody believes this. I've had so many conservatives say to me within the last week, nobody believes this, over and over and over. But here's another one. Let's get the screenshot real quick so we can hold on to this. All right. We gotta make sure that we start holding on to the evidence of this, because yeah, apparently everybody's denying that this is a thing, that anybody even believes that this didn't happen, that nobody says this, blah blah blah. This is just shit that the liberals are lying about. He says, Ryan Lopez in chat said, "No, but I know. Taking my stuff to give $25 million to a deeply religious country, condoms, is probably wrong." We didn't give $25 million in condoms. We didn't give $1 million in condoms. We didn't give $500,000 in condoms. We didn't do this. It didn't happen. It never happened. But this is a thing that so many people believe. So many people believe that this happens. So nuance? What do you mean, so nuance? Like, I don't understand. This just isn't a thing that happened. It just didn't happen. It's not a thing that ever happened. And I wish people would look at these cases with nuance. I wish that they thought about it with nuance. Conservatives, because they don't care about the nuance of these cases. if you started to think about this with any sort of nuance, you would say, okay, look, so no money for condoms or sexual education wasn't allocated to Middle East. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said it wasn't 25 million. But yes, some money was sent there. Yes. When we're talking about aid, oh, I just lied and just like got caught making some shit up, but shit, it was close to being right. About $25 million close. About 25 million off, but it was, just right there. Right there.
Think we've got the devil here at the head of the health service. I think we've got a guy who has a very curious mind, constantly asking questions, which probably need to be asked about the nation's health. He's also a fine figure of a guy for 70 who seems to practice what he preaches. Are you in favor or against him?
Absolutely against him. I think that there's this talking strategy.
They're talking
people
about
like
Elon
RFK do
Musk.
To making America healthy again. I mean, Destiny, he's a divisive character. I've got to say about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., I'd heard all the stuff about him. So the first time
Tom Foolery show, also, it wasn't a single fund for condoms, correct? It was a lot more than that in the aid, but the right keeps taking it out of context and framing a lie that it was all for condoms. Right. I think it was $1 million in aid, and it was aid for any sort of like, I can't think of the right word, like cleanliness or something like that, for like staying clean. And so, yes, it was soap, it was toothbrushes, toothpaste, deodorant, tampons, condoms, like it was just a bunch of stuff to make sure that people were capable of being safe, and that's okay. So I reframed it and added hyperbole, like Trump is a Nazi, right? But I don't think people are actually calling Trump a Nazi, or a fascist. Well, no, I think he's literally a fascist. I think that he's like the most obvious fascist. Like, he will go down in history as a fascist, like 100%. In history, they will talk about him as the fascist that was in the White House. 100%, they will talk about him as the fascist who had who attempted a coup. They'll talk about him as the fascist who had an insurrection. They'll talk about him as the fascist who tried to overrun the government, fucking this guy so up his ass. I'm not up my ass. I'm happy to talk to you about it. If you want to come on, I'm happy to have a conversation about it. But I'm not up my ass. I'm confident in what it is that I believe, because I've done an insane amount of research on this and spent a very long time looking into these issues. And so I have just a lot of confidence in my beliefs and in my thoughts on this. But this is what I'm talking about, is that this is part of the problem, is that if you do have a lot of knowledge on these things, and you do have a lot of information, and you do get educated on something, it becomes harder to communicate that thing with the general public. And I'm not like an elite by any means. I'm not elitist by any means. I didn't go to college. I don't have a degree. I wasn't ever at universities. I don't have these these highfalutin labels that'll put me above anybody by any means. But I just because of this job and doing this on stream, it's made it to where, I have happened to have gathered a lot of information on these topics, and I've gotten to a point where I can defend those positions. So
I interviewed him, I was quite combative with him, and I was pretty charmed.
Tom needs to refuse to research this to keep his point. I have researched it. You were here. You watched. And you whined and cried in the chat the whole time and threw a fit, kicking and screaming on the floor and spinning around in circles. Everybody remembers. No, they won't. Trump will sue historians and send cash after them. Well, that's the problem, is that like he's not going to be there forever. And that after his last presidency, everybody was obviously very sick of him and very tired of him and were ready for him to go. And so, yeah, they're going to have the same feelings again pretty soon. We got an hour and 40 minutes left in stream. We're $6 into 25 to finish off round 4. If you guys would like the stream to continue, please consider donating through the tips link in the description. You can the tips link now accepts PayPal and any debit or credit card that you might use. So no reason to ever use Super Chats ever again, Trib. And so you can now send all of your money through Super Chats, or sorry, through tips, because when you send your money through tips, the money comes to me immediately and I don't get a third of it taken out. Wow, called out. Yeah, I'm sorry. It hurts me every time I see a fucking super chat. It hurts me. I love them. I appreciate it. I love you guys for sending them. Truly, I do. And I'm not going to, if that's all you can send, that's all you can do, I'm fine with it. There's a lot of people who use like Google Pay, and that's why they need to use Super Chats, is because all their money's going through Google Pay, especially on their phones and shit like that. Makes it way easier, way simpler. Totally get it. I've done that before too. But 1/3 of it gets taken out by YouTube. 1/3 every single time. So when somebody sends me money on YouTube, you send $5, I get like $2.85 of it. I'm like, oh, again. Oh man, $2.85. Send me $5 through the tips link. I get $5. And then you can also use Cash App as well, which I should probably put a thing up here for that, but it's $ Tom Foolery Show, as Naomi just said. So yes, very, very helpful. If you guys want to donate, that's where to send it. And you can even put a message with the Super Chat, with the Cash App message, and I will personally read it myself. Shame me, King. I bet you can't. Wait, I invited you on. I invited you onto the show. I don't want to shame you. I want to talk to you.
By him and quite impressed by him, I've got to say. And I've interviewed him 4 or 5 times since, and I really don't think we've got the devil here at the head of the health service. I think we've got a guy who has a very curious mind, constantly asking questions, which probably need to be asked about the nation's health. He's also a fine figure of a guy for 70 who seems to practice what he preaches. Are you in favor or against him?
Absolutely against him. I think that there's this talking strategy that people like RFK do that drives me insane, and apparently it works for people like you, where somebody will say something that sounds on its face reasonable, but if you think about it for like 2 seconds, it's the...
No, you're not banned, bro. You're not a victim. I know you want to be one, but you're not oppressed. I'm really sorry. The most victimization you'll ever get is the fact that you're not a victim. That is the main thing that is currently victimizing you in your life, is that you're not a victim. It's got to be hard.
Dumbest thing ever. Like the idea of well, we need to be examining the safety of these pharmaceuticals. Like we need to look at the data. And it's like, well, yeah, of course. How do you think these things get passed? Or what do you think all the research is for? Like people like RFK will just say these things that sound good. Like, shouldn't we be doing research on long-term outcomes of, XYZ drug? And it's like, yeah, we should be.
This is the second time I've gone over and put my phone on the charger while it's at 4%. And when I go and put it on the charger, and I put it over there, it's at like 4 or 5%. The first time it was at 10%. The second time it was at 4%. Both times I put it on the charger, I come over and it's dead. and I have to turn it on. How does that work? It's literally sitting at 100% when I get over there. It's at 100%. How did it die? What the fuck? How is that even possible?
And it's like, okay, well, yeah, we do that. Of course we do. The FDA has a pretty good track record, all considered.
Andrew?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that Kennedy's a...
Okay, sorry.
Safety of these pharmaceutical. There's this talking strategy that people like RFK do that drives me insane, and apparently it works for people like you, where somebody will say something that sounds on its face reasonable, but if you think about it for like 2 seconds, it's the dumbest thing ever. Like the idea of well, we need to be examining the safety of these pharmaceuticals. Like we need to look at the data, and it's like, well, yeah, of course. How do you think these things get passed, or what do you think all the...
Yeah, what do you think the fucking FDA is, bro? Or the other day he said, people who took the vaccine had a 25% higher chance of all cause of death. Of all cause of death. Not related cause, but all cause of death. Meaning that, like, it's not related to the vaccine necessarily. It's just that they were 25% more likely to die. And by far the majority of the country got the vaccine. So now you're saying by far the majority of the country got vaccinated, and now they're more likely to die. Well, that doesn't mean anything. It's by all cause. You can literally get in a fucking car accident and you'll be considered under all cause. But he's relating this to the vaccine. And so, yeah, you hear this and you're like, wow, that's terrifying, dude. That's horrible. Oh, my goodness. Bro, he said all cause. What the fuck? That doesn't do anything. Samsung? Oh, yeah. Yep, it's Samsung, and it's dying faster and faster every day. Where is the...
That's the truth. Does it also... There were 22,000 people in the placebo group, 22,000 people who got the actual vaccine. And the people who got the vaccine had a 23% higher death rate from all causes at the end.
From all causes. From all causes. And we went and looked up the study, and it does say all cause. What is all cause? Literally anything related or unrelated. It's so stupid, dude.
The research is for. Like, people like RFK will just say these things that sound good. Like, shouldn't we be doing research on long-term outcomes of, XYZ drug? And it's like, yeah, we should be. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, we do that. Of course we do. The FDA has a pretty good track record, all considered.
Andrew?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that Kennedy's as fine a choice as anybody. It's not like these positions have been filled by people in the past who are incredible at them. Not even on the progressive side. Often moving into trans issues, trans healthcare, which was a big loser for progressives. I think ultimately, I don't see any problem with this guy getting in there. I don't think he's going to do anything harmful, and I don't really see any problem with them moving into these various agencies and trying to do various reforms. I don't even actually see why progressives would be upset by that. So Destiny might say, well, there's things that he says that are already being done. So he's going to go in and be somewhat redundant. But it's like, if you already like those systems and he's already going in to do the systems, I don't even see why that.
No. Okay, the problem is that when he says these things, he comes off as incompetent. And when he talks about things, he like pushes conspiracy theories and like insane shit all the time. This is not like, this is the problem with Trump, is where like lots of times people are like, so what, dude? Like, who cares if he tries to like do stuff that's fascist or that's like authoritarian or dictatorial? Like, yeah, so what? We all know he does that, but he doesn't get away with it because we have like systems in place that stop him every time. So it's not a big deal. It's like, what? The problem is that you have somebody who is always trying to find holes in the system to get away with things and always trying to do things that are against our ideology as a democracy, a liberal democracy, a constitutional republic. It is like totally against all of our values. If you actually believe in the Constitution, if you actually believe in the checks and balances, it should be completely against what it is that you believe. But yeah, these people like act like, oh, he gets caught, so it's okay. Well, but this is what we're talking about when we say like this is somebody with the ideology that is like immoral, or with an ideology that is fascist, or a philosophy that is authoritarian or dictatorial. Is that like, yes, we're saying that this is somebody who has a dangerous ideology, and if he could, he would try to get away with all of this stuff. I just realized, for some reason, Brandon Cavallero's tip, I thought was it a tip or was it a super chat? I'm not sure. It says it only came through as $3.18, and I think I put it up as $5. Oh, it might have been Australian money. I thought Australian money was currently more valuable than American money.
That would be a problem.
It was a super chat? Huh. No? Wow, I thought it was. Shit. Okay. Well, I'll leave it. No problem.
Right. I mean, and Destiny, what I would say is that it always strikes me, if you ever see pictures from, say, Times Square or Trafalgar Square in London or Sydney or whatever it may be from the 20s, right? What's the one thing we all notice immediately if you think about it?
Immediately.
There's no fat people.
Black and white?
Well, there's no fat people, right? They just didn't seem to exist. Literally, they barely existed because people were far more mobile. They had far better diets to a large degree, and none of the processed crap had come into the...
Fauci Beagle. What is the problem with like the 15 streams that I did on this topic? That I literally spent like the last 2 weeks on the Doge stuff. What is the issue that you had with all of that? Lying by omission. But you keep saying that I didn't cover it, which is you now lying, just lying. You're just lying now. Like, you acting over and over like I didn't cover it. You're not even lying by omission. You're just lying. Which I did cover it in depth. I read many articles on it. We went over specific things that he was talking about. We tried to find the bills that they came from. We tried to find why they were in there in the first place. We went and found different parts where the funding was going to and where it wasn't going to. We have spent a lot of time on this topic, but every time you come in, you just start complaining about this when I'm literally, what are we, 10 hours into the stream? 10 hours, 10 and a half hours into this stream. And you're upset that I'm not spending literally the entire fucking 21-hour stream talking about just one fucking dumb topic that hasn't had anything come out of it of any importance whatsoever. Like, sorry, I spent more than enough time covering irrelevant fucking dumb information that all of the NPCs are like, oh, I'm supposed to be excited about this, so I'm excited. I'm supposed to call this waste, so it's waste. I'm supposed to call this corruption, so it's corruption. What's corrupt about it? I don't know. I don't like it. That's what makes it corrupt. I don't like it. That's what corruption is.
To ruin their lives. None of the sort of, television, internet and stuff, which makes people sit around all day. So very different way of living. And it really strikes me, if you look at those pictures today to then, the world, particularly in the sort of developed world, like America, like large swathes of Europe, we've just got very fat and unhealthy. And if all that he achieves in his term as health secretary is getting Americans to really think about that more, wouldn't that be a good thing?
I mean, I feel like he can luck his way into a couple of okay positions, but the problem is going to be what the focus is. And the problem is that the focus in some ways, I think, is kind of contrary to whatever MAGA believes in, although it's hard to know at any point in time what MAGA believes in. But for instance, I think that probably the number one thing that you could do to increase the overall health of Americans would be to bring down our average weight. And the best way to do that probably would be to find ways to restrict the ultra-processed foods, the stuff that's like super high in sugar, whether that's through additional labeling or whether that's through taxes on ultra-processed food or sugar. Either of those, I think, would be tremendously in a good direction. However, both of those things are, what, an increase in taxes and an increase in bureaucracy. I don't know if MAGA is in favor of either of those things. If that was the sole focus of RFK, I would be more okay with it, but it's like this obsession with like the fluoride in the water and red dye number 3 and the heavy metal microplastics in our ball sacks and everything else. And these things are very like, they're worth looking at, but they're on the peripheral, they're on the edge.
What if he's right? I mean, the reason I say what if he's right is I remember through COVID, for example, all sorts of definitive statements from doctors and scientists, which often turned out to be complete baloney. You know, what if he's actually right about this stuff?
He can be right. So first of all, most of the statements that were said by the...
So yeah, the reason that you found out those things were right is because there was a ton of studies that were done by third-party investigations that would go and get all of this information, and then they would come out and release it to the public. Currently, we have all of this information that is being released to the public, and what it is that our RFK believes is contradictory to what it is that the research is releasing to the public. So the idea that you know that they fucked up in the past comes down to the fact that other people told you, third parties told you that the government was wrong. Third parties let you know, hey, the government is saying this stuff and they're totally wrong on it. But today, anytime those third parties come out with information, everybody will come out and say, you know, dumb shit like, oh, they're working for the government. Oh, they're just paid off. Oh, there's no reason to believe anything they say. They have incentives to lie. They're working for the woke leftist media, blah, blah, blah. With no evidence, no reason to believe that. Nothing to like show to make you believe that that's even a possibility. But that's like that. Anything that disagrees with them, they will just totally erase it because they would just rather believe whatever it is that makes them feel good.
People on the other side were completely and totally incorrect relating to COVID and vaccines. There were no mass deaths. There were no mass injuries, vaccine injuries. There were no microchips planted in us. There were no permanent vaccine passports. There still isn't any proof that it was created in a laboratory. Like all of those things that are not being correct. But insofar as him being right, I'm saying that like it might be the case that microplastics or red dye number, whatever, could be bad for us or could even be carcinogenic, maybe. But these are like 2%, 3% issues. Like 80% is if you could bring people's weight down on average by helping our diets, it would be so much more impactful. And I don't see how you do that without increasing the bureaucracy, because you have to be anti-capitalist a little bit. You've got to start taxing certain things. You've got to target certain types of foods in order to change people's food consumption habits.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, it's a fine line, isn't it, between being relentlessly critical of health institutions and accepted norms and science and so on, and getting to a place where, if you're not careful, public confidence in all of those bodies collapses, and then you start to have serious health issues.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think that they care about public confidence in these things, and I think that most of them would say, well, look, even if that's the case, if these things are corrupt, then we have to call them out. And so we need to make the case that they're corrupt in order to make it to where people have confidence in them again. I don't think that there's actually a lack of confidence in them if you don't have people like Donald Trump, Elon Musk, RFK running around spouting a bunch of bullshit and lies to make people lose confidence in them. That's why there's not confidence. So, like, your idea that like, oh, we need to call them out so that we can have confidence in them again. Well, no, you're calling them out over and over and lying over and over is the reason that you guys lost confidence in the first place.
And this is part of the polarization in the United States. Destiny brings up this point. He says, well, these are kind of tangential issues, microplastics, things like this. But the truth is, if we have states that have done restrictions on things like this, they've restricted sugars, they've restricted some processed foods. It does very little to mitigate the problem. I'm reminded of an article I read not too long ago about Japan, where the Japanese don't have the same epidemic when it comes to obesity that we have here. The gal who was there doing the article made a great point. She said she thought the kids there were trolling when they said their favorite food was broccoli, celery, things like this. But when it was investigated, it turns out they were taught that those are the good foods to eat and nothing else is the good food to eat. So in other words, there's national propaganda around the idea of health and things like this. Instead of moving towards restrictions like Destiny's proposed.
The traditional Japanese diet limits fats, oils, and sauces and encourages eating more plant-based foods. What's limited? Dairy, butter, milk, cheese, yogurt, and ice cream. Red meat. Let's see. Japan has laws that regulate the fat content of foods, including food importing regulations and the Metabo law, to reduce obesity. Okay, so they literally have laws to reduce obesity. They literally have laws that literally are there to reduce obesity. Food importing regulations. Foods labeled no fat or low or less fat must have less than 0.5 grams or 3 grams of fat per 100 grams, respectively. Foods with health claims like reduced cholesterol must be approved by the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare. Foods with agricultural chemical residue above certain levels are not allowed to enter Japan. Metabo law. Metabo law was introduced in 2008 to reduce obesity. The law requires people to maintain a waistline of 85 centimeters or less for women and 90 centimeters or less for men. You have to be skinny by law? You have to be skinny by law? Employers and local government measures the waists of people aged 40 to 75 to ensure participation. Hold on, this has to be like an opt-in thing. This has to be an opt-in thing. No shot. The government fines companies and local governments that don't meet their targets. Holy mother of funky mother funky. What the fuck? There's no shot, dude. No fucking shot. People have gotten fired over this? Oh my goodness. What? What? Government fines companies and local governments that don't meet their targets. Metabo law is intended to help prevent the spread of diseases like strokes and diabetes. In 2008, Japanese Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare introduced the Metabo Law to decrease Japan's obesity rates. The Metabo Law is, in theory, simple. Stay below a government-mandated waistline of 85 centimeters for women and 90 centimeters for men, or face the consequences. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Japanese fat law. I'm doing research in the Japanese healthcare system, and I noticed there's a law known as the Metabo Law, issued by the Ministry of Health, Welfare, and Labor in 2008. The law basically requires citizens, blah, blah, blah. We see this. They'd have see a dietitian and stuff. This is pretty interesting to me, but I don't know Japanese, so I don't know where I could find the details of the law or any government documents. Anyone could tell me where I should look or a link on some e-legislation website. While it has good intentions, the program's effectiveness have been mixed so far, and the prescribed lifestyle changes are voluntary. It also doesn't factor other Japanese health issues like stress, smoking, alcoholism, and other habits that start earlier in life. Waist measurements alone is not a sole indicator of metabolic issues. A thin person can still develop high blood pressure and blood sugar, diabetes, etc. Being fat in Japan is being fat is illegal in Japan is false. Prefectures, cities, and municipalities are, however, financially encouraged to keep their metabo rates down. Yeah, so it's not illegal to be fat, it's illegal to have fat employees. Specific health checkups and specific guidance. You should undergo a specific health check once a year, and if you feel that you need to improve your lifestyle habits, receive health guidance. Fairs country. Oh wait, we read about fairs. That's right, we read about fairs. This is the stuff with like eggs and shit, right? Support was pursued agricultural affairs. Foreign. Yeah, this is the stuff about four major laws in Japan pertaining to food safety and standards: the Food Safety Basic Law, for Sanitation Law, Japan Agricultural Standards Law, Health Promotion, the Food Safety Basic Law, the principles for developing a food safety regimen. A food safety regime, and also helps the role of Food Safety Commission, a food-related assessment body. The Food Sanitation Law ensures the safety of sanitation of foods through the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, a food risk management agency. Okay, never mind. No, it is not illegal to be fat in Japan. However, the country does have a law called Metabo Law, which requires companies to measure the waistlines of their employees and encourages healthy lifestyle changes, leading to a perception that being overweight is essentially illegal due to the strong social pressure associated with it. Employer responsibility. Companies are required to measure their employees' waistlines and encourage weight management practices. No direct punishment for individuals. While the law may create social pressure, it does not directly punish individuals for being overweight. It is not illegal to be fat in Japan. People aren't taxed based on their weight or size. People aren't denied entry to Japan based on their weight or size. And yet, people still love talking about Japan's fat tax and the country's extreme measure to combat obesity. The measure was introduced in 2008 as a way for companies to support employees' health. The law's objective is to reduce the cases of metabolic syndrome in the workforce and, in turn, lower rates of society as a whole. I mean, look, Andrew is correct, just to be clear. Andrew is correct that our issue is not laws, nor is it regulation. Our issue is culture. That is the thing that like matters the most. I think we should have as much freedom as possible in most things, and that we should have some sort of regulations to an extent. But I do think that being as open as possible and as free as possible is our mantra in this country. This is what we want, and so we are supposed to be like the ones with the most options and the most freedom. With that said, like, there are probably some things that we could do that would like benefit us in some ways, especially when it comes to fast food and some of those regulations. Moba said, Tom Foolery Show, are you saying that we were lied to this whole time about this? Like, things are easy when you're big in Japan. And so yeah, he is 100% correct that like the regulations are not the thing that would fix this. It is culture. It is culture. It is like stuff like encouraging people to eat healthier, eating healthier being more common. Like if I go to, because one of the things that's like really important is fast food is convenient. Fast food is simple. Fast food is fast. And this is what most of us want. We want things that are quick and easy, and we want to be able to just come, get it, and go. But most fast food places are not giving you a whole lot of options as far as health goes. You look at their menus, and it's like 99% just the fattiest shit you could possibly imagine. And so yeah, the pleasure that we get from fatty foods and sugary foods and crap like that, that is the thing that most of us are kind of geared towards. But the fact that there aren't really like fast food places that are going to be simple enough for us to just go and drive through a drive-through and get like a good salad, or get just anything that's going to be like low in fat, low in calories. The funny thing is, Tom, the healthier choice is supported by leftists more so than the rightists. Yeah, I guess like obviously like the maybe true to an extent. The fucking the problem is that like most of the people that we're talking about that are going to be on the left that are like these health freaks are going to be fucking vegans or some dumb shit, So it's I don't know. Tom Foolery Show, the issue is more so with most of the food industry selling ultra processed foods, including the healthy ones that are marketed. Minimally processed foods are more expensive. Well, correct. That is one aspect of it. Because yeah, this is one of the things when it comes to like why the less money you make and the more in poverty you are, the more likely you are to be obese, for a number of reasons. One is that most of the access that you have to food is going to be pretty much just fatty foods, and they are a bit more expensive. Two, the fact that like people who have more money are more able to go to the gym and more likely to be able to spend time at the gym, that they actually have time to do this shit. And so people with who are in poverty are less capable of being healthy, and it's not as easy for them as it is for other people. The fact that they probably have time, they have a capability, they have, it's possible. I'm not saying it's impossible for them, but it definitely requires more work from them than it would from somebody who is wealthier, and, just getting a gym pass would be simple for them.
I would move more towards national propaganda, but progressives are very wary about moving towards propaganda. I don't know why, even though Now, propaganda itself has a negative connotation. I'm just saying the word propaganda because people understand what it means, right? Like a national campaign for something like this could be very effective the same way they do it there. What's not effective, though, is restrictions. That doesn't seem to do very much. At least it has not so far.
I also think parental responsibility has got to be massively reinforced, just generally, right? It's all very well blaming.
Well, that would be
Just
part of the national campaign, though. In order to do that,
No,
you
I
have
agree.
to
I agree.
look at
But you
other
do
things.
actually, you know, like when I see some of the food that parents give their kids, not just in America, but we have it in the UK as well. We've got a massive obesity problem here. And it's like, where's the parental responsibility to stop shoving horrible...
Yeah, but then we have to look at other things progressives don't want to look at, like, okay, alternative family units, single motherhood, the intact family, things like this, which all feed into the idea of how kids are even nourished at home. Like, these are all interconnected things. And it's not so fun then if you're running a national campaign to say,
Yeah, this is annoying. This is super annoying. Like every time I talk about the importance of like a 2-parent household, or like the fact that like it just is true that like generally you know, more what do you call it, like nuclear families are just going to have better outcomes, and there's always some fucking liberal or leftist that's going to get pissed off in the chat and start throwing a fit. But that's not true, that's not true, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's not true. But like it just is true. Like these are just going to have better outcomes generally, and that we're kind of like pushing these ideas that it's all the same. Even nuclear families have this issue, so starting there is less meaningful. Andrew is just playing politics. No. They do still have issues with that, but he's saying that when it comes to actually like having a healthier family, when you're saying, well, we need to start by like putting the responsibility on parents, he's saying, yeah, but like obviously it's easier for parents to be responsible when they have 2 parents, and it's easier for them to do these sorts of things and hold their kids accountable when there's 2 parents. A lot of this is a lot harder for parents when they are single parents, or when they are when they aren't around as much, and that these are things that are just blatantly obvious and true. Or if they're rich, yeah, sure. But like even having 2 incomes within a house is something that is going to be more beneficial for your kids as well. So, yeah, it's just like these things aren't one-sided.
Fathers should stay in the home. That's good for the family. That's good for the kids' nourishment. Things like this, you know what I mean? Suddenly, that's why they tend to steer away from that type of public discourse, at least at the governmental level, even though for the health of the nation, probably would be quite.
Yeah, see, here's where we're going to disagree. Is he says that they steer away from this at the governmental level because he is a Christian nationalist, and so he wants a lot of this stuff to be like mandated by the government and shit. That's where we're going to fall off. Is I am an American. I am in favor of freedom. I'm in favor of people doing what they want, and yeah, I'm never gonna want any of this to be done at a governmental level. But
good.
So Destiny, your sheer progressiveness is going to stop any solution being achieved.
I'm a deeply unpopular person with a variety of people. I have no problems talking about attacking a particular problem from a multitude of angles. I think that you can talk about what goes on in the household as well. However, I think that the culture, writ large and what's available is also a really challenging thing to deal with. If you've had a kid and that kid is going to school, the thing that makes that kid want something more than anything else isn't just something being available. It isn't just, someone on the internet offering it. It's when other classmates have that thing. As soon as you start hearing, hey, Bob or Jane, their parents let them do that, or they have this thing at school. Well, now all of a sudden you're competing against all of the other kids in class. And then these types of pressures when your kid is outside of your supervision are almost impossible to overcome. One thing that is kind of irritating, I guess, is I feel like there was a big push to have kids eating healthier in schools a while ago, but everybody made fun of her for it. It was led by Michelle Obama when it came to making healthier foods in
she
schools
was
and
right.
high schools.
I agree.
Yeah, and it seems like Republicans litter up like crazy for that. And I don't know. I think that, yeah, I mean, we can talk about healthier food in the household. We can talk about healthier food at schools. Like I think that everybody should be on board with it, because things like obesity, being overweight, is one of the worst things that you can do for your health.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was out in Saudi Arabia a couple of weeks ago, and they've got a national campaign to get people out doing exercise 3 times a week. And they've got a very young population, like 70% are under 35. And it's been very popular, you know, and as a result, more and more young people in Saudi are playing sport, for example, than were ever playing before. And that
we
is
also
a
have
natural
physical education standards here, Piers. We have physical education standards set down by the government here for years, and those were rolled back due to the idea of fat shaming, due to the idea of, oh, my kids can't do this,
which is all bullshit.
et cetera.
I agree.
It's all but.
Wait, what? We got rid of physical standards because of fat shaming at schools? What the fuck? There's no way that's true. There's absolutely no way that that's true. Like, that sounds fucking insane. That sounds insane. There was a major decline in physical education programs in the United States between 1980 and 1990 due to economic concerns and poor curricula in many schools. Since that, I could have sworn it had to do with like funding, that these were like the most expensive things to fund. Since that time, however, there has been a significant research concluding that physical activity has a direct impact on student achievement. U.S. hasn't completely gotten rid of physical education standards, but there has been a significant decline in the emphasis on physical education in schools due to factors like budget constraints, there you go, pressure to prioritize academic achievement, a perception that PE is less important than other subjects, and scheduling conflicts, leading to reduced PE time in many districts. Essentially, when faced with cuts, physical education is often one of the first programs to be reduced or eliminated. Yeah, because it is one of the most expensive. Like, when you're talking about physical education, most of the time you have to like build a gym that's gonna have, like, normally it's gonna be a basketball gym. It's gonna have hardwood that needs to like be polished and needs to be like, has a lot of upkeep. Basketball courts need a lot of upkeep, and to be like I keep almost saying furbished, but that's not it. But anyways, like then you need like balls for like basketball or dodgeball, or like there's all sorts of things that just require a lot, and nets, and yes, there's a lot of maintenance. They pop, they break, they get wear and tear. You got to buy more, and it is like a very expensive thing that is going to cost a lot. And so yeah, there's not much you can do about it.
It's all bullshit. And the thing is like, those education standards set down by the government here for years, and those were rolled back due to the idea of fat shaming, due to the idea of, oh, my kids can't do this,
which is all bullshit.
Et cetera.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck he's getting it from, that any of this stuff was rolled back. I don't know where the fuck that came from.
It's all bullshit. And the thing is like, that's what I'm talking about when we're talking about
bullshit.
National campaigns for this.
Yep.
We can bring in exercise standards. We can bring in enforcement mechanisms for those standards starting at a young age. Destiny makes a good point. It is valid that if you're in school and you're a kid and the other kids have donuts.
he's lying on purpose. I don't think he's lying on purpose. I don't think Andrew would do that, but I do think that, like, these are the types of things that, like, when you get stuck in conservative echo chambers, the problem is that, like, their claims start to get more and more outrageous over time. And a lot of it is, like, they start to feel like it's all common sense. So, like, the fact that liberals would love to get rid of PE because PE is there to, like, keep you in shape and make you skinnier and make you, make you, do things in a healthier light. And that if you're encouraging people to be healthier, well, that's obviously going to make the fat kids feel bad. And so liberals are against, fat shaming. And so you can't make the fat kids feel bad for being fat. And so now you really just should get rid of PE altogether because it's harmful to them and it's a microaggression against them. And, like, the kids in these right-wing echo chambers, that to them sounds like, yeah, of course liberals would do something like that. Of course, everybody knows that fucking liberals would do that sort of shit. I don't know how I didn't kill that guy. I went right through him. But yeah, it's just, yeah, like a more and more outrageous claims start to feel to them like it's just common sense. Of course, yeah, that sounds like something like what liberals would do. So they just start saying it, which is why, like, and I get frustrated with leftists and like progressives doing this sort of shit, is that, like, people on TYT and like David Pakman, a lot of these people will do similar things with, like, conservatives, where they start to make, like, more and more outrageous claims about them and about stuff that they're doing. And a lot of it is, well, like, yeah, in your fucking echo chambers, when you don't know anybody who's actually a conservative, these things start to just sound more and more obviously. Yeah, of course that happened. That totally makes sense. Like, it's like, there was one show that we did a while ago, it was a couple of years, maybe about a year and a half ago, where a guy got into an argument with a woman. And he went inside and was, like, yelling at her for having an LGBTQ flag in her window. And a guy went inside and, like, started throwing a fit about the rainbow flag. And, like, this ain't for my town. You don't have no rainbow flag in my town, blah, blah, blah. Like, and then after the argument just got more and more heated over time, eventually he pulled out his gun and shot her. David Pakman reported this as, man walks into shop and shoots woman for being pro-LGBTQ. That's the way he reported. This guy was so anti-LGBTQ, he just walked in to this shop and just shot this woman for being pro-LGBTQ. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? There's no way this is true. And I go look up the story, and yes, it turns out that, like, that's what happened. They got into a fight, it got more and more heated, and then eventually he pulled out a gun and shot her. But that, like, to say he shot her for being pro-LGBTQ, that is just, like, an insanely bad faith way of saying it. But all of these leftists who were in my chat at the time, they're like, no, I'm like, this is ridiculous. We got to look this up. There's no way this fucking happened. There's no fucking way this happened. And all of the leftists in my chat were like, no, what are you talking about? That sounds exactly like what they would do. That makes total sense. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Or there'd be trans people in chat and they're like, do you know what it's like to literally have your existence banned in your own city? And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, it's literally banned to be trans in my city now. Like, no, it's not. Shut the fuck up. Like, shut the fuck up. No, it is not. Stop saying this shit. They're like, yes, it is. It's literally banned. We're not allowed to give hormone therapy to anybody under the age of 13 anymore. Like, okay. You dumb motherfuckers. It is not banned. Your existence is not banned. Shut the hell up. Stop saying this shit, please. You're going to give me a fucking aneurysm. Ooh, 2 for the price of none.
You're probably going to want a donut. You don't want to eat your broccoli, right? But there's an aspect of social shame that happens with patriotism and aspects of social campaigns and culture that can be actually done from the top down that we see in other nations, including what you're talking about right now. Just something as basic as, okay, physical education, now we're going to actually start taking it seriously. You know, there's 2 hours of it a day instead of just the 30 or 40 minutes of you throw dodgeball at each other, right? I think that these are very valid things that we should look at.
Yeah, I agree. Let's turn to feminism. So Donald Trump has been lauded as the great new feminist.
Maybe it's wrong factually, but I would not call that bad faith since he's mad arguing over the topic that, then shot her. So it's fair to assume that. I think that's a bad faith interpretation. I think it is. I think that, like, when you are painting conservatives in a way to where they are so anti-LGBTQ that they're not even going to kill a trans person. They're not even going to kill a gay person. They're just going to kill a random storekeeper who has an LGBTQ flag in their window. That, like, just having the flag in and of itself is enough for me to just murder this person. I'm just going to walk in and shoot this person because they have an LGBTQ flag. That is what most people hear when you say he shot this woman for being pro-LGBTQ. Like, that's what everybody hears. And what he said right after was, look, I don't know. I'm not really for guns. Everybody knows I'm not really a gun guy, but I mean, most of my friends who live in like Portland and Seattle, like they're all buying guns, and they're they have to be able to protect themselves if like a war starts or something. Like we have to be ready, And that was the way he ended it. And then he moved on to the next topic. That's the way he ended it. So not only is he already fear-mongering to these people in the way that he's talking about the fact that like somebody got shot just for being pro-LGBTQ, but then finishes it by making it sound like you need to be afraid. They're going to come kill you just for being liberal, just for being a progressive, just for being on the left. You got to fucking go buy a gun. You got to be ready. It's coming for you. Like, fucking shit, dude. Give me a break. I was furious when I listened to this on stream. I was furious, dude. I was steaming over this one. I wanted to turn it into a video, but I couldn't because it's like it was like a 5-minute video, and then it's like 2 hours of me just fucking fuming over the entire thing and arguing with Sassafras over it because she's in chat like, this is fine, there's nothing wrong with it.
The United States. This comes from his executive order banning trans athletes in women's sport. Let's take a look at him surrounded by grateful women and girls as he did this.
You know, if you'd like to gather around me, I think I'm going to be okay. Come on. Come on.
He wants to smell them.
Secret Service is worried about them.
He's trying to smell them.
If we have to worry about them, we have big problems. Okay, do you want...
I don't think I've ever seen a finer feminist, Destiny.
I mean, this is like...
Destiny is too professional, bro. He's too professional. He is. He is. I would have.
A feminist, Destiny.
If he said that to me, he just makes a statement like that.
Okay, do you want...
I don't think I've ever seen a finer feminist, Destiny.
I'd be like, cool. Thanks for letting me know. Anything else?
I mean, this is like classic Republicans. Like Donald Trump tweets out at 4 a.m. that he's going to make the sun shine, and then at 6 a.m. the sun comes up and everybody worships him for it. I'm pretty sure, didn't the NCAA already roll back a lot of the trans participation in sports in the United States? And then I feel like we've already seen like the Olympic make moves against it. Like we've already seen like, I mean, in your country, in the United States, across the world, people have kind of like rolled back a little bit on a lot of the trans youth, especially the medication stuff.
Yeah, but you said the phrase there. When you say it's been a little bit and it's been piecemeal, sport by sport and age groups and so on. What Trump has done with one sweep of his pen is say no more of it at all, right? There will be no more trans athletes in women's sport, period. Now, I personally think this is absolutely the right thing to do. I think it's become the new doping, where people who have an unfair advantage have been, beating women, removing women from women's teams in, say, the Olympics and so on, actually beating up women, as we saw in the Paris Olympics, where somebody reportedly banned from the World Championships with male chromosomes literally beat up.
Oh, he's going to get him. Oh, he's going to get him. Oh, Piers is about to get fucked. Piers is about to get fucked up, bro. Piers is about to get fucked up, bro. Oh, get him. Get him.
One female opponent so badly, she quit after 40 seconds in the ring. So I do think this is the real...
There's no reason to believe that she had male chromosomes. This is pure bullshit. This is just, again, if you're stuck in a right-wing echo chamber, this makes sense to you. You think this is true? Oh, man. Oh, man.
Really important thing. Do you agree with him?
I don't think this is a very important thing. I don't even know if he can enforce this through executive order. Like, I don't know if this is going to be like some kind of Title IX challenge or whatever. I don't know what the courts are doing with this right now. It's just, I just don't think this is very relevant in the overall scheme of U.S. or world politics right now. I mean, if people don't want women competing with trans women, I especially at the college level and beyond, I don't really have a problem with that. I never really had a problem with that. I don't know if these two groups of people should be competing with each other. And this is like a blip.
Destiny, why? Why, bro? Why aren't you saying anything? Why didn't you say anything? Why? Why is he letting him get away with this? He brings this up all the time. I feel like every show we watch, Piers brings up the fact that they had somebody with male chromosomes competing against women and beating up women on live television. Damn, he's fucked.
On the grand scale of things, I think.
You know what's interesting, Andrew? I've talked to quite a few on the left since the election. They've moved from the position before the election. I'm not saying Destiny was one of them. I can't remember, and you can clarify if you want, Destiny. But a lot of them are like, absolutely, trans women should be allowed to compete in women's sport. Blah 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 blah. And Biden and Kamala Harris supported this with actual policies endorsing it. And now the position is, you know what? Nobody cares. It's a thing. I don't have a view. I don't have a view. And I think it's because, to their shock and horror, the single most effective political ad of modern times turned out to be that trans ad that Trump did, ending with Kamala's for they, them, Donald Trump's for you. But
this is why I say, like, conservatives literally never know what liberals actually believe. Never. And regardless of whether or not you think Piers is a conservative or a liberal, he knows as much about what liberals believe as conservatives do. So, I don't ever feel like he actually ever has any knowledge of what it is that liberals actually believe. I don't think that there were a ton of liberals who were like super in favor of trans people in sports. I don't think that they were ever like super like gung-ho about trans women competing in women's sports. But obviously there have been like a lot of like liberals who were very outspoken about this and talked about it a lot. But I don't think it was ever like a thing that like most liberals were in favor of. And even the ones who were in favor of it were very like, kind of like, yeah, I think it's a good idea. Like, try it out, see how it goes. Give it a while. Let's see how it is. Like, it was just never. It was never a thing that like liberals were on about. Again, yes, the like leftists, sure, leftists were doing that shit. They were definitely on it. I've kind of been like one of those who was like, look, so far, it doesn't seem to be a problem. It doesn't seem to have like real negative effects. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. We go look at the Olympics. Every single female sport had trans women in them. Every single female sport had trans women in them. In every single country. Every country had trans women in every single sport. Okay? So get this. Every single female sport has trans women in every single country. Now, think about the fact that very few of the females in the Olympics were trans. About 1% of the females in the Olympics were trans. That was... So, when the idea is that trans people are dominating everything, trans people are going to win all the time, trans people have a huge advantage in every area, trans people are able to just manhandle everybody out there, and then you go look at it, and they're not even proportional to their population size. Like, we've gone over this a couple of times and done the math. They are just not even winning in even a general sense to a proportional amount. When we did the math, it was about, they were about 1% of the United States. They were winning, I think, 0.12% of the time. So, and this was since the Olympics started allowing them to compete. Or it was, I don't remember how long it was. It might have been like a total of like 5 or 10 years or something like that. But yes, it was just a small portion of the time that they even made it into the top 3 positions. Now, if you're a conservative, you think, no, they win gold at literally everything. Every single time they're ever in a sport, they literally win gold every time. That's all. They're winning at every single sport. They're always coming in first. They're dominating all of the sports. They're dominating all of them. And when you go look at it in reality, they're not even turning out to be some of the top competitors in those sports by far the majority of the time. But there are some times that they are, because there are some small advantages that they end up having in some small areas. And strength is not one of them. Strength is not one of them, because they lose an insane amount of muscle mass by going through HRT treatment, that they are like, their muscles are completely fucked. But they have some advantages if they did a late transition. Then they have advantages in like bone density, size, I forget what it is, but it's like there's a number of different things that are like mostly about your bones and bone structure that give them advantages in those areas. But when it comes to like endurance or strength or things like that, they lose almost all of those advantages. That boxer was different genetically than the others, correct? Yeah, but they weren't a male. They were I think it was I forget what it's called. I think that they were born with like more than one genital, but I can't remember what that's called. That isn't true. They lose some body muscle, but over the structure and bone density stays the same, and it also depends on when you start HRT. You literally just said that isn't true and then repeated exactly what I just said. You literally just repeated what I just said. I just said that like the later that they start HRT, if they start it like way later, then they're still going to maintain like their size, their height, their bone density. Like there's a number of things that have to do with their bone structure that will stay exactly the same because they've already developed this by the time that they transition. But so they still have those benefits even though they're losing muscle mass and strength. Like they still have those advantages in the bones. But yeah, you literally just repeated like exactly what I just said. But yeah, the point is that yeah, like they end up just not really having a whole lot of benefits. Those things that I just mentioned with the bones, those in some events are going to be very beneficial, especially in something like I think swimming is probably one. Swimming is one that is going to be like way more beneficial. And the problem is overall that like you're just going to end up with some areas where they do have benefits. Then on top of that, the amount of time that they're supposed to be on HRT should be 3 years. It should be 3 years. That's where it should be. Most of the sports don't do a very good job at regulating how long the person has been on HRT before they're allowed to compete. 1. 2, the earlier that they get on HRT, the better. Meaning in terms of like fairness. Like if you start taking like puberty blockers and HRT at a younger age, or at least puberty blockers, that this is going to be this is going to make it to where you are way more equal with other females when it comes to competition. But if they're already banning anybody being able to take puberty blockers or HRT until after the age of 19, well, that's gone now. That's completely gone. That can't exist. And so now, yeah, it probably is actually best to like kind of ban it and get rid of it. But I would say not on a governmental level. I think that's fucking insane for the government to tell all of these sports industries what they can or can't do. I would say that like you should leave this up to like cities and leave this up to like each group to decide for yourself, to decide for themselves and allow them to do what it is that they want. I think that's insane to have the government do it for you, but conservatives love the fucking government. They're all in love with the government, and they love daddy government coming and telling them what they can or can't do. So,
also including this issue of women's sports and women's safety, and the issue of putting, I mean, as we had in England, in Scotland, actually, a male rapist who suddenly identified as a woman and got put in a women's prison. It cost the First Minister of Scotland their job. I think it's a big issue, far bigger than Democrats want to admit. And it's interesting, the narrative has changed from we're all in favor to actually it's just a small thing, we don't care about it.
Yeah, this has been a major setback for LGBTQ, period. The trans issue has been the entry gateway for the one of the most brutal attacks against the left. in modern times. And all you really have to do is just ask basic logistical questions like, okay, which prisons do they go to? You know what I mean? We were past bathrooms. We were into prisons, and can children get gender reassignment surgery? Things like this. This has always been a very, very unpopular position for leftists, but they can't really back away from it because the T got attached to the LGB, right? So they could never really back away from it. They've had to kind of defend it tooth and nail. To Destiny's credit, he's always had a more nuanced position on this of I don't care, at least to my knowledge. But ultimately, this is not popular for them. It's never been popular for them. When you're talking about what Trump is doing with the gender binary, I somewhat disagree. Not that he, the thing I agree with is that he proposed at a government top-down level. The United States only recognizes two genders. Now he means sexes, male and female, right? That's what he's alluding to there. But I do think it actually was very punishing for feminists to have fought all those years for their sports teams and then have men just go in and kick the holy shit out of them, right? So that actually mobilized, well, but I mean, it mobilized a lot of those feminists to move away from the left because they were like, wait a second, this actually wasn't the liberation we signed up for, right? We spent all this time fighting for this, and now you can just basically put on a wig and go break all of our records. I mean, it's just a huge loser for the left. And
I agree. Destiny, I want to read you a quote from Andrew Wilson. He posted this week. The most disappointing thing about feminists is how made...
That's what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, they can just go break all the records. Like, then why haven't they? Why haven't they broken all the records? Something I just realized that's insane is that it seems with some social issues, right-wingers seem to favor big government, and the left supports big government on some economic stuff, priorities, bro. Yeah, that's why I was saying that, like, they talk about small government a lot, but every time you get into like the things that they want, it always kind of makes government bigger. Now, obviously, Andrew doesn't really care about like big or small government as much. He's a Christian nationalist. He wants like a more authoritarian government all the way around. But MAGA, as I've said for a while, is the beginning of Christian nationalism in our country. And so that is where they're moving, is more and more towards big government and more authoritarian government to kind of tell them what they can or can't do. So we're at 30 minutes left, guys. 30 minutes left. We got $19 that we got to go in order to continue stream. We're at 11 hours and 30 minutes in.
Made out of glass they are, with the slide.
If you would like to donate through the tips link. The link is in the description. It'll add time. Every time we get to another $25, it adds 3 hours to stream. If we end up at $24, it is not going to continue. We will not add $3. We got to get to $25, and then it will add the time to the stream. The timer's right up there in the middle of the screen. You can tip using the link in the description. It'll allow you to send money through PayPal or using your debit or credit card. So consider tipping, or you can send super chats as well. But yeah, at this point, I am going to take a third off of every super chat. So if you do use a super chat, that's fine. But I'm only going to add the dollars that I actually get, not the ones that go to YouTube.
Slightest pushback, they break. They demand equality until you talk to them like you would a man. It's actually comical. Would you concur with him?
I mean, that's everybody in politics. I mean, everybody's a snowflake depending on what the issue you're talking about is. I don't think that it's ever been a huge issue on most of the left when it comes to trans stuff. I think there's a vocal minority on Twitter and in colleges that scream about it. I think it seems like it's a huge issue because Republicans wanted it to be a huge issue. Even that commercial you were talking about was quoting something that Kamala said in 2019. So it seemed like some huge, ever-present issue. But I don't know. I guess I'm looking more towards like domestic policy.
When did he add all these guns? Where did all this come from?
see like things related to immigration or healthcare or what's happening right now in our executive branch or foreign policy. Like I thought the war in Ukraine was supposed to end on day one. I didn't know that we were signing up to be owners of Greenland and the Gaza Strip and the Panama Canal. These things I think are more important, at least to me, but I don't know, maybe some people are really powered by what Republicans think.
I don't know, you know, I got a 13-year-old daughter, and I got to say, if I was living in America, she was born there actually, but if I was living in America with a 13-year-old daughter who likes sport, I would be very exercised about this, and particularly if she had to share changing rooms with biological men who said, I'm now...
Yep. I know that... I know that he moved rooms, but... I just didn't see the gun rack.
Daughter who likes sport, I would be very exercised about this, and particularly if she had to share changing rooms with biological men who said...
Wait. Did you just say he doesn't want biological men in changing rooms with women? He just said he doesn't want, like, biological men in changing rooms with young women? That's not what he said, is it?
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the you know, the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him.
And Dixon has strong opinions about what she thinks were Trump's motivations.
I'm telling you, Donald Trump owned the pageant for the reason to utilize his power to get, you know, around beautiful women.
Dixon, who lives in West Hollywood, was 18 at the time.
Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
The year she competed, the theme was empowering women. And after hearing recent audio of Trump talking about women, she decided to speak out.
I miss Arizona, so I veer more on the conservative side. But I just like to choose what's right. Dixon tells me...
Look, to be fair, we don't know if that was actually like a real thing because there's only one person. Like, you can't know.
As is obvious and clear, you have been in pageants. You've been backstage of a Donald Trump owned pageant. Was that your experience? Did Donald Trump come backstage when you all were getting ready and in various stages of undress as you're getting ready for the pageant?
You know, as you know, I competed in Miss USA in 2014. However, this wasn't my experience at the pageant. Donald Trump had a separate dressing room and was nowhere near or in the dressing room at the 2014 Miss USA competition. He actually ended up arriving late. I think was there maybe the night before the pageant started. He wasn't even there for preliminary competition, which was on Wednesday. He was out in the audience when we were rehearsing, and then after that, we saw him very briefly after rehearsals in the...
Yeah, see, this person totally disagrees, and that just wasn't the... That just wasn't a thing for her. So only having one person come out and say this isn't really like super great evidence of anything. Because like tons of times lots of conservatives will take like the word of one person and run with it like it's God's word. You know, just because a person said a thing. Like that's it. That's all they need. They just, that's all they need. And if, like, unless Trump comes out and says it himself, like, there's no reason There's no reason to believe that.
Donald Trump loves a beauty pageant. And by his own admission, he was no stranger backstage while owning parts of 3 different pageants for nearly 2 decades.
You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
In 2001, Tasha Dixon was Miss Arizona, competing in the Miss...
Oh, shit. Okay. Well... Trump says things. You can't take everything he says so literally all the time. Liberals have a problem with believing stuff that Trump says too much. And they're always just believing stuff that Trump says. Yeah, I don't know why they believe him so much. Like, if you were a conservative, if you have common sense, you wouldn't believe anything that he says. But yeah, just conservatives know better than to believe Trump. Liberals are always believing him. And so you have one girl. Like, if that was true, you probably would have had a bunch more women coming out and saying this sort of stuff. So it's not, there's no way that is.
To see men in dressing rooms at pageants and the owner of a pageant.
No, the director of the North Carolina, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Alabama pageants, it's very much a family atmosphere. She doesn't even go backstage when the girls are getting ready. Only the female chaperones are allowed backstage in the dressing rooms with the girls. I've never had an experience where there were men or directors or anything like that walking back in the dressing rooms.
Yeah. As I understand, there you have an experience of something that happened the night before the pageant?
Well, not the night before the pageant, but when we were in New York City on the media tour, they were doing a book launch at Trump Towers for the Universal Beauty book, and they had a bunch of former Miss USAs and Miss Universes and all 51 of us, and we did the red carpet, and that was tons of fun. And then they lined us all up, and Trump went down the line, and he shook your hand and, you know, looked you over, looked you up and down, head to toe, and was just checking everybody out.
And you thought, you felt?
I felt very dirty. It was very creepy. It's kind of like when you're at a bar and a creepy guy is checking you out. That was the experience for me.
Probably a fucking communist. Probably a communist, so. That's, when he's in the changing rooms, that's when he gets into that locker room banter, if you know what I mean. So, yeah.
I'm now a woman.
Yeah, I think I'd be more worried about my daughter like dying in Texas, like trying to get a medical procedure done because I'm pretty sure there've been 3 deaths now so far in Texas of young women that are pregnant that can't have medical procedures done because the doctors have to be so careful when they're doing them that they can't accidentally abort a fetus because then they'll be held liable for crimes. So I think these are things I'd be worried about more than trans athletes, which are
more than a woman potentially being killed in a boxing ring by a trans athlete.
How many times has this happened?
Well, it hasn't yet, but it will do if it carries on.
Exactly, but it already has happened with the abortion. So that's what I'm more worried about. Yeah.
Yeah, but children's gender reassignment surgery, that is something which has been on the table for a long time. That's one. And two, when you're talking about this issue, it's kind of revisionist history, right? Now suddenly the Democrats don't care, right? Oh,
well, children transitioning also was not a big issue. This is not a big thing. This is not a massive problem. It's only a massive problem to people who are literally obsessed with trans people. Those are the only ones that this is a big issue to. Everybody who's not obsessed with trans people can just look and be like, oh, 1,000 kids a year have any sort of like irreversible transitioning stuff going on? 1,000 a year? That's it? 1,000. It's crazy. Because people like Matt Walsh said it was millions at least. At least it was millions. 1,000. 1,000. When you're talking about millions, you know what 1% of a million is? 1,000 is I think what 0.0001% of a million. And he didn't say a million, he said millions at least. So this is the way that they talk about it. They talk about it as though it is this massive number that is huge, that you can't even count that high. It's so high. It is only in the most extreme circumstances, and these kids detransition at less than 1% rate. This has the lowest regret rate of like any sort of like surgery, what do you call it, like a cosmetic surgery or even medical surgery. That it has the lowest, apparently. So
we you know, it was always a vocal minority. No, it really wasn't. These were very, very public fights going on at the national level, and the reason is because this was a moral question. We're talking about a moral question from the viewpoint of the Christian right, which most right-wingers are Christians. You're actually assaulting their religion. You're assaulting their idea of what moral grounding even is. So to them, it's a huge deal. For Destiny, who has a completely different moral prism, it's really not a big deal, right? He doesn't really care about it. It's not that important. But to the average person, at least to the average right-wing conservative who's a Christian, it's a huge deal. The assault of the moral foundation is something they're going to take issue with. It's going to be one of their top priorities. So to say that Democrats were not fighting tooth and nail on behalf of trans inclusiveness, including in sports and everything, it's just insane revisionism. Of course,
they absolutely were. I mean, I look at someone like J.K. Rowling, who got absolutely, destroyed by the woke brigade for standing up for women's rights to fairness and equality. Now everyone lauds her for her heroic stance, but at the time, most women understandably put their head under the vicious parapet and didn't want to engage, and that left people like her out on their own, getting completely killed by people who profess to be the Be Kind lobby. And talking of which, I wanted to play you this, Destiny, because it really annoyed me. Not because it's a comedian making a joke, that's absolutely fine, nor that I want her banned or cancelled or any of those things. Just about the blatant hypocrisy of what we're about to hear. This is Chelsea Handler talking about Melania Trump.
I am your DEI host, Chelsea Handler. It was a huge year for biopics, a complete unknown about Bob Dylan, about Maria Callas, and Honora about Melania Trump.
Now, Destiny, what she's doing there is calling the First Lady a hooker, okay? She's perfectly entitled to say that. But she would never have done that joke, and nor would any comedian have ever done that joke about a Democrat First Lady at an awards ceremony, ever. So my question is, are the Democrats, again, is it one rule for them, one rule for everybody else? And before you do the Republicans do other stuff, I know they do. And it just seems to me she would never have done that, and nor would any comedian if it was a Democrat First Lady.
I so don't care. I mean, like, what is a question? Was the joke too mean, or would she not have done it towards a Democrat? She probably wouldn't have done it towards a Democrat because those types of people all tend to lean left. That'd be my guess, right? The same way that if it was any right-leaning comedians, they're probably not going to go super hard on anybody on the right. I mean, that seems pretty obvious. If you're asking if it's a mean joke, I mean, yeah, it's a mean joke. Lots of people tell mean jokes. I don't know what kind of...
No, it's not about the mean joke. Well, I think it's not really a joke. It's just calling the First Lady a hooker is just vile.
Okay, the majority of... I hear a ton of conservatives right now that say that Michelle Obama and the wife of the French Macron are trans. Like, I'm pretty sure that's Candace Owens. She said, I would stake my entire career on Macron's wife being trans.
That's
so
not a ton of conservatives.
I don't know. Sure.
That's not a ton of
I see a lot of
conservatives.
jokes about that Michelle Obama stuff being trans, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, the Michelle Obama dick jokes are very old and have been going on for a long time, right? I've seen those. You've seen those. and some of them are kind of funny. But the point is that with Chelsea Handler here, there's one of the most promiscuous women in Hollywood calling someone else a hooker is,
right.
by the way, hilarious. And also, you're talking about an entire party who is pro-sex work, pro-sex worker, pro-prostitution, pro-OnlyFans, does everything it can possibly do in order to enable those things. And then at the same time, they're like, oh, I can't believe the first lady's a hooker. It's like, if it was anybody.
Hey, that just means that it's not that big of an insult then. Thank you for taking away all of the power from Piers Morgan's point. Thank you for taking all the power and all the weight away from Piers Morgan's point and being like, yes, it's such a bad thing, but to liberals, it's not. Oh, well, liberals said it, so. Thank you.
Anybody else who wasn't a Republican, they would probably glorify it. They'd be like, finally, our first prostitute first lady.
There you go. Hey, there you go. Just took all the power away from Piers's point.
I don't even understand why, the depths of the hypocrisy here is actually kind of outrageous, right?
Yeah, I completely agree.
Well, I think the joke has more to do with pointing out, I think, the hypocrisy on the other side. For instance, if you make a joke about, like, I don't know if we're allowed, like, for Steven Crowder being gay, that's a common joke that people on the left make. I don't think the joke is, haha, you're gay, so that's bad. I think the joke is more, you hate this thing and you are this thing, which would, my guess is going to be, I didn't see her whole performance. I don't even know the movie reference she was making, but that's probably the joke, is that you guys hate prostitutes and you are a prostitute. You hate gay people, you are gay. It would be
No,
something
no,
like
that wasn't the
imagine.
joke. That wasn't the joke. She's just basically
not in context.
she's calling Melania Trump a hooker because she wants to imply that she's actually a hooker. And I think the point I'm making is not that she.
Yeah, I don't know what movie she was talking about. They were showing Angelina Jolie while they were showing it. I thought they were making fun of Angelina Jolie, saying that she looked like Melania Trump.
I host Chelsea Handler. Maria about Maria Callas. And Honora about Melania Trump.
What is that, Honora? Oh, that wasn't Angelina Jolie. Wait.
And
oh, wait, yes it is. Wait, so then who is that chick?
I don't want to actually touch it. I feel inappropriate. You
She's
can do
cute,
it.
though.
Yeah, yep. There we go. I'll call notes on a scene.
No.
The New Year's
I improvise. Never seen it.
breezing.
She is super cute. I like her. She gets my vote. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. Chelsea Handler compares Melania Trump to a prostitute at Critics' Choice Awards. It was a huge year for biopics, Handler said during her opening monologue, listing off some notable films: A Complete Unknown about Bob Dylan, Maria about Maria Callas, and Honora about Melania Trump. Nora is a critically acclaimed film that follows a young prostitute, Mikey Madison, who marries the son of a Russian oligarch. Handler introduced herself as the event's DEI host, referring to diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, something President Donald Trump has made a priority in dismantling. I am your DEI host, Chelsea Handler. I want to acknowledge that we've been through a lot lately, not just here in Los Angeles, but in our entire country, waking up every day not knowing what news we're going to hear that will disappoint and horrify us, she said. So it is important in times like these to have a distraction, and that's why I want to personally extend my gratitude to Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively. Shit, dude. Those people just can't stop getting it, bro. Justin Baldoni directed and starred in the 2024 drama It Ends With Us alongside Blake Lively, who later accused him of sexual harassment and fostering a hostile work environment. The director has denied her claims and fired back, claiming Lively, her husband Ryan Reynolds, and her friend Taylor Swift hijacked the film. Handler also took aim at Cheryl Hines, the actress wife of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Trump's nominee to Healthcare Human Services. In her monologue, the comedian who hosted 2 previous Critics Awards joked that those who lost out on their awards would be in the background questioning your life choices, like Cheryl Hines at the Senate confirmation hearing, referring to Hines at Kennedy's Senate. Watch above via... okay, whatever. Yeah, it sounds like she was just calling her a prostitute. I think he's right.
I so don't care. I mean, like, what is a to make? I don't think the joke is, haha, you're gay.
Left make that kind of remark about a Democrat first lady, a current first lady, from a stage televised at an award show.
I think Republicans would totally make jokes about Democrats' wives like that. For sure. I think that they would totally make derogatory remarks about conservatives' wives, liberals, like first ladies. I think that they would totally do it, conservative comedians, for sure. We got 5 minutes left on the timer if you guys want the stream to go on. Zach keeps telling me to go to bed, but we are only at 12 hours, so... you know, we got time. So yes, if you would like, you really should go to bed. I slept half this fucking stream, dude. I'm drinking a Red Bull right now.
Show. That's the distinction.
I haven't seen every award show, but like, didn't Stephen Fry do a couple of really brutal award shows where he was like throwing it out to almost everybody? Am I making this up, dude?
Well, he's English.
Okay, all right.
Let's move on.
I guess you guys got away with that, huh? Yeah,
no, I don't think that. I just
eyes open, mind closed. That's the way I stay, homie. That's the way I stay.
I don't think any of them have ever called a first lady a hooker. It just seemed to me, I don't know. It's all about crossing a line in comedy and all that. If you do it down the Comedy Store, you can do what you like. If you're on Twitter or X now, if you want to do things, okay, fine. I'm not going to say.
I'm sorry, but when, like, truly, Melania gets a lot of shit because of Trump. And Trump, like, she does say some fucked up shit about some people. She does make some derogatory remarks about some people. But Melania is mostly getting shit because of who Trump is and the stuff that he says. And Trump would most definitely call somebody a fucking hooker in a second. He would not think twice about calling somebody a hooker just to fuck with them. So, the problem is in this scenario, the company that she keeps kind of puts her in the line of fire.
You should be canceled.
I wouldn't do it. And I think that, like, having some decorum in these areas, and I think that, having some shit like that, yeah, I'm just, I don't think it's good, but I also don't care all that much.
We learned when that guy made the island of floating trash Puerto Rico joke. I thought we learned there were no lines anymore. Why are we crying about her making this joke now?
Well, no, because the left went completely nuts. They thought he did cross a line.
Well, now we've learned.
They
There
did
is
go
no
crazy
completely
about
nuts.
it.
Now you can just joke about anything, I guess, right? We're all in that
Well,
world
you
now.
should be able to joke about everything.
Yeah,
It doesn't
sure.
make-
I mean, but
doesn't-
we
doesn't-
can also joke about her being, one of the most promiscuous women in Hollywood, and that she's speaking out of both sides of her mouth here because she's been a big time supporter of sex workers, and now suddenly,
I think that's a really
can't
good
believe
point.
She's a hooker. It's like, what are you talking about?
That's a very good point that she used it as a slur, having professed to be the complete opposite about sex workers. Very good point. Talking of stinking hypocrites and vile people, let's come to Kanye West, who started the week parading his wife, Bianca Censori, naked on the Grammys red carpet. We're looking at these images now. It was a deliberate derobing. Whatever. I mean, obviously any woman can do that. I thought it was all a bit cheap and embarrassing and pathetic, and I certainly wouldn't want to be doing that with my wife on a red carpet. What was far more serious to me was what then followed, which was literally just a bombardment of horrifically anti-Semitic, racist comments, and then some pornography that he began flying out. One of his posts, sometimes you have to do it like the pharaohs, make your Jews work for you, but watch them as close as you can,
True.
whip your
That's
Jews.
what I always say.
What was interesting to me, Destiny, was ultimately Elon Musk,
The harder you whip them, the harder they'll
messaged
work.
him directly on X publicly and said, you're going to just keep letting this guy do it. He's breaking every single rule that X has about this kind of stuff. So the normal rules weren't applying to him, and he was doing it to 32 million people. So from a
That's been the way that Twitter has been since Musk took over, though. Like, I always had an issue with Twitter before, because they seemed to like enforce rules whenever they felt like it under the old CEO. But ever since Musk took over, that idea and that way of running the platform got like 1 billion times worse. Like, they are all of a sudden just like, holding people accountable. Shit, dude, that was fucking dope. They are all of a sudden just holding people accountable whenever they want, whenever they feel like it, at random. It's not at random. It's almost always like when you cross Elon Musk. You get into a fight with Elon Musk and all of a sudden you're banned. Like, that's pretty much how it works now. Like, he doesn't like you, you get some beef with Musk, you get banned. And generally, I'm perfectly fine with that. Like, if that's how you want to run your platform, I have no issue with that whatsoever. Like, especially with the amount of money that he paid for that platform. Holy shit, dude. Yeah. Like, run it that way all day if you want. Like, who cares? If somebody looks at you wrong in their profile picture, you go ahead and ban them. Like, sheesh, dude, you paid an insane amount for that platform. Do you, homie? Ban whatever you want, whoever you want. Allow all the bots you want onto the platform. I do not care. The problem is that he advertises it as though it is the free speech platform. He said he bought it to bring back free speech, that this was like his life mission to have free speech back on this platform, that we needed a social media to save America by having free speech again. And it turns out he is more against free speech than the old Jack Dorsey, the old CEO, was. So it's all kind of insane.
The free speech argument is one thing. Actually, the X in-house rule book is another that wasn't being applied. So it seemed to be one rule for him, one rule for everybody else. But secondly, it was clearly, in my opinion, when you start talking about making Jews your slaves and whip them, you are actually now committing a crime. You're inciting actual violence against a group of people. That is a crime. It's not protected by the First Amendment. But what was interesting was Elon Musk only intervened and shut down the account for the NSFW pornography, which was